On the day when the malicious sister, who is obsessed with her brothers, is destined to meet her demise, she discovers that her darkened brothers possess the ability to read her thoughts. Qiao Chuchu stands atop a high platform, wailing, "You will forever be my brothers. I shall die before you, ensuring you never forget me for eternity." Yet, the 7 extraordinarily handsome brothers interpret her words as, "Ha ha ha, goodbye. With billions in assets, I can become a wealthy woman. You shall remain in this world to suffer, for your futures are grim." Suddenly, as she feels a firm grip on her arm, she looks up in confusion, only to find her brothers holding her tightly, demanding, "Explain how we are destined for misfortune." Chapter 1. According to the script, she is to be erased by the system, yet her brothers have heard her inner voice. The author of this story must surely be deranged. Qiao Chuchu stands on the edge of the building, trembling with fear, her legs spasming uncontrollably. The system excitedly urges, "Jump, host, jump, and everything will come to an end. Your villainous fate will conclude, and a fortune will flow into your hands, with luxurious mansions beckoning you." In an instant, her inner terror is eclipsed by the allure of wealth. Yes, she shall be rich, perhaps even enough to indulge in handsome companions as her benefactors. Gazing toward the edge, she sees 7 dashing men cautiously approaching, their expressions a blend of seriousness and distaste, as they fear her leap might be imminent. The foremost man, exuding an imposing aura, coldly commands, "Qiao Chuchu, come down. Do not disgrace yourself here." Qiao Chuchu is taken aback. Despite her numerous transgressions, how can he demand she come down when she is on the brink of death? Feigning sorrow, she laments, "I am about to die, yet you treat me so harshly. Brother, you lack compassion." Pei Yuan gazes at her with indifference, his dark eyes glimmering ominously. "This is not your first suicide attempt. The fact that we have come is already a courtesy." Qiao Chuchu is momentarily stunned, indeed. In reality, she is an orphan, abandoned at a young age due to a hereditary illness. Despite her optimistic outlook and efforts to save for medical treatment, she ultimately succumbed to death. The system granted her a second chance, transporting her into a world filled with multiple male leads. Upon her arrival in this novel's realm, her biological parents perished on the very first day. However, her adoptive mother, a close friend of her late mother, took her in. After losing her own child, her adoptive mother devoted herself to raising her. Having never experienced familial warmth in her previous life, she became the apple of the Pei family's eye. Just as described in the story, her 7 brothers dote on her, showering her with affection. They share no blood ties, yet their bond feels stronger than that of kin. She is truly content. At the age of 10, her adoptive parents tragically died in a plane crash. The eldest brother, Pei Yuan, still a minor, began to shoulder the family's burdens, while all her brothers faced immense pressure. Yet, she remained their cherished jewel. She was willing to share both joys and hardships with them. Yet, she was merely a pawn in their game. If she did not comply, her fate would be dire, subject to various punishments. She must manipulate her brothers into darkness, instilling in them a sensitivity toward all women, paving the way for the female protagonist. She could not comprehend the nature of the novel she had entered, but felt that the author must be profoundly unwell. Is the life of a supporting character worthless? Her brothers would be twisted by her machinations, loving yet tormenting the female lead, ultimately leading to their tragic end. And she was fated to perish today. The system urged, "Host, deliver your lines quickly." A sudden pang of reluctance surged within Qiao Chuchu as she gazed deeply at the 7 individuals before her. Bound by the system, she had long acted against her will, trampling upon their gifts, feigning dislike, and deliberately inciting their disdain. Yet that was never her true self. With a sense of liberation, she looked up at the starry sky. "Brothers, I am sorry, but you will never see me again." Pei Yuan's brows furrowed in astonishment. Suppressing the bitterness in her throat, she forced a sinister smile. "You will always be my brothers. I intend to die before you, ensuring you remain forever haunted by my memory." "How high is this? I do not wish to jump. Will I crash upon impact?" Pei Yuan was taken aback. What had he just heard? Beside him, the 3rd brother shook his head in confusion. "Did I just imagine it? I thought I heard Qiao Chuchu's voice echoing in my mind." Pei Yuan turned to him in shock. The 7th brother exclaimed, "I heard it too. Something about being a billionaire, standing high above, the wind howling around her." Qiao Chuchu shouted, "I'm leaving now, brothers." The 7 stared at her in disbelief. For some reason, she sensed an underlying emotion in their expressions. With tears in her eyes, she smiled, "Farewell. With billions in assets, I will be a joyful little wealthy woman, no longer bound by anyone. Although my brothers may meet their demise, it no longer concerns me. Goodbye, world of this novel. Closing her eyes, she gently leaned back, memories flooding her mind like a slideshow. She had once run with open arms toward her 7 brothers. Now, she was plummeting from the rooftop. She would never see them again. A tear slipped from her eye, her body fell backward, embracing the freedom of free fall. Suddenly, her descent halted, 2 powerful arms catching her with force. In pain, she opened her eyes to find Pei Yuan and her other brothers with wild, frantic expressions. Explain how we are destined for misfortune. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Did I inadvertently reveal my thoughts? Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued her inner thoughts. Exchanging glances with his brothers, they began to pull her upward. Realizing what was happening, Qiao Chuchu slapped Pei Yuan's face, crying, "Let me die." Pei Yuan ignored her pleas, carefully lifting her with his brothers. Are they insane? I'm in the midst of a dramatic moment, and they still want to save me? Though I feel reluctant, I desire that fortune even more for some reason. She felt their grip tighten. Qiao Chuchu, pale and disoriented, was pulled back to safety. Kneeling on the ground, she gazed up at their immaculate shoes, her mind reeling. You saved me. Do you hold feelings for me? Do you love me? Do you wish to marry me? Pei Yuan grimaced in disdain. If you utter another word, I will silence you. Qiao Chuchu retorted. How will you silence me? With those alluring lips of yours? Pei Yuan replied, you should just jump. Very well. She energetically leaped off, attempting to dive down again. Pei Sun, quick as lightning, lunged forward, catching her and pinning her to the ground. She felt like a ball, trapped beneath him. Qiao Chuchu cried out in despair. Help. I beg you, let me die. Chapter 2. Let me go. I aspire to be a millionaire. Qiao Chuchu opened her eyes in despair, silently pondering. System, are you there? This is not how it was supposed to be. The original script dictated that she would leap from the edge, and the others would be too stunned to catch her, resulting in her demise. After all, they had always believed she lacked the courage to end her life, given that her previous antics often involved seeking their attention through threats of self-harm. But what was happening this time? Didn't you say I would die from the fall? Why on earth did they manage to pull me back? System, why are you ignoring me? You wouldn't dare to renege on our agreement, would you? Surely not. No one paid her any mind. She could hear the system's fragmented voice, which soon fell silent. For the first time in 10 years, her mind was so eerily quiet. Embarrassed, she glanced at the man pinning her down. Pei Yuan loomed above her, his gaze imbued with profound significance. The other brothers regarded her with caution. Suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow, Qiao Chuchu burst into tears. The 7 men? Pei Lao Si could no longer contain himself and sought to inquire about Qiao Chuchu. However, the eldest, Pei Yuan, swiftly restrained him, pulling him aside. Calm down. Pei Lao Si, anxious, insisted, Brother, this girl claimed we would meet a dreadful end and even said we would go bankrupt. We must clarify this. Pei Yuan turned his attention to the dazed Qiao Chuchu, lowering his voice to warn, do not forget, we are privy to her innermost thoughts, and she is bound by the system. The consequences of our inquiries remain uncertain. Pei Laochi remarked, I am familiar with the system. I often read novels. The brothers turned in unison to regard him. Pei Laochi continued, in novels, the system binds the protagonist, compelling them to undertake various tasks. Upon completion, they receive predetermined rewards. If we tamper with the system, it could lead to the collapse of this world, and we would be doomed. The second brother pondered. So, what has Qiao Chuchu done? The 7 brothers lowered their gazes in contemplation, gradually darkening their expressions as they recalled her past mischief. Indeed, there were countless instances to recount. I don't believe it. Pei Lao Lu protested. Qiao Chuchu has always aimed to monopolize us 7. She has harbored ulterior motives since her adolescence. I refuse to accept that she is under the system's control. Pei Yuan considered this briefly, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. Then let us test it. Qiao Chuchu, her legs weak and unable to stand, crawled towards the edge of the building. Today, she was determined to leap. Suddenly, someone grasped her ankle. With a firm grip on her ankle, he gazed earnestly at her. Do you truly harbor such feelings for us? Qiao Chuchu responded with confusion. Huh? Pei Yuan glanced at his 6 brothers behind him. If your feelings are genuine, among us 7 brothers, choose one. Let us see who you wish to marry. Qiao Chuchu stammered, her mouth agape. Wait. Are you saying that whoever I choose will marry me? Pei Yuan nodded. The 6 brothers behind him reluctantly nodded in agreement. Qiao Chuchu felt her lips twitching as she pointed at Pei Yuan, stammering, if I choose you, would you accept? Pei Yuan's eyes dimmed. I will take you to see engagement rings and wedding dresses right now. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily stunned. She turned around and leaped down as if propelled by wings.
Ah.
I don't want to get married. I'd rather die than be wed to them.
Pei Yuan.
Like a predator poised to pounce, descended upon her, pinning her down. Qiao Chuchu, sensing the overpowering male's strength, squeaked in fright, "Don't touch me." Pei Yuan effortlessly restrained her, cradling her head. "Calm down." Qiao Chuchu. Ignoring him, she slapped Pei Yuan hard across the face. The sound echoed. The other 6 members of the Pei family were momentarily speechless. Qiao Chuchu herself was taken aback, staring at the 5-finger imprint blooming on Pei Yuan's cheek. His facial muscles twitched, his gaze seething with a desire to tear her apart. "Are you calm now?" Qiao Chuchu pouted, a small whimper escaping her throat. "Oh no. I've struck the eldest brother. He'll surely rip me to shreds. No, wait, he's the one trying to force me. How could I let him tear me apart? I ought to shred that shameless brat instead." Pei Yuan. Laughter stifled behind him. The 6 brothers struggled to contain their mirth, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The 7th brother, with an impish grin, mouthed, "Eldest brother, are you a little brat?" Pei Yuan retorted, "I am not." His expression darkened as he pressed her down. "Qiao Chuchu, I was merely testing you. I certainly do not wish to marry you. Now that I understand you do not genuinely desire to wed me, but are merely causing a ruckus, you must cease your capriciousness. Stay by our side, and I will continue to provide for you." Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. "Why?" Pei Yuan's eyes dimmed further, filled with exasperation. "Because you are our family. But they are on the brink of bankruptcy. In a year, they might perish on the streets. How can they possibly take care of me?" Pei Yuan's expression darkened even more as he pulled her up from the ground. "Rest assured, our family will not go bankrupt. I will support you until my dying breath." Qiao Chuchu was bewildered. Can Pei Yuan truly hear my thoughts? How does he know I'm considering their bankruptcy? Pei Yuan looked down at her, snorting coldly. He was determined to protect the entire Pei family. Qiao Chuchu followed him in a daze, surrounded by her brothers, who cast glances at her from the corners of their eyes. She found herself in the center of their attention, gazing at Pei Yuan's upright figure. She sensed a change. Yet somehow some things remained the same. Their eyes no longer held disdain. Instead, they were laden with suspicion and doubt. Had they once again forgiven her for her unruly behavior? No, that's not the point. The crux is, does my trillion-dollar asset still count? The 7 brothers exchanged glances, bemused, as they pulled out their phones. Qiao Chuchu, with a pitiful droop to her head, bore the expression of someone who had lost a fortune. Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked it up to find a notification of a transfer. Almost immediately, her phone chimed 7 times. User Pei Yuan has transferred 500 million yuan to you. User Pei C has transferred 500 million yuan to you. User Pei. Each of the 7 brothers has gifted her 500 million. She looked at them in astonishment. "You?" Pei Yuan led her into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. "As long as you live well and refrain from causing trouble, we shall provide you with funds each month." The 2nd brother, Pei Che, cast her a disdainful glance. "So, there is no need for you to seek death. As long as you obediently listen, you will eventually become a billionaire." Chapter 3. The brothers who give pocket money are rather handsome. Qiao Chuchu held her phone, her mouth agape, and suddenly felt a pang in her nose. My brothers are so handsome. Their way of giving me money is so charming. I clearly have such wonderful brothers, yet I must hurt them. I truly feel sorry for them. Her inner voice even carried a sobbing tone. They are undoubtedly the family that loves me the most. A bittersweet sensation arose among the brothers as their gazes met. If Qiao Chuchu was indeed being manipulated by a system to act in such a manner, they would forgive her. The brothers subtly curled their lips. Initially, they thought her heartless, but upon reflection, she seemed rather conscientious. But I have treated them this way, and yet they still give me money? Qiao Chuchu had an epiphany. Have you purchased insurance for me? The brothers? Qiao Chuchu pondered in dread. You don't want me to die accidentally, do you? Is that why you are treating me so well? Pei Yuan. Others. Indeed. The estrangement that had lingered for years could not be mended overnight. The 3rd brother, Pei Yuchuan, gave her a sharp knock on the head. Shut up, you fool. Finally, the elevator reached the 1st floor. Pei Yuan dragged her out of the staircase. She struggled. I can walk by myself. Pei Yuan feigned ignorance. Aren't you worried that we might kill you? By pulling you along, I will protect you, and you won't die. Qiao Chuchu, without a second thought, replied. Then did you get insurance for yourself? Pei Yuan. Others? Just how obsessed is she with insurance? due to her many erratic behaviors. She and her brothers had long ceased to live together. In fact, in recent years, they had even cut off her funds. This was because during the new year, she had worn a revealing slip dress and flirted in front of them, which infuriated them enough to terminate her allowance. And they had not celebrated the new year with her since. Thus, she would only appear before them when needed. To her brothers, she was merely a perverse and obsessive individual, and they were reluctant to meet with her. She did not perceive herself as twisted. Rather, she considered herself clever. Gradually understanding the preferences and temperaments of the 7 under the system's orders. Whenever it was their birthdays, she would accurately present them with gifts they favored. The 7, upon receiving the gifts, were left more unnerved than anything else. With a heavy heart, Qiao Chuchu followed Pei Yuan out of the hall. A delicate, weeping voice echoed from the other side. I said, I don't want money. I only want dignity. Qiao Chuchu perked up her ears. Is it possible that the female protagonist who has captivated my 7 brothers has arrived? The 7 men halted their steps, turning in unison to face Qiao Chuchu. The term female protagonist sparked excitement within her, and she eagerly leaned forward to discern the source of the voice. Just as she considered dashing over, she noticed her brothers still beside her, instantly losing all enthusiasm. After her previous antics, they surely wouldn't allow her to wander off, would they? Perhaps she could resort to her old tricks. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she delicately entwined her arm around Pei Yuan's. Shall we sit together later? Let's be close. The delight in Qiao Chuchu's eyes was unmistakable. Well, since my brothers disapprove of my touch, I suppose we shall part ways. I knew this trick would never fail. Pei Yuan. Qiao Chuchu sprinted towards the sound's origin, off to find the female protagonist. Pei Yuan. Pei Lao Air, standing beside Pei Yuan, couldn't help but tease. Brother, you are truly under her spell. Pei Yuan shot him a glare, his face darkening. Stop pretending. I don't believe you aren't annoyed. Pei Lao Air shrugged. Actually, I'm not. I find it quite endearing when a sister plays coy with her brother. But it must be playful, not deliberately enticing. Pei Yuan. Qiao Chuchu was indeed being deliberately enticing. The most troubling part was this fellow thought he could evade her by means of seduction. Pei Yuan's gaze sharpened. Let us follow her and see. As they proceeded a few steps, they discovered Qiao Chuchu eavesdropping, crouched against the wall like a large frog. The 7 men exchanged glances. That posture is truly unflattering. Is this the woman who has ensnared the hearts of my 7 brothers? The 7 men promptly joined Qiao Chuchu in her froggy stance. Before them stood a playful girl with a high ponytail, defiantly staring up at a man clad in a black coat. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of aloofness that kept others at bay as he scrutinized the female protagonist. It appears this man is the male lead of the story. Following their gaze, the 7 brothers were taken aback. It was Ji Yanchuan, someone they were familiar with. Qiao Chuchu pouted. So this is what the male lead looks like? Yes, not even as handsome as my brother. The 7 men behind her paused, their lips curling into faint smiles. Now we await the moment when the female protagonist turns to reveal her true appearance, for that is the visage that has captured my brothers' hearts. Their expressions grew serious as they watched intently. Finally, the high ponytailed girl turned her head, tears welling in her eyes, revealing her true self. The girl is quite adorable, biting her lip as if trying to swallow her grievances. But the 7 men were left in disbelief. Is this it? This is the style that has made them fall head over heels? Her appearance pales in comparison to Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu had been the acknowledged beauty of her school, a paragon of charm. With such a gem preceding her, how could they possibly be enamored by a mere imitation? Lao Lu, Pei Mu, murmured softly. This female lead is merely an ordinary kawaii girl with a typical Japanese appearance. Yet, Qiao Chuchu embodies an exquisite blend of innocence and allure, a true beauty. What was the author's reasoning in choosing this plain character as the protagonist? Surely my sister would have been a far better choice. Lao Wu, Pei Ci, expressed his disdain. How could that brat Ji Yanchuan ever be worthy of Qiao Chuchu? Unless I were to perish, there is no way Ji Yanchuan could marry my sister. The others nodded in agreement. Qiao Chuchu also nodded, contemplating. This female lead possesses an innate ability to evoke a sense of protectiveness and a desire to dominate others. Her sweet and charming appearance aligns perfectly with my brother's preferences, which explains their instant attraction. The 7 of them gazed absurdly at the back of Qiao Chuchu's head. They certainly did not experience any instant attraction. Absolutely not. Qiao Chuchu leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh! The supporting character has arrived. It's Lin Qing, whom I adore. The 7 responded, what? Their S.A. supporting character? And it's Lin Qing? In Chapter 4, the supporting character Lin Qing could also hear Chuchu's thoughts. Lin Qing was a classmate of Pei Lao Sand among the Pei brothers. Due to their similar backgrounds and compatible temperaments, she was a close friend of Pei Lao Sand from middle to high school. Unfortunately, after becoming engaged to the male lead, Lin Qing gradually severed ties with their group of male friends. Dressed in a stylish motorcycle outfit and high boots, she strode confidently over to the male lead and declared, "I'm ready, let us go." The male lead nodded and began to pass by the female lead, but she suddenly spread her arms to block his path. A serious expression on her face. "You cannot leave without addressing whether my friend will be dismissed." Although she erred, she realizes her mistake and cannot afford to lose her job. Her parents are relying on her for money to cover medical expenses. Only then did Lin Qing direct her gaze at the female lead, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Who is this?" "This is your future rival in love. Do not be fooled by your childhood sweetheart's current affection for you. After today, his attention will be entirely captured by this little radish. And that term of endearment is not of my making, but rather how your fiancé refers to the female lead." Lin Qing responded, "Who is speaking?" She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settling on the half-exposed face of Qiao Chuchu. "Is that the adopted daughter of the Pei family, Qiao Chuchu? Did I just hear her voice echoing in my mind?" Lin Qing turned her gaze towards Ji Yanchuan. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu's had popped out like a little hamster. "That was close. I almost got discovered." Lin Qing thought, "No, it's too late. I have already been found out." But how is it possible for her to hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts? "Ah, sister, do not cling to him. Thankfully, she has released him. Beautiful sister. While I admire you greatly, your life has begun its downward trajectory from this day forth." Lin Qing was taken aback. Downward trajectory? How could the esteemed young lady of the Lin family possibly face such a fate? Qiao Chuchu sighed with regret, reflecting, "Clearly, you are the one who has been the male lead's childhood companion, having grown up together and even established an engagement. Yet, the male lead emotionally strays towards the female lead, claiming to have never experienced the feelings of love while being with her. The female lead, fully aware of the male lead's engagement, boldly confesses her feelings, asserting that this is a courageous pursuit of love. When you express jealousy, the male lead dismisses your concerns, stating that they are merely friends. Eventually, in a fit of madness, you crash your car into the female lead, landing yourself in prison, and upon your release, you tragically take your own life. Meanwhile, the male and female leads go on to have 2 children within 3 years. Lin Qing suddenly felt nauseous. The male lead, Ji Yanchuan, worriedly embraced her, asking, "What is wrong, Lin Qing?" "Don't touch me," she retorted, pushing him away, her jaw clenched as she replied, "I feel sick." Pei Yuan and the others were enveloped in a somber mood. It appeared that Lin Qing, much like them, was destined to be a supporting character with an unfortunate fate in this narrative. Pei Yuan pondered seriously. Was Qiao Chuchu's internal monologue accurate? What if it were merely an illusion? Lin Qing regained her composure, preparing herself for whatever lay ahead. She could not confirm that Qiao Chuchu's words were indeed true. What if this was simply a figment of her imagination? At that moment, a group of movers rushed past the female lead, shouting, "Excuse us, make way." Qiao Chuchu's eyes widened. Although his fiancée Lin Qing is right behind him, the male lead instinctively chooses to protect the female lead, Xia Xuechuan, leading to a chaotic tumble. Lin Qing and Pei Yuan suddenly became alert. The other 6 brothers widened their eyes, peering out. A shared thought arose among them. The moment to verify the truth of Qiao Chuchu's sentiments had arrived. Frantic individuals brushed past Xia Xuechuan, heading directly towards Lin Qing. She could have evaded them, yet she chose not to, her gaze fixed on her fiancé, Ji Yanchuan. He too noticed her impending collision. But upon hearing Xia Xuechuan's piercing scream, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her, and they both fell. The panicking crowd swept by like a gust of wind, leaving behind an eerie silence in the corridor. What unfolded before everyone's eyes was Ji Yanchuan pinning the petite Xia Xuechuan beneath him, their lips seemingly aligned in an unintentional kiss. Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Pei Yuan and the other 6 brothers were equally stunned. Qiao Chuchu's predictions had proven to be accurate. She had foreseen the ensuing events with remarkable clarity. What would transpire next? Qiao Chuchu's heart raced with exhilaration. Witnessing such an occurrence firsthand is simply extraordinary. Soon, the female lead, Xia Xuechuan, will slap the male lead, Ji Yanchuan, who, in a fit of embarrassment, will call her a little radish, prompting her to run away in tears. With a resounding smack, Xiao Xuechuan slapped Ji Yanchuan. Tearfully, she stood up, exclaiming, "You jerk, that was my first kiss." Ji Yanchuan, with an air of disdain, wiped his mouth and retorted in a deep voice, "I had no desire to kiss you anyway, little radish." Xiao Xuechuan's face flushed with humiliation as she covered her mouth and fled. All present, able to hear the internal thoughts, gasped in astonishment. It was identical. Utterly identical. Now it's time for the second female lead, Lin Qing. What would she do? How would she respond? Lin Qing was consumed by jealousy as she supported Ji Yanchuan, her heart aching for him, while harboring resentment towards the female lead. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qing let out a derisive laugh, adjusting her wrist before steadying Ji Yanchuan. Qiao Chuchu couldn't help but lean forward. While the brothers followed suit, the 8 siblings peeking out from behind the wall like a display of peacocks. Lin Qing raised her hand, pressing it against Ji Yanchuan's mouth, her tone dark. "Ji Yanchuan, she is a little radish. Do you know what I am?" Ji Yanchuan looked at her in confusion. "What?" Without hesitation, Lin Qing struck him with a punch. "I am your mother." Ji Yanchuan fell to the ground with a thud. Qiao Chuchu gasped in astonishment. "What the heck? How is this different from the script?" The male lead, Ji Yanchuan, was equally shocked, pressing his reddened lip and asking Lin Qing, "What are you doing?" Lin Qing lifted her foot and placed it on his stomach. Looking down at him with disdain, "Ji Yanchuan, your mouth now resembles that of someone who has kissed dog excrement. I, Lin Qing, will not settle for second-hand goods. Our marriage is off." Ji Yanchuan stared wide-eyed in absurd disbelief. "What are you saying?" Lin Qing kicked him fiercely. Ji Yanchuan curled up on the ground in pain, unable to utter a word. Why has the plot taken such a turn? Lin Qing should adore Ji Yanchuan. She wouldn't be angry with him. How could she suddenly hit him? Yet, one couldn't help but admit that this scene was truly impressive. What a stunning sister. What a satisfying moment. Haha. Lin Qing's lips curled into a smile as she strode confidently towards Qiao Chuchu. The smile on Qiao Chuchu's face froze as she met Lin Qing's intriguing gaze. Lin Qing flashed her a smile. "You are quite adorable. Did you know that?" Qiao Chuchu gasped, momentarily dazzled by her beauty, and stammered. "You are beautiful too. Did you know?" Lin Qing chuckled, extending her hand. "It seems we have a connection. I am Lin Qing. May I befriend you?" Her narrowed eyes sparkled like a fox's, her smile meaningful. "I believe we will become great friends." Chapter 5. Pei Yuan stated they are not sister con. Please do not misunderstand. Qiao Chuchu's mind went blank. What? The beautiful sister actually wants to be friends with me? I thought I would never have friends in this lifetime. Due to her reputation for being brothercon, no peers were willing to befriend her. This was the first time someone wanted to be her friend. Qiao Chuchu felt a surge of excitement. Lin Qing has always been the stunning beauty I admire, and as the male lead's fiancée, it is truly unfair for her to be supplanted by the female lead as a mistress. A girl like her deserves a better life. Lin Qing was taken aback. Honestly, her approach to Qiao Chuchu was motivated by her awareness of the situation. However, she was surprised that Qiao Chuchu thought so highly of her. She was a sincere little sister. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of genuine affection. Soon after, she heard Qiao Chuchu's eager voice. "If the beautiful sister has a defined abdomen, can I touch it if we become close?" "I've never touched abs before." Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, her smile becoming even more enchanting as she unzipped her motorcycle jacket, revealing her slender waist beneath. The definition of her abdominal muscles was starkly visible before Qiao Chuchu's eyes, causing her to nearly gasp in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Is this a divine gift? Lin Qing smirked, coaxing her gently. "If you're willing to be my friend, you may touch my abs." Qiao Chuchu was left speechless, realizing. She knows my desires. She understands me. She loves me. She must surely like me. Behind them, the brothers confirmed their suspicion. Lin Qing could indeed hear Qiao Chuchu's innermost thoughts. But was it truly so pathetic that Qiao Chuchu was captivated by mere abs? How absurd. All 7 brothers possessed a similar physique. Pei Yuan glanced at Pei Laosan. Pei Yuchuan, the third brother, Pei Yuchuan, stood at attention. "Take off your shirt." Without hesitation, Pei Yuchuan began to unbutton his shirt, revealing a set of 8 well-defined abs beneath his white shirt, tanned and robust. With a confident smile, he said, "Chuchu, look at this." He playfully posed, showcasing his impressive physique, raising an eyebrow at Lin Qing. Suddenly, Lin Qing understood, exclaiming in surprise, "Can you all hear as well?" Pei Yuchuan replied with a knowing smirk. Indeed, that's the one who can hear. Lin Qing felt frustrated. Their intentions had collided with hers. She had initially planned to keep Qiao Chuchu close. A simmering tension filled the air as neither group spoke, both unwilling to relent. Qiao Chuchu had become a coveted prize. Fully aware of their future paths, neither would let her slip away. They collectively turned their gaze towards Qiao Chuchu, awaiting her final verdict. Pei Yuchuan puffed out his chest, clearing his throat. Every day I lift weights. There isn't a flaw in my body. Just look at third brother's physique. Isn't his V-line far superior to mere abs? Lin Qing glanced at Pei Yuchuan's muscles, acknowledging their impressive form. Feeling a twinge of inadequacy, she donned her clothing once again. Third brother, are you a weirdo? Qiao Chuchu questioned. What? The others echoed. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What? Don't you like your brother's abs? Qiao Chuchu scoffed. Who would like their brother's abs? I'm not a weirdo. I mean, treasures should be cherished and admired, right? I don't want anyone seeing my brother's abs. That was close. I almost revealed my brother complex. Lin Qing's eyelids twitched. It turned out the system had transformed Qiao Chuchu into a brother complex enthusiast. Intrigued, she looked at Pei Yuchuan. Pei Laosan, it seems you lack charm. Your muscles are devoid of allure. Pei Yuchuan was momentarily speechless, retorting defiantly, you're the one lacking. You simply don't appreciate it. Qiao Chuchu secretly rolled her eyes. Appreciate? Please, can someone lend me a pair of eyes that haven't seen their brother's belly? Pei Yuchuan glared at Qiao Chuchu, irritation flickering across his face. It appears that his dear sister has always been two-faced. Pei Yuchuan ground his teeth, meticulously fastening his buttons. Qiao Chuchu, we agreed that if you don't look, I'll gouge out your eyes and place them on the table for you to see. Qiao Chuchu was bewildered. What on earth? Normally, he can't wait to fly away from me, but today he wants me to see his abs? He might as well blind me. Then he can strut around in front of me without clothes, and I wouldn't have to suffer my eyes. The other brothers burst into laughter. What the heck? Naked. Pei Yuchuan's face flushed with anger as he lowered his voice. Stop laughing. She doesn't know how to express her thoughts about you. The other brothers' expressions twitched, slowly realizing. Indeed, Qiao Chuchu was compelled by the system to pursue them. She didn't harbor any genuine affection for them. Was she perhaps speaking ill of them in her heart? Alarm bells rang in the brothers' minds. Lin Qing smiled cunningly, shaking her head. It seems among all of us, only I am genuine. Qiao Chuchu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean, Sister Lin Qing? Lin Qing, with a playful shake of her head, replied, Nothing, just add me as a friend. As Qiao Chuchu nodded and scanned her code, she suddenly recalled her profile picture. It was a family portrait featuring all 8 of them, a drawing she had created herself. Her obsession with her brothers was notorious within the circle of Lancheng. She didn't want Lin Qing to think of her as a weirdo and risk losing this hard-won friendship. Feeling awkward, Qiao Chuchu glanced at Lin Qing. Sister Lin Qing, I hope you don't mind my personal preferences? She nodded self-deprecatingly. Lin Qing shrugged nonchalantly, typing on her phone. It doesn't matter, after all. You and your brothers are equally devoted to each other, and they are quite the eccentric brother lovers. Qiao Chuchu. The 7 Pei brothers. Pei Yuan admonished. Lin Qing. Don't slander us. Lin Qing replied with indifference. If you call it slander, so be it. Pei Yuan was at a loss for words, glaring at Qiao Chuchu with a fierce warning. Don't take her words seriously, understand? Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuan. The reason for the cutoff in living expenses was because she danced before them in a revealing halter top during the new year. Her meals, tuition, and expenses for the driver and maid had never ceased. Pei Yuan wanted to argue back, but decided against it. As long as she didn't misunderstand, it would be fine. Otherwise, this girl would be overjoyed. However, if Qiao Chuchu were to be free from the system's control from now on, would she still be that clingy, mischievous, unreasonable, and spoiled sister? Chapter 6. Qiao Chuchu certainly had a way with words. Just as he pondered this, Pei Yuan's phone buzzed. Mr. Pei, the banquet will commence in an hour. Shall I come to fetch you? Pei Yuan frowned. The banquet is about to start. We must hurry and change our clothes. Qiao Chuchu. A banquet? Lin Qing enthusiastically draped her arm over her shoulder. Little Chuchu, you can't possibly not know that today is old Master Zhao's birthday banquet. We all must attend. Qiao Chuchu suddenly remembered. How could she have forgotten old Master Zhao's birthday banquet? The Zhao family was one of the prominent families in Lancheng, and old Master Zhao had always looked after her since childhood. He was a kind and benevolent elder. However, in her quest for mischief, She deliberately chose to seek death 2 hours before Grandpa Zhao's birthday banquet, resulting in her brother's absence from the celebration. On the day of the banquet, Grandpa Zhao learned of her suicide from a rooftop, which deeply affected him. For years, she had been led by the system, completely tamed by it, preoccupied with completing tasks while forgetting the harm she inflicted on those around her. Qiao Chuchu gazed at Pei Yuan and the others with guilt. I almost made my family miss Grandpa Zhao's birthday banquet. Her brothers looked at her in surprise. Qiao Chuchu lowered her head. It's strange. I now feel as if I could save my family's fate, even though I have done nothing. The 8 of them, including Lin Qing, awkwardly averted their gazes. No. She had done much more. Lin Qing cheerfully embraced Qiao Chuchu, saying, Can I borrow your stylist and perhaps wear your dress? I fear I won't be ready in time. Qiao Chuchu felt a bit embarrassed, but I don't have a dress. Pei Yuan replied, No, you do. Qiao Chuchu questioned, Huh? Pei Yuan looked down at her. Old Master Zhao specifically requested your presence. I have prepared a gift for you. And I brought several dresses. Provided you haven't gained weight, they will fit perfectly. Qiao Chuchu was stunned. Did Pei Yuan also know her size? Lin Qing exclaimed, That's wonderful. I'll borrow Chuchu's dress. Pei Yuchuan interjected disdainfully, not lending it to you. Lin Qing's smile vanished instantly. Pei Laosan, are you itching for a fight? Pei Yuchuan, unfazed, retorted Lin Qing, let us not forget that you prioritized romance over friendship first. I'm your best friend, yet since you got together with Ji Yanchuan, you've ignored me. Now, you come looking for us? Not a chance. Lin Qing's breath hitched, struck at a sore point, her eyes instantly reddening. However, she quickly averted her gaze, and the blunt Pei Yuchuan remained oblivious, continuing to grumble. You toss our friendship aside when dating, then pick it back up when single. Do you see friends as mere pets? Lin Qing felt a lump in her throat, guilt and sadness surging within her, leaving her speechless. She could only murmur, All right, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiao Chuchu sprang up like a startled leopard and slapped Pei Yuchuan, Shut up. Standing at 1.6 meters. Qiao Chuchu jumped up to deliver a playful smack to Pei Yuchuan, who stood at 1.9 meters. She resembled a tiny bean sprout, playfully tapping his head. Pei Yuchuan, bewildered, exclaimed, What are you doing, Qiao Chuchu? Qiao Chuchu turned to hug Lin Qing. I'm willing to lend my dress to Sister Lin Qing. Do you have any objections? Pei Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback. Pei Laolu stared in disbelief. My goodness. So Qiao Chuchu can actually reach the back of Sango's head by jumping? The other brothers mirrored their astonishment. She's fierce. It's like watching a kitten leap to swat a tiger. Qiao Chuchu truly resembled a cat asserting its territory, puffing up and glaring at Pei Yuchuan. Pei Yuchuan, if you were to date a girl, would you accept her having a close male friend? Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. Qiao Chuchu continued. If I were to have a boyfriend, would you accept him having a sister who is even closer to him than I am? Pei Yuchuan, without a moment's hesitation, declared. Then I shall break that brat's legs. Qiao Chuchu felt a sense of relief. See, you cannot accept it either. Pei Yuchuan, fuming, retorted. The reason I cannot accept it is that someone dares to pursue you. I will break the legs of anyone who dares to date you. Qiao Chuchu gasped in surprise. Pei Yuchuan, oblivious to any impropriety in his words, awkwardly turned to Lin Qing. I spoke too harshly just now. I apologize. Lin Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. This stubborn bull of a boy actually apologized under Qiao Chuchu's gentle persuasion. He had once endured being cornered in a restroom by senior students, bloodied and unyielding, even going so far as to drink from the toilet to spit in their faces. Lin Qing, astonished, looked at Qiao Chuchu, realizing that this bull must have saved the galaxy in a past life to deserve such a sweet sister. Qiao Chuchu, bewildered, received a kiss from Lin Qing. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled. Thank you for standing up for me. From now on, I will protect you. Chuchu, dazed, asked, How will you protect me? Lin Qing smirked. My family owns a media company, and several popular young stars are under our wing. I can introduce you to them for some fun. Qiao Chuchu eagerly grasped Lin Qing's hand. Then please do protect me, dear sister. Lin Qing burst into laughter. Pei Yuan, with a stern expression, pulled Qiao Chuchu aside. Don't embarrass our Pei family at the banquet later, understood? Qiao Chuchu nodded, her demeanor sobering as a hint of worry crossed her face. As the plot unfolds, many events will transpire at the banquet, yet in the original script, neither I nor my brothers were present. It was merely the male and female leads along with the second female lead, Lin Qing. It remains uncertain what will occur with our involvement. A glint of mischief crossed Lin Qing's eyes as she addressed Pei Yuan. Pei Ge, shall we have a word? Pei Yuan nodded, reminding Qiao Chuchu, at the gathering, aside from avoiding foolish chatter, ensure you keep your distance from the Lu father and son. Qiao Chuchu's interest peaked.
Yes.
Today marked the debut of the Lu father and son, the notorious duo of madness. They were the characters she was most eager to see beyond the main leads and the second female lead. Qiao Chuchu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She eagerly anticipated the appearance of these deranged antagonists. In the yet-to-begin banquet hall, Lu Tingxi lounged on a sofa, idly toying with a lighter. Ignite, extinguish, ignite, extinguish. Beside him, Lu Yuejue wore a sullen expression, scanning the room with a bored gaze. Dad, when are we leaving here? Lu Tingxi glanced at his watch. In 2 hours. Behave, there are several boys over there. You can go play with them. Lu Yuejue rolled his eyes at a boy engrossed in his phone. I have no interest in my peers. Lu Tingxi paid him no further mind, rising to converse with others, gradually drifting away. Lu Yuejue sighed in ennui, his gaze fixating on a particular sight. Qiao Chuchu, adorned in a pastel pink puff gown, entered the banquet hall, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Lu Yuejue was rendered speechless. He watched the enchanting girl bathed in light, her smile revealing delicate dimples, her eyes sparkling like stars. He absurdly murmured, "Is this an elf?" Chapter 7. The psychopathic father and son. Pei Yuan approached Qiao Chuchu, bending his elbow towards her. She linked her arm with her elder brother S, maintaining a perfectly measured smile as she greeted everyone. Pei Yuan cast a speechless glance at Qiao Chuchu. Could she truly remain unfooled? Oblivious to the subtlety. Qiao Chuchu flashed him a sweet smile. Brother, what's wrong? Pei Yuan found himself momentarily blinded by her radiant smile, while Qiao Chuchu smiled outwardly. Inwardly, she gritted her teeth in pain. This is excruciating. Will these darn high heels ever stop hurting my feet? Pei Yuan surveyed her reddened feet and said, You should take a break. Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, responded, Huh? Pei Yuan continued, You've greeted most of the people you know. I can handle the rest. You should sit down. Qiao Chuchu's eyes widened in surprise.
Wow.
When did my brother become so considerate? He used to criticize me for not being ladylike 1 minute and then remark on my looks the next, like an overbearing palace matron. Pei Yuan questioned, Palace matron? This girl, who always praised him as the most gentle and accommodating brother, actually viewed him as a palace matron? When they got home, he would certainly discipline her. Unaware of her brother's grievances, Qiao Chuchu scanned the room, locking eyes with the boy. Lu Yuejue met her gaze, instinctively averting his eyes as his heart raced. Without hesitation, Qiao Chuchu sat beside him. Lu Yuejue tensed up. Oblivious to the tension, Qiao Chuchu continued her survey. I wonder where the Lu father and son are. Have they arrived yet? Lu Yuejue pondered. Did she just speak? He glanced at Qiao Chuchu, who inadvertently met his gaze. Her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she smiled and nodded. What a handsome boy. So exquisite. Lu Yuejue was bewildered. He hadn't seen her mouth move, yet he could hear her thoughts. Was her voice transcending the need for speech? Was she truly a fairy? In astonishment, Lu Yuejue asked, Are you even human? Qiao Chuchu responded with a puzzled expression. Lu Yuejue scrutinized her closely, both suspicious and earnest. Are you sure you're human? Qiao Chuchu remained silent, then stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Yuejue watched her retreating figure, her voice echoing in his mind. Where on earth are Lu Yuejue and Lu Tingxi? Even just a distant glance would suffice. Initially, Lu Yuejue raised his hand to catch her attention, but upon hearing her thoughts, his hand froze in midair. He had thought her ethereal appearance warranted conversation, only to discover she was just another person trying to ingratiate herself with him and his father. Disappointed, he turned and walked away. This may well be my only opportunity to witness the bond between this father and son, for from now on, their lives will revolve solely around the female protagonist, and their fates are destined to be tragic. Luo Yuejue exclaimed, What? Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu's hand was grasped firmly by someone. She gasped, having said nothing at all. Yet, Luo Yuejue's gaze was fixated on her, his eyes reflecting an almost frenzied intensity. Did you say that my father and I are destined for a miserable end? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Huh? Luo Yuejue. A deep, cold male voice resonated from a distance. Following the sound, Qiao Chuchu turned to see a tall man striding toward them, his legs long and statuesque. His hair, not short but cascading down his shoulders like a wolf's tail, framed his face with wispy strands falling across his forehead. Even clad in a suit, he exuded a carefree elegance. His striking eyes and chiseled features bore a strong hint of mixed heritage, his gaze predatory and focused, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. As he approached Qiao Chuchu, instinct urged Qiao Chuchu to flee, yet she found herself immobilized under Luo Tingxi's watchful stare.
Luo Yuejue.
Defiant, protested. Dad, I just heard her say. You heard nothing, Luo Tingxi interjected, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips as he extended his hand toward Qiao Chuchu. Greetings, I am Luo Tingxi, and this impudent lad is my son, Luo Yuejue. I apologize for his earlier rudeness. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback.
Oh my...
These two are the infamous pervert and the little pervert. Luo Yuejue opened his mouth to retort, but Luo Tingxi pressed a firm hand on his shoulder. Confused, Luo Yuejue looked at his father, who, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, mouthed, "Be quiet." Startled, Luo Yuejue fell silent, resentment bubbling beneath his lowered gaze. His father was utterly oblivious to the true thoughts swirling in this woman's mind. She was nothing but a duplicitous character.
Ah.
I can feel the calluses. The legendary calluses left on the hands of those who wield firearms for long periods. How fascinating. Luo Yuejue stared at Qiao Chuchu, bewildered. She resembled a kitten, maintaining an outward calm while her eyes sparkled with secret delight. I must say, this father-son duo is incredibly handsome, radiating an undeniable charm and sophistication. Luo Yuejue paused, his anger dissipating significantly. He glanced at Luo Tingxi, sensing perhaps an illusion, as his father appeared to smile. As she turned to leave, her heart fluttered with excitement. Ah, this father and son are truly captivating. Indeed, such dangerous figures must appear in novels to create the thrill. However, why must such beautiful individuals entangle themselves with the female protagonist? Luo Yuejue, in a bid to save her, plunges from a height to a disastrous fate, and Luo Tingxi, upon witnessing his son's demise, descends into madness, demanding that the protagonist accompany his son in death, only to be met with a hail of gunfire himself. It is tragic that they have committed no egregious acts yet suffer such dire consequences, merely serving as tools to highlight the romance between the male and female leads. Luo Yuejue's anxiety deepened with each revelation. He fell from a height to protect a woman? His father was shot dead in a frenzy of vengeance? He was merely 10 years old. How could he possibly protect a woman? Miss Qiao, Luo Tingxi suddenly called out. Luo Yuejue looked at his father in astonishment. Lu Tingxi raised a faint smile, though his gaze remained frosty. Would you be so kind as to grace me with your presence for a moment, Miss Qiao? Perhaps we could engage in a conversation? Chapter 8. Everything Qiao Chuchu uttered was indeed the truth. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily speechless, her brow furrowing. Out of courtesy, she ought to acquiesce. However, she pondered, while I am rather enamored with such dangerous characters, allowing one into my life is utterly unacceptable. After all, she was uncertain about the nature of the perilous business the Lu family was involved in. The novel merely hinted at their ties to the mafia, leaving her apprehensive about potential entanglements with unspeakable matters. I am a legitimate arms dealer abroad, steering clear of any illicit activities, Lu Tingxi interjected, his peach blossom eyes glinting with a teasing smile directed at her. Surely, Miss Qiao does not harbor the belief that I am a nefarious individual, thereby reluctant to converse with me? Chuchu was taken aback and hastily clarified, no, how could I possibly think that? A chill ran down her spine. Can this man truly discern my thoughts? He has struck right at the heart of the matter. Lu Yuejue cast a puzzled glance at her father, wondering if he too was perplexed. Lu Tingxi smiled knowingly, gesturing toward the nearby sofa. Please take a seat. With a resolute yet anxious demeanor, Qiao Chuchu sat beside Lu Tingxi, with Lu Yuejue on her left. Both men inched closer, enveloping her in the subtle aroma of tea that lingered around the father and son. She felt restless in their presence. Why are these two fixated on me? According to the script, the female lead should make her entrance soon, prompting Lu Yuejue to discover a warmth reminiscent of his mother, thus becoming a devoted admirer of hers. At this juncture, I should have already met my demise, leaving no further role for me in this world. Why then, are they seeking me out? Qiao Chuchu felt tears welling in her eyes. Ugh, it's my first conversation with a psychopath. What should I say? This is nerve-wracking. For reasons unknown. She sensed the atmosphere around her had grown even more delicate. Lu Tingxi extended a glass of champagne toward her. Miss Qiao, have you heard of us prior to this encounter? Qiao Chuchu accepted the champagne with both hands, her voice soft. I must apologize, Mr. Liu. My brother manages all matters at home, and I am rather uninformed.
What a fib.
You are one of my favorite characters. Of course, I know all about you. I even know the color of your favorite tea. Lu Tingxi raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Qiao Chuchu. She fixated on the bubbles within her glass, her mind racing with thoughts. Lu Tingxi, the Chinese descendant residing in the country, displayed remarkable acumen in his family business from a young age. He has been an impeccable marksman since the age of 10, emotionally detached yet not devoid of integrity. Having witnessed his mother with other men, and the revelation that his younger brother was not of his father's bloodline, coupled with the haunting memory of his mother taking her own life while holding his brother, he developed a profound aversion to women. Yet, due to the peculiarities of his profession, he is compelled to strategize for the family enterprise. Consequently, he opted to utilize an exceptional egg donor to conceive his son, Lu Yuejue, raising him personally, fulfilling the roles of both father and mother. Thus, aside from the absence of maternal affection, Lu Yuejue is not a boy starved of love. After all, Lu Yuejue had never been treated poorly by Lu Tingxi, which made him extremely reliant on his father. He inherited Lu Tingxi's ruthless and indifferent demeanor, essentially a perfect replica of him. Lu Yuejue puffed out his chest. To him, his father's approval was the highest accolade. In truth, aside from their slight instability in spirit, this father-son duo had no significant flaws and certainly did not deserve their current predicament. Qiao Chuchu sighed with a hint of regret, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across the room until it landed on the female protagonist, dressed in a server's attire, causing a sharp thrill to resonate within her.
Ah.
The female lead has arrived. Pei Yuan and the other brothers turned their attention warily toward the source of the sound. The female lead was here? Lu Yuejue glanced towards the entrance, incredulous. The female lead was here. Qiao Chuchu fixated on Xia Xuechuan's figure as she gracefully navigated through the venue with a tray in hand, passing right by them. She gestured hello. Xia Xuechuan looked her way, extending a glass of champagne towards her.
Thank you.
Xia Xuechuan subtly furrowed her brow, hesitantly accepting the champagne she had previously sipped. Her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the Lu father-son duo, eyes widening in astonishment. Qiao Chuchu felt a surge of excitement. This was a subtle way to ensure Lu Yuejue and noticed the female lead. She eagerly watched Lu Yuejue, anticipating the legendary expression of interest to appear on his face. However, Lu Yuejue's eyes were more scattered than a yo-yo, his gaze darting around the room as if searching for something. Where was she? Where was the female lead? Qiao Chuchu wondered. Shouldn't he be smitten at first sight? How could he be looking elsewhere now that she's right in front of him? Finally, Lu Yuejue lifted his head and spotted Xia Xuechuan. Their eyes met. He froze.
Ah.
They locked eyes. Lu Yuejue is making eye contact with the female lead. How does it feel, you little heartthrob? Is your heart racing? Lu Yuejue felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Was this it? Could an ordinary woman, so commonplace, evoke such feelings reminiscent of his mother? Was this enough to make him willing to die for her? Xia Xuechuan, sensing his prolonged gaze, kindly crouched down. Young master, may I offer you something to drink? Lu Yuejue, filled with frustration, snapped. Drink what?
Get lost.
Xia Xuechuan was taken aback. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, Lu Yuejue. What are you doing? Lu Yuejue glared at her. What do you mean? What am I doing? Do you think I've never seen a grand event or a beautiful woman? How could I possibly feel anything for someone like her? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tingxi abruptly pulled him away. Lu Yuejue struggled in his father's grip.
Dad.
Let me go. Qiao Chuchu watched the father-son duo retreat, awkwardly addressing the female lead. I apologize, this boy has some issues. Please don't take it to heart. Xia Xuechuan, slightly disheartened, straightened up, adopting an air of self-importance. It's fine. She mumbled softly. Wealthy people are always so full of themselves. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Full of themselves? Lu Yuejue had indeed offended her. Yet, does Qiao Chuchu really consider herself exceptional? Furthermore, her 7 brothers, Luo Yuejue, Luo Tingxi, Lin Qing, and numerous innocent souls, have all perished in the wake of her romance with the male lead. They are nothing but stepping stones for these 2 foolish lovers. On what grounds does she dare to claim superiority? If she possesses such capability, why not refrain from marrying a wealthy man? Meanwhile, Luo Tingxi firmly grasped his son and, in a secluded spot, warned him. Do not speak recklessly. Luo Yuejue affirmed, Father, you heard Qiao Chuchu's sentiments, did you not? She is insulting me. How could I ever be attracted to such an ordinary woman? Like you, I do not require a mother's care. Luo Tingxi's demeanor remained indifferent. Whether her words are true or false remains uncertain. Why allow yourself to be angered by this? Luo Yuejue suddenly realized. Indeed, the veracity of this person's statements was still in question. What if he and his father had truly lost their minds? Luo Tingxi's tone darkened. I will take you over now to continue eavesdropping and ascertain the truth before making any decisions. The two of them approached Qiao Chuchu, who was intently observing Xia Xuechuan's silhouette. Protagonist, you may act all high and mighty in front of me. But I will not retort because you are about to drench another woman in red wine. You have your own trials to endure. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Xia Xuechuan stumbled, crashing into another woman while spilling wine everywhere. The scene erupted in gasps. Xia Xuechuan and the woman tumbled to the ground together, the woman hastily rising and delivering a sharp slap to Xia Xuechuan. What do you think you are doing? Xia Xuechuan retaliated with a slap of her own. I did not do it on purpose. Why are you hitting me? Thus, the farce exploded into chaos. Outside the pandemonium, Qiao Chuchu crossed her arms confidently, lifting her chin with a smile. See, I told you I am well versed in the plot. No character can escape my discerning gaze. Luo Yuejue stood frozen, exchanging glances with Luo Tingxi. It was true. Everything she had said was indeed true. Chapter 9. The protagonist? Is this it? The woman, clad in high-end couture, was now thoroughly stained with red wine, a blemish that could never be removed. Evening gowns are typically worn only once, rendering each occasion a fresh start. Having just donned it, her attire was ruined before the banquet even commenced. The woman, splashed with wine, was so enraged that her voice broke. You, a mere server, failing to perform your duties is one thing, but you dare to strike me? Qiao Chuchu observed coldly. This is the nature of the world's protagonist. She regards her own dignity as paramount while delighting in trampling upon the dignity of others. For instance, her brothers. Qiao Chuchu's eyes darkened as she contemplated the future fates of her brothers, who would also be ruined for the sake of the protagonist, while she, in her lofty arrogance, would merely remark, money truly distorts the human heart. After her assessment, she turned and entered the male lead's Rolls-Royce. In truth, she had never liked the protagonist. However, as a character from the earlier narrative, she had no interactions with the protagonist until her demise, and now that she had, it was not through words but rather through witnessing this person's haughty and aloof demeanor firsthand. The more she observed, the more displeased she became. The guests nearby formed a circle, all politely refraining from recording the incident on their phones, yet none dared to intervene, being overly conscious of their own image. Thus, it was solely the lady in red wine who bore the brunt of the assault. Having toiled throughout her life, Xia Xuechuan found it effortless to handle a woman accustomed to luxury. She pinned the woman down and shouted, I can apologize to you, but you cannot strike my face. The woman screamed and shoved her. Do you have any idea how much I spent and how much thought I put into this dress for the banquet? Xia Xuechuan retorted. What do I care about your money and effort? It is of no concern to me. I can compensate you. Grasping the woman's hair, she insisted. But you must first apologize for my face. Pei Yuan and others gradually gathered around. Xia Xuechuan, instead of acknowledging her mistake, argued that the victim should apologize first. Pei Yuan's eyes darkened as he turned to his 6 younger brothers, asking, Do you think you will come to like this woman in the future? The 6th brother coldly replied, Even if I were blind and deaf, I would not find her appealing. Pei Yuchuan mocked. She doesn't even understand the concept of a proper apology after making a mistake. Our leading lady seems to think the world revolves around her. Lin Qing added with sarcasm, Of course, she is the leading lady. Haven't you watched television dramas? Many protagonists are like that. Furthermore, this leading lady will surely face consequences later. Nearby, Lu Yuejue sneered at the scene. This leading lady is nothing but a pile of nonsense, unaware of her faults. I would rather protect the foolish Qiao Chuchu than this ridiculous leading lady. Lu Tingxi smirked, clearly amused, yet his gaze toward the leading lady was laced with malice. Xia Xuechuan continued to tug at the woman's hair, demanding, Apologize for my face. Hurry. The woman screamed like a kettle boiling, Security. Security. Xia Xuechuan bellowed, quickly. The guests exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disapproval towards Xia Xuechuan. Elder Zhao, leaning on his cane, strode out angrily, ready to reprimand. Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu raised her voice. On what grounds do you expect her to apologize? Silence fell over the scene. Elder Zhao and those beside him halted in their tracks. Pei Yuan and others looked on in surprise at the source of the voice. Qiao Chuchu, clad in a pale pink dress, stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Xia Xuechuan. Excuse me, did this lady trip you, causing you to spill red wine on her? Chapter 10. Leading lady, spare us your words, just compensate. The venue fell into a profound silence. Xia Xuechuan's lower lip quivered as she sat up straight, her tone defiant. I did not do it on purpose. And it's just a dress. Qiao Chuchu replied calmly, just because it is merely a dress to you does not mean it is insignificant. She came here, resplendent, for an event of great importance to her, only to have her appearance ruined by you. Xia Xuechuan chuckled dismissively. What have I ruined? It's just a dress. This dress is worth 700,000, a new luxury design from a renowned brand, easily verifiable online. Qiao Chuchu interjected. Now, you will compensate her. Xia Xuechuan asked in disbelief. What? Qiao Chuchu helped the woman, now stained with red wine, to her feet, draping a blanket over her as provided by a server. You may think you only sullied a dress, but she slapped you, which has harmed your dignity. Have you considered this guest's dignity? Xia Xuechuan's complexion gradually turned pale. Qiao Chuchu spoke with precision. Today marks the birthday celebration of Grandfather Zhao, and this lady is here as a guest of honor. Many familiar faces surround her, and yet, in front of them all, you have doused her in red wine, ruining her splendid attire. Is she not embarrassed by this? Qiao Chuchu pressed on relentlessly. Why should this innocent lady bear the consequences of your mistake? Xia Xuechuan protested. But she hit me too. Qiao Chuchu laughed. In this society, a slap may cost you a mere 30,000. Even if you compensate her that amount, you are still liable for the remaining 670,000. How do you intend to pay that? Xia Xuechuan fell silent, her brows furrowed in distress. Qiao Chuchu continued with ease. Let me guess. Your family savings combined do not even amount to 670,000, am I correct? What gives you the right to make a mistake and refuse to take responsibility while assaulting her? Laughter rippled through the crowd. We thought she was something special. But it turns out her parents' assets can't cover this amount. How amusing. Is she really considering selling her house for a dress? Looks like a loan is the only option now.
Huh.
I thought she had some hidden wealth, but it seems she is just an individual unable to afford the consequences. Xia Xuechuan's face flushed crimson, her anger directed at Qiao Chuchu in silence. Qiao Chuchu regarded her with a cold gaze when suddenly, she was pushed aside. That's enough. A handsome young man, dressed similarly in a server's uniform, stepped before Xia Xuechuan and shouted at Qiao Chuchu, It's merely compensation. I am willing to cover her costs. Xia Xuechuan was taken aback, staring at the man in disbelief. Jiahao? Qiao Chuchu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the tear mole by his eye. The notorious second male lead, Li Jiahao, makes his entrance. The Pei family, along with Lin Qing and the Lu father-son duo, collectively turned their gaze towards Li Jiahao. He helped Xia Xuechuan to her feet and stated firmly, Xia Xuechuan acted wrongly, but let us discuss the facts. This woman struck Xia Xuechuan first, prompting her retaliation. Your fault precedes hers, and you cannot bully others simply because you possess wealth. Others rolled their eyes in exasperation. Grandfather Zhao frowned in disapproval. Do these two children not understand right from wrong? Qiao Chuchu smirked. Right and wrong are evident to the discerning. You claim you will compensate? Then do so. She turned to the woman in red wine. You received 3 slaps in total, while you struck her once. At 30,000 per slap. That amounts to 76,000. Are you agreeable to this? The red wine woman looked astonished. This girl is the 8th sister of the Qiao family, isn't she? How fortunate I am to have her assistance. She nodded eagerly. Yes, I accept. Qiao Chuchu smiled at Li Jiahao. 76,000. Please provide the funds. Li Jiahao was taken aback. Wait, was it not just 67,000? Qiao Chuchu nodded, affirming. Indeed, we calculated the compensation at 30,000 per slap. Xia Xuechuan struck this lady 3 times, and the lady retaliated with a slap on Xia Xuechuan. The dress is priced at 700,000. Thus, offering 760,000 is entirely justified. However, if you prefer a different calculation, you could have this lady provide you with 30,000, and you would give her 790,000, which amounts to the same. Li Jiahao's lips twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Xia Xuechuan bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qiao Chuchu, with a teasing smile, remarked, regrettably, discounts are out of the question, as Miss Xia Xuechuan's cherished dignity certainly does not permit such concessions. Laughter erupted once more in the venue. Li Jiahao, his face flushed, fumbled for his phone, demanding, Give me the card number. The woman with the red wine retrieved her purse and handed him the card. Lu Yuejua laughed heartily, exclaiming, Dad, Qiao Chuchu is quite the character. Lu Tingxi nodded with a smirk. Pei Yuan, with an approving gaze, remarked, It seems that despite years apart, Qiao Chuchu is not without merit. Pei Yuchuan proudly stated, Our beloved sister, naturally, is one of us. The other brothers could hardly disagree. Lin Qing whistled, Awesome, Chuchu. So impressive. Thunderous applause followed. Even old Master Zhao beamed with pride, clapping for Qiao Chuchu. Ultimately, amidst the applause and cheers, Li Jiahao, having exhausted his savings and borrowed funds, managed to gather 760,000 to transfer to the woman with the red wine. She smiled, Excellent, I have received it. Li Jiahao's face reddened in resentment as he shot a glare at Chuchu before departing with Xia Xuechuan. Xia Xuechuan seemed intent on fixing her gaze on Qiao Chuchu, but was unwillingly pulled away. A wave of cheers erupted in the hall. Bravo! Lin Qing dashed forward, embracing Qiao Chuchu. Well done, Chuchu. I thought you were just a soft girl, but it seems you have a bit of a temper. Qiao Chuchu beamed with pride. Indeed. Originally, the narrative climax with the male protagonist intervening to shield Xia Xuechuan from the lady, leaving her at a loss, her financial standing inferior to that of the protagonist. Lamenting the loss of the 700,000 dress without compensation, shedding tears in her plight, Xia Xuechuan, having gained an advantage, vilified the wealthy, unleashing her wrath on the protagonist, condemning him and the red wine lady as equally unworthy. Despite her own missteps, she managed to shift the blame onto others, casting herself as the ultimate victim. The lady with the red wine was truly a victim of circumstance. Thus, contemplating this outcome, she could not resist intervening. The red wine lady approached her. Thank you, Miss Qiao. If you don't mind, could we exchange contact information? I would love to invite you to dinner sometime. Qiao Chuchu readily agreed, exchanging contact details. The lady's eyes sparkled. Thank you for your assistance today. I will be sure to express my gratitude. I must go change. Qiao Chuchu smiled as she watched her depart, and old Master Zhao followed closely. After such a long time, Chuchu, not only have you blossomed into a graceful figure, but you've also grown considerably wiser. Qiao Chuchu beamed with delight, embracing old Master Zhao, Grandpa Zhao. Chapter 11. The good news. The system has returned. The bad news. The system has departed again. Grandfather Zhao affectionately embraced Chuchu, saying, I always thought you were too timid to speak up, but it seems you are quite reliable in a crisis. Pei Yuan and the other Pei brothers approached Grandfather Zhao, wearing enigmatic smiles. Grandfather Zhao. You know Chuchu has always been fond of clever tricks since childhood. Chuchu raised her chin proudly, retorting, Eldest brother, you've yet to grasp the essence of cleverness. Pei Yuan snorted softly. Grandfather Zhao, feeling reassured, remarked, Seeing you like this puts me at ease. However, at your age, shouldn't you be considering romance? Chuchu was taken aback, while the Pei brothers tensed up. Pei Yuan chuckled lightly. She is still quite young. I have no intention of letting her pursue romance just yet. Grandfather Zhao was astonished. In your 20s and still avoiding love? How can you be more old-fashioned than I am? Pei Yuan lowered his gaze, offering a subtle smile. I merely do not feel comfortable entrusting my sister to anyone else. Grandfather Zhao sighed, acknowledging, Indeed, after your parents passed, Chuchu became your sole emotional support. I am well aware of how dearly you all cherished her. Chuchu glanced at her brothers, who wore solemn expressions, casting her a fleeting glance before falling silent. She felt a pang of discomfort. In their childhood, they had doted on her, and whenever she fell ill, they would treat her sickness as a grave matter, ensuring they cared for her until she recovered. However, the intervention of the system had transformed their once harmonious bond into something strained. Guilt washed over Chuchu as she lowered her head. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Get away! Chuchu froze, lifting her gaze to see a shadow hurtling toward her, a blade plunging into her forehead. Chuchu collapsed to the ground. Her brother's expressions shifted abruptly, fear drawing them closer. Chuchu. Call an ambulance. Hurry, call an ambulance. Pei Yuan stared at her in shock. Chuchu, don't be afraid. The ambulance is on its way. Stay awake. Chuchu. Wake up. Don't sleep. Chuchu screamed as she bolted upright from the ground, anxiously clutching her forehead. It felt empty. There was no blade there. Bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings, finding herself in a vast, white expanse. Chuchu murmured, Am I dead? Indeed, you have perished. A golden, glimmering orb floated before her. You were accidentally struck by a blade and died on the spot. The voice sounded familiar to Chuchu. Are you the system? The golden orb confirmed. Yes. Enraged, she exclaimed, Are you mocking me? Instead of allowing me to leap from a building, you let me die by a blade in front of so many people? You wretched system. You've caused nothing but trouble. Let me speak plainly, the system replied. In truth, you are not within a novel-esque world. Rather, you exist in one of many dimensions within a parallel universe. What you perceive as a novel script merely reflects the destinies of those individuals. Chuchu listened in a daze. Then why did you deceive me into believing this was a novel? The system nodded, stating, to encapsulate this fate in a narrative. You traversers can comprehend it more swiftly and conveniently. Moreover, Xia Xuechuan and Ji Yanchuan undoubtedly embody the protagonists of your fates. They radiate an aura that makes it quite accurate to label them as the main characters of this tale. The system sighed in resignation. You have been designated as a citizen of this world, and the destinies of those involved have collectively transformed into the unknown. Our system's intervention is no longer required, and thus, I can no longer remain bound to you. Qiao Chuchu gasped in astonishment. So, does that mean I will die in vain? The system replied, according to the script we agreed upon, you are already deceased, host. Qiao Chuchu felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. The system's voice gradually deepened, although the fates of all characters within the script have begun to shift. The story continues to unfold as initially conceived. Therefore, I have granted you 10 chances at resurrection. You possess the power to alter your destiny. Qiao Chuchu wished to utter more, but suddenly felt herself lifted, as if propelled forward by an unseen force. The system's voice resonated within her mind. You exist both within and beyond the script. Endure until the conclusion, and your death shall cease to exist. Take care, host. Qiao Chuchu inhaled sharply, her body staggering as she steadied herself beside old Master Zhao. The elder gazed at her in confusion. What troubles you, Chuchu? Qiao Chuchu, in a daze, beheld the number 10 reflected before her. Gradually, it transformed into 9, indicating that she had 9 lives remaining. She surveyed her surroundings. Pei Yuan and her brothers looked at her with bewilderment, yet displayed no signs of sorrow. Lin Qing regarded her with curious eyes. Could it be that Grandfather Zhao suggested you pursue romance, and you are feeling shy? The guests nearby chuckled softly. Qiao Chuchu's gaze roamed, landing on a small boy who was carelessly brandishing a sharp dagger, boasting to a little girl, "Look how cool this is." The girl frowned. How could you bring a knife in here? Your parents will scold you. The boy dismissed her concerns. What of it? It can't hurt anyone if you have the guts. Take it away from me. He raised the knife above his head and dashed towards Qiao Chuchu, taunting the girl. Come on. Come on. Suddenly, the boy stumbled, and the dagger flew towards Qiao Chuchu. Someone screamed. Get down. Qiao Chuchu instinctively shoved old Master Zhao aside and reached out to seize the dagger. Gasps filled the air. Qiao Chuchu clutched the blade tightly, blood trickling from her palm. She felt no pain. Instead, an overwhelming sense of solidity enveloped her, warming her limbs. She had survived. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. An adult rushed to find the boy. How could you bring a knife here? You nearly harmed someone. Realizing his mistake, the boy bolted away. Many gathered, witnessing the scene, exclaiming, Miss Qiao is bleeding profusely. Qiao Chuchu stared at the dagger in her hand, her heart racing. Aunt Zhao, still in shock, remarked, You saved my father, Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu froze, meeting Aunt Zhao's fervent gaze. That dagger was clearly aimed at my father. Had it not been for you, he would have been injured. You saved his life. Qiao Chuchu. No, I did not. Old Master Zhao grasped her shoulder firmly, gratitude overflowing from his expression. Enough, child, I understand everything. You must attend to your wound. Old Master Zhao instructed his son. Go and fetch a token of appreciation to properly thank Chuchu. The son complied. Yes. Chapter 12. It was merely a hand injury. Even the Lu family father and son had arrived. Qiao Chuchu sat on the sofa in the lounge, surrounded by a throng of people. A substantial scar marred her palm, blood gushing forth incessantly, presenting a rather alarming sight. However, compared to the severity of her earlier predicament, this minor injury seemed almost merciful. The only source of discomfort was old Master Zhao's misunderstanding that she had protected him. Aunt Zhao, old Master Zhao's daughter, expressed her concern. How could you allow that blade to strike you? Could you not have evaded it? Qiao Chuchu shook her head in a daze. I feared that the dagger would harm someone else. If it could inflict harm upon me, it could certainly do the same to others. I aimed to minimize the damage. The family doctor took her hand gently, speaking with caution. It may hurt a bit. Please bear with it. Qiao Chuchu nodded, her other hand discreetly clutching the corner of the sofa. With so many eyes upon her, crying out would be exceedingly embarrassing. Yet, When the iodine was gently applied to her wound, her face flushed crimson, and her grip on the sofa turned white. It hurts so much. How could it hurt this badly? The brothers simultaneously changed expressions. Pei Yuchuan could not help but say, "Please be gentle," with tears welling in her eyes. Qiao Chuchu looked towards Pei Yuchuan. Pei Yuchuan exchanged a stiff glance with her before turning his head away. The doctor's touch lightened slightly. Qiao Chuchu found it bearable until the disinfection concluded, at which point she gazed at the sizable wound in her palm, the flesh slightly protruding. A sight both horrifying and nauseating. The onlookers turned pale. "This requires stitches." The doctor nodded. "I will bandage it first. You must hurry to the hospital for stitches and receive a tetanus shot." Qiao Chuchu felt it was a bother. No need. Pei Yuan, not waiting for her to finish, gestured for the doctor to complete the bandaging. "I will take her there right away." Soon, Qiao Chuchu was briskly pulled downstairs by Pei Yuan. Lin Qing and several other brothers followed closely behind. Qiao Chuchu reiterated, "I truly am fine, big brother." Pei Yuan ignored her, pulling her into the nanny car and forcibly sitting beside her. "To the hospital." Pei Yuchuan trailed behind. "Should we contact that reckless child's parents?" Pei Yuan shoved Qiao Chuchu into the vehicle. "You investigate the surveillance footage and identify the child's family. Give them a day. If they do not come to apologize by midnight, consider it at your discretion." Pei Yuchuan understood, retrieving his phone to handle the matter. Qiao Chuchu attempted to continue her argument. Pei Yuan glared at her. Silence. Qiao Chuchu. The atmosphere in the car was tense. The other brothers wore displeased expressions, casting resentful glances at Qiao Chuchu. She looked towards Lin Qing for help. Lin Qing stifled a laugh, appearing unfazed, and shrugged at her. His expression seemed to convey, "I told you, they are overly protective." Qiao Chuchu bit her lip, choosing not to speak further. Luo Tingxi stood outside the hotel, watching the van disappear from his sight. Luo Yuju stood beside him, curiosity etched on her face. "Father, do you believe that Qiao Chuchu might have protected old Master Zhao because she foresaw the impending events?" Luo Tingxi remained non-committal. "Regardless, Qiao Chuchu possesses the intelligence we require." Luo Yuju, perplexed, replied, "But can't I simply avoid Xia Xuechun?" Luo Tingxi scoffed. "Do you think evading Xia Xuechun will suffice? What did we do before you almost met your demise at her hands? Why was I shot in a gun-free China? Who was responsible for that chaos? Have you ever considered why we, two characters, are entangled in this narrative?" Luo Yuju gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. Luo Tingxi lit a cigarette, determination evident in his demeanor. "By any means necessary. We must keep Qiao Chuchu close, just in case. My death is inconsequential, but you cannot afford to die." Startled, Luo Yuju grasped his father's hand tightly. "Father, it doesn't matter if I die. You cannot. I am still young. My life holds no value. I fear nothing." Luo Tingxi gazed down at his son, who met his eyes with unwavering resolve. They were like reflections of one another, their gazes equally steadfast. Luo Tingxi gently ruffled his son's hair. "It appears our goals align. Let us collaborate earnestly." Luo Yuju nodded emphatically. For his father, he would certainly cling to Qiao Chuchu, extracting every detail of the events that were destined to unfold. Qiao Chuchu emerged from the hospital, her hands bound like a mummy, enduring the pain. Around her was a throng of handsome men, capturing the curious glances of passers-by. The only flaw was the pallor on the faces of both the handsome and beautiful. Pei Yuan draped his coat over Qiao Chuchu's shoulders, guiding her toward the parking lot with a firm grip on her arm. She dared not speak. When her elder brother was upset, she and the other brothers held their breaths in silence. A male voice called from behind them, "Miss Qiao." Luo Tingxi stood beneath the soft glow of the yellow street lamp, a smile gracing his features as he asked, "Are you well?" Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, replied, "Mr. Luo?" The expressions of those around her shifted dramatically. Qiao Chuchu, equally astonished, lowered her voice to argue. "I did not. We merely exchanged a few words on the sofa." Suddenly, Luo Yuju enthusiastically leaped into her embrace. "Sister Qiao." Qiao Chuchu stumbled back, surprised, and instinctively embraced him. Luo Yuju looked up with concern. "Are you all right, sister?" Qiao Chuchu froze. Was this delicate young man truly so gentle in nature? Luo Tingxi, observing from the side, remarked with resignation, "My son has been worried about you ever since your injury. He wouldn't listen to my explanations and insisted on seeing you." His gaze flickered mischievously between Qiao Chuchu and the others. "We hope we haven't intruded." "Certainly not." Pei Yuan stepped forward, extending his hand. "It is an honor for my sister to receive the concern of Mr. Luo and young Master Luo."
I am Pei Yuan.
Luo Tingxi likewise extended his hand, a smile illuminating his face. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Pei. Two men, of identical height, wore smiles that belied the probing intensity in their eyes. Lu Yuejue stood on tiptoe, expressing concern to Qiao Chuchu. Sister, why don't you ride in the same car as my father and me?
I worry about you.
Qiao Chuchu found herself increasingly uncomfortable. When did this cunning little boy become so endearing? How peculiar. Lu Yuejue responded with a puzzled expression. Pei Yuan, smiling, pulled Qiao Chuchu behind him. My sister is injured. It wouldn't be good if she were to hurt you. I wouldn't mind, Lu Yuejue replied confidently. A true man must protect his beloved sister. He tilted his head and smiled at Qiao Chuchu. Right, sister? Qiao Chuchu shivered. What nonsense. When other children speak to me this way, I find them adorable, but when you say it, it's rather frightening. Lu Yuejue seemed taken aback. How could he be so sincere, yet still be deemed scary? Chapter 13. The Unavoidable Plot. The World Erasing Qiao Chuchu. Just as Lu Yuejue was about to lose his temper, Lu Tingxi placed a hand on his shoulder to restrain him. Sister is unwell. Let us not force it, son. We will follow behind Qiao's sister's car, all right? Reluctantly, Lu Yuejue nodded in agreement. Fine. Lin Qing then added, I had someone bring my car over. I want to be riding with you. I'll leave first. She walked towards her own vehicle. Qiao Chuchu tilted her head. Wait, why does the scene feel strangely familiar? Lin Qing paused mid-motion as everyone turned to look at Qiao Chuchu with caution. Oblivious. Qiao Chuchu gazed around in confusion. Is this the place where the female protagonist's mother works? Summer Xuechuan's mother is a cleaner at my second brother's hospital? According to the plot, Lin Qing should crash into Summer Xuechuan's mother, leading to accusations of intentional harm, escalating tensions, and then the male lead intervening to chastise Lin Qing. However, that development is not meant to occur now, but rather during the day. The timing does not align. Which means Lin Qing is safe for the moment. Lin Qing exhaled in relief. I'll be on my way. She started the engine and drove toward the exit. Her nerves taut. How unfortunate. Encountering Summer Xuechuan had brought nothing but trouble. As Qiao Chuchu watched Summer Xuechuan's car recede into the distance, she inadvertently glanced further away. Eyes widening. The female protagonist's mother? Suddenly, Lin Qing recalled this and slammed on the brakes. In the darkness, the female protagonist's mother looked down at her phone as she passed right in front of them. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Perhaps they had evaded this calamity? Lin Qing, drenched in cold sweat, waited until the female protagonist's mother had left before cautiously driving out. But Lin Qing hit the brakes once more. The female protagonist's mother slipped on the ice and collided forcefully with the front of her car, losing consciousness on impact. Lin Qing. Qiao Chuchu. This seamless series of events left everyone astounded. Qiao Chuchu hurried over, lifting her skirt in disbelief, grabbing her hair. Is the female protagonist's mother a professional at staging accidents? Lin Qing stepped out of the vehicle, her limbs trembling and her complexion ashen. She stood rigid, trembling as she clutched Pei Youchuan's arm, exclaiming, This is not an act of deception. Her voice was barely a whisper, quaking with either fear or cold. I cannot escape my narrative. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Unable to evade the narrative? What about them? A large truck sped by, and suddenly, a stone hurtled toward Qiao Chuchu. She instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. The stone struck her palm, causing her to cry out in pain. Ouch. The others turned in astonishment towards Qiao Chuchu, who, oblivious to their gazes, cradled her injured left hand and whimpered, There is not even a moment to catch my breath. The slightest lapse will lead to my obliteration by this narrative. I was meant to die by my own hand, yet I have survived until now. Surely this world wishes for my demise. The atmosphere grew somber, clearly hinting at their shared fate. On one side lay the narrative from which they could not escape, and on the other, Qiao Chuchu, who was meant to perish, was being erased by this world. A thought began to fester within them. The decline of a family is not a result of a single day, but rather a culmination of myriad events. Qiao Chuchu alone possessed knowledge of all that transpired around them. To safeguard her was to safeguard themselves. Gradually, Qiao Chuchu sensed a shift in the atmosphere. All eyes were fixed upon her, including those of her brother, the Lu family father and son, and Lin Qing. Their gazes were akin to that of hunters eyeing their inevitable prize, sending chills down her spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Oh, dear, are you all right? How is your hand? Are you hurt further? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, her mouth opening in surprise. But before she could respond, her waist was encircled. Lu Yuejue held her tightly, exclaiming, "Sister, are you okay?" That driver was utterly despicable. "I will find him and make him kneel to apologize." Qiao Chuchu replied, "Ah, that seems excessive." Nearby, Lu Tingshi, with a smile that concealed malice, remarked, "How could a truck drive so fast in the city? I shall report that driver for speeding." Qiao Chuchu reassured, "It was merely an accident. There is no need for such alarm. Let me check for fractures." Pei Yuan took her hand, examining it closely. The group's demeanor shifted dramatically, their gazes turning icy as they glanced at the middle-aged woman lying unconscious on the ground. Lin Qing's revulsion was palpable as she lowered her voice several notches. "I shall summon someone to aid her and have my lawyer come as well. Let it be clear she collided with me unexpectedly." Xia Xuechuan hurriedly dashed to the hospital, heading directly to a private room. "Mother." She and her family entered, stunned by the scene before them. Qiao Chuchu sat in the center of the sofa, adorned in an evening gown and draped with a Bulgari shawl, resembling a princess surrounded by adoring stars. On her left sat Lu Yuejue, and on her right Lin Qing, flanked by her brothers. As Xia Xuechuan stepped through the door, the entire assembly turned to face her in unison. In stark contrast, the woman reclining on the bed seemed to possess an air of insignificance. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of Qiao Chuchu, Xia Xuechuan was immediately engulfed by a surge of anger, storming toward her with a fierce determination. "You are the one who collided with my mother, aren't you? You are deliberately seeking revenge on her, aren't you?" She resembled a volatile powder keg, rushing toward her with a furious roar. Pei Yuan swiftly shielded Qiao Chuchu, his expression icy. "What are you doing?" Xia Xuechuan's voice was a heart-wrenching scream. "What do you mean? What am I doing? What are you all doing? Are you attempting to kill someone simply because you are wealthy?" Qiao Chuchu's countenance darkened as she seized Lin Qing's phone, directing it at her. "Look for yourself and see how your mother collapsed." Xia Xuechuan halted, scrutinizing the footage. Lin Qing's vehicle had come to a stop, but her mother had slipped on the ice, crashing headlong into the car and fainting on the spot. Thus, the truth was laid bare. Xia Xuechuan's face flushed crimson as she retreated a step, her guilt evident. "If it wasn't you who hit her, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qiao Chuchu, lowering the phone, retorted coldly. "If I were not the one responsible, why would I need to explain? If you dare to raise your voice at me again, your mother will be expelled from this private hospital and you will be asked to leave this room, with no one to assist you with the medical expenses." Xia Xuechuan, incredulous, stared wide-eyed, incredulity mingling with anger. "What gives you the right to dictate such terms?" Pei Che, the second son of the Pei family, stepped forward, his voice frigid. "The fact that I am the chairman of this private hospital gives me that right." He stood before Qiao Chuchu, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Xuechuan. "If you dare to raise your voice at my sister again, I will summon security to throw your entire family out." Chapter 14. How is it that my brother cares for me so deeply? Xia Xuechuan was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Pei Che's expression was sinister, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to my sister." Xia Xuechuan trembled, her eyes gradually reddening. Yet she held her head high, stubbornly refusing to admit her fault. Her earnest father tugged at her sleeve, bowing in apology. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. My daughter's temper is rather fiery, and her words may have been harsh. Please, do not take it to heart." Pei Che was unyielding. "Is sorry the appropriate way to apologize? Can I also say sorry when I throw your entire family out?" The atmosphere grew tense. Xia Xuechuan gazed at Pei Che with humiliation. He regarded her with a sneer, as if she were refuse, his eyes conveying a silent contempt. Xia Xuechuan gasped for breath, glaring at Pei Che, her eyes welling with tears. The three of them spoke in unison. "We are sorry. Please forgive our rudeness." Pei Che scoffed, his face stern as he pulled Qiao Chuchu away. Qiao Chuchu followed closely behind him, feeling out of place. When did my cold and unyielding second brother, as frigid as a refrigerator, become so protective of me? The last time he shielded me like this was many years ago, before my allowance was cut off. Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu stumbled, colliding with Pei Che's back. He looked down at her, his imposing presence casting a shadow over her. Pei Che's grip tightened further. His long fingers, akin to a work of art, clutched her wrist firmly, and his dark eyes harbored an inscrutable intensity, as if they were about to consume her entirely. Qiao Chuchu remarked, however, Grandpa Zhao sighed. "The other brothers are gradually catching up." Lu Tingxi and Lu Yuejue frowned upon hearing this. She playfully raised an eyebrow at Qiao Chuchu, saying, "This means I can stay with you too, We can strengthen our bond, right? Just as Qiao Chuchu was about to agree, Pei Che tightened his grip on her hand, declaring, "She is my sister." Qiao Chuchu thought, what on earth is he talking about? I certainly don't want to live with them. I am accustomed to living alone. Pei Che's eyes darkened as he pulled her along, his grip growing firmer. Despite having practiced self-defense for many years, she found herself utterly overpowered by her brothers, who trained relentlessly. Internally, Qiao Chuchu lamented, what did I do to deserve this? Am I driving them insane? And now I must live with them? They wouldn't possibly want to mistreat me or, heaven forbid, dismember me. Pei Che, with a grim expression, continued to drag her along. Lin Qing, grinding his back teeth, smiled with concealed malice. She seems quite reluctant. She might run away at any moment, and then I could whisk her away. Pei Yuan chuckled softly, his words laden with meaning. With 7 of us, managing one Qiao Chuchu is quite manageable. You may find it a tad challenging to steal her away. Lin Qing's smile vanished abruptly. Did we not agree to cooperate? Pei Yuan remained noncommittal. Indeed, but she still must stay with us brothers. Should she divulge anything about you, we shall inform you. Lin Qing rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, you're all such creepy brotherly types. The Pei brothers, in unison, retorted, once more, we are not creepy. Lin Qing dismissed them disdainfully as she brushed past, just wait. With your fragmented relationships, I could easily win Qiao Chuchu over. Pei Yuchuan, grinning, observed her retreating figure. You'll need more practice. My sister's feelings for us are unbreakable. She adores us to the core. She would even leap from a building for us. Once Lin Qing had vanished from sight, Pei Yuchuan's smile faded. I fear that Qiao Chuchu no longer loves us. She must be coerced by the system. We are in a precarious situation. Pei Yuan responded, so you were merely posturing earlier. Pei Yuchuan's complexion turned slightly pale, indeed. And I do not wish to live with Qiao Chuchu. I have psychological scars. I fear that if I open my wardrobe, I might find her smiling at me in a dress. The other brothers nodded in agreement. To some extent, they too were wary of Qiao Chuchu. Your reluctance matters not. Pei Yuan said darkly. If we do not act, Lin Qing will come to seize her. Moreover, Qiao Chuchu is being erased from this world. She could meet her demise in some unforeseen accident. What then shall we do? As Pei Yuan pondered the father-son duo from the Liu family, his eyes narrowed ominously. Furthermore, I suspect that more individuals will soon be able to hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts, leading to an influx of those wishing to claim her. We must seize the initiative to keep our sister close, ensuring that we hold the only opportunity in our hands. Firstly, it is to prevent the world from erasing her unexpectedly. Secondly, it is to avert individuals like Lin Qing from taking advantage of the situation. Do you understand? Pei Yuchuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and nodded in comprehension. Lu Tingxi and Lu Yuejue concealed themselves in a secure passage, observing their retreating figures. Lu Tingxi, biting down on a cigarette, squinted his eyes with a fox-like cunning. It seems that not only we can hear Qiao Chuchu's innermost thoughts, everyone who is destined to fall victim to Xia Xuechuan can also perceive her heart's voice. Reflecting on Qiao Chuchu's seemingly harmless visage, he chuckled with intrigue. With so many people and so many forces, it won't be easy to seize her. Lu Yuejue, feeling lost, asked, what should we do then? Lu Tingxi pondered before suggesting, since her relationship with her brothers is strained, we shall become the supportive ones. Lu Yuejue, perplexed, inquired, the supportive ones? Lu Tingxi picked up his phone and dialed. It's me. Please investigate the residences of the 7 Pei brothers. I require the address of the house where they frequently reside together. Lu Tingxi added, provide me with the neighbors' contact details. I shall speak to them personally. Understood, Mr. Lu. Upon receiving the phone numbers from the other party, Lu Tingxi casually searched on WeChat and found a contact indeed. He smirked, feeling assured of his success. Chapter 15. I have covered for them. Brothers, come to join the fray. Lin Qing dialed her brother's number. Brother, I wish to purchase the villa adjacent to the Pei family. Her brother on the other end replied. Why? Did you not just acquire a house next to Ji Yanchuan's? Lin Qing's tone was lethargic. I recently experienced a breakup and merely wish to change my surroundings. Please buy it for me. Noticing her brother's silence, she added earnestly, brother, if you do not purchase this house for me, I might meet an untimely demise. Her brother responded, are you threatening me? Linin Said, no. I am merely notifying you. After a brief silence, her brother said, if you are to reside next to the Pei family, I shall also move in. Lin Qing found this odd but did not press further, simply agreeing, no problem. I only require long-term residency rights. It matters not if my name is not on the deed. With that, she decisively hung up the call. The phone call from Ji Yanchuan soon followed. Lin Qing glanced at the flashing name on her phone and immediately rejected the call. In that moment, she observed Ji Yanchuan hurriedly entering the hospital, colliding fortuitously with Xia Xuechuan. Xia Xuechuan appeared to be crying, casting a tearful glance at him before covering her face and fleeing.
Yanchun, bewildered,
Watched her retreating figure and promptly dialed again. Lin Qing, not intending to answer, focused intently on Ji Yanchuan. Despite him calling her, his gaze remained lost, fixated on the direction where Xia Xuechuan had vanished. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Lin Qing answered the call. However, Ji Yanchuan, in a hurried tone, said, "I will call you back later." He abruptly ended the call and strode towards Xia Xuechuan, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. She collapsed into his embrace, holding him tightly. Ji Yanchuan stood frozen in the darkness, showing no resistance. Lin Qing's heart sank, and she recorded the scene on her phone to keep the evidence. This seemingly inconspicuous scene is under the scrutiny of 3 parties. Besides Lin Qing, there are also the father and son, Lu Tingxi, smoking at the hospital entrance. Lu Tingxi squints, intrigued, and remarks, "Isn't it curious that he embraces another woman despite having a fiancé? Lu Yuejue rolls her eyes dramatically, dismissing him as trash. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu waits for her brothers to get into the car, sitting in the passenger seat, biting down hard on her seatbelt, her anger surging.
Beike,
In the driver's seat, observes this and smirks. These 2 fools are progressing faster than livestock in a breeding farm. Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu leaps out of the car like a spirited wildling.
Beike exclaims, "Ay!"
She wraps her scarf around her head and, stomping in her high heels, charges towards Ji Yanchuan.
Beike exclaims in bewilderment, "What?"
Coincidentally, Pei Yuchuan, passing by, notices Ji Yanchuan and points in astonishment. "Hey, isn't that Ji Yanchuan? How is he embracing Xia Xuechuan so openly?" Pei Yuan frowns, so disgusting. Pei Laolu scratches his head. "Are we sure Ji Yanchuan is the male lead? He seems more like a side character to me." "Scoundrel!" A furious shout pierces the air. Everyone freezes as a girl in a pink dress, towering in her stilettos and with a scarf wrapped around her head, delivers a flying kick straight at Ji Yanchuan. "To hell with you!" Ji Yanchuan is caught off guard and collapses to the ground. Xia Xuechuan is instantly pinned beneath him. Ah! Qiao Chuchu's anger escalates as she removes her shoe and kicks at him. One is a mental cheater, and the other is a homewrecker.
Today,
This unknown heroine shall teach you 2 scoundrels a lesson.
Lu Tingxi,
Lu Yuejue. Lin Qing. Pei Yuchuan rubs his eyes. Is that flea-like creature really Qiao Chuchu? Pei Yuan's lips twitch. Who else could it be? Prancing around in the only dress in all of Huaxia? Qiao Chuchu menacingly brandishes her high heel. "Behold my sword." Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan glance at her. Who? Suddenly, Pei Che descends from above. He delivers a heavy blow, covering Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan's heads with his coat. They scream, "Ah! I can't see." Qiao Chuchu gazes at Pei Che in astonishment.
Beike,
Firmly pressing down on the 2, calmly inquires, "What are you doing?" "I can't stand them." Qiao Chuchu retorts angrily. "They are a pair of shameless lovers who betrayed Sister Lin Qing. Shouldn't they receive some punishment?"
Beike warns her.
"It's South not your place to teach them a lesson." Lin Qing hasn't said anything yet. Just then, Ji Yanchuan, pinned beneath him, bellows, "Which shameless woman dared to kick me? Are you looking for death?" Pei Che punches him back, his voice eerily calm. "Who are you cursing?" One punch isn't enough. Pei Che delivers 3 more. Ji Yanchuan cries out in pain. Pei Che raises his hand to strike again, sensing something amiss. Qiao Chuchu quickly intervenes. "Brother, fighting is one thing, but we mustn't hit the head. It could lead to serious consequences." Pei Che, his eyes aflame with anger, retorts, "Don't stop me. If he seeks death, I shall grant it." Qiao Chuchu uses all her strength to pull him back. "Second brother, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil." Pei Yuchuan approached them, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the duo. Qiao Chuchu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him. "Third brother, you're here. Quickly, help me fend off second brother." "Understood." Pei Yuchuan crouched down, covering the suit jacket that Ji Yanchuan was about to shake off. "I've got him covered." "Brothers, rally together." Qiao Chuchu was taken aback.
Ha!
Old Sixth, Pei Muchong, charged forward with a flying kick. "You're quite audacious, aren't you?" Old Fifth, Pei Ci. was not to be outdone. Keep running your mouth, will you? A swarm of Pei family members descended upon Ji Yanchuan like wild stallions, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Although the primary target was not Xiao Chuchu, she was occasionally caught in the chaos, screaming, "Ah! Help!" Pei Yuan stood to the side, making a phone call.
This is Pei Yuan.
Disconnect the cameras in the parking lot and erase all data. Qiao Chuchu was bewildered. How did it come to this? How did it escalate so quickly? Old 7th, Pei Buxian coughed weakly. Cough, cough, please stop hitting. Qiao Chuchu looked at Pei Buxian with delight. 7th brother, you still maintain a certain composure. Pei Buxian pulled a knife from his pocket. Perhaps we could use this. Qiao Chuchu was perplexed.
Huh.
She snatched the knife from him, yet Pei Buxian merely glanced at her indifferently before producing another blade. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, "Where did you get all these knives?" Pei Buxian smirked coldly. "Purchased from a shop." Qiao Chuchu replied, "Of course I know you bought them. But why do you have so many?" Pei Buxian explained, "I brought them after making my purchases." Qiao Chuchu was rendered speechless. Pei Buxian's gaze fell upon Qiao Chuchu's bare feet. In the frigid winter, she wore a dress, her dusty feet pressed against the icy cement, turning an alarming shade of purple. He furrowed his brow.
Hey.
Stop fighting. The brothers paused, turning their attention toward him. He gestured toward Qiao Chuchu.
Look.
Qiao Chuchu queried. Look at what? Several elder brothers followed his gaze, realizing that Qiao Chuchu was barefoot. The atmosphere abruptly shifted, becoming tense. Qiao Chuchu sensed the change, but remained puzzled. What is going on? Chapter 16. Qiao Chuchu, return home with your brothers. Pei Chei's eyes darkened as he stood, coldly fixing his gaze upon her. Qiao Chuchu retreated repeatedly, sensing something amiss. What is wrong? Pei Yuchuan advanced step by step, his eyes chillingly vacant. Qiao Chuchu cast a terrified glance at her attire. I'm wearing an evening gown, not a revealing top. I'm not trying to seduce anyone. Why are they looking at me like that? Pei Yuchuan extended his hand towards her. You. Qiao Chuchu turned and fled. Pei Yuchuan roared in frustration. Qiao Chuchu, stop right there. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed. Ah. A throng of people scrambled after her, shouting, don't run. Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan emerged from beneath their clothing, their faces smeared with blood and disheveled hair, resembling bewildered groundhogs. Ji Yanchuan was furious. Where are they? Who attacked me? Lin Qing held up his phone, recording a video while laughing through tears. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. She sent a video to her brother. Brother, you must see this. Ji Yanchuan is cheated, and my newly acquainted girlfriend is avenging me. Soon, the freshly showered man received the video. While drying his hair, he clicked to play. At first, he saw Ji Yanchuan embracing another woman, his expression darkening. Then, the screen erupted with a girl in a pink dress and a scarf, who delivered a flying kick that sent the two lovers sprawling. The man was taken aback and chuckled softly. This girl was rather sprightly and quite charming. Following that, Pei Che executed a powerful slam dunk, covering the tangled couple with his suit. As the girl frantically attempted to halt Pei Che, her scarf slipped off, inadvertently revealing her profile. Lin Qing remarked, indeed. I was initially heartbroken, but her sudden appearance had me in stitches. Her brothers are also helping me seek revenge. I didn't go out because I was crying too unattractively and feared they would notice, but I will remember this kindness. Lin Shun remained silent, observing the growing number of familiar faces on the screen, his brows furrowing in concern. Has she reconciled with her brothers now? Lin Qing hesitated, sensing something amiss. Do you happen to know Qiao Chuchu? Lin Shen did not respond but instead said, the house deal has been finalized. We move in tomorrow. On the screen, he was impeccably dressed in a suit, holding a bouquet of sunflowers, with Qiao Chuchu standing beside him, smiling radiantly at the camera. It had been 3 years since he severed ties with Qiao Chuchu. The reason for their estrangement was his discovery of her distorted feelings. He had witnessed her, clad provocatively, desperately clutching Pei Yuan's hand, pleading for him not to leave. Brother, I cannot live without you. Please, do not abandon me. Qiao Chuchu sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He had approached her, bluntly asking, do you harbor special feelings for your brother? Qiao Chuchu looked up in surprise, clearly not expecting to see him there. Lin Shun Sr.? Initially, she had appeared sorrowful, but now only astonishment marred her features, her emotions starkly fragmented. What are you doing here? Suddenly, her complexion turned pale, and she staggered to her feet. No, it's complicated, actually. She clutched her chest, as if struck by a sudden ailment, unable to articulate her pain. Despite this, Qiao Chuchu trembled as she grasped his clothing, perspiration beading on her forehead. I have my reasons, I was. Before she could finish, she fainted. After being rushed to the hospital, all 7 brothers of the Pei family arrived. Upon seeing the unconscious Qiao Chuchu, they appeared weary and disinterested. It was on that day that he uncovered the truth about this bright young woman's private life. Her reputation as a brother-esque girl was merely a fade, for she was regarded as a deviant by many. His stomach churned as he discarded the roses into the trash. After awakening, Qiao Chuchu sent him a message. I'm sorry, senior, for disappointing you. Observing the video now, witnessing the profound connection between the siblings, Lin Shun found it laughable. 3 years had passed, and even Qiao Chuchu had reconciled with her brothers, garnering Lin Qing's favor. The people surrounding her had transformed so dramatically, while he remained ensnared in thoughts of her. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Lin Shun set down the picture frame. Tomorrow, he shall finally behold her. Perhaps witnessing her bond with her brothers will allow him to let go completely. Yet, Lin Shun cannot help but ponder. What is Qiao Chuchu up to? Is she not exuberantly joyful about rekindling her relationship with her brothers? In a fervent rush, Qiao Chuchu sprints down the street, emitting cries akin to a distressed animal. Ah! What is happening? Pei Yuchuan quickens his pace, wrapping an arm around her waist and effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. Qiao Chuchu feels akin to a mere sack, suspended without effort on his shoulder. The disparity in their strength instills in her a newfound awareness of her brother's formidable presence. Pei Yuchuan, that rascal, must have been raised on protein powder. Pei Yuchuan grins ominously. Rascal? He pulls Qiao Chuchu into his embrace. She shrieks, wrapping her arms around his neck, startled by the wicked gleam in his eyes. You've been cursing me in your mind. Haven to you, Qiao Chuchu? Pei Yuchuan smirks, revealing a charming little canine tooth, exuding mischief. I heard that, oh. Qiao Chuchu gasps in disbelief. Pei Yuchuan hoists her above his head. A short, sharp scream escapes her throat as he tosses her into the air. Yet, he catches her with ease. He lifts her high once more, throwing her again. Qiao Chuchu flails desperately, yet before she can grasp anything, he catches her again. He tosses her and catches her repeatedly, treating her like a playful toy. Qiao Chuchu's shrieks echo through the air. Oh my goodness! Pei Yuchuan, you rascal! Pei Yuchuan raises her high once more. Pei Yuan admonishes, stop bullying her. Pei Yuchuan hesitates, defiantly licking his back teeth, then casually drapes Qiao Chuchu over his shoulder. Breathless, she gasps for air. Pei Yuchuan remains unfazed, as if she were merely an accessory draped over his shoulder, effortlessly threatening her. Qiao Chuchu, be careful, for I have acquired a skill to read minds. If you curse me in your thoughts, I can't hear you. Qiao Chuchu retorts, nonsense. If I curse you now, can you hear me? If I call you Pei Yuchuan, will you dare to respond? Pei Yuchuan squints, a disingenuous smile spreading across his face. So, you are cursing me again? He hurls her into the air, once more. Pei Yuan's expression darkens as he pushes Pei Yuchuan aside and catches Qiao Chuchu. Still shaken, she sweats profusely. Thank you, big brother. Pei Yuan regards her with a cool gaze. You're welcome. Her legs tremble as she stammers. Please, put me down. Pei Yuan replies simply, no. Qiao Chuchu is taken aback. Someone grips her foot. She turns to see Pei Che holding her foot, disdainfully commenting, walking barefoot in winter. How impressive. Nonetheless, he retrieves a cloth to wipe her feet, helping her into her shoes and fastening the ankle straps. It is only then that she realizes her feet are icy, and she is thoroughly chilled. She awkwardly meets Pei Che's discontented gaze. Pei Che steps back, all set. Pei Yuchuan snorts, removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, yearning to dismount from Pei Yuan, yet he tightened his embrace, his voice cold as he threatened, if you wish to avoid being carried off by Pei Yuchuan, remain still. Qiao Chuchu inquired, where are you taking me now? Chapter 17. Qiao Chuchu, from this day forth, you shall forfeit the freedom of solitude. Qiao Chuchu stood awkwardly at the doorway. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance, familiar, yet the arrangement had changed. She lingered at the entrance, uncertain of what to do. Pei Yuchuan gently patted her back, his tone laced with mockery. What's the matter? Can't find your slippers? Shall dear third brother assist you in the search? She shot him a glare and bent down to rummage through the shoe cabinet. Upon opening it, her pink slippers remained perched atop, unchanged since she purchased them 7 years ago. Having changed into her slippers, Qiao Chuchu heard Pei Yuchuan chuckle beside her. Good girl, splendid. Qiao Chuchu retorted inwardly. What a fool. Pei Yuchuan's eyes darkened momentarily, as if challenging her, before he seized her arm, dragging her into the living room. I've brought Qiao Chuchu over. The living room was already filled with people. Her brothers were seated, glancing at her with expressions that were both menacing and accusatory. In an instant, Qiao Chuchu felt as though she had stepped into a peculiar clandestine organization, one where she could be silenced at any moment. Meanwhile, Pei Yuchuan, with a mischievous smile, pressed his hand on her shoulder, whispering, "No need to thank me." Clenching her fists, she thought, "That scoundrel." Pei Yuchuan laughed heartily, taking his seat with legs crossed, watching her with great amusement. Pei Yuan, seated in the center, cast a cold glance in her direction, commanding, "What are you dawdling for?"
Sit down.
Qiao Chuchu, with trepidation, looked at the only vacant spot left for her. Situated right in the middle of the living room, exposed from every angle like a monkey on display. Gritting her teeth, she took her place, feeling the scrutiny of countless eyes piercing through her. It felt as though needles were pricking at her, and she suddenly sprang up. "I believe standing is preferable. This is terrifying. Surrounded by them, I feel like a pig awaiting slaughter during the new year." For reasons unknown, she heard a chuckle from someone. Bewildered, Qiao Chuchu lifted her gaze, only to find everyone observing her with bemused expressions. Qiao Chuchu pondered, "Are they laughing at me?" Pei Yuan, momentarily taken aback, quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth, addressing her, "Qiao Chuchu." Qiao Chuchu's eyes widened in anxiety as she focused on him. Pei Yuan stated seriously, "From today onward, you shall reside with us. We will take turns watching over you, ensuring you are safeguarded from any potential self-harm." This meant. Pei Yuan clasped his hands over his knees, speaking in a weighty tone of judgment. "You will henceforth lose the freedom to be alone." Qiao Chuchu gasped, "Huh?"
Huh?
She was flabbergasted. "Elder brother, I'm quite the nuisance, a peculiar brother complex. Haven to you all detested being around me? What if I lose control while in your company?" Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow in amusement, then lose control. Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, could only respond, "Huh?" Pei Yuan rested his chin on his hands, gazing at her with utmost seriousness as he spoke. "We have contemplated this matter thoroughly. Since you genuinely harbor feelings for us, to the extent that the thought of not being with any of us drives you to despair, perhaps we should consider giving it a chance." Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Pei Yuchuan smiled broadly. "Indeed, after all, legally, we share no adoptive relationship. Although you have been living with us since you were 3, and we have spent 2 decades together, you remain registered under your biological parents. Once you overcome this psychological barrier, marriage could very well be a possibility." Qiao Chuchu felt her legs weaken. She slumped into a chair, stammering, "Please, tell me the truth. Have you really taken out insurance on me?" Pei Yuan's eyes darkened. "I shall repeat this one last time. Our family's financial situation does not necessitate deceit for insurance claims. Should you persist in this line of questioning, I will become quite upset." Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, "But why? What is going on here? Isn't this driving me insane?" Pei Yuchuan observed her with a bemused expression. "Qiao Chuchu, are you on the verge of losing your mind out of joy? I assure you, I am far from joyful." Taking a deep breath, Qiao Chuchu regarded them earnestly. "In truth, just moments ago, when I contemplated jumping from a building, I experienced a profound epiphany. I renounce my feelings and have turned to Buddhism. I do not harbor affection for any of you." Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. "So you no longer feel that way towards us?" Qiao Chuchu nodded emphatically. "I was utterly foolish to pursue you 7, disregarding so many good men. I must have been blind." Pei Yuan remarked, "That sentiment strikes me as rather awkward." "You need not feel awkward, brother." Qiao Chuchu boldly stepped closer, grasping his hand. "In my heart, you are like a mother to me." Pei Yuan responded with surprise. She then approached Pei Che, "Second brother. You are akin to a father." Pei Che remained silent. As she stood before Pei Yuchuan, he anticipated. "What role do I play?" Qiao Chuchu replied, "You are a donkey." Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. Qiao Chuchu straightened, inhaling deeply, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. I should not have developed such peculiar feelings for you all, and I shall refrain from doing so in the future. I hope you can forgive my past actions." With that, Qiao Chuchu turned and fled. How was it possible for him to speak to her so earnestly while twisting her arm? Pei Yuan effortlessly grasped her wrist. "From this moment onward, the 7 of us shall take turns accompanying you, nurturing the sibling bond we have neglected for over a decade." Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, "But I've already proclaimed my disinterest." Stunned into silence, she realized, Something feels amiss, yet I sense that regardless of what I say, they have no intention of letting me go. Pei Yuan chuckled softly. Indeed, he would not let her slip away again. 7 years ago, he had distanced himself from her out of disappointment, but now, he would not relinquish her. Of course, he was not prepared to forgive her immediately. As the resentment built over the years lingered, keeping her close was both an act of self-preservation and a chance for reconciliation. Pei Yuan tightened his grip, speaking with a measured calmness. I appreciate your candor, yet I disapprove of your evasion. Since you refer to me as your mother, I expect you, as my daughter, to treat me accordingly. Qiao Chuchu stood frozen, bewildered, but I don't know how to behave with a mother. Pei Yuan bestowed a gentle smile, raising a hand to softly stroke her head. As your mother, I ask little, merely that you remain obedient. Do you understand? Qiao Chuchu. A flicker of coldness flashed in Pei Yuan's eyes. Do you comprehend? Qiao Chuchu's breath caught, and she nodded repeatedly. I understand. Pei Yuan's smile did not reach his eyes as he lightly patted her head. Be good, and stay close to your second brother. Your older brothers have gone to the banquet. Qiao Chuchu cast a hesitant glance at her second brother, Pei Che, who sat on the sofa, legs crossed, regarding her with a cold gaze. Chapter 18. The sole physician of the Pei family, Pei Che. Qiao Chuchu felt suffocated and quickly turned away. Pei Yuan and the others passed by her one by one. Pei Yuchuan stood before her, teasingly. Say goodbye to your brother, little 8. She promptly rolled her eyes at him. Pei Yuchuan pinched her face, his smile not reaching his eyes. Say goodbye to your brother. Qiao Chuchu muttered indistinctly. Goodbye. Pei Yuchuan released her, satisfied as he departed. Qiao Chuchu rubbed her sore cheek. Has Pei Yuchuan entered a rebellious phase, beginning to tease me again? Pei Yuchuan waved cheerfully at her before turning away and vanishing from her sight. The living room was left with only her and Pei Che. Compared to the earlier clamor, the atmosphere now felt particularly quiet. Her awkwardness began to resurface. Among her brothers, Pei Che was the most taciturn. In the past, she had felt no embarrassment around him. However, after having committed so many foolish acts, being in the company of such a reticent individual made the air feel heavy. Qiao Chuchu gazed at the empty courtyard, awkwardly saying, second brother. Pei Che, fixated on his phone, completely disregarded her. She fidgeted with her hair. I suppose you wouldn't want to be with me either. We should reconsider the matters discussed in the meeting. Therefore, I shall take my leave. After all, this home no longer accommodates me. Pei Che paused his thumb on the screen, standing still. Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, forced a smile. It's unnecessary, second brother. I know none of you particularly like me, and I am aware I have made many mistakes. I believe we should maintain a respectful distance. Qiao Chuchu furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, for Pei Che's gaze held a dangerous edge. Yet she persisted. Second brother, I realize I startled you all earlier, and I can assure you I shall not cause any more trouble. I truly cannot remain in this household. I do not wish to stay. Living with you all feels peculiar, and it may encroach upon your privacy. Pei Che's expression darkened abruptly. Qiao Chuchu quickly conceded. I shall head upstairs now. Pei Che pocketed his phone, following her with an impassive demeanor. He followed her at a leisurely pace. Aside from his emotionally detached handsome face, his demeanor resembled that of a twisted specter. Qiao Chuchu felt her palms grow clammy, uncertain of his intentions. The light from the living room cast a faint glow into the corridor, where Pei Che stood at the threshold of light and shadow, gazing at her with an upward tilt of his head. Overcome by fear, she stumbled into her room, locking the door without hesitation. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Pei Che exhibited an unmistakable scar on his wrist, concealed within the fabric, as he ascended the stairs with a measured calmness. Listening to the sound of his footsteps, felt cold sweat bead in her palms. She harbored a profound fear of her elder brother. Pei Che embodied the archetype of a male protagonist, aloof, taciturn, and perfectly proportioned. He could be described as a strikingly handsome man, with delicate features, elongated cat-like eyes, and pale skin that accentuated the conspicuous beauty mark beneath his eye. His well-defined lips bore a slight upward curve, and while he possessed a smile that could charm, his expressionless demeanor sent shivers down one's spine. Typically, he conducted himself with meticulous precision, exhibiting a ruthless calmness and an authoritative decisiveness. Yet, she always sensed an undercurrent of obsessive madness lurking beneath his cool exterior. Once a distinguished cardiac surgeon, Pei Che's professional capabilities were exceptional. However, it was rumored that for reasons unknown, He had ceased performing surgeries over the past 2 years, diverting his focus to medical investments. Her trepidation stemmed from a conversation they shared before their estrangement, when she had inquired about his choice to pursue medicine. At that time, Pei Che was still a youth, regarding her with a placid gaze. I am drawn to the heart, for it governs the ebb and flow of life and death. I can witness a heart's desperate struggle to survive. I can aid it, or I can destroy it. He had articulated this notion with such calm assurance, and yet, he had never faltered. He established himself as a prominent physician, coveted by patients' families. Even after all these years, the chill that coursed through her upon hearing his words remained vivid. Suddenly, the doorknob to her room twisted downward halfway. Qiao Chuchu's heart raced in terror as she glanced towards the entrance. The man outside attempted to turn the knob twice, but to no avail. Feeling as though she could scarcely breathe, she bit her lower lip, remaining silent. Moments later, the outside fell silent. She exhaled a sigh of relief, only for the sound of keys clashing to shatter the stillness. The lock turned with a click, and the door slowly creaked open. Qiao Chuchu instinctively retreated in fear. Pei Che entered with an unperturbed expression, remarking, "Have you forgotten that your door cannot be locked?" As he spoke, he calmly stowed away the keys, his car key and her room key inexplicably intertwined. 7 years had passed, and the key to her room had remained attached to his car key all along. How could I forget? Qiao Chuchu thought, realizing that the distance between her brother and his dark transformation was merely a step away from her demise before their eyes. They had transformed into invisible, obsessive figures. With palms still sweaty, she lowered her gaze, stammering, yes, I forgot. She feigned nonchalance as she surveyed her room, noting that it had remained unchanged. The remnants of her belongings from 7 years prior were scattered about, and when she absent-mindedly brushed her fingers over the table, a thick layer of dust was left behind, nearly obscuring her fingerprints. It is not difficult to infer that after she was expelled, this room had not been attended to, nor had it garnered any interest. She awkwardly brushed off the dust, remarking that the room remained unkempt and uninhabitable, suggesting that it would be more convenient for her to find shelter elsewhere after all these years. Pei Che let out a cold scoff, asserting no. Qiao Chuchu, anticipating his response, persisted, "There's no reason for that. I won't attempt to take my own life again, nor will I cause any trouble." Pei Che's voice turned even chillier. "Qiao Chuchu, do not overstep your bounds." Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, queried, "What?" As she turned, the lights in the room suddenly extinguished. She reached for her phone, only to remember it was in the living room. The door was obstructed by Pei Che, with a faint light filtering through. Yet visibility was poor. She could only discern the glint of his dark eyes, reflecting like a web ablaze with an all-consuming fire, enveloping her and leaving her breathless. Pei Che stood shrouded in shadows, half of his cold, sculptural face illuminated by the cutting light, devoid of any emotion. Why was it that he could come and go as he pleased? His voice sliced through the air like a sharp knife, calmly grazing every inch of her being. "What do you consider this home?" Chapter 19. We, the 8 of us, must remain together always. Qiao Chuchu felt her heart race. Pei Che was angry. He pressed further. "Whose absence has rendered you without a place in this home?" Qiao Chuchu was struck at her core, falling silent. The oppressive weight of Pei Che's presence loomed over her. As he knowingly inquired, "Tell me, because of whom?" Overcome with shame, Qiao Chuchu lowered her gaze and attempted to walk away.
Pei que sis de rist.
She felt the world spin, and before she knew it, he had pinned her to the bed. With wide, terrified eyes, she exclaimed, "Brother."
Don't call me that.
Pei Che's voice rose sharply, like a furious beast. "I am no longer your brother. You have destroyed everything." Qiao Chuchu felt her body tense. Pei Che's grip akin to a vice, rendering her incapable of even twisting her arms. Fear crawled through her limbs like insects, and she struggled to maintain composure. Her voice tinged with tears. "If you despise me, then let me go. If you insist on holding me like this, are you out of your mind?" "I said you will stay here," Pei Che commanded, pressing her hands above her head, forcefully straddling her waist, his legs firmly pinning her down. "Qiao Chuchu, do not forget. Although you call us brothers, we share no blood relation, and even our household registration lacks any connection. Do you understand what that implies? It means we can be siblings. Or we can be a man and a woman. The boundaries are defined solely by our hearts." Under the silvery moonlight, Qiao Chuchu lay on the bed, her dress cascading around her, appearing utterly disheveled, while Pei Che, impeccably dressed, loomed over her with a somber gaze. "You uttered these words to me once. Do you remember?" Qiao Chuchu, humiliated, closed her eyes. Of course, she remembered. She could never forget the look in Pei Chei's eyes after she spoke those words, the look of one regarding refuse. Pei Chei grasped her wrist tightly, leaning down closer to her. You have destroyed the home we painstakingly built, shattered the happiness of our family of 8. I do not care what hardships or reasons you had in the past. Now that we finally have a chance to mend this family, you must stay with me. How can I pretend that all the outrageous things I have done never occurred? Pei Chei raised his voice. So what? He could not comprehend why the one who committed the wrong should also be the one to choose to distance themselves. Qiao Chuchu felt a ringing in her head, her anger rising. Can you treat me like you used to? I can.
Pei retorted sharply.
Qiao Chuchu could no longer hold back her tears. Look at what you're doing now. You're pinning me down. You're pressing me onto the bed.
Pei froze.
Gradually realizing their position, Qiao Chuchu's tears streamed down her face. You're terrifying like this, big brother. Pei Chei, taken aback, slowly eased his grip. I will use my strength to prevent my brothers from meeting a tragic fate. I will never hurt them again, and I truly regret being this way. Pei Chei's heart raced. Qiao Chuchu, her eyes misty with tears, pleaded. Let me go. I truly do not belong here. Pei Chei remained silent, his expression stern as he looked down at her. Qiao Chuchu's curls sprawled across the bed, the moonlight casting a beautiful sheen upon her hair. Her eyes sparkled like shattered stars, tears cascading down and dampening her chestnut locks, her breathing heavy from sobs. He could even hear her gasping for air. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Pei Chei lifted his hand and pressed it against the artery in her neck. Qiao Chuchu's fear intensified. What is he planning? Is he going to strangle me? Pei Chei feigned ignorance, merely feeling the vibrant pulse beneath his fingers. Qiao Chuchu was alive. She had not plummeted from heights, nor been slain by a blade. She was alive, capable of retorting, of feeling fear, and even of crying uncontrollably during an argument. He moved his hand upward, roughly wiping away her tears. Qiao Chuchu resembled a small kitten being groomed by a great lion. Pei Chei's hand swept like a tempest, smudging her eye makeup into a chaotic blend. She gazed up at him, bewildered. Pei Chei's expression was no longer fierce as before. Do not let me hear you say you do not wish to stay again. Qiao Chuchu opened her mouth, but Pei Chei covered her lips. Even in death, you are to remain here, do you understand? Her eyes widened in terror, her body trembling instinctively. Pei Chei noticed her shivering, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Are you afraid of me? Qiao Chuchu bit down on her lip, afraid to respond. How could I not be afraid, big brother? You hold the key to my room, gazing at me with such intensity, and you are on top of me. I have never been so overpowered by a man in my life, and your hostility is more intense than that of a ghost. Pei Chei let out a light laugh from his throat, leaning closer. Qiao Chuchu, have you forgotten? When you were little, I was your favorite among the 7 brothers. Qiao Chuchu found this absurd. Huh? She pondered for a moment, but did not share that sentiment. Her favorite had always been the eldest brother. Due to Pei Yuan's gentle nature and nurturing demeanor, he possesses an almost maternal quality, albeit with a tendency to be somewhat verbose, reminiscent of a mother's caring nagging. Pei Chei has always harbored a sinister aura. As she pondered, Qiao Chuchu suddenly experienced an epiphany, her attention drawn to the scar on his wrist. A testament to a past attempt at self-harm. Pei Chei followed her gaze, remarking, Do you remember now? A chilling sense of realization surged through Qiao Chuchu. She recalled the anguish that enveloped her brothers after the passing of their adoptive parents, particularly Pei Chei's desperate attempt at suicide. It was she who had found him in the bathtub, cradling him amidst the crimson waters. Pei Chei, languidly resting his head against her shoulder, lamented, Chuchu, there is nothing in this world worth my attachment. I wish to cease existing. You mustn't think that way, second brother. You have me and the rest of us. What would happen if you were gone? We are incomplete without each of us, she implored. Pei Chei, in his frail state, questioned, incomplete? Yes, indeed. We are a family, and we shall remain together forever, never depart. That day, a flicker of hope reignited in Pei Chei's dim eyes. The specifics of their conversation escaped her memory, but she distinctly recalled Pei Chei solemnly asserting, It is settled, Chuchu. No matter what transpires, our family of 8 shall reside together, share meals, celebrate the new year, shop, and travel together. We must not neglect our kin for the sake of love, nor allow wealth to fracture our bonds, and we must never inflict harm upon one another. We shall remain united, always. Chapter 20. The twisted brother was formed, yet the act of playing was another matter entirely. A tremor of fear coursed through Qiao Chuchu as the youthful promises echoed more vividly in her mind, striking her soul like a whip. A sense of humiliation washed over her, but she could not dismiss the deep scar. I recall that your wrist scar is faded. Why is there now another? Pei Che calmly retorted. What do you think? Qiao Chuchu found herself momentarily speechless. Pei Che supported himself on either side of her face, gazing at her with a perplexed expression. For over a decade, I have not forgotten what you said that day. I have repeatedly pondered whether you deceived me then, or if your promises were genuine, yet your subsequent betrayals also ring true, tormenting us into a state of mental fragility. I understand you have your reasons, but what do we truly mean to you? Pei Che pressed his hand against her pulsating vein, a perplexing inquiry. Was he merely the brother who had raised her, or a character from a preordained narrative? Pei Che struggled to comprehend, disinterested in the complexities of the journey, desiring only the destination. Though his tone suggested negotiation, it was evidently a command. Pei Che's grip around her neck tightened. Is that agreeable? She felt a suffocating pressure, and, in her anguish, nodded. Yes. Pei Che continued. Do not utter the word leave again, understood?
Yes. Yes.
Do not further destroy this home. Fulfill the promises you once made, understood?
Yes. Yes.
Good girl, Pei Che remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he finally relinquished his hold on her neck. Qiao Chuchu erupted into a fit of violent coughs. The room was engulfed in swirling dust as she coughed and waved her hand, casting a tearful glance at Pei Che. Pei Che regarded her with a smirk, as though observing a novel curiosity, his gaze filled with intrigue. She feigned composure, averting her eyes, but Pei Che tilted his head, sensing her dissent, albeit unspoken. How can one reside in such a dusty room? She lamented. Pei Che raised his hand, gesturing towards the outside. A spark of realization illuminated Qiao Chuchu's eyes. Are you suggesting I move out? Pei Che replied. You can stay in my room. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Pei Che descended from her bed, his expression cold as he stated, The sheets in my room are freshly bought and washed. I have yet to use them. That is your only option, as the guest room remains unprepared and devoid of sheets. After some contemplation, Qiao Chuchu acquiesced, her voice soft as she inquired. How much did you pay for those sheets? Pei Che furrowed his brow, perplexed by her question. Why do you need to know? Qiao Chuchu replied earnestly. Since I will be using them, it would be inappropriate for you to sleep on them afterward. I can replace them with new ones tomorrow. But if they are too expensive, I might as well endure a night on the sofa. Pei Che retorted. Are you out of your mind? Qiao Chuchu, confused, responded with a question mark. Pei Che, irritated, urged, hurry up and go. Don't provoke my anger. Jettisoning from the bed, Qiao Chuchu shot him a peculiar look. Truly, times have changed. My fastidious second brother is actually permitting me to stay in his room? Has he lost his senses? Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Qiao Chuchu hastened her steps. Pei Che glowered at the door, muttering darkly, I used to wash her hair when we were young, and now she is keeping score. The door to Qiao Chuchu's room was quietly pushed open, and the fragrance of her shampoo wafted through the air, masking the faint chill of Pei Che's room. He entered first, moving to the side of the bed, where the pale moonlight spilled in, illuminating the girl nestled beneath the covers. Qiao Chuchu, he called softly. She breathed evenly, sleeping soundly, like a log. Pei Che glanced towards the door and whispered, Come in. She is asleep. The men outside filed in, surrounding Qiao Chuchu. She lay in serene repose, her hands delicately resting atop the quilt. Pei Yuchuan gazed at her, entranced, lowering his voice. I remember how, when she was young, I would watch her sleep, for she seemed like a little angel in slumber, quiet, untroubled, with long eyelashes and a petite mouth. Old 7th Pei Buxian frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? The young Qiao Chuchu was unequivocally my little sweetheart.
Pei Yuan retorted, Mine.
Pei Buxian lowered his voice further. Mine. What is all this commotion about? Pei Che, with a stoic expression, suggested, Since she is lying here, why don't you two wake her and ask who was her little sweetheart in childhood? Pei Yuchuan expressed surprise. But wouldn't that reveal our secret?
Oh.
So you both knew we snuck in? Pei Che feigned astonishment. Pei Yuchuan and Pei Buxian exchanged glances, speechless. Eldest brother Pei Yuan gently tucked Qiao Chuchu's blankets, pondering aloud. What do you think would happen if, according to the storyline, she were to die now? What would we be doing? As they recalled that scene, a wave of emotion washed over them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Pei Buxian raised his hand, asserting, I am aware of our purpose. The brothers turned their gazes toward him. He spoke with a calm demeanor. We are still encircling her, the only distinction being that one breathes while the other does not. One clad in night attire and the other in burial garments. Pei Yuan. The other brothers. Pei Bu-xian lowered his hand, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Am I mistaken in what I have said? Pei Yuan disregarded him, stating, given how events have unfolded, I am convinced this is the divine will. From this day forth, we shall reside with her once more. The other brothers cast their eyes toward Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuchuan chuckled, though his gaze held an icy edge. While Qiao Chuchu may have exhibited some eccentricities, I am willing to grant her a chance. He fixated intently on her serene visage, adding, let us hope she does not disappoint us again.
Pei Budain inwitted.
What actions could she take that would lead to your disappointment? Pei Yuchuan shot him a glare. Surely, it would be her lack of boundaries, persistently clinging to us, secretly caring for us, and knowing everything about us. Such behavior is akin to that of a deranged individual. Pei Bu-xian tilted his head, yet. We entered her room at 2 a.m, forming a circle by her bedside. Do you not think that renders us more peculiar? Pei Yuan.
Pei Ke.
Pei Yuchuan. Pei Feng Nong.
Pei Mu. Pei Chi. U.
The 6 men rushed out of the room in a frenzy. Pei Yuchuan, still shaken, checked himself. Have I become abnormal? Am I a perverse brother now? Pei Ci patted his shoulder. Do not be alarmed, third brother. Typically, those who are abnormal remain oblivious to their condition. We recognize our missteps, which is why we are not deranged. Pei Yuchuan countered, but is our peculiar behavior not a result of the 7th brother's reminders? The group collectively turned their gazes toward the 7th brother. Where was he? Pei Yuchuan peeked into the room, whispering, Pei Bu-xian, what are you up to? He smiled at the slumbering Pei Chuchu. I have yet to have my fill of the sight, haha. The others. Chapter 21. The 8 siblings formed a group chat excluding Qiao Chuchu. The following morning, Qiao Chuchu observed Pei Bu-xian, who was lost in thought while cradling the West Highland White Terrier he had raised, gazing out the window. Pei Bu-xian's complexion was notably pale, rendering the dark circles beneath his eyes strikingly apparent, resembling a comical panda. Qiao Chuchu wrestled with her thoughts before finally speaking. 7th brother, did you provoke anyone? Pei Bu-xian finally turned to meet her gaze. It was precisely 8 a.m, and the brothers were emerging from their rooms one by one to partake in breakfast. Each was impeccably dressed in sharp suits, exuding elegance and poise. Upon hearing Qiao Chuchu's inquiry, their motions froze, and they glared at Pei Bu-xian. Clad in loungewear and holding a dog, Pei Bu-xian ambled leisurely, replying yes. I was reprimanded by my brothers. Qiao Chuchu expressed her astonishment. Why? Pei Bu-xian calmly recounted. I wanted to stand beside a girl and watch her sleep, but they would not permit it. Qiao Chuchu responded with perplexity. Pei Bu-xian's tone was lethargic as he continued, do you not think my brothers are being unreasonable? Qiao Chuchu's lips twitched as she glanced at the 6 men, whose expressions were decidedly displeased. 6 individuals settled into their respective chairs, their somber gazes fixed upon her, exuding an air of intimidation as if to suggest that any sign of agreement would result in her swift reprimand. Qiao Chuchu pondered. Perhaps it would be prudent to delineate the unfolding narrative. The 7 responded with curiosity, eager to listen. Leaning against the back of her chair, she mused. The tale commences after my demise. My brothers undergo a profound transformation, deeply affected by the loss. At this juncture, the female protagonist enters their lives, not only igniting an instantaneous affection but also gradually healing their wounds and inciting a sense of possessiveness within them. As she continued, a nagging doubt arose. Wait a moment. My brothers have already encountered Xia Xuechuan yesterday. Did they truly fall in love at first sight? The 7 exchanged glances, questioning the plausibility of such a notion. Pei Yuchuan picked up his phone, clearing his throat to draw their attention. The 6 turned to him as he shook his device, signaling them to check their notifications. Pei Yuchuan invites you to join a group chat, the message read. What could be more entertaining than simultaneously eavesdropping on Qiao Chuchu's thoughts while engaging in a group chat? He remarked. Pei Bu-xian quipped, I might just sprinkle some chili powder in your coffee. Pei Yuchuan promptly spat out his drink. Silence. Qiao Chuchu is looking our way. Pei Yuan cautioned, and they all promptly redirected their attention to her. Qiao Chuchu regarded Pei Yuchuan with a peculiar expression as he wiped the coffee from the table, maintaining an air of nonchalance while meeting Pei Bu-xian's gaze, who returned a sweet smile. Is it merely my imagination, or do I sense they are conspiring behind my back? Qiao Chuchu pondered. The 6, their nerves taut, feigned casualness as they glanced at their phones. Disinterested in overthinking, she turned her gaze toward the window. Although there are 7 brothers and 7 romantic storylines, the timeline of death looms closely. If I wish to alter the course of events, I should extinguish their burgeoning romances in their infancy to prevent their demise. Pei Yuan typed in the group chat, the moment we laid eyes on Xia Xuechuan. Any notion of love at first sight was promptly extinguished. Pei Che questioned, how is it that Qiao Chuchu remains oblivious to our disinterest in Xia Xuechuan? Pei Ci added, Qiao Chuchu's intellect hasn't he quite reached the level of a pecan. What do you expect her to notice? Pei Mu chimed in, she can't even grasp basic arithmetic. Pei Feng joked, yet she foolishly attempts to protect us. Pei Yuchuan remarked, isn't that rather touching? Pei Buxian countered, but her motivation to protect us stems from the fact that if we perish, she too may face dire consequences. The other 6 contemplated this revelation. Chapter 22. The first to confront the challenge of abstaining from romance was Pei Buxian. Indeed. Should they meet their end, Qiao Chuchu would find herself bankrupt, perhaps accompanying them in their misfortune. That was close. He nearly felt a pang of sympathy. Qiao Chuchu frowned in contemplation, regardless of whether they experience love at first sight. After Lin Qing's encounter with the female protagonist's mother, I believe the events within the narrative are destined to unfold, thus they will undoubtedly feel an attraction. And among the 7, the first to be stirred by emotion will be the 7th brother, Pei Buxian. The 6 individuals at the dining table turned in unison to gaze at Pei Buxian. Clutching a dog, Pei Buxian looked up with a bewildered innocence. The other brothers exchanged glances, dismayed. How could it be him? Anyone among the brothers could accept the challenge, but it absolutely could not be the most eccentric Pei Buxian. Pei Yuchuan exclaimed, this is utterly heartbreaking. The first place goes to Pei Buxian. I bet 100 yuan that Pei Buxian will fall for Xia Xuechuan. Pei Ci chimed in, I'll join. Pei Mu added, I'm in. Pei Feng Nong protested, you're going too far.
How can you think that of Xiao Qi?
He is, after all, our 7th brother. Pei Yuchuan retorted, so, will you join or not? Pei Feng Nong declared, I'll go all in. The others were taken aback. Qiao Chuchu, meanwhile, was deep in thought. Xia Xuechuan will come to this residence as a temporary maid, so this month is her golden opportunity to bond with the brothers. Pei Yuchuan quickly interjected, meeting cancelled. I'm going to the door to scatter thumbtacks. Pei Feng Nong proclaimed, meeting cancelled. I'm going to chase away all the maids. Pei Ci added, meeting cancelled. I'm going to find a master to exorcise evil. Pei Mu stated, meeting cancelled, simply because I want it to be.
Pei Ke remained silent.
Pei Yuan warned, I advise you all, do not obstruct the plot, or else Qiao Chuchu will be unable to anticipate what comes next. We only need to alter the situation at the critical moment. Do not complicate matters. The chaos in the group subsided. Pei Yuan turned to Pei Buxian, Xiao Qi, can you handle this alone? Pei Buxian replied, I am not alone. I have a dog. Pei Yuan was momentarily speechless. The others were equally nonplussed. Pei Yuan sighed, everyone prepare yourselves. If Pei Buxian truly falls for Xia Xuechuan, we will send him to a mental health facility abroad. Pei Yuchuan responded, understood, Commander. Pei Yuan continued, Pei Buxian, since today's plot concerns you, will you stay to protect Qiao Chuchu? Yet, he smiled oddly as he uttered these words. With his platinum short hair resembling a fluffy golden gradient, he wore a faint smirk. Pei Yuan contemplated, perhaps we should just cancel the meeting. Ultimately, Pei Buxian stood at the door, dog in arms, bidding farewell to his 6 brothers. Pei Yuan, filled with concern, patted his face. You must remain vigilant. If your heartbeat quickens at the thought of Xia Xuechuan, think carefully about how you might meet your demise. Pei Buxian reassured him, don't worry, brother. I will treat this world as if I were already dead. Pei Yuan nodded gravely, then I can rest easy. The 6 others exchanged glances, puzzled by his words. Qiao Chuchu happened to pass by the doorway, observing them. They noticed her too, their expressions shifting from worry to sternness as they turned to enter their respective vehicles. One by one, luxury cars exited the courtyard. Xia Xuechuan entered through a side door, captivated by the scene. Her best friend, Qi Shaojia, smacked her arm. Heavens, Xue, look at those cars. Each one is worth millions. Just one car? Qi Shaojia stood in astonishment. Just take a look at those cars. Leading the pack are a Rolls-Royce and a Maybach. And even custom sports cars. These are the essential vehicles of any male protagonist in a novel. We could never earn such wealth in our lifetime, yet they use it as mere transportation. Do you comprehend the value of this place? Xia Xuechuan shrugged, unconvinced. But what does wealth truly grant? Money cannot purchase happiness. They have lost many joys of life. The aunt, who was leading them, chuckled. Xiao speaks the truth. The 7 gentlemen residing here are indeed quite unhappy. Xia Xuechuan raised her chin with a playful tone. See? I knew wealthy individuals are seldom content. However, Qi Xiaojia's focus shifted. Aunt Wang, did you say there are 7 men living here? Are they handsome? Like true heartthrobs? Aunt Wang nodded. Indeed, they are more handsome than many celebrities. But they possess rather peculiar tempers. She added a warning. You are here to fill 2 vacant positions, not to engage in conversation with the gentlemen. Their moods are quite eccentric. You must do as they instruct and avoid offending them, or you might lose this lucrative job. Xia Xuechuan and Qi Xiaojia nodded earnestly. This was a wealthy villa district on the eastern outskirts of Lan City, where each household boasted a private swimming pool. And it took a 5-minute walk to reach a neighbor's house. Earning 30,000 yuan in a month was possible here. The primary tasks involved household chores, laundry, cleaning, assisting in the kitchen, and serving tea, seemingly trivial matters, yet highly coveted. Aunt Wang had worked here for 3 years and had finally secured a position as assistant housekeeper. So she was eager to recruit them as soon as a vacancy arose. After all, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Upon entering the villa with Aunt Wang, they were greeted by opulence reminiscent of a Western palace, adorned with extravagant crystal chandeliers and oil paintings that defied contemporary aesthetic standards. Aunt Wang explained, this house is decades old, designed personally by Madame Pei when she was still alive. The gentlemen cherish everything here. So, be extremely careful while you work. Do not cause any damage. She led them to the servants' quarters and handed them 2 documents, one detailing the 7 gentlemen's profiles, including their taboos, preferences, and habits. Xia Xuechuan unfolded the document and, upon seeing the photograph of Qiao Chuchu at the bottom, exclaimed, how can it be her? Qi Xiaojia, puzzled, asked who? Xia Xuechuan pointed at the photograph. She is the one who demanded I compensate 76,000 yuan for ruining a dress. Qi Xiaojia's mouth dropped open in disbelief. She is that vile person? In the photograph, Qiao Chuchu stood alongside the 7 handsome men, showing no signs of being overshadowed. Instead, she exuded an air of allure. With her curls tucked behind her ears, her delicate face beamed at the camera, radiating charm in every glance. Qi Xiaojia, filled with indignation, remarked, with 7 brothers and such wealth, she truly is fortunate in her rebirth. Xia Xuechuan, surprised, questioned, was she adopted? Are their relations strained? Are you certain? Chapter 23. Pei Buxian observed Xia Xuechuan, captivated by her intrigue. How did she perceive that these 7 men were quite fond of Qiao Chuchu? Aunt Wang asserted with certainty. Indeed, one of the taboos for these gentlemen is to never mention their sister in their presence. She pointed to the line of text indicating the taboo. See, this is the only rule that is unanimously agreed upon, and it is highlighted in red. You must remain vigilant. Xia Xuechuan glanced over, pondering, why does Qiao Chuchu have no taboos or preferences? Suddenly, she comprehended. This individual was evidently not favored by her brother. No wonder. Such an arrogant and avaricious person is indeed unappealing. Qi Xiaojia leaned in close and whispered, if her brothers do not favor her, then it's perfectly acceptable for us to quietly resist her, right? Qiao Chuchu sat on the sofa, engrossed in her drawing on a tablet. After a while, she sighed. May I go to the study to draw? I find no inspiration here. Pei Buxian, seated beside her, glanced at his notebook and replied, no. Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, asked, why not? Pei Buxian, expressionless, sipped his strawberry milk. I must keep an eye on you to prevent any self-harm. If you go to the study, I shall follow. But I do not wish to go there now as I find inspiration in writing my novel in the living room. She protested. What about my drawing? I have inspiration too. Pei Buxian then transferred 50,000 yuan to her via phone, stating, I shall purchase your drawing. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback.
Pei Buxian,
calmly biting the straw, looked at her. I am now your employer. Will you comply? Qiao Chuchu, in a fit of pique, tossed her tablet aside, exclaiming, Pei Buxian is just a stubborn mule. Pei Buxian remained expressionless. Indeed, he was. Xia Xuechuan entered the living room and happened upon the scene. The siblings were seated on the sofa, the atmosphere palpably tense. Qiao Chuchu crossed her arms, seemingly sulking in silence toward Pei Buxian. Pei Buxian, with an impassive face, continued typing, oblivious to Qiao Chuchu's mood. Xia Xuechuan couldn't suppress a smirk inwardly, having thought she was a princess adored by many, only to realize she was merely a facade of perfection before outsiders. She approached Qiao Chuchu, who noticed her presence and perked up, thinking, oh, the heroine has arrived. Pei Buxian paused in his typing, lifting his gaze towards Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu shot a glare at Pei Buxian. Pei Buxian, you are merely pretending with me. In reality, you are hopelessly infatuated. If I were to perish, having nurtured you, you would become the most twisted of the seven. Pei Buxian's eyes flickered. His curiosity piqued as he observed Qiao Chuchu with the intensity of a dog. All along, there had only been one heroine in his mystery novels. Just how captivating was this Qiao Chuchu to usurp the role of the original heroine and occupy his realm of inspiration? Qiao Chuchu felt the weight of Pei Buxian's fervent gaze and found it somewhat disconcerting. She wiped down the sofa across from her, while Pei Buxian continued to fixate on her. The inhabitants of this household were all remarkably beautiful. Pei Buxian's features were exquisite, embodying a delicate beauty. His appearance was almost feminine, with platinum hair and enchanting eyes that resembled the vastness of a starry sea, captivating those who gazed into them. Under such an intense scrutiny, Qiao Chuchu's movements became stiff and awkward. Qiao Chuchu observed from the side, noting how Pei Buxian was utterly absorbed in gazing at Qiao Chuchu. The intensity of his stare left Qiao Chuchu feeling flustered and bashful, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening like those of a fawn. Qiao Chuchu sighed. Ah. It seems that this destined love cannot be evaded, no matter what. Pei Buxian's eyes flickered as he continued to watch Qiao Chuchu. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to greet him. Mr. Pei, have you been watching me for a reason? Curiously, she inquired, what are you thinking about? Pei Buxian replied, I pondered why someone like you, deemed a waste, would be hired at a wage of 1,000 yuan a day. Qiao Chuchu responded with confusion. Huh? Qiao Chuchu was equally perplexed. Pei Buxian tilted his head slightly and remarked indifferently, moreover, when you work, you bear a striking resemblance to someone. Qiao Chuchu, feeling a tinge of anxiety, asked, like whom? Pei Buxian replied, like an elderly woman who has crawled out from someone else's ancestral grave. Qiao Chuchu? Qiao Chuchu burst into laughter, stifling her amusement as she rose from the sofa. Pei Buxian scanned the surroundings. Shigao has left with Dad. He frowned. Shigao? Qiao Chuchu looked around. In the expansive living room, the little white dog was nowhere to be found, and the silence was unsettling. Pei Buxian's complexion suddenly drained of color. Shigao? Shigao? Sensing his distress, Qiao Chuchu quickly stood up. Seventh brother, it's all right. Shigao must have just gone to play in another room. Although this house is large and finding him might be difficult, the doors are all closed. Where else could he go? I'll help you look. Qiao Chuchu held her breath. Visibly embarrassed, Qiao Chuchu, on high alert, asked, what is wrong? Qiao Chuchu stood awkwardly, her hands fidgeting before her. When I came in through the side door, I forgot to close it. She cast an apologetic glance at Pei Buxian. I'm so sorry. Qiao Chuchu widened her eyes in disbelief. What? How could you forget to close the door? The employer has pets, and not just one. Don't you realize the consequences if they go missing? With both cats and dogs, what are we to do? Qiao Chuchu flinched at her outburst, pouting defiantly. I didn't you do it on purpose? Pei Buxian suddenly grasped her collar. Is it sufficient to say it was unintentional? Qiao Chuchu trembled. But I don't know where to look. Pei Buxian's gaze darkened, his teeth clenched tightly. You don't know where to find the dog. Yet I know precisely where to locate your foolish father, foolish mother, and your foolish brother. Qiao Chuchu. Pei Buxian held her collar firmly, threatening her vehemently. Do you now know where to find the dog for me? Chapter 24. I love you so much, yet I also hate you. An hour had passed since Shigao vanished. Qiao Chuchu immediately contacted the property management overseeing the entire villa district and posted a hefty reward for the dog's return. Yet there was still no news. Most of the household staff had gone out searching for the dog, leaving only her and Pei Buxian at home. Qiao Chuchu sat in Pei Buxian's room, surveying the surroundings. His chamber exuded warmth, adorned in a creamy decor, filled with photographs and portraits of Shigao and himself, clearly indicating the dog's significant place in Pei Buxian's heart. At that moment, Pei Buxian sat by the window, lost in thought. His golden hair refracted a dazzling sheen under the sunlight, and his profile was exquisitely sculpted, reminiscent of a beautiful youth emerging from the realms of anime. Qiao Chuchu was captivated. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Buxian, merely a year her senior, had matured into a man of considerable sophistication. Yet, she often perceived him as somewhat less mature than herself. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Qiao Chuchu entered with a face full of guilt, apologizing, I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, but I still haven't found her dog. Pei Buxian, in a fit of rage, hurled his teacup at Xia Xuechuan. She did not flinch as the cup shattered upon her forehead, blood trickling down. Qi Xiaojia, who just happened to witness the scene, screamed, "Xue." Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Buxian seized another cup and struck Qi Xiaojia. She was unable to evade in time, and blood instantly streamed down her forehead. The two were taken aback. Pei Buxian roared, "If my dog dies, I will take you both down with me." The sisters, shocked, covered their foreheads, rendered speechless by fear. This man must be utterly insane. They trembled in unison. Pei Buxian bellowed, "Continue searching for it." Qiao Chuchu surveyed the chaos around her, feeling a headache coming on. She was well aware of Pei Buxian's hysterics. Normally composed and steadfast, he would go wild when provoked. However, after 7 years of separation, his volatility was evidently more pronounced. He had never resorted to violence before, let alone thrown objects at people. Unable to contain herself, Qiao Chuchu declared, "I can't wait any longer. I will help you find it." Pei Buxian snapped, "Stay put." His chest heaved violently, eyes reddened as he glared at her. "This is all your fault," Qiao Chuchu retorted. "You must be joking. What does this have to do with me?" Pei Buxian seized her, forcefully pressing her against the wall. Taken by surprise, Qiao Chuchu accidentally knocked a photo frame off the table. The glass shattered on the floor, revealing 2 photos within. One of a West Highland white terrier on top and her own below. Qiao Chuchu gasped, "Why is there a photo of me beneath the West Highland?" Her jaw tightened as Pei Buxian harshly turned her face towards him, commanding, "Look at me." Wincing from the pain, she met his gaze. His golden hair obscured his eyes. But through the gaps, she could see the madness in his stare. "If it weren't for you, the West Highland would not exist. Your betrayal is why I bought it to accompany me. This is all your fault." Qiao Chuchu's heart quaked, as she felt a swell of grievance. She grasped a blind spot. "So, in your eyes, the West Highland is merely a replacement for me?" Pei Buxian did not deny it. Tears shimmered in his crystalline eyes. "Now my dog is missing, and I cannot search for it because the outside world is perilous. I must protect you and keep you safe from unforeseen death." Qiao Chuchu questioned, "Protect her? Why must you protect her?" But before she could ponder further, Pei Buxian suddenly brandished a utility knife against her throat. She gasped, breath hitching. As all the blood rushed to her head, her voice trembling, "Seventh brother?" Pei Buxian, devoid of reason, pressed the blade against her flesh, demanding, "Why do you persist in hurting everything I hold dear?" He gazed at her in disbelief. "You have lost my manuscript of 200,000 words, rendering an entire month's efforts and inspiration utterly futile. Hasn't your brother treated you poorly? Doesn't he love you? Why must you repeatedly inflict pain upon me?" A sharp pang coursed through Qiao Chuchu's neck. She did not struggle. Instead, she turned her head away, unable to confront the shame. She never intended to harm him. Having traversed through time at the age of 3, she experienced a love unknown in her previous life, sharing both joys and sorrows with her family, who she cherished wholeheartedly. Yet the system compelled her. It coerced her into deleting Pei Buxian's manuscript under unreasonable threats, demanding that he kiss her. The culmination of a month's hard work was obliterated, leaving him so enraged that he was hospitalized. Such egregious acts she had committed countless times before. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. But any flicker of rebellion would subject her to the agonizing torment reminiscent of a terminal illness. Furthermore, the moment she contemplated self-harm, the system would invoke pains so debilitating that she could not move until she was thoroughly subdued. Indeed, she felt unworthy to face them. Guilt weighed heavily in her gaze as it met Pei Buxian's. His desperate eyes were obscured by disheveled hair. His mental state precarious as he clutched her with an irrational fervor. Qiao Chuchu perceived him as a radiant golden apple glistening in the sun. Yet on the verge of decay, it's wrought a consequence of her entanglement with the system. Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu found her resolve. "I can."
Pei Buxian responded.
Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she continued, "If you kill me, I will vanish from this world, and you will never see me again. I will no longer appear before you." Pei Buxian's eyes widened, tears spilling forth. "Do you believe this can threaten me? This is not a threat." Qiao Chuchu replied calmly, "I am serious, brother. If you desire my death, you need not dirty your hands. I can depart from this world on my own." She added, "I can atone for my sins." The utility knife clattered to the ground as Pei Buxian enveloped her in his embrace. His large hand cradled the back of her head, holding her with all his might, as if she were his very life. Qiao Chuchu leaned against his shoulder, her breathing gradually calming. Do you not wish for me to live? Pei Buxian shook his head, tears dripping onto her shoulder as he sobbed softly. To let you die would be too merciful. This was her chance to mend her mistakes. Qiao Chuchu wearily closed her eyes. A singular thought occupying her mind. I must ensure this madman does not fall in love. Pei Buxian's tears cascaded down, his voice trembling as he declared. I will not fall in love. What did you say?
Qiao Chuchu inquired.
Pei Buxian released her. His eyes reddened, the tip of his nose slightly flushed, resembling a forlorn little deer. He seemed to have something to express, yet fell silent, despondently pushing her away. Leave, I do not wish to see you now. But you are not permitted to leave this home. He rose in despair, drawing the curtains, and lay on the bed with a melancholic demeanor, as though awaiting the embrace of death. Qiao Chuchu observed him silently for a moment before picking up 2 photographs from the ground and stepping into the corridor, comparing the images of herself and West Highland. In the photograph, she was seated on the sofa, tilting her head and smiling at the camera. West Highland mirrored her pose, also tilting his head adorably at the lens. Was Pei Buxian deliberately concealing her photograph, or was he simply too indifferent to remove the original? Qiao Chuchu quietly pushed open Pei Buxian's door and stealthily took the frame resting on the cabinet by the entrance. She swiftly dismantled it, revealing 2 photographs once more, one of West Highland and Pei Buxian, and another of herself with Pei Buxian. The angles of both photographs were identical. Clearly, West Highland's photo was intentionally placed to obscure hers. As Qiao Chuchu inadvertently flipped over the photograph, she noticed neat handwriting on the back penned by Pei Buxian. Thus, I carefully pondered who among us bears the greater loss, whether it is you, who has lost 7 wealthy brothers, or I, who has lost you. After much deliberation, I believe I am the greater loser. For I have lost the one who rushed into the men's restroom, wielding a stick to protect my sister. She was taken aback, picking up the other solitary photograph of herself, which also bore writing on the reverse. Qiao Chuchu felt a pang in her heart, leaning against the wall and covering her face as she quietly wept. The inheritance from her mother had been entirely seized by the so-called grandparents. The most absurd part was that her mother's parents had never loved her. During her life, her mother severed ties with them, forging her own path from nothing, even marrying a man willing to take her surname, a true orphan without parental ties. Thus, they all bore the surname Pei, following their mother's name. Despite her mother's tireless efforts to live independently and detached from her past, it did not prevent her siblings and parents from savagely claiming everything after her death. The legal system did not recognize the severance of parental ties. She was excluded from this equation, for she was an adopted daughter, and they were unwilling to bear the responsibilities that came with that. It was only when her eldest brother escalated matters that she obtained the opportunity for an education, attending an international academy alongside them. Though they bore a prestigious surname, they were subjected to bullying led by other members of the Pei family. Each day after school, when the siblings gathered, they would observe new scars on each other's bodies or brown stains on their trousers from pranks. If it were not for their solidarity as 8, if they did not huddle together, she would have surely lost her sanity. Pei Buxian, during his adolescence, was slender and delicate, resembling a girl. Often cornered in the restroom and stripped of his trousers, his attempts to resist proving futile. Coincidentally, one day she caught wind of this occurrence and, armed with a baseball bat, stormed into the men's restroom. She disregarded the boys using the facilities, leaping to strike the bully with her bat, and seized Pei Buxian's hand to flee the scene. That day, Pei Buxian gazed at her as though he had witnessed a deity. Naturally, her actions incited the wrath of the bullies. The following day, she found herself cornered in a storage room, her clothes torn and photographed by a group of boys. Her 7 brothers arrived simultaneously, witnessing her in tatters. Before long, members of the Pei family began to meet with untimely demises, one after another. Within less than a year, the heirs of the Pei family dwindled to only 8 siblings. From that moment onward, no one dared to bully them again. She stood at the very center, flanked only by her elder brothers, devoid of any adult presence. Her brothers, feeling that she had lost both her parents twice, showered her with affection and indulgence, readily conceding to her every whim, fearful that their love might not be sufficient. She was blissful. 2 years later, she bound herself to a system, and under its control, she personally dismantled their once strong bonds. The system declared that each of them harbored feelings of hatred towards her, especially intense hatred. She understood this, for she too despised herself, resenting the constraints imposed by the system and the way she had become increasingly adept at navigating her own shamelessness. Qiao Chuchu gazed at a photograph of a West Highland White Terrier. Pei Che is right, This is the only opportunity to mend our relationship. Pei Buxian opened his eyes in bed. Pei Buxian exclaimed, "What?" He dashed out of the room, scanning his surroundings and hearing the roar of an engine outside. Panic surged within him. They had already said she could not go out. How could she have done so? And her hand was still injured. Pei Che hastily donned his clothes, rushing to the underground garage to follow her. Meanwhile, Xia Xuechuan was in a frenzy, searching the vast house for the dog. Why is this house so large? This is maddening. Why do all troublesome matters come my way? Suddenly, her phone rang. Irritated, she answered, "Hello, Mom?" Xia Xuechuan, uninterested, replied, "Just eat if you want." "But a puppy?" Xia Xuechuan interjected eagerly, "Mom, do you have a picture of that puppy?" Her mother pondered. "I believe it's a little white dog, very fluffy. Clearly belonging to a good family, with plenty of meat on its bones." Xia Xuechuan gasped in shock. "Please have Aunt Zhao take a picture for me." Soon, the photo arrived. The once snow-white West Highland Terrier, having played outside for only a short while, now looked dirty and forlorn, sitting by the roadside with a cheap rope around its neck. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Mom, you mustn't let them eat this dog. Please tell Aunt Zhao that this dog belongs to my employer and I lost it." Her mother, astonished, replied, "Oh, I will tell Aunt Zhao right away. But I'm not sure if she has already made up her mind." Xia Xuechuan hung up the phone and dashed outside. Qiao Chuchu sped past the neighbor's house on her motorcycle, the engine roaring. Lu Tingyu and Lu Yuejua stood at the doorway directing the moving crew. Lu Yuejua pointed at her retreating figure. "Dad, is that Qiao Chuchu?" Lu Tingyu's eyes lit up, swiftly pulling Lu Yuejua into the car. "Yes, that's her. That motorcycle is hers. Let us follow her." Chapter 27. My confidence stems from my wealth, but the money is not my brother's, it is mine. Lu Yuejua gazed in astonishment at Qiao Chuchu's silhouette. In such cold weather, how can she ride a motorcycle? Isn't she cold? Qiao Chuchu internally screamed. "I'm freezing to death." Pei Buxian would indeed fall for Xia Xuechuan, but how had she entered his heart? Beyond the foolish, endearing, beautiful, and naive love at first sight, something else had transpired between them. Qiao Chuchu had a sudden epiphany. The West Highland White Terrier. Xia Xuechuan lost the West Highland White Terrier but inadvertently assisted Pei Buxian in locating it. The address where the dog was found was a fruit supermarket. Qiao Chuchu ignited the engine and, without hesitation, sped off towards the destination. Pei Buxian was on the verge of catching up, but could only follow closely as she turned a corner at the end of the road. Lu Tingxi drove behind. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, it seemed to be quite the spectacle. Xia Xuechuan took a taxi, departing via an alternate route. The four groups were all heading towards a singular destination. Inside the fruit supermarket, Aunt Zhao cradled the West Highland White Terrier. Inspecting it closely, this little dog was indeed charming, sleek and shiny, albeit a tad dirty. Her phone buzzed with 2 messages from Xia Xuechuan's mother, but she remained oblivious. A curious customer inquired, "How much did you pay for this dog?" Aunt Zhao chuckled and shook her head. "I found it. No one wanted it. And seeing its pitiful state, I decided to adopt it." The customer gasped, "Oh, this breed, the West Highland White Terrier, starts at over 1,000. The finest can cost several tens of thousands." Aunt Zhao was taken aback. "Really? This scruffy dog is worth that much?" As the customer departed, they remarked, "Breeding matters in pets. If this dog has good lineage and appearance, selling it for a 5-figure sum would be effortless." Aunt Zhao hummed thoughtfully, examining the dog again. The West Highland White Terrier gazed at her with its dark eyes, embodying an endearing clumsiness. A frown creased her brow. "If it's that valuable, it seems a pity to feed it." Qiao Chuchu burst into the store with fervor. "Do you want to eat it?" Aunt Zhao jumped in surprise. "Who are you?" The West Highland White Terrier, spotting Chuchu, wagged its tail excitedly. Qiao Chuchu stepped forward to snatch the dog, exclaiming, "This is my dog. Give it to me." Aunt Zhao stubbornly held onto the dog, asserting, "Who claims this is yours?" "It's mine." Qiao Chuchu, amused by her audacity, retorted, "Yours? This dog has a chip implanted. Its owner is Pei Buxian."
Who are you?
"Are you Pei Buxian?" Xia Xuechuan rushed into the fruit store, angered. "What are you shouting at my aunt for?" Qiao Chuchu turned, surprised. "Xia Xuechuan?" Xia Xuechuan nodded, her astonishment evident. "How did you find this place?" Ignoring her, Qiao Chuchu advanced to grab the dog. "This is none of your business. Hand over the dog." Pei Buxian and Lu Tingxi parked their car by the roadside, catching sight of the figures inside the fruit store across the street. Pei Buxian's sharp eyes quickly spotted the fluffy white creature, West Highland White Terrier. His heart soared with joy, desiring to stop the car and retrieve the dog, but parking on the roadside was not permitted. He reluctantly searched for a parking spot. In the other vehicle, Lu Tingxi calmly instructed his son, "You go find Qiao Chuchu. I will park." Lu Yuejue exited the car, dashed across the road, and entered the fruit store. Qiao Chuchu continued to wrestle for the dog. "I warn you, don't force my hand. If it comes to blows, you stand no chance against me." Aunt Zhao clung tightly to the dog. "Go ahead and hit me. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll drop to the ground and sue you for everything you own." Xia Xuechuan defended Aunt Zhao. "Qiao Chuchu, I am well aware of your standing in your household. There's no need for you to put on a show before me." Qiao Chuchu paused, narrowing her eyes. "What did you say?" Xia Xuechuan stood tall, her face brimming with righteous indignation. "I am aware that your family harbors no affection for you, and I know your brother only feigns protection for your sake. Thus, your pretentious display before us is futile, for we are unafraid of you." With unwavering certainty, she declared, "You are merely a pampered young lady. Without your brother, you are nothing." In response, Qiao Chuchu executed a swift shoulder throw, propelling Xia Xuechuan out of the vicinity. Xia Xuechuan crashed at the feet of Lu Yuejue, who staggered back in astonishment, bursting into laughter. "Impressive, Qiao Chuchu." Ignoring the remark, Qiao Chuchu turned to Aunt Zhao, her tone grave. "Considering your age, I shall grant you some leniency. Now hand over the dog." Aunt Zhao clutched the dog, shaking her head defiantly, her face a mask of terror. "I must inform you. I suffer from heart disease, hypertension, and high cholesterol. Do you dare lay a hand on me?" Without hesitation, Qiao Chuchu delivered a kick that sent Aunt Zhao sprawling. "Your ailments are of no consequence." Aunt Zhao fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Oh, my back." With one hand, Qiao Chuchu scooped up the Scottish Terrier, glancing at the two writhing on the floor. Pei Buxian burst in just in time to witness the scene, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld Qiao Chuchu's imposing figure. Lu Tingxi peeked in, laughing at the sight. How tragic. Crouching down with the dog, Qiao Chuchu addressed the disheveled Xia Xuechuan and Aunt Zhao. "Listen closely. My confidence to act today stems from my wealth. I can afford the finest lawyer to confront you, rendering your attempts at extortion futile. And that wealth is not derived from my brother." Turning her gaze to Xia Xuechuan, she articulated each word with clarity. "It is mine." Xia Xuechuan gasped in disbelief. Qiao Chuchu smiled brightly. "So, will you challenge me with your debt of 760,000? Or will you attempt to confront me alongside this woman who would devour a mere dog?" The atmosphere instantly plummeted to a chilling silence. Lu Yuejue crossed his arms, watching Qiao Chuchu with keen interest. Lu Tingxi stood beside him, wearing a bemused expression as he glanced at Pei Buxian. "Are you truly so stingy? With such wealth, you deny your sister a penny?" Pei Buxian shot him a wary glare. "Whether we choose to give her money is our prerogative." Lu Tingxi chuckled. "How juvenile. Sulking and withholding money from your sister. My son would never stoop to such pettiness." Lu Yuejue nodded in agreement. "If Qiao Chuchu were my sister, I would never quarrel with her over such trifling matters." Pei Buxian's expression darkened. "Please refrain from imposing your interpretations upon the role of Qiao Chuchu's brother. You are not us." Lu Tingxi nonchalantly nodded. "Indeed, we are not you. Yet, your sister is currently fighting for her dog. What thoughts occupy your mind as her brother?" Pei Buxian felt a pang of anxiety, his gaze lingering on Qiao Chuchu's silhouette, his demeanor brooding and silent. Outside the fruit supermarket, a crowd had gathered. A throng of onlookers brandished their phones, chattering animatedly. Are they arguing? It seems the shop owner found a dog and refuses to return it, intending to eat it instead. How gluttonous. Indeed, this shop owner's character is questionable. I shall refrain from purchasing fruit here in the future, lest I attract misfortune.
Exactly.
The first instinct upon finding someone's dog is to kill it for a meal. Who knows what underhanded deeds such a person might engage in behind closed doors. My favorite pastime is engaging in quarrels. Let the arguments commence. Chapter 28. Navigating perilous situations to save oneself and, by chance, rescue Lu Yuejue. Aunt Zhao, flustered, stumbled to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh dear, these people are recording. This cannot be captured on film. Otherwise, my little shop will lose all its customers." She seized Qiao Chuchu's arm, pleading, "Please, help me clarify that I never intended to consume dog meat. How can I conduct business otherwise?" Qiao Chuchu scoffed dismissively. "Are they not speaking the truth? Your immediate reaction upon finding a dog was to kill it for meat." Aunt Zhao gasped in indignation, retorting, Whose fault is it for not keeping your own dog in check? Is it not my prerogative to decide its fate? Unable to endure the exchange, Qiao Chuchu stood up, rebuking Qiao Chuchu. How can you speak so insensitively? Do you have any idea how difficult Aunt Zhao's life is? Qiao Chuchu, clutching the dog, turned to leave. Send me a copy of Aunt Zhao's autobiography to my email. I'll take a moment to see just how challenging it is. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Aunt Zhao's face flushed with anger as she followed Qiao Chuchu. So you refuse to assist me? Qiao Chuchu walked through the crowd, ignoring her. In a sudden act of desperation, Aunt Zhao snatched the dog from her arms and tossed it onto the busy street, shouting, "Then I shall crush this wretched creature." The West Highland White Terrier let out a piteous cry. Alarmed, Qiao Chuchu dashed towards it, with Lu Yuejue instinctively following, shouting, "Dog." Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian closely trailed behind, only to witness a white blur rush past, accompanied by a deafening crash. Lu Tingxi's mind spun as he rushed towards Lu Yuejue, shouting, "Son." Pei Buxian stood frozen at the roadside, his face ashen. Aunt Zhao, witnessing the chaos, screamed, "This has nothing to do with me." Before them lay Qiao Chuchu, her neck grotesquely twisted 180 degrees, alongside the eerily positioned Lu Yuejue. The dog had been crushed under the wheels, lifeless. Fragments of the vehicle littered the ground. Pei Buxian stumbled to Qiao Chuchu's side, her face contorted in a horrific expression. Her features completely turned to her back. Bystanders turned away in disgust. However, Pei Buxian, undeterred, knelt beside her, trembling as he cradled her in his arms. Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu, in terror, sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. She had been struck by a car. The system appeared before her, stating, this time, not only have you perished, but you have also brought about Lu Yuejue's demise." Qiao Chuchu paused, realizing Lu Yuejue had been beside her at that moment. Anger surged within her as she stood, determined. "I will make Xia Xuechuan pay." "No," the system replied calmly. "Xia Xuechuan is the daughter of fortune, while Ji Yanchuan is the son of fate. They are the aggressors, and you are the defender. Their destinies protect them. Your efforts will be in vain. Every event will unfold in an orderly fashion. Even if the timeline or location is askew, everything scripted will transpire. You can only alter your circumstances at crucial junctures. For in the lives of you and the other supporting characters, they remain the protagonists." Qiao Chuchu's mind buzzed with the revelation. "So, I am relegated to a defensive role?" The system replied, unhurried. "You can adopt a defensive stance as an offensive strategy. This is your forte, is it not?" She was momentarily stunned, her body retreating rapidly, and in a fleeting moment, she found herself on the road. Her form still retained the posture of running forward, yet Lu Yuejue was a step ahead of her. Together, they dashed toward the West Heights. With no time to ponder further, Qiao Chuchu seized Lu Yuejue first, deliberately grasping the West Heights in preparation to evade.
Bam!
Qiao Chuchu collapsed on the spot. She awoke once more, drenched in sweat. A system appeared before her. Try again. With a momentary daze, she was back on the road. Lu Yuejue still surpassed her by a stride. Lu Tingxi noticed an approaching vehicle and shouted, "Watch out for the car." Pei Buxian wasted no time and rushed toward Qiao Chuchu. "Chuchu, the car is coming." In a flash, Qiao Chuchu embraced Lu Yuejue. Lu Yuejue. As she held him to evade the vehicle, she kicked West Heights away, dodging the path of the oncoming car. West Heights, ack. The white car screeched to a halt. Vehicles in the adjacent lane also came to a swift stop. West Heights fell to the ground, whimpering. The world fell silent. Qiao Chuchu and Lu Yuejue were wedged between two cars, drenched in cold sweat. The numbers before her dwindled from 9 to 8, then from 8 to 7. 7 lives. 7 chances. Goodness, did you see that? She just executed an extreme dodge. Indeed, in moments of peril, one can display remarkable agility. Her movements were seamless. I replayed her actions slowly, and her mind operated like a computer, effortlessly navigating the danger. Qiao Chuchu trembled uncontrollably, glancing at Lu Yuejue. "Are you all right?" Lu Yuejue, tightly held by her arm, shook his head in a daze. "I'm fine." She protectively enveloped him, resembling a mother. Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian rushed to their front. "Are you hurt?" Qiao Chuchu, still shaken, shook her head. She was in a state of shock. "I was hit twice." Pei Buxian?
Lu Tingxi?
Lu Yuejue. Qiao Chuchu looked at Lu Yuejue. "Not only did I die, but Lu Yuejue also perished. Had I not possessed 9 lives to revive, we would have fallen victim to that old woman's recklessness. Fortunately, I saved him. Thank goodness the person I care for did not die. because of me. Her calves trembled uncontrollably as she feigned composure, squatting before Lu Yuejue. Are you okay? That was truly terrifying. She trembled all over but still examined Lu Yuejue's body. You're not too shaken, are you? Lu Yuejue's hair was disheveled, his youthful face marked by emotions not befitting his age, his phoenix eyes locked onto her. You saved my life.
Twice.
He had no time to contemplate whether Qiao Chuchu had the chance to revive. He was certain that it was the Qiao Chuchu who relentlessly saved him across both lives that he longed to be close to. Lu Yuejue cupped her face, imparting a tender and focused kiss. Qiao Chuchu. She met Lu Yuejue's gaze in astonishment. His cool, exquisite visage unfolded like moonlight upon her. And with a gentle smile, he said, Thank you. Chapter 29. The character I pushed actually has feelings for me. As Qiao Chuchu's heart raced, she stared blankly at Lu Yuejue. Suddenly, her hand was grasped by someone. Turning her head, she was met with Lu Tingxi's eyes, brimming with warmth. His warm palm held hers tightly as he leaned down, kissing the back of her hand with reverence. Lu Tingxi tightened his grip on her hand, smiling tenderly. Thank you for saving my son's life. Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, replied, It wasn't that serious. It was something I should have done. No, Lu Tingxi said knowingly, with a profound look. I believe that in critical moments, one instinctively protects oneself rather than saving a stranger. The distance and speed of that car were perilously close. I thought we were going to crash. Qiao Chuchu's first attempt to save Lu Yuejue had ended in failure, proving that rescuing him was indeed a risk and a waste of time. Had she chosen to abandon him, she surely would not have faced death. Yet, she chose to run with Lu Yuejue again, risking another opportunity to fail. It was hard for him not to feel gratitude. You are the hero to my son and me. Qiao Chuchu's cheeks burned, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Oh, externally composed, she was internally screaming with joy. I received gratitude from the two people I admire. Who understands how exhilarating this is? This feeling is so blissful. The three individuals who could hear her innermost thoughts felt as if their heads might burst from the intensity. Qiao Chuchu bit her lip, stifling laughter while internally exulting. Lu Yuejue could not help but smile. Unfamiliar with the phrase I pushed, he found her joy infectious. Lu Yuejue cupped Qiao Chuchu's face. Let me give you another kiss.
Eh?
Qiao Chuchu exclaimed as Lu Yuejue gently kissed her left cheek. Her face flushed, leaving her more bewildered than ever. Why? Lu Yuejue chuckled softly. Because you are simply adorable, sister. Qiao Chuchu thought. How does this little sickly sweet character know how to flirt so well? Lu Yuejue raised an eyebrow, effortlessly watching her with a smile. Suddenly, another hand swept in, pulling Qiao Chuchu behind. That's enough. She stumbled, colliding into Pei Buxian's broad shoulder. Pei Buxian, his expression dark, wordlessly shoved her into the car, casting a cold glare at Lu Tingxi and his son. Lu Tingxi remained standing, a smile playing on his lips. Mr. Pei, why the long face? Is our way of expressing gratitude displeasing to you? Lu Yuejue, hands in his pockets, wore a triumphant grin. You're not angry, are you, Brother Pei? The father and son duo clearly relished in their provocation. Pei Buxian glared at them, tightening his grip on the car door. I'll settle the score later. He turned and took the driver's seat, roughly wiping Qiao Chuchu's cheeks. She winced in pain, exclaiming, That hurts. What are you doing? Pei Buxian, with a dark expression, wiped her face, grumbling, Are you so pleased just because someone else kissed you? Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, replied, What are you talking about? He retrieved a pack of disinfectant wipes from storage, pulled out a thick stack, and slapped it onto Qiao Chuchu's face while muttering, You're my sister. Yet you're so easily pleased by others. Truly, you're insatiably greedy. Shocked by his actions, Qiao Chuchu protested. What are you saying? Are you out of your mind? With reddened eyes, Pei Buxian shouted, Aren't you my sister? If another brother makes you happy, shouldn't I be angry? Chapter 30. I have never been aggressive. I excel in counterattacks. Qiao Chuchu stood there, mouth agape, momentarily stunned. After a while, she snapped back to reality, bewildered. What did you just say? Pei Buxian's expression shifted as he prepared to reprimand her. In a flash, Qiao Chuchu, feeling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, unleashed a tirade. Are you insane? On what grounds do you scold me? I am your sister, but I am not your possession. Pei Buxian was momentarily taken aback by her outburst, his mouth opening to retort. Qiao Chuchu raised her hand and slapped his head, commanding, Be quiet. I don't want to hear your voice. Pei Buxian was left stunned. Qiao Chuchu glared at him in disdain. having not lived together for 7 years. I can no longer comprehend Pei Buxian. What gives him the right to speak to me this way? Is he jealous? Pei Buxian questioned. Jealous?
No.
He would never be jealous. A knock sounded outside the window. Lu Tingxi leaned closer to the car window, smiling cheerfully. Miss Qiao, are you alright? Your brother isn't bullying you, is he? His blatant smile only added fuel to the fire. Pei Buxian emanated a faint, sweet aroma reminiscent of a bakery. A blend of sweetness and the softness of bread. Without a word, she punched Pei Buxian at the base of his thigh. Pei Buxian winced in pain, angrily exclaiming, Qiao Chuchu, have you lost your mind? Qiao Chuchu retorted defiantly, yes, because your words are offensive. Pei Buxian took a deep breath, his gaze equally dangerous. I offended you? And what about you? Qiao Chuchu stood her ground. What's wrong with me? Pei Buxian's face turned a shade of anger. A group of girls expressed their affection for me at my birthday party, and you chased those girls with a water gun. And it was I who had to apologize to you afterward. Qiao Chuchu stammered. Sorry, the system forced me to do that. Pei Buxian's eyes gleamed with intensity as he firmly grasped her shoulders, articulating each word with precision. This isn't the first time you've monopolized your brother. Why shouldn't I? Pei Buxian's eyes dulled slightly as he smiled. Qiao Chuchu, I have never done anything to invade your space. He leaned closer. If you feel I have offended you, it is merely my way of retaliating. Qiao Chuchu turned her gaze to the window. Lu Tingxi remained outside, peering into the car. His view obstructed by the anti-peeping film. He politely refrained from stepping forward, his gaze calm as flowing water, quietly observing the glass before him. As if capturing everything within his sight. Qiao Chuchu felt awkward, wanting to push Pei Buxian away. I certainly do not wish for others to witness this. Pei Buxian chuckled softly, lowering the car window to confront Lu Tingxi. Upon seeing the posture of the two inside the car, Lu Tingxi narrowed his fox-like eyes and let out a cold laugh. Qiao Chuchu felt like a small kitten caught between two wolf kings, her eyes darting about in confusion. Pei Buxian's tousled golden hair concealed his round, glistening eyes, filled with hostility as he glared at Lu Tingxi. Stay away from my sister. Lu Tingxi's dark pupils suddenly ignited with a flicker of mischief, his smile widening.
Why?
Pei Buxian clenched his teeth tightly. Because she is my sister. Lu Tingxi smirked mischievously. Yet you don't even provide her with living expenses. I do now. Pei Buxian picked up his phone and transferred 2 million to Qiao Chuchu. Lu Tingxi glanced at the amount, dismissively scoffing. What can this buy? A few bags? He shoved his phone into Qiao Chuchu's hands. Input your card number. Chapter 31. It was merely 20 million, yet she fainted. Upon seeing the amount displayed on Lu Tingxi's phone, Qiao Chuchu's eyes nearly popped out. 5 million. Lu Tingxi nodded with a smile. Consider this a reward for saving my son. Enter your card number, and I will transfer it directly to you. Pei Buxian's heart tightened, unwilling to concede, and transferred another 4 million to Qiao Chuchu. Now, it's 6 million. Qiao Chuchu's head buzzed. What are these two doing? What kind of madness is this? Pei Buxian and Lu Tingxi turned their attention to her simultaneously, their minds echoing a singular thought. She actually thought transferring money to her was madness? Then, let us escalate the madness. Until she was joyfully screaming inside. Too preoccupied to critique. Pei Buxian proudly lifted his chin at Lu Tingxi. I possess Qiao Chuchu's card number. I don't need to feign concern. Lu Tingxi, amused with irritation, retorted. You think I am feigning? He snatched his phone back, entering a new series of numbers. 7 million. Qiao Chuchu, input your bank account. Pei Buxian took up his phone, preparing to transfer another 4 million. Qiao Chuchu felt her blood pressure rising sharply.
Oh.
Stop. Pei Buxian ignored her, boasting about his achievements. I will transfer another 4 million right now. Lu Tingxi's eyes darkened as he seized the phone to make a call. Since Miss Qiao refuses to disclose her card number, I shall investigate your bank account. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback.
Oh.
I am not telling you because I do not wish for you to transfer money to me. I do not need it. Lu Tingxi interjected firmly. But I need to transfer it to you. I believe no one dislikes money. So, do not tell me you do not like money. Qiao Chuchu. Moments later, Lu Tingxi smiled broadly. Found it. I will transfer it to you now. Pei Buxian scoffed coldly. I've already transferred 8 million. Lu Tingxi, unwilling to back down, declared, then I will transfer 9 million directly. Pei Buxian declared, then I shall directly transfer 10 million. Lu Tingxi responded ominously. Then I shall match that with another 10 million. The onlookers outside were taken aback, mouths agape. pondering whether the 10 million they mentioned was genuine currency or merely a whimsical token. Surely, it must be a token, for they were all driving luxury cars. Yet, it seemed improbable that such vast sums could be transferred so casually. Qiao Chuchu, standing at a distance, overheard their heated exchange and approached with a fierce demeanor.
Hey.
But Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian remained oblivious, engrossed in their argument. Qiao Chuchu cast a glance at Lu Tingxi's transfer interface, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was utterly astounding. They were bestowing such an exorbitant amount upon a girl like Qiao Chuchu. She shot a resentful glance at Qiao Chuchu. You must feel quite pleased now, huh? All you wealthy heiresses are not to be trusted. Yet her voice was drowned out by the clamor of Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian, rendering her words inaudible to those present. Biting her lip in frustration, she felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Were they truly disregarding her? Despite her dismay, Pei Buxian continued to flaunt his phone before Qiao Chuchu. Miss Qiao, my son's life is worth this sum. Thank you for your assistance. Qiao Chuchu appeared bewildered. But I don't require such a large sum. This feels rather strange. As if you were merely trying to curry favor with me. Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian countered. No, you do need it. Qiao Chuchu responded with a puzzled expression. Lu Tingxi leaned down to gently stroke her head. Besides, even if it were to curry favor, what of it? You are entirely deserving. Pei Buxian turned Qiao Chuchu's face towards him. A man of 34 thinks he can compete with me? Then, I shall simply give Qiao Chuchu 20 million. Lu Tingxi's expression darkened, yet he chuckled in disbelief. Very well, I shall grant Miss Qiao 30 million. I will offer 40 million. I will give her 100 million. Qiao Chuchu gasped, suddenly feeling lightheaded, and slumped weakly against the car. Beside her, Lu Yuejue remarked, has she fainted from your antics? Pei Buxian and Lu Tingxi exchanged puzzled glances. Is she truly fainted? They both looked towards Qiao Chuchu. Pei Buxian gently tapped her face.
Hey.
Qiao Chuchu did not respond at all. Pei Buxian rolled his eyes dramatically. Goodness, has she truly become so fragile that a mere monetary gift causes her to faint? When did she become so spineless? Lu Tingxi straightened up, offering a cool assessment. It is not that she is spineless. Rather, it is that you both seldom treat her with such kindness, and she has become overwhelmed with joy. Pei Buxian stubbornly retorted, I have stated that we treat her well. Lu Tingxi smirked in a dismissive manner. Yes, indeed, the kind of well that does not include living expenses. Lu Yuejue pinched her temples, exasperated by their bickering. You two adults should at least do something. Taking her to a crematorium would be better than squabbling here. Pei Buxian snorted, raising the car window. Lu Tingxi, unwilling to concede, ushered his son into the vehicle. Let us go, get in the car. Qiao Chuchu stood in astonishment behind them. Where are you two off to? The matter remains unresolved. Qiao Chuchu paused, glancing at Qiao Chuchu, who lay unconscious in the passenger seat. A smile crept across her face, finding the situation amusing. Just moments ago, she had been fiercely aggressive, and now she had fainted. Truly, it seemed they were eager to shower her with affection. Aunt Zhao tugged at her sleeve with a hint of trepidation. Shwe shwe, do you think they might retaliate against me? These individuals appear quite affluent. Xia Shuechun gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. No need to worry, Auntie. If anything arises, I shall assist you. At the very least, I can plead with them not to bully you. However, this was contingent upon Qiao Chuchu refraining from inciting them. Xia Shuechun ground her molars. It was rare for her to harbor animosity towards anyone, but Qiao Chuchu was the first girl she truly loathed. A sense of annoyance washed over her, as if this person ought to vanish. She was determined to confront Qiao Chuchu's brothers about this. In the emergency room of the hospital, the doctor looked at the unconscious Qiao Chuchu lying on the bed. So, you are saying that the patient was conversing with you, and during the conversation she fainted? Pei Buxian furrowed his brow. Yes, it was merely a casual chat. Lu Tingxi maintained a serious demeanor. After transferring her 20 million, she fainted. The doctor nodded. 20 million indeed. Lu Tingxi frowned. 20 million. My brother and I together gave her that amount. The doctor stood there dumbfounded. Why would you give her 20 million? Chapter 32. The meeting is cancelled. I shall judge Xia Shuechun.
Pei Buxian replied.
Because we were competing to see who could give her more. Lu Tingxi added, and then she fainted. Lu Yuju commented from the side, how utterly pathetic. It's just a small sum. The doctor fell silent, gradually coming to a realization. Now I understand how she fainted. The three exchanged puzzled glances. The doctor, with a grave expression, remarked. She was overwhelmed by an avalanche of wealth. The three stared in confusion. The doctor leaned closer to Qiao Chuchu. Someone is trying to take your money. Qiao Chuchu bolted upright, exclaiming, "What? Who dares to touch my money?" The doctor shrugged. "See? All is well." Qiao Chuchu appeared bewildered, looking around the hospital bed in a daze. Pei Buxian, Lu Tingxi, and Lu Yuzhu observed her from above. She was slightly disoriented. Did I faint again? She often lost consciousness, as any defiance against the system's management resulted in punishment, leading to her fainting. Over time, her body had suffered greatly. Sometimes, even in the absence of punishment, an emotional surge could trigger her to faint. Lu Yuzhu shook his head in disdain. With your demeanor, can you still call yourself the 8th miss of the Pei family? You are the most intellectually impoverished person I have ever encountered.
Qiao Chuchu dito.
That's because your father keeps transferring money to me. Lu Yuzhu rolled his eyes. What if I were to transfer 2 million to you?
Qiao Chuchu gapet.
You wouldn't dare. Lu Yuzhu grinned provocatively, sitting on her hospital bed. Oh, I absolutely would, sister. I've also learned to manage finances and earned quite a bit. Perhaps even more than your little treasure chest. Qiao Chuchu thought. Truly, they are a bizarre duo. I should never have harbored any fondness for this father-son pair. While the father maintains a semblance of normalcy in front of others, this little rascal is nothing but a pure troublemaker. Lu Yuzhu raised an eyebrow. Smiling even more provocatively, sister, you wouldn't be cursing me in your heart, would you? Pei Buxian sensed something amiss and squinted.
Qiao Chuchu, comme le ten obivisu.
Beamed with a smile. Not at all. Luo Yuejue resembled a mischievous little demon, her eyes glinting with cunning as she remarked with a significant tone. You need not lie to me. Even if you curse me in your heart, I find you quite amusing. Pei Buxian's suspicion deepened. Luo Tingxi, noticing the odd glint in Pei Buxian's eyes, swiftly pulled Luo Yuejue aside, admonishing, "Be courteous, my child. Your sister has just fainted and needs to recuperate." Reluctantly, Luo Yuejue acquiesced. Fine. Luo Tingxi turned to Qiao Chuchu with a polite smile. We shall take our leave now. The money we provided is a token of gratitude. You need not return it. Perhaps we can share a meal together in the future. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, wanting to refuse. But the father and son duo swiftly departed, leaving her no opportunity to respond. She quietly gazed at their retreating figures, contemplating her bank account balance. I never anticipated that my mere intention to rescue the Highlands would result in an earnings windfall of 20 million. Could it be that I inadvertently stumbled upon a script for abundant fortune? Ha ha ha. Qiao Chuchu picked up her phone, opened her banking app, and stared at the astonishing balance. 3,520,000,000. She could scarcely comprehend it. Brother, how you read this long string of numbers? Is it 35 billion 2 million or 35 billion and 2 million? Pei Buxian's mind flashed with a question mark. You spent money to send yourself to a prestigious university abroad, yet you have not learned a thing, have you? Qiao Chuchu protested. I have learned. Pei Buxian frowned. If you have learned, why can't you read such a simple number? Qiao Chuchu replied. Because I haven't mastered it. Pei Buxian. And do you know why your name on your ID is Qiao Chu and not Qiao Chuchu? Qiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a hint of shame. Because my birth mother hoped I would become an outstanding individual. Pei Buxian shrugged. So, do you consider yourself outstanding now? Qiao Chuchu replied. Why not? A lazy yet talented person can still be considered outstanding. Pei Buxian. Would not your inability to read this number hinder your spending? Qiao Chuchu. Not at all. Pei Buxian. Then why ask? Qiao Chuchu retorted. Why are you so fierce? If you are unwilling to tell me, perhaps Luo Tingxi would be willing. Pei Buxian, his head buzzing with frustration, roared like a monster. You must not seek him. He is merely an outsider. Why do you need to be so familiar with an outsider? Qiao Chuchu countered. What does my familiarity with anyone have to do with you? She felt indignant. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Pei Buxian is not far from a mental breakdown. Pei Buxian. Just as he was about to retort, he realized he had lost his composure. It was rare for him to become angry, but today, due to the loss of his dog, he had indeed lost his temper. Pei Buxian took a moment to regain his composure. Qiao Chuchu had nearly perished. Oh, not just once, but twice. She even had a chance at rebirth. This was something she needed to share with her brothers, as well as with the father-son duo of Luo Tingxi. She believed they could hear her thoughts. However, whether they could or not remained to be tested. Qiao Chuchu felt a sense of despondency. Pei Buxian was left speechless. Qiao Chuchu. She looked up in confusion, her forehead receiving a gentle flick. Pei Buxian returned to his usual lethargic demeanor and calmly remarked, "You should truly understand what your brothers are like." Qiao Chuchu wore a puzzled expression. "Why should I bother to know about you? I am not particularly idle." Pei Buxian questioned, "Are you really that busy?" Qiao Chuchu rolled her eyes. "Busy, of course. Busy daydreaming. Busy feeling perplexed by you. Busy sensing that something is off about you, and busy figuring out how to send you painlessly to the mental hospital." Pei Buxian was taken aback. He suddenly realized that over the past decade, he had never truly listened to Qiao Chuchu's inner thoughts, which he now deemed a significant regret. He was especially curious about her mindset while undertaking missions. Suddenly, Pei Buxian's phone rang. He answered, "Elder brother." On the other end, Pei Yuan inquired, "How did things go with Xia Xuechuan today?" Pei Buxian understood the implication. "I'm fine, but I am currently at the hospital. Did you get injured?"
Pei Yuan asked. No.
It was Qiao Chuchu who was injured. She nearly got hit by a car. Pei Yuan paused momentarily, suspiciously asking, "Were you the one who pushed her?" Pei Buxian replied, "Of course not. It was Xia Xuechuan's fault." Pei Buxian then wondered aloud, "Why?" Chapter 33. My 7 Young Lords and Their 8th Sister, I Raise Online. Pei Buxian hung up the phone, still bewildered, when a message popped up.
Beike, busy.
Pei Phone Long. I'm in a meeting. What is so urgent? Has Pei Buxian fallen for Xia Xuechuan? Pei Ci. Which psychiatric hospital should we send flowers to? I can have my assistant deliver them. Pei Mu. Same here. Pei Buxian exclaimed, "How much do you all want me to fall for Xia Xuechuan?" Pei Yuchuan chimed in. "Oh, look who is still in the group. Since you've now fallen for Xia Xuechuan, you should be kicked out. My apologies." System notification. Pei Yuchuan has kicked you from the group chat. Pei Buxian was left speechless. System notification. Pei Yuan has added you back to the group chat. Pei Buxian asserted, "This matter has nothing to do with me. Stop concocting nonsense." Pei Yuan replied, "Qiao Chuchu nearly got hit by a car. She's in the hospital and just regained consciousness. Can we count on you to come?" The group fell silent for a minute. Pei Buxian asked, "Aren't you all busy?" The 5 replied, "We are only busy in relation to you." Pei Buxian felt an inexplicable surge of frustration within him. He irritably turned to see if Qiao Chuchu was following. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu was lost in thought and accidentally bumped into his chest, looking up in bewilderment. Pei Buxian remained silent, staring at her peculiarly for a moment before turning away. Qiao Chuchu, donning a warm scarf, felt utterly flattered. Did the sun rise in the west today? Pei Buxian actually thought to keep me warm? The last time I fainted in front of him, he was completely indifferent. Pei Buxian paused a steps. Hurry up and catch up. Pei Buxian furrowed his brows in irritation as he watched Qiao Chuchu dash towards him, her scarf resembling a rice dumpling, playfully beaming at him without a care. His eyes sparkled momentarily, the corners of his mouth hinting at a smile, before he resumed his solitary pace towards the parking lot. Nearby, a girl awaiting her test results was engrossed in a novel on her phone, her voice soft as honey. Every time I read the works of the illustrious Buxian, I feel he imbues his female protagonists with profound emotion. Another boy nodded in agreement. There must be a girl named Qiao Chu by his side. Every heroine in his books is named Qiao Chu. The girl gasped in astonishment. Every single book? The boy affirmed. Indeed, a constant male lead, but an unchanging Qiao Chu. She is the goddess in the hearts of many readers. Zhang Shua, who had not seen Qiao Chu for a long time, noted that she had not aged a day. Her voluminous, wavy hair, a rich chestnut hue cascading down to her waist, was perpetually tousled. Adorning her ears were pencil-like, sharp, and pointed accessories that never failed to give her a charming allure rather than a disheveled appearance, igniting within Zhang Shua a peculiar thought. If the Little Mermaid were to gain legs, she would undoubtedly resemble Qiao Chu. However, this enchanting mermaid was more adept at painting and fighting than singing. He placed the West Highland Terrier on the ground, hesitated momentarily, and made his way to the kitchen. Little Xia, responsible for the kitchen, was astonished to see him. "Mr. Pei Chi?" Pei Buxian remained silent, washing his hands before getting to work on baking a cake. Qiao Chuchu, stationed on the second floor, caught a whiff of an indescribable sweetness. She hurried down the stairs, asking, "Is someone making desserts in the kitchen?" Just as little Xia was about to respond, Pei Buxian swiftly shut the kitchen door, locking it with a fierce determination. "Do not tell her what I am doing," he threatened little Xia ominously. Startled, little Xia nodded in a panic, sensing the oddity of the situation. Qiao Chuchu approached the kitchen door, attempting to open it, but to no avail. The unmistakable scent of cake wafted from within, piquing her curiosity. Is someone cooking in there? Pei Buxian's expression tightened. Little Xia, quick-witted, texted, "Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me." She then stood at the kitchen door, addressing Qiao Chuchu. "Apologies, Miss Qiao. I'm currently baking cookies. Would you like me to bring some tea to your room later?" Disappointed, Qiao Chuchu turned away. "No, thank you. I don't particularly enjoy cookies. Perhaps consider a strawberry cake next time. I would love to have that." Pei Buxian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the green grapes he had prepared to bring out. Without hesitation, he tossed them into the trash. Little Xia gasped, "The grapes are innocent." After a brief silence, Pei Buxian retrieved them, muttering, "I forgot." Little Xia was perplexed as he tossed them into the basket. "Give them to Pei Yuchuan. He lacks the discernment to appreciate them." Little Xia pondered. Why is this young master, who mismanages even such trivial matters, in the kitchen? Does he intend to create a nuclear bomb? She watched anxiously as Pei Buxian took out strawberries, stepping forward nervously. "Let me wash them." She feared he might discard the strawberries as well. Pei Buxian replied coldly, "I can manage myself." Pei Buxian meticulously washed and sliced the strawberries, expertly preparing the cake. Xiao Xia stood by, gazing vacantly. She awkwardly turned her back, extracting her phone to prepare a post for Xia Hongshu. She was a minor internet celebrity, her profile reading, "A kitchen girl working for 7 handsome young masters." Frequently, she shared anonymous anecdotes about the peculiar happenings among the Pei family's 7 brothers. Despite the skepticism surrounding her authenticity, the novelty and intrigue of her content garnered substantial traffic, with a plethora of followers eagerly anticipating her updates. Family who understands. The 7th young master has always been languid and reticent. Just a moment ago, he abruptly entered the kitchen and, without uttering a word, began baking a cake. When the 8th young lady inquired about the delightful aroma, the 7th young master nervously shut the kitchen door, wishing to keep her in the dark. She continued, "After the 8th young lady arrived, I lied, claiming I was baking cookies to cover for the 7th young master. Disappointed, she left, advising me to make a strawberry cake next time." Initially, the young master intended to bake a green grape cake, but upon hearing her suggestion, he hurled the grapes into the trash. After my discreet reminder, the 7th young master retrieved the grapes, stating he would give them to the 3rd young master. Accompanying the narrative was a solitary image of plump, luscious green grapes nestled in a basket. Chapter 34. Miss Xia Xuechuan's Great Influence. Soon, comments began pouring in beneath the post. "What? My virtual 7th young master can actually bake? And for the 8th young lady, I never expected this 8th young lady to emerge as a formidable force, managing to coax my introverted 7th son into baking a cake for her. How infuriating! Where did my 3rd son, the athletic young master with a dark complexion, falter? He is supposed to eat those grapes. Blogger, I warn you, do not let my 3rd son have those grapes. They belong in my mouth." Has the blogger forgotten the initial premise? The 7 young masters have an 8th young lady, but they share a strained relationship with her. How could the aloof 7th young master, who is shy and loves dogs, possibly bake a cake for her? It strains credulity. And can he truly bake when he is so wealthy? My son, who is too lazy to even open his mouth for a sip of water, has washed strawberries by hand. I am utterly flabbergasted. Is the 8th young lady beautiful? Is she beautiful? Is she beautiful? Unbeknownst to them, Pei Buxian in the same room was diligently focused on his cake making. He generously adorned the cake with a lavish layer of diced strawberries, and during the final decoration, he instinctively inscribed the words, "You have worked hard." However, those 4 characters were swiftly erased, replaced with strawberries, and the name Xiao Xia was placed on the tray. Pei Buxian presented the cake to her, saying, "Give this to Qiao Chuchu." Xiao Xia eagerly extended her hand to receive it, her joy palpable.
See?
"I told you it was for the 8th young lady, and yet a group of netizens still argued with me." She flattered. Miss Qiao will surely be delighted to see this. But Pei Buxian maintained a stern demeanor, replying, "Do not mention that I made it.
Just say it was your creation."
Xiao Xia was taken aback. "Why?" Pei Buxian, with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression, replied, "Because I do not wish for her to know that this was sent by me." Xiao Xia struggled to comprehend. "But this is a cake you baked with your own hands. Wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't know?" Pei Buxian's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. "I said to give it to her. You must do so. Under no circumstances are you to disclose that this cake is from me. Do you understand?" Xiao Xia, startled, trembled in fear and replied awkwardly, "I understand." Xiao Xie gazed in shock as Pei Bu Xian walked further away. Could this be a poison plot? She posted. What should I do, everyone? The young master has prepared a cake, but insists I deliver it to the 8th young lady, even threatening me not to let it slip. Am I going to end up in prison? Haha, I knew my son wouldn't let me down. Did he perhaps add mustard to it? Is this funny? The 7th young master can't be trying to harm the 8th young lady, right? There can't be any poison in it, can there? What happens if I don't deliver it? Then I'd surely lose my job. The blogger mentioned she earns $30,000 a month. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate to deliver it and deal with the consequences later. This is so conflicting. Stay tuned for updates. Nervously, Xiao Xie carried the cake and tea to find Qiao Chuchu. Pei Bu Xian hid in a corner, watching intently. Xiao Xie placed the tray on the coffee table. Miss Qiao. Qiao Chuchu looked puzzled. What is it? Xiao Xie, feeling rigid, presented the tray before her. You worked hard saving Mr. Pei's West Highland White Terrier today, so this is a cake for you. Qiao Chuchu, surprised, exclaimed, Wow, what a beautiful strawberry cake. But weren't you just baking cookies? Did you buy this? Xiao Xie's expression darkened. Before you consider whether or not you've been poisoned or threatened with a knife. This is my creation. Qiao Chuchu raised an eyebrow.
Huh?
Xiao Xie awkwardly smiled. Why not cut a piece and try it?
Qiao Chuchu hestita.
After discussing poison and threats, who would dare to eat it? Why express it that way? It was quite strange. Despite her thoughts, Qiao Chuchu picked up the knife, slicing into the cake and tasting a piece. Xiao Xie's heart raced with anxiety. Pei Bu Xian, hidden in the corner, clutched his dog, watching Qiao Chuchu eat. As she savored the cake, her eyes brightened and she looked at Xiao Xie. Xiao Xie's face paled instantly. What's wrong? Are you unwell?
No.
Qiao Chuchu shook her head with a smile, speaking with certainty. This cake is not your handiwork. Pei Bu Xian was taken aback. Xiao Xie stammered. Why do you say that? Qiao Chuchu lifted the plate with a knowing smile. Because this is Pei Bu Xian's craftsmanship.
피부인 가스펫.
Xiao Xie exclaimed in astonishment. How do you know? Qiao Chuchu speared a strawberry with her fork, grinning proudly. I just know. Because every year on my birthday, Pei Bu Xian personally baked my cake. Regardless of how the cake may change, the texture and the quality of the jam are unmistakable. Moreover, whenever I felt wronged, he would always bake a cake for me. This flavor is uniquely Pei Bu Xian's. No matter how time passes, I shall never forget it. With a smile, Qiao Chuchu casually glanced in Pei Bu Xian's direction. He, clutching his dog, darted away, pressing tightly against the wall, his ears turning pink, his chest heaving with intensity. Overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembled as he embraced the dog. He could not fathom the source of his elation. Yet the corners of his mouth curled upward in sheer delight. As Qiao Chuchu savored her cake, she marveled at the exquisite strawberry dessert. This fellow, too bashful to express his gratitude. Humph. Pei Bu Xian pressed his lips together, his handsome face flushed. Suddenly, the sound of thunderous footsteps echoed from the living room. Xia Xuechuan rushed towards Qiao Chuchu, exclaiming, Miss Qiao. Upon turning her head, Qiao Chuchu was met with a face full of strawberry cake as Xia Xuechuan flung it at her. Qiao Chuchu. Xia Xuechuan. Pei Bu Xian. Xia Xuechuan, fueled by indignation, rolled up her sleeves and boldly declared, Do you think being wealthy makes you superior? Can money justify bullying us less fortunate? Qiao Chuchu remained silent, as cream had invaded her nostrils. Another male voice resonated with calm authority. Miss Xia Xuechuan. Xia Xuechuan paused, turning towards the source of the voice. Pei Yuan and 5 other brothers from the Pei family loomed above her, their presence like dark clouds suffocating the sky, leaving her breathless. Pei Yuan's smile was unnervingly sinister. You certainly carry a great deal of bravado. Xia Xuechuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Hadn't they gone to work? Chapter 35, Chuchu. I and the ancient Greek deity governing great fortunes. The Pei family's living room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Pei Yuan stood at the entrance, his brows furrowed with immense fury. With strawberry cream still clinging to her fingertips and her hair disheveled from her hurried arrival, Xia Xuechuan appeared both disheveled and awkward, stammering. It's not my fault, Mr. Pei. It was Miss Qiao who was being unreasonable first. Pei Yuan scoffed. Was it not her fault for bullying his sister in his presence? He stepped forward and suddenly, Qiao Chuchu lunged at Xia Xuechuan like a monkey. Grabbing a piece of cake from the floor, she smeared it across Xia Xuechuan's face with a resounding slap. Pei Yuan. Pei Bu Xian. Others. In a swift motion, Qiao Chuchu pinned Xia Xuechuan to the ground, shrieking, surprise. I am the deity of great fortunes from ancient Greece. She stuffed cake into Xia Xuechuan's mouth. Xia Xuechuan, unable to cry out, attempted to push Qiao Chuchu off her. Let go of me. Qiao Chuchu retaliated with several sharp slaps. Nonsense. If I don't beat the stuffing out of you today, then you can consider yourself lucky. The 7 brothers? Xia Xuechuan? Lin Qing arrived at the Pei family's entrance, holding a bouquet of vibrant lilies alongside Lin Shen. Beaming, Lin Qing introduced, Brother, trust me. This girl Qiao Chuchu is absolutely delightful. You will undoubtedly take a liking to her. Having admired Qiao Chuchu for 4 years, he was well aware of her charm. Yet cuteness was merely one of her many endearing qualities. Lin Qing pressed the doorbell, continuing to enthusiastically describe, this lovely girl has a wonderful temperament, is kind-hearted. And most importantly, she is incredibly amusing. Please be gentle, so as not to frighten her. Before long, a servant opened the door, exclaiming in surprise, Miss Lin Qing? Lin Qing nodded, I am here to see Qiao Chuchu. Is the 8th young lady at home? The servant offered a wry smile, clearly apprehensive about something. Yes, but... Before the servant could finish, Lin Qing brushed past her, declaring, That is my brother. We have specifically come to pay a visit to Miss Qiao. Lin Shen followed closely behind, his expression stern. Although it had been 3 years since they last met, based on Lin Qing's description, Qiao Chuchu should remain unchanged, still possessing that sweet smile. As the two made their way to the living room, they were suddenly startled by a piercing scream. Where do you think you're running off to? Lin Shen furrowed his brows as he witnessed a flustered girl with a ponytail rushing into his embrace. Her tear-filled eyes, filled with desperation, glided smoothly from Lin Qing's face to his, as she implored, Sir, please save me. Lin Shen frowned, repulsed, and stepped back. Why was his sister seeking his help in this situation? However, it was evident that the girl disregarded her own gender, even opening her arms to embrace him. Just as they made contact, a shadow abruptly appeared before him, delivering a swift kick that sent the girl sprawling. Stunned, Lin Shen followed the shadow, revealing a girl with long reddish-brown hair, speckled with cream, clad in a comfortable hoodie. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, the red-haired girl delivered a thunderous blow to the ponytailed girl on the ground. Get off me! Cried Xia Xuechuan. Qiao Chuchu seized her hair, unleashing her fury. Silence. Xia Xuechuan gasped, her lips pressed tightly together, her teary eyes glaring defiantly at her adversary. Though words failed her, her eyes were clearly filled with rebellion. Qiao Chuchu restrained her like a pig awaiting slaughter, brazenly taunting, Get up! Why can't you rise? Xia Xuechuan's tears streamed forth. You bully me just because you're wealthy. Qiao Chuchu sneered, That is not bullying. With a flourish, she produced a miniature frying pan from her waist. This is what bullying looks like. Xia Xuechuan's eyes widened in shock as Qiao Chuchu aimed the pan and struck her head with a resounding thud. Xia Xuechuan collapsed unconscious. Rising to her feet, Qiao Chuchu flicked her hair and coolly blew on the frying pan. She then turned to face several astonished faces, including the bewildered Pei brothers, the dazed Pei Buxian, the already stunned Xiao Xie, and Lin Qing, who held flowers in shock, alongside Lin Shen, whose eyes brimmed with disbelief. Lin Shen? Chapter 36. First Love Lin Shen. Qiao Chuchu, her vision blurred by cream, rubbed her eyes in vain, only to make things more indistinct. A handkerchief was offered to her. Here, wipe your eyes. Taken aback, Qiao Chuchu, through her clouded vision, vaguely discerned the concerned gaze of Lin Shen. Am I hallucinating? I think I see Lin Shen. The Pei brothers exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Shen, while Lin Qing looked at him in astonishment. Lin Shen shook his head, perplexed. Though Qiao Chuchu remained silent, he could hear her voice. At last, as she cleared her vision, she fortuitously locked eyes with Lin Shen's inexplicable expression. Shocked, she stumbled backward, losing her balance and landing squarely in Xia Xuechuan's lap. Xia Xuechuan let out a wail, only to faint once more. Qiao Chuchu wore an expression of disbelief. How is it possible that I encounter my first love when I am devoid of makeup, with my face smeared in cream? While I can't even recognize half the familiar faces when I am all dolled up. Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback. The others were equally stunned. First love. Lin Qing was the most shocked, giving Lin Shen a hard nudge. What on earth is going on with you? As she began to speak, she suddenly realized that she had just overheard Qiao Chuchu's thoughts, and the conversation abruptly ceased. Lin Shen felt a vague sense of unease. It seemed he could hear Qiao Chuchu's inner voice, and his sister appeared to be able to hear it as well. He glanced towards the Pei brothers. Pei Yuan and Pei Buxian's eyes were deep and inscrutable as they stared at him ominously. Unbeknownst to Qiao Chuchu, who awkwardly lowered her head, she muttered, "I need to wash my face." With great strength, she hoisted Xia Xuechuan as if carrying half a pig and walked away with a steady gait. Lin Shen fixed his gaze on her retreating figure, only for it to be abruptly obstructed by Pei Buxian, holding a dog. Pei Buxian's pale face broke into a sinister smile. "Lin Shen, you can hear that voice, can't you?" The atmosphere grew tense. Aunt Wang and Xiao Xie, who had been present, had vanished at some point, leaving only a few familiar faces in the living room. Lin Shen, perplexed, asked, "What voice?" Pei Buxian did not allow him to deny it, stating bluntly, "So the first love of our 8th Miss Pei family is actually you." He scrutinized Lin Shen from head to toe. "Is Qiao Chuchu blind to have fallen for you?" "Lin Shen." Lin Qing hissed in protest, stepping forward. "What are you talking about, Pei Laoqi? My brother is gentle, wealthy, and handsome. Is it so absurd for Qiao Chuchu to fall for such an older brother?" She turned to Lin Shen. "I support you two being together. From now on, Qiao Chuchu is my sister-in-law." Pei Buxian's face darkened. "No way." Lin Qing retorted sharply. "What do you mean no way? You all are obsessively protective of your sister, yet you wish to drag her down too. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Lin Shen grew increasingly puzzled. "What on earth are you all talking about?" Lin Qing explained. "We are discussing the matter of inner voices, specifically the voice of Qiao Chuchu resonating in your mind." Lin Shen could hardly believe. "Can you all hear it?" Lin Qing nodded. "Of course, everyone can hear it, but only a select few can. We suspect that those who can hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts are all individuals with unfortunate fates." She pointed to herself. "My fate involves spending years in prison, followed by a mental breakdown and ultimately suicide." Lin Qing then gestured to the Pei family members. All 7 of them went bankrupt, meeting tragic ends on the streets. Pei Yuan calmly interjected, "Since you can also hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts, let me clarify the current situation. Especially since you are Lin Qing's brother and will henceforth be collaborating with us." Lin Shen stood there, stunned, observing the serious expressions on each of their faces, which did not seem to indicate humor. He nodded gravely. "All right." Chapter 37. I no longer like you. Hearing the voice, Lin Shen lifted his gaze, meeting hers. Her heart raced as she feigned calmness and descended the stairs. "Stay composed, Qiao Chuchu. Though this is your first love, you have not voiced your feelings. And he remains unaware of your affection. Thus, it is of no consequence. You may confidently approach him and greet him, for he remains oblivious." Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with a subtle brightness, and a faint smile graced his lips as he involuntarily rose and walked towards Qiao Chuchu. Pei Buxian narrowed his eyes, the dark circles beneath them appearing more pronounced, and remarked sarcastically, "If someone were a dog, their tail would surely be wagging by now." Lin Shen remained unfazed, clutching the bouquet, his heart racing with tumultuous emotions. 3 years prior, he had distanced himself from her upon witnessing Qiao Chuchu's affection for his elder brother. Just moments ago, he learned that Qiao Chuchu had been compelled by the system to undertake her tasks. Now he was privy to her genuine feelings. They harbored mutual affection for one another. He approached her step by step, his eyes shimmering like scattered stars. "I hope you've been well, Chuchu." Upon closer inspection, Qiao Chuchu realized that Lin Shen bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Qing. Lin Qing's features were sharper and strikingly beautiful, while Lin Shen's were softer, with a depth that rendered him classically handsome, akin to a well-crafted oil painting. He had not changed. He remained just as she remembered him. Suddenly, the tension in Qiao Chuchu's heart dissipated, and she accepted the bouquet with a friendly demeanor. "Thank you." Although she had felt nervous moments ago, the moment of confrontation had rendered her surprisingly calm. After all, he is someone I once admired. Now, I find I am no longer moved. At her words, Lin Shen's smile faltered, frozen on his lips. Pei Buxian's eyes widened in surprise, and he burst into laughter. The atmosphere shifted to something peculiar. Qiao Chuchu, puzzled, asked, "Why did you suddenly start laughing, 7th brother?" It was not just Pei Buxian who laughed. The expressions of the other brothers turned crimson, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Yet Pei Buxian seemed the most amused, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his dog, grinning meaningfully. "I just thought of something delightful." Chuchu, bewildered, turned to Lin Shen. "Please. Have a seat, Senior Lin." Lin Shen stiffly joined her, casting a confused glance in her direction. Noticing his brother's unusual demeanor, Lin Qing's eyes darted. And he draped an arm around Qiao Chuchu's shoulders, inquiring, I didn't realize you knew my brother. Why haven't I heard about it before? Holding the flowers, Qiao Chuchu felt a bit shy. I had no idea he was Lin Qing's elder brother when we first met. We became acquainted at an art exhibition. Senior Lin has been incredibly helpful. My technique with light and shadow was lacking, but after he taught me, I improved significantly, and I consider myself a small apprentice of his. After all, back then, I had little interest in minor characters, aside from the frequently appearing leads and supporting cast. I hardly remembered the names of other minor roles. Pei Buxian burst out laughing again. Huh? Qiao Chuchu looked at him, confused. What are you laughing at now? Lin Qing, with a smirk, replied. Oh, it's nothing. Ignore him. Your seventh brother has switched his mouth and rear. He's now talking nonsense. Pei Buxian. Huh? Lin Qing continued suggestively. It seems you two have known each other for quite some time. Are you two? Not at all. Qiao Chuchu vehemently denied. My relationship with Senior Lin Shen is merely that of a junior and a senior. There is nothing beyond that. She awkwardly glanced at Lin Shen before diverting her gaze. It is such a delightful thing that my admired idol likes me too, yet he witnessed my task performance. After that, he left for abroad the very next day. And not blocking me was already a favor. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback. After pondering slightly, she cheerfully suggested, By the way, my brother has yet to date anyone. Why not give it a try? Qiao Chuchu was astonished. What? Lin Qing excitedly continued. You have no idea about my brother. He has always been rather wooden, only showing interest in painting. Both boys and girls have pursued him, yet he remains unmoved. However, I believe you two would be quite suitable for each other. Right, brother? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, nervously gazing at Lin Shen. Oh no. Could he be recalling my pursuit of my brother? I must prevent him from thinking any further. I cannot bear the shame. She waved her hands in rejection. No. No, Senior Lin Shen is so good-looking. He could have any girlfriend he desires. I am currently not in the mindset for romance. She awkwardly rubbed her knees to mask her anxiety. After all, I have been thoroughly hurt. The moment Lin Shen witnessed that, I had no opportunity to explain, and I was forcibly taken to the hospital by the system. In truth, I have always wanted to clarify things with Lin Shen, whether through handwritten notes, typed messages, or subtle hints. I long to express my feelings as I truly, deeply like him. The expressions of everyone gradually turned grave. Is life under the control of the system truly so torturous? Pei Yuan felt an inexplicable, heavy ache in his heart. He had never known the extent of suffering Qiao Chuchu had endured. He even remembered closely monitoring her secretly, fearing something terrible might happen to her. Yet, he had no idea she was silently enduring such torment. The more Qiao Chuchu contemplated, the more lost she became. Not only have I ruined my brother's life, but I have also destroyed my own. It took me an entire year to forget Lin Shen. I have completely forgotten the initial flutter of my heart. Yet the pain lingers vividly. I desire nothing now but to protect myself. Lin Shen abruptly stood up from the sofa, exclaiming, Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu responded, What? Lin Shen's brow furrowed deeply. Actually, I have always. Qiao Chuchu. Qi Xiaojia approached Qiao Chuchu with a fierce demeanor. You actually knocked out my sister. I will report you to the police. Lin Shen's expression darkened. Lin Qing and the Pei brothers cast sharp, unified glares at Qi Xiaojia. Who does she intend to capture? Chapter 38. Qiao Chuchu. I truly do not care if I am an academic underachiever. Please do not involve me in this competition. Qi Xiaojia stood trembling before Qiao Chuchu, having mustered all her courage to be there. She had just seen Xia Xuechun lying in the lounge with a large bump on her head. Trembling, Qi Xiaojia reproached, You do not respect us at all. Pei Yuan coldly interjected, Xia Xuechun was the one who first smashed Qiao Chuchu's cake all over her face. Are you saying my sister lacks respect? Qi Xiaojia was rendered speechless, retorting, But Qiao Chuchu cannot knock her out. What if something unfortunate were to happen to her? Pei Buxian sharply countered, So, is it safe for Xia Xuechun to smear cake all over my sister's face? What if she were to suffocate? What if she were to die from asphyxiation? Qi Xiaojia choked, her eyes instantly reddening, her voice tinged with the quiver of impending tears. No matter what you say, it all sounds reasonable. You are merely bullying me with your wealth and power. Just as Qiao Chuchu was about to speak, Lin Shen interjected coldly, If we truly intended to bully you, would you still be able to stand here and converse with us? Qi Xiaojia was taken aback. Lin Qing, standing nearby, wore a grin that exuded aggression. My brother is right. Our Lin family is not to be trifled with. Do you wish to test that? Qi Xiaojia. Her face paling with fear, stepped back, casting a glance at Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu sat within the protective circle formed by her elder siblings, who flanked her on either side. Without uttering a word, her serene gaze was enough to silently claim victory in this confrontation. The more Qi Xiaojia pondered, the more discontent brewed within her. Qiao Chuchu, do you intend to remain shielded by those around you, refusing to confront me like an adult? Qiao Chuchu replied nonchalantly. Not at all. Qi Xiaojia was taken aback. Qiao Chuchu, with utmost sincerity, continued. Everyone is assisting me, so why should I squander my breath on you? Qi Xiaojia, momentarily stunned, retorted rashly. I heard from Aunt Wang that you got into prestigious foreign universities, thanks to your brother's donations. Clearly, you are unlike those of us who strive through hard work. You are merely a parasite, living off your family's generosity. The crowd fell silent. Aunt Wang, who had hurried over, weakened at the knees and collapsed onto the ground upon hearing Qi Xiaojia's words. Qi Xiaojia had audaciously relayed her disparaging remarks about Qiao Chuchu to her. She had explicitly warned them against speaking out of turn. Qiao Chuchu averted her gaze, spotting Aunt Wang clutching her heart, and couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Xiaojia, discussing your employer's private life without consent will lead to your dismissal. Qi Xiaojia, defiantly lifting her chin, retorted, let it be. There are plenty of jobs and good employers out there. We are not in need of yours. Qiao Chuchu smirked derisively. It seems you misunderstand my implications. What I mean is, I will dismiss you and simultaneously, I will have my family leverage all their connections to reveal the foolishness you three have committed. Pausing, she continued, this means that every family or large corporation wishing to employ Aunt Wang, and you'll be made aware of your sordid history of leaking your employer's private secrets, resulting in Aunt Wang's monthly salary plummeting from 50,000 to a mere few thousand. What? Qi Xiaojia gasped. Aunt Wang's expression changed drastically as she rushed to Qiao Chuchu, tears streaming down her face. Eighth Miss, I am truly sorry. Please do not dismiss me. I have a whole family to support. I recognize my mistake. I will never speak out of turn again. Pei Yuan interjected, it's too late. Aunt Wang's breath hitched as she turned her gaze to Pei Yuan. He regarded her with a disdainful glance, as if she were refuse. To dare use your employer's private life as fodder for conversation is to accept the risks of exposure. Now gather your belongings and leave. Aunt Wang pleaded desperately, Mr. Pei, please forgive me. I promise I won't speak out of turn again. I truly won't. I beg you, don't be so ruthless, Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei, unfazed, summoned security with a swift motion. The guards, dragging and pulling, escorted Aunt Wang away. Weak in the knees, she clung tightly to Qi Xiaojia, her rage boiling over. How can your tongue be so vile? I should never have summoned both of you. You have brought me ruin. You have both ruined me. She resembled a condemned criminal from ancient times, brimming with resentment. Qi Xiaojia trembled in fear, stumbling over her words. I didn't anticipate that Qiao Chuchu would be so petty. With reddened eyes, she commanded Qiao Chuchu, you must release Aunt Wang immediately. She is innocent. Innocent? Qiao Chuchu scoffed. How could you possibly be aware of my family's financial sacrifices to send me to university? While it is indeed unflattering to disclose, my family donated an entire building and invested tens of millions of dollars. Do you think I received that for nothing? Qi Xiaojia was momentarily speechless. Well, we were merely sharing some gossip. Don't you ever share gossip? Qiao Chuchu laughed derisively. I am not foolish enough to divulge my friends' secrets to their adversaries. Aunt Wang's fate is her own doing. Blame her for her loose tongue and you for your naivety. Qi Xiaojia's face flushed crimson, tears brimming in her eyes as she protested. You take advantage of your wealth and power to bully our Xue Chun, to bully me, to bully Aunt Wang. You are nothing but trash, a half-baked leech living off your family's fortune. Her agitation intensified. Your disregard for education is merely a facade. When confronted with someone like me, you remain insecure. You envy Xue Chun and me because I have climbed the ranks through sheer merit. Qi Xiaojia's voice nearly broke. I stand before you through my own capabilities. Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, retorted, so you stand before me as my family's temporary maid, thanks to your capabilities? Qi Xiaojia. The others chuckled softly. Lin Qing couldn't contain her laughter. I haven't encountered such a foolish individual in ages. Qi Xiaojia, feeling humiliated and at a loss, protested, I am merely here for a temporary job. My true abilities lie elsewhere. Qiao Chuchu dismissed her. So, is this the only aspect of your life that you can compare to mine? Qi Xiaojia hesitated. Yes. Just based on this, my life can overshadow yours completely. How dare you bully us when you are nothing yourself? Qiao Chuchu smiled, shaking her head. Dear, when you attempt to mock someone for their education, you must first ensure that they value it as you do. Qi Xiaojia was momentarily stunned by her words. What? Qiao Chuchu explained with calm assurance. Attending an overseas university was a decision imposed by my family. As my lack of academic credentials would bring disgrace upon our entire lineage, a choice I had no power to alter. Personally, I am an artist dedicated to creating comics, and my sole aspiration is to endear my work to a multitude of readers. Therefore, even if you are a master of music, you pose no threat to me. The more she spoke, the more sympathy she exhibited. Your voice, strained and nearly gasping for air as you berate me, inflicts far less harm than the critiques I receive from my readers. Chapter 39. Qiao Chuchu. I merely maintain a low profile at work. Not that I have vanished from existence. Qi Xiaojia was taken aback. Her mind raced with countless retorts to counter Qiao Chuchu. Yet she had not anticipated that Qiao Chuchu was utterly indifferent to her provocations. With a defiant lift of her chin, she retorted, Well, your comic artistry may not yield significant accomplishments, given your poor academic performance. Surely, you cannot produce anything of quality. Qiao Chuchu furrowed her brow, a look of pity crossing her features. Can you guess how much I earn in a month? Qi Xiaojia hesitated, testing the waters timidly. 10,000?
Qiao Chuchu replied, No.
It's 200,000. Qi Xiaojia. Qiao Chuchu added with a mischievous tone. That's just the base amount. Others? 200,000 as a base. Observing Qi Xiaojia's pale complexion, Qiao Chuchu scoffed. Ever since my childhood, I aspired to be a comic artist. I have endured your mockery for years, yet I remain unfazed. For I am destined to pursue my dream, and indeed, I have succeeded. Qi Xiaojia. Qiao Chuchu gently patted her shoulder. The recent hit television series is adapted from my comic, and the merchandise flew off the shelves upon release.
Now,
can you guess which show it is? Qi Xiaojia, her face paling further, trembled as she picked up her phone to unlock the screen. Before her eyes was a stunning wallpaper featuring a blonde beauty and a brown-haired handsome man drawn in exquisite comic style. Following her gaze, Qiao Chuchu beamed. Yes, the couple depicted in your lock screen wallpaper is indeed my creation. Qi Xiaojia. How can this be? The comic artist she had admired for years, the one behind her favorite characters, was none other than Qiao Chuchu. With a piercing gaze, Qiao Chuchu queried Qi Xiaojia. In the race of life I have chosen, I cannot claim to be the best, yet I am certainly above average. Where do you rank in your own journey? Qi Xiaojia stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, rendered speechless by her response. Qiao Chuchu continued gently. We are of the same age, and I have not ridiculed you for earning less than I do. Yet you mock me for my academic shortcomings. Feel free to continue your jeers. I indeed struggle academically, while you excel. That is a fact. So as long as you find joy in it, that's all that matters. Qi Xiaojia opened her mouth, unable to retort. The comic artist she had idolized for years was Qiao Chuchu, and her derision had been deftly turned against her. Moreover, Qiao Chuchu's demeanor conveyed a sense of disdain, as if viewing her as nothing more than a barking stray dog. All of Qi Xiaojia's rationality crumbled, and she could not help but sob, covering her face as she departed. Qiao Chuchu called out to her, Wait. With tears in her eyes, Qi Xiaojia looked back.
Qiao Chuchu.
With her hands in her pockets, spoke coldly, Call a delivery service to take Xia Shuechun away. I will reimburse the fare. Qi Xiaojia, humiliated, bit her lip in silence and hurried away. The entire hall once again fell into a profound silence. She glanced around in confusion, only to meet Lin Qing's gaze, which was almost fervent. Chuchu, when you handle issues, you seem quite regal.
I feel as if you've bent me, he said.
Qiao Chuchu responded with a puzzled expression. Pei Bu Xian, holding a dog, said vacantly, Qiao Chuchu, I never knew you had a brain. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Pei Yuchuan cleared his throat and casually turned away. I thought you were a soft girl. But it turns out you are quite tough when faced with threats. Moreover, you are a master in the world of comics and even published works. Why didn't you tell us this? The other brothers couldn't help but nod in agreement. Qiao Chuchu thought to herself, Of course I am tough. Before I traversed here in my past life, I was a destitute wretch. The others were taken aback. After all, I started as an orphan with no one to adopt me, dressed in clothes donated by kind-hearted strangers, attending a government-funded school, and enduring bullying from classmates due to my poverty, my lack of beauty, and my poor academic performance. My only talents were drawing and sports, yet I lacked the funds for art supplies and sports school. I was too ashamed to take more than a small portion of food at lunch, carefully nibbling on pickled vegetables that cost 1 yuan a pack. My only free pastime was hiding in the restroom and quietly crying. As her brothers listened, they grew increasingly stunned, their hearts tugged painfully. Lin Shun's gaze deepened with compassion. Only Qiao Chuchu's demeanor grew increasingly somber. But the impoverished version of me is dead now. I must seize the happiness I possess today. She glanced at the time and became alert. Isn't there a scene with Pei Fengnong today? Pei Fengnong, who had been lost in thought, looked up in surprise at Qiao Chuchu's words. After careful consideration, she added, it seems that today, while Pei Fengnong was racing, he encountered the male lead, Ji Yanchuan. That foolish male lead, feeling irritable, deliberately obstructed Pei Fengnong's car, leading to an accident that landed Pei Fengnong in the hospital, thus sealing the enmity between Ji Yanchuan and the Pei family. The Pei brothers were astonished, while Lin Qing was even more shocked. That fool Ji Yanchuan still dares to drive recklessly? That dog of a man doesn't even know how to breathe properly. Lin Shen, however, stared at Qiao Chuchu in a daze. So this is what it feels like to hear inner thoughts and foresee what is to come. Suddenly, both he and Lin Qing's phones vibrated. It was Pei Yuchuan adding them to a WeChat group. Pei Yuchuan said, let's communicate in this WeChat group. It won't expose us. And it will help us handle any arrangements. Lin Shen frowned, clearly unconvinced. I do not understand why we cannot directly confront Qiao Chuchu. Would it not be better for her to discuss matters with us openly? As these words escaped his lips, everyone cast a significant eye roll in his direction. Lin Qing was the first to retort, brother, I understand your fervent affection for Qiao Chuchu and your desire to confess your feelings to her at this very moment. However, you must also consider our plight. We are merely the malicious supporting characters of this narrative. If this realm becomes aware that we can perceive our ultimate fate, we may very well face obliteration, much like Qiao Chuchu. Lin Shen interjected, is Chuchu truly facing obliteration? Pei Buxian replied, speaking of obliteration, Qiao Chuchu has perished twice today. She possesses 10 opportunities for rebirth, and now only 7 remain. The group erupted in astonishment. Lin Qing chastised him. How could you forget such a vital piece of information? Lin Shen engaged in a mental exercise, so, does this imply that Chuchu has already met her end 3 times? How did she perish in those instances?
Why?
Despite our presence to protect her, does she still encounter peril? Pei Yuchuan snapped, Lin Shen, what tone are you adopting while addressing us? We have yet to settle the score for the harm you've inflicted on my sister. Pei Che interjected, enough. Your bickering is causing me distress. Let Pei Buxian elucidate the nature of this rebirth. Pei Buxian responded, how am I to know? I merely witnessed her escape from danger, claiming she had utilized 2 lives. I cannot see the specifics, but I can assert that wherever the male or female protagonist is present, Qiao Chuchu is at risk of demise. The others exchanged glances, realizing the implication that Qiao Chuchu was indeed in grave danger today. Chapter 40, Pei Fengnong. Having confirmed the high likelihood of Qiao Chuchu's demise this evening, they all turned their gazes toward her. Qiao Chuchu appeared as an innocuous and delicate girl, the type who would cry at the slightest mishap. Yet beneath that facade lay an extraordinarily resilient spirit. Lin Shen furrowed his brow. I shall protect her today, he typed. I will not allow her to fall into peril. Pei Fengnong shot him a disapproving glance, scram. Lin Shen responded with confusion, what? Pei Fengnong, feeling the tension in his neck, rose from the sofa with a languid demeanor and addressed Pei Buxian. You have completed your task of watching over Qiao Chuchu, have you not? Pei Buxian nodded. Pei Fengnong cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Chuchu, then hand her over to me. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback as Pei Fengnong roughly seized her arm, causing her to stumble and fall into his embrace. Instinctively, she attempted to throw him over her shoulder. However, he swiftly grasped her wrist, rendering her resistance futile. Anxiety surged within her as she looked up, meeting Pei Fengnong's disdainful gaze. He held her wrists with an air of superiority, as though he were admiring a mere plaything, a sinister amusement dancing in his eyes. Care to try again? Qiao Chuchu, flustered and embarrassed, sought to counter his grip. Yet his strength was unyielding and domineering, leaving her breathless. Lin Shen stood up. Pei Fengnong, you are hurting her. Pei Fengnong shot a glare at Lin Shen. She is my sister. Your concern is irrelevant. Lin Shen's expression darkened as he seized Qiao Chuchu's wrist, exclaiming, this concerns me. The atmosphere at the scene plummeted to an icy silence. Qiao Chuchu found herself sandwiched between Pei Fengnong in front and Lin Shen behind, her face a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. Am I truly experiencing the legendary scenario of two suitors vying for one? However, I must admit, while observing others is rather amusing, being ensnared in such a situation is decidedly unpleasant. Beside her, Lin Qingyue reveled in the unfolding drama, two handsome men competing for one beautiful woman. Who needs television when such excitement occurs right before my eyes? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, intent on pulling Qiao Chuchu into his embrace.
Wait.
Qiao Chuchu exclaimed. Startled, Lin Shen quickly released her. Did I hurt you? His surprise was evident as he turned to Pei Fengnong. Lin Shen, agitated, confronted Pei Yuang. You allow your sister to be put in such peril? Pei Yuang rose calmly, asserting, this is our rule. Whenever a situation arises, that individual must keep Qiao Chuchu close, regardless of whether she accompanies him or he accompanies her. It is his duty to protect himself. When it is your turn, we shall not prevent you from taking Chuchu with you. Lin Shen, in a state of urgency, retorted, but what if something happens to Qiao Chuchu? We cannot squander her 7 remaining chances. Pei Yuang replied with unflappable composure, we will not allow her to perish. After all, who says it is only Pei Fengnong who must remain by Qiao Chuchu's side? Lin Shen was taken aback. Pei Yuang continued, we will also be present at the scene. But now is not the time. Let us focus on our tasks. When Pei Fengnong commences his venture tonight, we shall all gather at the venue. Lin Shen pressed. What about now? You are granting them time alone. Pei Yuang, hands in his pockets, remarked, surely you do not intend to intrude? Lin Shen, with a stern countenance, expressed his disapproval. I find Pei Fengnong's attitude towards Qiao Chuchu rather unsatisfactory. Pei Yuang smirked coldly. If your sister's every appearance before you was solely to engage in romantic advances, your demeanor towards her would hardly be amiable. Lin Shen's expression darkened. So, I am to stand by and watch Pei Fengnong take advantage of Qiao Chuchu? Pei Yuang shrugged. You could simply close your eyes. Lin Shen was left speechless. Pei Yuang patted his shoulder with a grave tone. Lin Shen, I understand your desire to mend the fractured bond between you and Qiao Chuchu. But her affection for you is a relic of the past. You failed to cherish the opportunity then, and now it is lost. I advise you to relinquish such thoughts. Pei Yuang smiled gently, though his gaze remained icy. After all, you are rather too old to be a suitable match for my sister. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. Unperturbed. In your eyes, no one is worthy of your sister. Pei Yuang grinned slyly. I'm glad you understand. Qiao Chuchu forcefully shook off Pei Fengnong's hand, exclaiming, all of you pulling and tugging at me is utterly infuriating. Pei Fengnong halted, towering over her with an imposing presence. She averted her gaze, choosing to ignore his formidable stature. You claim to detest me, yet you act in such a manner, restricting my freedom. It is as if you do not regard me as a person at all, exuding an air of paternalism. Pei Fengnong picked up his phone, opened the browser, and searched. What is paternalism? The first search result states, one interpretation implies that this person carries the essence of having an elderly father, while the second suggests a fixation on playing the paternal role, incessantly instructing others, exhibiting a sense of male superiority, egocentrism, and a hint of greasiness. Pei Fengnong fell into silence, placing his phone down to ponder. Qiao Chuchu brushed past him and headed to the living room. Since Pei Buxian was working from home, he could continue watching her without her needing to involve him. Later that evening, I will visit Pei Fengnong's racing venue, but I have no desire to be in his company right now. Pei Fengnong let out a barely perceptible cold snort. Did she truly believe he wanted to be with her? He stated, I have a friendly match tonight. If you spend a few hours with me and attend, I will give you 50,000 as pocket money. That club operates on a membership basis. If you don't accompany me now, you 1T gain entry later. Qiao Chuchu paused, smoothly approaching him with a serious demeanor. Money is not the issue. What matters is that I wish to see your friendly match. Pei Fengnong, in truth. The animosity between him and Qiao Chuchu ran deep. He had once been a legendary racing driver, having participated in 7 international competitions and secured first place each time. His striking looks gained him immense popularity, even beyond the domestic circles. Yet, a week before a race a year ago, he drove to pick up the inebriated Qiao Chuchu, during which she frantically seized the steering wheel from him, almost causing a collision. To protect her, he turned the dangerous side toward himself. As a result, while Qiao Chuchu sustained only minor injuries, he suffered a shattering fracture of his arm, underwent surgery, and missed the race. Before his arm fully healed, he felt a desire for death, Now, having finally seen some improvement, he could only indulge in rally racing to satiate his craving. All the hard work he had put in over the past year had been destroyed by Qiao Chuchu. The more Pei Fingnong thought about it, the more his brow furrowed. He had lost so much, endured both physical and mental anguish, all because of Qiao Chuchu. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, yet suddenly realized that she had been compelled into her actions, with her own reasons for doing so. Upon learning the truth, should he forgive her immediately? Chapter 41. While outwardly detesting Qiao Chuchu, he could not help but care for her in secret. Pei Fingnong fastened his seatbelt and glanced at Qiao Chuchu, who was seated in the back. She caught his gaze in the rearview mirror and awkwardly averted her eyes. I still recall a year ago when I seized Pei Fingnong's steering wheel during a mission, forcing him to withdraw from the race, causing a further descent into his darkness. That mission was excessively cruel, leading him to announce his retirement from racing altogether. Qiao Chuchu, in frustration, covered her face. I have ruined this guy's path to championship. He cannot help but resent me, and my attitude towards him just now was entirely inappropriate. Pei Fingnong gradually tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his expression darkening as he drove silently towards the company. When night fell, Pei Fingnong took Qiao Chuchu to the club. As she exited the vehicle, she wore only a thin coat, shivering from the cold as she got in and out of the car, even curling up as she entered the club. The chill is unbearable. Why do I always forget to dress warmly? Pei Fingnong cast a casual glance at her and promptly sent a location to Xiao Xia at home. Bring Qiao Chuchu's thick coat to the club within 30 minutes. Upon receiving the message, Xiao Xia quickly packed Qiao Chuchu's coat and prepared a serving of ginger milk for the driver to take to the club. Meanwhile, her fans were incessantly urging her for updates. Blogger, what happened with the strawberry cake made by the 7th young master? Even the trending topics included, did the 7th young master possibly poison the 8th miss? Xiao Xia was taken aback. She hurriedly snapped a photo of the scenery outside and captioned it, I was delayed by work. To clarify, the 8th miss was not poisoned. The cake is safe. Moreover, upon tasting the first bite of the cake, the 8th miss guessed it was made by the 7th young master and playfully remarked that it definitely wasn't made by me. I must say, our 8th miss is truly delightful. Her smile is captivating. However, before I could ask more, the new temporary worker smeared strawberry cake all over the 8th miss's face. The timing was perfect, and soon the comments section reached 99. I wouldn't dare to smear cake on my boss's face even with 100 lives, unless my boss harassed me. Did the 8th miss kill her whole family? What kind of lunatic could work in such a place? The 8th miss is impressive. I love a happy ending. The 8th miss is so cool. When will you capture her silhouette for us, blogger? At the entrance of the racing club, the receptionist stopped her. May I ask if you have an appointment? Xiao Xia responded politely. I was sent by Mr. Pei Fingnong to deliver clothing. Qiao Chuchu, who had been standing on the first floor in a daze, looked at Xiao Xia in surprise. The beautiful receptionist sized Xiao Xia up and picked up the phone. Please hold on, I will confirm. Soon. She confirmed and displayed a formal smile. Mr. Pei has instructed you to wait for him on the 3rd floor. Please use the emergency stairs. The elevator is only for authorized personnel. Xiao Xia nodded appreciatively, carrying the thermos and clothing towards the elevator. The two women at the front desk watched her walk away and chuckled. At such a young age, working as a nanny. Doesn't she feel ashamed in front of her parents? Indeed, she's chubby, foolish, and short, like a large penguin. Xiao Xia's steps faltered as she glanced at her somewhat rounded figure, choosing to ignore their remarks. Suddenly, someone snatched the coat bag from her hand. The receptionist's expression changed, and she shook her head in panic. No, I'm sorry. Qiao Chuchu's gaze was piercing. What good does your apology do me? The receptionist choked on her words and nodded at Xiao Xia. I'm sorry. Xiao Xia was taken aback. Thank you, miss. Qiao Chuchu reassuringly patted her back. Come. Let us take the elevator together. Xiao Xia was astonished. No, I can walk up. What are you afraid of? You belong to the Pei family. Qiao Chuchu insisted on taking her up the elevator. Besides, with me here, who would dare to bully you? Xiao Xia's heart raced as she secretly glanced at Qiao Chuchu's delicate, fair hand. Miss 8 is not only kind-hearted but also devoid of any princess syndrome. And she even comes to her defense. How wonderful. She must surely sing her praises on Xia Hongshu and Douyin later. With a surge of courage, Xiao Xia eagerly lifted the insulated lunchbox, saying, Miss 8, Mr. Pei Fingnong asked me to deliver a warm coat for you, as I was concerned you might catch a chill. I also prepared a serving of ginger milk for you to try later. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Pei Fingnong sent you? Xiao Xia nodded earnestly. Mr. Pei is quite worried about you. Qiao Chuchu thought to herself, how astonishing. Pei Fengnong hasn't he uttered a word to me since earlier, yet he sends Xiao Xia with a coat? Just as she pondered this, the elevator doors opened. Pei Fengnong and his friend stepped in, and upon seeing Qiao Chuchu, his brows furrowed, his expression instantly darkening. His friends, unaware of the tension, greeted Qiao Chuchu warmly. Long time no see, Chuchu, you look even more beautiful. Pei Fengnong maintained a stern demeanor, turning his back to her. Qiao Chuchu mused. On the surface, he appears to dislike me, yet beneath it all, he is quite concerned. Isn't he? He even had Xiao Xia deliver a coat to me. Indeed. Among the 7 members of the Pei family, 10 possess a proud demeanor. Pei Fengnong, perplexed, snatched the coat from Qiao Chuchu's grasp.
Hey,
she exclaimed. His friends chuckled at the sight. Truly, you are a brother indeed. Even reluctant to let your sister carry her own belongings? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, and his friends were equally astonished. Is this your coat? Pei Fengnong replied with a nod. His friends' expressions turned to disbelief. Brother Fengnong, this is a pink women's coat with white fur. So this is your taste? Pei Fengnong, flustered, merely responded with a grunt. Qiao Chuchu couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 42. The weak Qiao Chuchu is a king of fighters before the male lead? Pei Fengnong glanced awkwardly at the coat in his hands, frowning as he addressed Xiao Xia. Did I not instruct you to bring my coat? How could you have brought Qiao Chuchu's? Xiao Xia looked bewildered. Mr. Pei, didn't you say for me to bring enough? Pei Fengnong interrupted tersely. A mistake is a mistake. Xiao Xia blinked innocently, casting a pitiful glance towards Qiao Chuchu, mouthing. I didn't make a mistake. Qiao Chuchu stifled her laughter, signaling Xiao Xia to remain calm. It's evident that Pei Fengnong does not wish for me to discover he sent Xiao Xia with something for me, hence this clumsy attempt at concealment. I understand their personalities quite well. Pei Fengnong is indeed like that, cold on the outside but warm-hearted, much like an elder brother. Pei Fengnong turned his back to Qiao Chuchu. His ears flushed crimson. As she observed him, her smile faltered. But I've jeopardized this good brother's future. Xiao Xia trembled slightly. Did I upset Mr. Pei? Qiao Chuchu shook her head. No, he is upset because of me. Xiao Xia was startled. Huh?
why?
Pei Fengnong stood in the corner, gazing at Qiao Chuchu's silhouette. He reminisced about the days when they were around 7 or 8 years old, playing video games together, particularly racing games. When I grow up, I want to be a race car driver, he declared proudly. I will become the best champion. Qiao Chuchu was filled with concern. Will it be dangerous, brother? Not at all, he replied with pride. I believe I am destined to be number 1. Nothing will happen to me. Shortly thereafter, Qiao Chuchu gifted him a necklace. An exquisite design unlike anything he had ever seen before. I designed it, she exclaimed joyfully. After I created the design, I had my godmother help me find someone to craft it into a necklace, and we even sought a master to bless it. The girl carefully adorned him with it, saying, May this necklace protect you. May it bless you with safety and ensure you always come in first. Pei Fengnong retrieved an old necklace from his pocket. Crafted from pure gold, it bore the marks of age despite having been cleaned and maintained over the years. The chain remained broken, a reminder of the accident caused by Qiao Chuchu, after which he had torn it from his neck. He could not comprehend why he still carried it. Perhaps it was merely a habit to take it out and examine it from time to time. As Pei Fengnong prepared to put the necklace away with care,
He was suddenly jostled by someone.
the necklace clattered to the ground. He quickly bent down to retrieve it, only for a polished shoe to carelessly step on it. Pei Fengnong's expression darkened as he looked up to meet a pair of inscrutable eyes. Ji Yanchuan. Dressed in a black coat, Ji Yanchuan styled his hair back with wax, his sharply defined features exuding disdain as he casually remarked, Apologies for stepping on your necklace. I tend to avoid detours. Pei Fengnong let out a derisive laugh. What? Ji Yanchuan, seemingly uninterested in further conversation, brushed past him. Pick it up, Pei Fengnong asserted, pushing away a staff member who intended to assist. He pointed at the gold necklace on the ground, his tone somber. Pick it up. Ji Yanchuan lowered his gaze to the old necklace, sneering. You carry such an ugly thing? Your taste seems rather poor. Pei Fengnong's voice was laced with darkness. Did I ask for your opinion on my taste? I told you to pick it up. Ji Yanchuan turned away, dismissively scoffing. Do you know who I am? A lackey beside Ji Yanchuan cleared his throat. This is Ji Yanchuan, the esteemed Ji. Pei Fengnong's friends exchanged glances of disbelief. Are you blind? This is Pei Fengnong, our Pei, 7-time champion, the most formidable racer. His net worth during competitions has already reached $1 billion. And you, Ji Yanchuan, a mere heir, Dare to flaunt in front of our Pei? Ji Yanchuan's companion was momentarily speechless, murmuring in shock. Is this really Pei Fingnom? Isn't he more impressive than Ji Yanchuan? Ji Yanchuan's expression darkened as he glared at Pei Fingnom, who remained impassive. Pick it up, he repeated. Ji Yanchuan chuckled dismissively. I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just Pei Youchuan's brother, Pei Fingnom. Is it true that all the Peis are morally corrupt? After all, I've heard your sister Qiao Chuchu harbors unhealthy thoughts towards all 7 of you, unwilling to let go, right? Pei Fingnom's eyes dimmed. Ji Yanchuan laughed mockingly. How disgusting. Pei Fingnom stepped forward, a murderous intent glimmering in his gaze. So you won't pick it up, will you? Ji Yanchuan provocatively declared. I refuse to pick it up. For I never take detours. Nor do I bow down. Pei Fingnom, with an enigmatic smile, seized his hair and hurled him against the glass. In an instant, shards littered the ground. Ji Yanchuan screamed in agony, retaliating with intent. Yet, Pei Fingnom effortlessly subdued him, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. Ji Yanchuan crashed to the ground, exclaiming, damn it. Pei Fingnom picked up the necklace from the floor, secured it properly, and wielded a decorative baseball bat as he advanced toward Ji Yanchuan. Observing this, his friends hastily intervened. Brother Fingnom, enough, enough. Don't escalate this. After all, he is from the Ji family. Show him some respect. Ji Yanchuan struggled to his feet, seizing a nearby ceramic piece and charging forward. Am I giving you face? Pei Fingnom looked on in astonishment. The crowd gasped even more. Wait, Miss Qiao. Stumbling 2 steps, Ji Yanchuan turned in bewilderment. Who was Miss Qiao? Qiao Chuchu? Clearly, the earlier flying kick had come from her.
Yi Yanhun, incensed, retorted.
Who the hell are you? Qiao Chuchu narrowed her eyes and charged at him furiously. I am your grandparent, who sprang forth from the stone after Pengu created the heavens and the earth. Her onslaught was swift, akin to a rabbit, as she kicked at Ji Yanchuan. You dare bully my brother? Ji Yanchuan dodged, and they engaged in a fierce exchange. Although Ji Yanchuan fought fiercely, his movements were clumsy. In contrast, Qiao Chuchu reacted with agility, darting around like a nimble creature, utilizing every terrain to keep Ji Yanchuan under pressure. Lin Qing and Lin Shen, along with the Pei brothers, arrived at the club and immediately witnessed Qiao Chuchu brawling with Ji Yanchuan. Lin Qing gasped, oh my, Qiao Chuchu actually knows martial arts? Lin Shen remarked, I had no idea she could fight. Pei Youchuan, removing his glasses, exclaimed in disbelief. Ji Yanchuan is actually holding his own against this novice. Qiao Chuchu? Pei Buxian, cradling a dog, shook his head repeatedly. I can hardly believe it. Qiao Chuchu, who struggles in front of us, turns into a fierce fighter before Ji Yanchuan. Chapter 43. Qiao Chuchu's talent is indeed rare, bordering on the uncanny. Pei Ci and Pei Mu chimed in unison. Go. Qiao Chuchu. Do not bring shame to our Pei family.
Pei que observed Qiao Chuchu's agile movements.
As fluid as if she had consumed rich chocolate, nodding in approval, it seems she has been training regularly. The club manager, pale with fear, approached them cautiously. Mr. Pei, can I trouble you to persuade your sister to cease fighting? This is all about money. Pei Yuan directly wrote a check and handed it to the club manager. The damages caused by Qiao Chuchu will be compensated by our Pei family. Is this sufficient? The manager's eyes bulged upon seeing the amount. This is more than enough. Absolutely sufficient. Pei Yuan smiled. Please distribute any excess funds to the staff cleaning up the aftermath as a token of appreciation for their hard work. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. The club manager looked at him as if he were the sun, shaking his head repeatedly. No problem at all. But are you certain you do not wish to call it off? Injuries would be unfortunate. No need. Pei Yuan observed the exuberant Qiao Chuchu and the evidently fatigued Ji Yanchuan, contemplating that it would not be long before a victor emerged. Qiao Chuchu leaped into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Ji Yanchuan's shoulder. Ji Yanchuan crashed to the ground like a volleyball struck with force, colliding with a pile of chairs. Qiao Chuchu elegantly landed atop a table, her hands on her hips as she mockingly declared, I have diligently studied martial arts for years. All for this moment. Ji Yanchuan retorted, damn it. Qiao Chuchu basked in her triumph, exclaiming, oh, I am so handsome. I adore myself. Pei Fingnom remarked, indeed. Xiao Xia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Eighth miss, you are so cool. Qiao Chuchu gracefully descended from the table, responding, thank you. Ji Yanchuan, assisted by others, rose from the ground and pointed accusingly at Qiao Chuchu. How dare you ambush me? The person supporting him quietly added, actually, she did not ambush you. You lost your balance and fell. Ji Yanchuan disregarded this, turning instead to Pei Fingnong. Is this truly your sister? Leaning casually against the wall, Pei Fingnong smiled subtly, an unrecognized pride gleaming in his eyes. Yes, indeed, this is my sister. Ji Yanchuan brushed off the glass shards from his head, exclaiming, your sister behaves like a shrew. Pei Fingnong chuckled. At least she is superior to you, you pitiful creature. Ji Yanchuan retorted. What did you say? Qiao Chuchu interjected. He called you a pitiful creature. Ji Yanchuan glared at her in anger. She smirked with satisfaction. My brother speaks the truth. Ji Yanchuan fumed. You dare speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe that Lin Qing interrupted? What do you intend to do to my sister? Ji Yanchuan froze, astonished to see Lin Qing. Lin Qing? The commotion ceased, the hall quieting significantly. Lin Qing strode confidently to Qiao Chuchu's side, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. She is my sister, and I will protect her. Ji Yanchuan, incredulous, glanced from Qiao Chuchu to Lin Qing, rendered speechless. How many siblings does this person have? Lin Qing feigned a smile. So far, there are 8 brothers and 1 sister. Ji Yanchuan was taken aback, while Qiao Chuchu and the staff exchanged bewildered glances. Is Miss Qiao truly so fortunate in her birth? Perhaps she should author a book. Ji Yanchuan, vexed, glared at Qiao Chuchu, his frustration bubbling within him, and finally grumbled. Since you are Lin Qing's sister, I shall grant you some leniency. Qiao Chuchu rolled her eyes. Your leniency is meaningless. You have yet to best me, and this is merely impotent rage.
Yanchun protested.
What? Qiao Chuchu raised an eyebrow. Am I mistaken? Lin Qing chuckled, affectionately pinching Qiao Chuchu's cheek. Indeed, Chuchu, you are absolutely correct. This fellow is merely embarrassed due to his inability to defeat you. Ji Yanchuan, feeling humiliated, retorted, I am not. I simply allowed her to win. Lin Qing mocked. Oh, really? Would you care to examine your current state? Ji Yanchuan glanced down at himself. He was drenched in sweat, his forehead thoroughly soaked. In contrast, Qiao Chuchu merely had beads of perspiration forming at the tip of her nose. Lin Qing scoffed. After exerting the utmost effort, I fought the most cowardly battle. Thankfully, I have parted ways with you. You are indeed the greatest blemish on my life. Ji Yanchuan interjected, while Qiao Chuchu beside them chuckled, suddenly sensing an incongruity. Wait a moment, isn't Lin Qing supposed to be particularly fond of Ji Yanchuan? Why does it seem as though she harbors such hatred toward him now? Yet, in an instant, Qiao Chuchu comprehended, but this is actually a blessing. After all, Lin Qing is beautiful, affluent, highly educated, and intelligent. She could easily have a host of admirers. Why would she cling to that fool Ji Yanchuan, only to endanger her own life in the process? Lin Qing's laughter grew more exuberant. She cherished Qiao Chuchu for her genuine nature. Qiao Chuchu admired her not merely with superficial praises, but even in her heart. She could extol her to the heavens. She embraced Qiao Chuchu and suggested, let us remain in the lounge and watch them race cars while we summon someone to bring us some barbecue, shall we? Ji Yanchuan retorted, no way. I want to race against this woman. Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, asked, huh? Lin Qing, amused yet indignant, responded, race cars? Ji Yanchuan, you can't possibly be that desperate for redemption. Qiao Chuchu can't even drive a racing car. Ji Yanchuan's gaze turned sharp, filled with disdain as he addressed Lin Qing. Lin Qing, regardless of our previous engagement, that bond is null and void now. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Lin Qing remained silent. Lin Shen stepped forward, his tone menacing. Ji Yanchuan, you are the one who betrayed Lin Qing first. She severed ties with her male friends for your sake, and what did you do? You were embracing another woman at the hospital entrance. Ji Yanchuan's expression shifted, guilt evident as he furrowed his brow. You followed me? He then realized something. So it was you who sent someone to beat me up that day. Qiao Chuchu boldly declared, it was I who struck you. Everyone turned in astonishment. Did she just admit to it? With hands on her hips, she proclaimed assertively, I struck you, you incapable man who cannot control his hands, his mouth, or his desires. Ji Yanchuan was taken aback. What did you just say? Qiao Chuchu raised her chin, scrutinizing him. You have a fiancé yet still embrace other women at the hospital? I've encountered many men like you. But as long as it concerns my friends, I will confront you and give you a thorough beating, just like the night you left with a bloodied face. Ji Yanchuan's lips twitched in frustration. That woman embracing me had nothing to do with me. She merely sought a comforting embrace. Qiao Chuchu scoffed. Then, my beating you was also out of concern for Lin Qing. What's wrong with that? Ji Yanchuan raised his hand, ready to strike her. Pei Fengnong seized his wrist, twisting it painfully. You dare to lay a hand on my sister in front of me. You good for nothing. Ji Yanchuan winced in pain, struggling in vain, glancing at Qiao Chuchu's sides. To his left stood Pei Fengnong, and to his right were Lin Qing and Lin Shen, an entire entourage ready to protect her. His anger surged, and he barked, Qiao Chuchu, if you have the guts, race me. Lin Qing replied coolly, Chuchu cannot drive. I shall race you instead. Pei Fengnong chimed in, I shall take your place. He cast a watchful gaze upon Ji Yanchuan, declaring, I shall make him kneel and call me father. Qiao Chuchu waved her hand, signaling everyone to step aside, allow me. The crowd gazed at her in astonishment. Lin Qing hurried to her side, cautioning, Ji Yanchuan has had a penchant for racing since childhood. He possesses considerable skill, and racing is perilous. Qiao Chuchu, radiating confidence, replied, I am aware. After binding the system, my actions are constrained by it, yet upon completing each task, I am rewarded. Though it does not grant me wealth, beauty, or intelligence, it bestows upon me invincibility in relatively obscure domains, one of which happens to be racing. I dare say, in terms of racing prowess, I am second to none. The onlookers, hearing her thoughts, widened their eyes in amazement. Qiao Chuchu boldly addressed Ji Yanchuan, if we're to race, let us make it grand. The loser must run naked around the track. Do you dare? Ji Yanchuan narrowed his eyes, unwavering. I dare. Chapter 44. The Lack of Decorum in Grandfather Qiao. Qiao Chuchu donned her racing suit, helmet in hand, and stood beside the car. Lin Qing, filled with concern, adjusted her attire. Please, be exceedingly cautious. Do not be deceived by Ji Yanchuan's earlier foolishness. He is quite formidable in this arena. I understand. Qiao Chuchu nodded gravely. I will exercise caution. After all, this fool Ji Yanchuan is the reason my fourth brother ended up in the hospital. He will surely not be a benevolent competitor. However, if it were not I racing against Ji Yanchuan, it would be my brother. I would rather it be me, as it allows me to manage the situation more effectively. Lin Qing gasped softly, planting a kiss on Qiao Chuchu's forehead. Good luck. She then approached Pei Fengnong, admiringly patting his shoulder. I truly envy you for having such a brave sister, willing to charge into battle for family. Pei Fengnong silently observed Qiao Chuchu as she adjusted her helmet, his expression tinged with unease. The other brothers wore grim faces, uncertain of her abilities. Pei Buxian muttered quietly, she seemed so confident earlier. Surely, she will be fine? Though he uttered these words, they still fidgeted with anxiety. The referee announced, if you are all prepared, please take your positions in the cars.
Wait.
Pei Fengnong stepped closer to Qiao Chuchu, his tone stern. Are you certain you can manage? Qiao Chuchu secured her helmet, resolute. Absolutely. Pei Fengnong's brow was furrowed with deep-seated worry. His thoughts drifted, an unnameable frustration rising within him. Really? Qiao Chuchu responded, after all this time. Is that all you can say? She chuckled softly, nodding. I am certain I can. Pei Fengnong hesitated, then resolutely reached for her helmet. Let me handle it. No matter the circumstance, he could not bear to see his sister put herself in peril. If death were to come, he would prefer it to be him. Qiao Chuchu, quick to react, evaded him, her tone elongated with exasperation. Brother Pei Fengnong paused mid-motion. Qiao Chuchu pressed his hand down. Trust me. He stood momentarily stunned. Beneath the safety helmet, Qiao Chuchu's eyes radiated a determination he had never witnessed before. Pei Fengnong observed from a distance as Lin Qing clasped her hands together, her eyes brimming with admiration. She was acutely aware of the impending events, yet she absorbed the weight of it all, fully cognizant that it could cost her life. Nevertheless, her resolve to proceed remained unwavering. It was undeniably romantic. Pei Yuchuan interjected, expressing concern that Qiao Chuchu might end up in a hospital due to an accident, questioning the romanticism of the situation. Lin Qing shot him an exasperated glance, asserting that she had indeed heard Qiao Chuchu's heartfelt declaration. If one must perish, she would willingly be the one, regardless of the fact that Qiao Chuchu possessed 7 lives. Such audacity to embrace death was not commonplace. She pointed towards Qiao Chuchu, explaining that ahead lay an abyss unknown to everyone but her. It was either her or her brother who would leap into the void, prompting her choice to take the plunge herself. The Pei brothers, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, were taken aback. Lin Qing, observing their delayed comprehension, rolled her eyes dramatically, lamenting that they should have designated Qiao Chuchu as their little sister long ago. Meanwhile, Pei Fengnong placed an old necklace from his pocket into Qiao Chuchu's palm, urging her to carry it this time. Qiao Chuchu, astonished, recognized it as the one she had gifted him. With suspicion, she noted its apparent damage, questioning whether he was attempting to deceive her. Pei Fengnong remained silent.
Qiao Chuchu.
With a mischievous grin, clarified that she was merely teasing him. Pei Fengnong, exasperated, watched as Qiao Chuchu climbed into the car, fastening her seatbelt meticulously. Ji Yanchuan was already poised, driving alongside her, casting a cold glare in her direction. Qiao Chuchu responded defiantly, raising her middle finger. Ji Yanchuan offered a final chance to withdraw, suggesting a swap with her brother, claiming he could not simply bully a younger sister. Qiao Chuchu scoffed, asserting that only those of her generation could address her as such, questioning his authority. Ji Yanchuan retorted, baffled by her language. Qiao Chuchu laughed, provocatively suggesting that he could not engage in a conversation about decorum with her. Her tone was both teasing and tender, apologizing that her grandfather had no such expectations of him. Ji Yanchuan was left speechless. With a playful smile, Qiao Chuchu raised her window, waving at him in challenge. The referee stepped between the two vehicles, raising a flag. On your marks.
Get set. Go.
Qiao Chuchu shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Although Ji Yanchuan quickly followed, he trailed her by half a car length. The Pei siblings exclaimed in unison, astonished that Qiao Chuchu was not merely boasting but was genuinely formidable. Pei Yuchuan, astonished, found it hard to close his mouth. Having always perceived Qiao Chuchu as a delicate flower, yet now she appeared strikingly courageous. Pei Buxian nodded in agreement, cradling his dog. While Pei Che and Pei Yuan sat in tense silence, eyes glued to Qiao Chuchu's vehicle, unwilling to miss a moment. Lin Qinghuan leaped with joy, but suddenly remembered something and cast a reproachful glance at Lin Xin. How can you be so disappointing? You almost had a girlfriend, yet you let her slip away. She liked her brother, and you, a grown man, should possess the audacity to seize her heart. Besides, Qiao Chuchu once had feelings for you. It was mutual admiration. Now you must be regretting it. Lin Qing pouted. Forget it. You are merely the white moonlight that Qiao Chuchu admired in her youth. It is evident that she no longer fancies your type. Go and wallow in your despair. Lin Xin. Pei Feng narrowed his eyes, observing Qiao Chuchu as fierce demeanor. She resembled a cheetah, exerting every ounce of her strength with an effortless dominion, as if everything was within her control, even displaying a hint of showmanship. Qiao Chuchu remained unflustered, consistently occupying half of Ji Yanchuan's parking space. Ji Yanchuan exclaimed, "Damn! How can she be so fast?" Qiao Chuchu effortlessly pushed him aside, claiming his space.
Yanhun.
Qiao Chuchu glanced at the rearview mirror, sensing Ji Yanchuan straining with all his might. She couldn't help but laugh. Haha, who would have thought that beneath this adorable exterior lies a wild contender? When selecting her talent style, the system presented cautious champions, ordinary champions, and those akin to madmen. She decisively chose the madman-esque style, for a thrill-seeking competition demanded a reckless flair. Qiao Chuchu focused intently on the finish line. The end was in sight. However, a quick glance in the rearview mirror revealed that Ji Yanchuan had somehow veered off the track. Suddenly alert, she glanced to the left. Ji Yanchuan's vehicle was hurtling towards her. She felt her car tumbling uncontrollably. It finally came to a halt, leaving her hanging upside down, dazed and disoriented. It felt as if countless drills were penetrating her skull. Immobilized, she could only hear her own throat emit whimpers, hazily gazing out the window. Pei Feng and a crowd rushed towards her in desperation. Qiao Chuchu squinted, realizing her vehicle was leaking gasoline, and flames had already ignited at the front. Her eyes widened in terror. Boom! Chapter 45, The 360 Desktop Cleanup Screaming Master. Qiao Chuchu screamed as she sprang to her feet. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. The system floated before her nonchalantly. No worries, it has already exploded. You are dead, resembling a roasted pigeon, deliciously aromatic. Gasping for breath. It took her a moment to comprehend her situation. She died? Again. The system conjured a table piled high with items. Here. Take this as an outlet for your frustration. Qiao Chuchu kicked it over. Damn it. The system conjured 2 more tables. Instantly transformed into the 360 desktop cleanup master, she screamed as she swept everything onto the floor in a cathartic release. Ah, I'm going to go insane. After a while, she regained her composure and decisively declared, I will make sure to obliterate that idiot. The system responded without mercy, no. She retorted, why not? He can kill me, so I can kill him, can I? The system sighed, dear host, causing death leads to imprisonment. No matter how wealthy you are, you will face the consequences. Qiao Chuchu laughed in anger. So, if I go to prison, he escapes punishment? Just because he is the favored child of destiny. He can act with impunity, living like a lawless tyrant. Qiao Chuchu sank to the ground, her chest aching with fury. I fail to comprehend, system. Does he think himself a sovereign, free to collide with me at will? Has he lost his sanity? According to the script, Ji Yanchuan was supposed to overtake Pei Fingnong near the finish line, intentionally pressuring him, which would cause Pei Fingnong to dodge and subsequently become injured. This time, she had not afforded Ji Yanchuan any opportunity. She had completely dominated him throughout. Yet, this lunatic had the audacity to crash into her? Qiao Chuchu's mentality shattered. He is not even the male lead. What gives him the right to behave so recklessly? The system floated before her. Do you recall why I deceived you into believing that this world is merely a novel? It is because the pair suppressing your fate embodies the characteristics of traditional romantic leads. Xia Xuechuan, for instance, is the type of woman who wholly submits to men. Do not be fooled by her constant references to dignity and fairness. In her worldview, men are entitled to dominate her, and women are inherently the weaker sex. Your brother may be harsh with her, but you cannot. She dares to smear your face with a strawberry cake, but would never dare to do the same to your brother. Qiao Chuchu laughed in disbelief. How can such a fool be the favored child of destiny? Is the heavens blind? The system responded. Host. You have experienced two extremes of life, one of poverty, unable to afford food or clothing, and another of abundance, standing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Having lived both these lives, do you still believe that exceptional resources will mindlessly gravitate towards kind-hearted and innocent individuals who lead honest lives? Qiao Chuchu fell silent. She gradually regained her composure. The system continued. Allow me to elucidate with the male and female leads once more. In this world, your existence is unwelcome. You disrupt the affairs of the leads, causing them to instinctively reject you. The male lead is more tolerant, but your presence significantly hinders the female lead, preventing her fortune from manifesting its true potential. Thus, exercise caution moving forward. Qiao Chuchu nodded cautiously. I understand the need for caution, but I did not anticipate it would pertain to matters of life and death. The system chuckled lightly. Rest assured, host, I believe you will undoubtedly survive until the conclusion. Qiao Chuchu gazed into the rear-view mirror. Pei Fingnong grew anxious. What is he doing? Lin Qing sensed trouble. This is bad. Ji Yanchuan has a notoriously bad temper, and he is likely to crash into Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuan stared intently. Is there any way to stop him? Pei Fingnong swiftly dashed towards an available racing car. Just as Lin Qing screamed, Ji Yanchuan is heading for the collision. Pei Fingnong's mind went blank as he turned to witness Ji Yanchuan barreling directly toward Qiao Chuchu's driver's seat. Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu executed a breathtaking drift, evading Ji Yanchuan's attack. The audience gasped in astonishment. Ji Yanchuan, left grasping at air, gazed at Qiao Chuchu in disbelief. Though her face was obscured by a safety helmet, she raised her hand and flashed a middle finger, effortlessly crossing the finish line. The outcome was clear. Ji Yanchuan, infuriated, inadvertently pressed the accelerator, crashing his vehicle into the roadside barrier. Lin Qing leaped up, exhilarated. She won. Qiao Chuchu won. Pei Yuchuan, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, That scared me to death. I thought she was going to get killed. Pei Che, frowning deeply, pondered, could it be that she had already been hit once, thus preparing herself? Their jubilant cheers were abruptly stifled, and joy seemed to fade. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Fingnong dashed toward the finish line, calling out, Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu dismounted from her vehicle, removed her helmet, still panting from the adrenaline rush. Yet, undeterred, she pulled out a golden necklace from her pocket, letting it flutter in the wind as she jubilantly proclaimed, I am the champion. Pei Fingnong, captivated by her radiant smile, stood transfixed. On the brilliantly lit racetrack, Qiao Chuchu sprinted toward him, her curly hair dancing in the breeze, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, arms wide open to embrace him. Instinctively, he extended his arms to catch her, but she bypassed him, leaping into Lin Qing's embrace instead. Pei Fingnong was left bewildered. Qiao Chuchu and Lin Qing embraced tightly, exclaiming, That was exhilarating. Although I was hit by Ji Yanchuan once, I won. The smiles on everyone's faces abruptly froze as they turned to see Ji Yanchuan being dragged from his car. Despite his protective gear, he had endured a significant impact and lay dazed on a stretcher. Pei Buxian took a deep breath, set his dog down, and approached Ji Yanchuan holding a plastic bag. Ji Yanchuan, groggy and disoriented, frowned at Pei Buxian. What do you want? Pei Buxian waved the black plastic bag in front of him. This is the feces my dog just left. Ji Yanchuan replied, and Pei Buxian smeared it across his face. A gift for you. Yanhun. Chapter 46. Not recommended for viewing during meals. Ji Yanchuan's face smeared with foul-smelling dog excrement emitted a sharp, piercing scream. Ah, dog poop. It's in my eyes. Pei Yuchuan yanked Pei Buxian behind him, sarcastically remarking, Seventh brother, we ought to maintain some civility. Didn't we agree that the loser would run naked around the track? This dog poop is an extra charge. The darkness beneath Pei Buxian's eyes deepened, his tone chilling. I can afford it. Pei Yuchuan forced a smile. That may be. But we must stick to the agreed terms. He snapped his fingers, signaling the staff, please assist us in removing this fellow's clothing. The staff of the racing club, shocked, responded, but Mr. G is unwell right now. Pei Yuchuan questioned, his discomfort has nothing to do with me. I am not the one unwell. The staff member's lips twitched, but if he is like this, he cannot run naked around the track. Pei Yuchuan, it's fine, just place him on the ground. The staff, perplexed, set the stretcher down. Without hesitation, Pei Yuchuan began to strip off Ji Yanchuan's clothing. Staff member. As Pei Yuchuan continued to undress him, he laughed heartily, saying, Come on. We are all men here. Let us not be shy about accepting the consequences of our wagers. I'll help you out. Ji Yanchuan, unable to resist, shouted, You guys. Pei Yuchuan tore at his shirt, a mischievous grin on his face. You were just trying to run my sister over, weren't you? Ji Yanchuan froze, struggling to open his eyes to look at him. Pei Yuchuan, towering over him, continued to rip his clothes. A murderous smile on his lips. You'll pay dearly for this. Ji Yanchuan, infuriated and dizzy from the stench, retorted, I want to let you get away with this. Pei Yuchuan yanked down his trousers. I want to let you off the hook either. Meanwhile, Pei Che placed his hand over Qiao Chuchu's eyes. You need not see any further. Qiao Chuchu asked, Sister Linqing, do you want to cover your eyes too? Linqing, unable to suppress her laughter, replied, No need, I've seen every inch of this guy. There's no need for modesty. I still want to record this, ha. Lin Shin commanded. Linqing, put your phone away. Are you not afraid of viruses with such footage? Linqing, somewhat disappointed, conceded. All right then. With her eyes covered. Qiao Chuchu could see nothing. Pei Yuchuan finished undressing, lifted the stretcher, and called out, We need another person. Let's take him for a lap around the racetrack. Pei Fingnong approached with a serious expression. I'll do it. Qiao Chuchu, eyes closed, could only imagine the sight of Pei Fingnong and Pei Yuchuan running with the bear Ji Yanchuan on the track. It must be quite a spectacle. Laughter erupted from Linqing beside her. That rascal Ji Yanchuan is too embarrassed to show his face, yet he is still covering it. This is killing me. Pei Mu was doubled over with laughter. The best part is that he has dirt on his face, even while covering it. His hands can't dare to go all the way up, haha. Pei Yuchuan energetically shouted. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Let us keep it moving. Young man. Pei Fingnong, lifting from the back, glared ominously at Ji Yanchuan. Ji Yanchuan felt an overwhelming wave of humiliation crashing over him, covering his face in a futile rage. I want to let you get away with this. Just wait. Pei Fingnong ignored his threats, completing a full lap before casually tossing Ji Yanchuan aside like trash. Ji Yanchuan crashed to the ground, the cold surface piercing through him. And he glared up in fury, you. His words faltered. Pei Fingnong loomed over him, and Pei Yuchuan's smile had vanished without a trace. The two brothers stood over him like grim reapers. Ji Yanchuan felt a chill run down his spine. What else do you want? Pei Fingnong's gaze was menacing. Ji Yanchuan, you nearly killed my sister. Ji Yanchuan, infuriated, laughed derisively. I merely intended to bump into her. Just a little lesson. That's all. Don't exaggerate. Pei Fingnong's expression remained devoid of emotion, enveloped in an aura of coldness, blending almost seamlessly with the night, his voice deep and foreboding. If it were not for her skill, given the speed just now, she would have already perished at your hands. Ji Yanchuan remained oblivious to any fault of his own, lightly countering, but she isn't dead, is she? Pei Fingnong squinted, a cold smile creeping across his face. Very well, since you put it that way, let us address the matter at hand. My brother stripped you of your clothing because you chose to wager and must accept the consequences of your loss. However, you deliberately collided with my sister. And I shall meticulously settle this score with you. Pei Fingnong leaned closer, his gaze piercing. We shall see about that. Ji Yanchuan felt a twitch in his eyelid, gritting his teeth as he watched Pei Feng and Pei Yuchuan depart. And what about your Pei Bu Xian smearing a pile of dog feces on my face? How shall we account for that? Suddenly, the world brightened for Qiao Chuchu. Is it over? She scrunched her lips in disdain, then found it somewhat amusing. I thought he had met with an accident and would abandon the punishment. Pei Feng's tone was as frigid as ice. A wager entails acceptance of the consequences. He must endure the repercussions of his defeat.
Qiao Chuchu, not that.
Her gaze fixed on Pei Feng's upright silhouette. How peculiar. Although I emerged victorious, I cannot shake the feeling that fourth brother appears quite angry. Did I inadvertently say something wrong? Pei Feng halted, his expression grave as he faced her. His furrowed brow seemed capable of pinching a fly to death, his eyes betraying a profound sense of worry and anxiety. She had nearly lost her life once, yet remained so vivacious. Qiao Chuchu felt a chill run down her spine as he scrutinized her. Could it be that my victory elicited a reprimand from him? I recall him not being the type to employ a suppressive form of education. Pei Feng, he is merely concerned. Never mind. He does not harbor any worries. Pei Feng took out his phone to transfer money to her. As agreed, you accompanied me to the competition. I will transfer 50,000. This time, if you win, I shall grant you 100,000. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Was your sour expression earlier because you were reluctant to part with 100,000? Pei Feng, it was nothing. She quickly adorned her face with a smile. Just kidding. Fourth brother is exceedingly generous, completely unconcerned with such trifling amounts. Compared to the inexplicable sums given to me by others, I prefer earning my own money through effort. It feels substantial and rewarding. Qiao Chuchu contentedly opened her text messages, suddenly pondering, fourth brother, if I were to lose today, would you support me in running naked? Pei Feng replied. I would take your place.
Qiao Chuchu.
Bathed in the warm, natural light, Pei Feng donned a matte black leather jacket. His tousled hair blown across his eyes by the wind. His elongated, almond-shaped eyes reflected Qiao Chuchu's astonished face. He bore no expression, only a gaze that was earnest and resolute, as if he had made a heavy promise. I shall run naked in your stead. Chapter 47. Was Qiao Chuchu kidnapped? A warm current surged through Qiao Chuchu's heart, akin to sipping a comforting ginger soup on a frigid winter's day, warming her from her core to her extremities. She could not help but smile, her eyes sharpening with focus. Pei Feng met her gaze for a moment, then awkwardly averted his eyes, rubbing his nose. What about you? His demeanor was uneasy. Why did you assist me in confronting Ji Yanchuan? In truth, the statement is incomplete. What he genuinely wishes to inquire is, knowing full well the peril she would encounter, aware that she could potentially face death, why would she choose to assist him? Qiao Chuchu responded without hesitation, because you are my family. Pei Feng was taken aback. She laughed carefreely, moreover. At that moment when I saw you fighting with Ji Yanchuan, I didn't even think. By the time I realized what was happening, I had already kicked Ji Yanchuan away. I acted purely on instinct, like an animal. Qiao Chuchu expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey. Pei Feng gazed at her with a smile, his brow relaxing, his laughter akin to the warmth of spring. Is it not permissible to speak the truth? This seemed to be the first time in 7 years that Pei Feng had smiled at her. Qiao Chuchu found herself entranced, unable to resist breaking into a broad grin. All right, I concede. After all, you have special privileges today. Pei Feng was momentarily taken aback, recalling the car accident from a year prior, and his smile gradually faded. Qiao Chuchu, keenly sensing his change in demeanor, awkwardly excused herself. I need to use the restroom. She hurried towards the ladies' room on the first floor. Pei Feng's brow furrowed in concern as he watched her disappear from sight. At some point, Pei Yuan had stood behind him. Have you two been getting along well? Pei Yuan's hopeful gaze dimmed momentarily, but it was within his expectations. It's all right, take your time. We all need it. Pei Feng lowered his eyes, his brow furrowing in contemplation. I don't know how to alleviate this, nor how to convince myself. It's too complicated. I fear I will continue to reject her. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu washed her hands and raised her gaze to meet her reflection in the mirror. The numbers slowly transformed before her eyes, dwindling from 7 to 6. She frowned, not solely due to the diminishing count of her lives, but because she could sense her family's resistance. Their bond, forged through years of companionship, was marred by the rifts caused by external events. The affection was profound, yet the fractures were equally deep. After splashing her face with water, she lifted her head to find several robust staff members standing behind her. Both men and women stared intently at her through the mirror, resembling zombies. A sudden chill ran down her spine. What do you intend to do? Moments later, several workers pushing a garbage cart exited the ladies' room. Pei Fengnon waited at the end of the corridor. He glanced at the time, then at the restroom, muttering impatiently, "Why haven't they come out yet?" The other brothers had all gone upstairs to rest, but he felt uneasy about Qiao Chuchu, so he lingered a bit longer. Leaning against the wall, his gaze inadvertently swept across the garbage cart. A fluffy pink corner of clothing peeked out from within the bin. He casually averted his eyes but suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, what is in your cart?" No sooner had he spoken than the group of people hastily pushed the garbage cart away. Pei Fengnon decisively pursued them. "Security, sound the alarm. Call the police immediately." The front desk staff were bewildered, quickly dialing for help. However, these individuals appeared to be highly trained, smoothly pushing the cart into the back seat of a van and crashing through the checkpoint. Pei Fengnon promptly followed suit, jumping into his car and flooring the accelerator to keep pace. Pei Yuan and the others rushed to the second floor upon hearing the commotion. What happened? The receptionist trembled in fear. "We don't know what transpired, but just moments ago, Mr. Pei furiously questioned what was inside the garbage bins. And then those cleaners rushed away, with them towards a van." Pei Yuan pressed urgently. "Did you see what was in the garbage bins?" The receptionist, trembling, pondered for a moment. It seemed there was something pink, like a piece of cloth. Little Xie, standing at the back of the crowd, gasped in horror. The crowd turned to her in confusion. She stammered, "Miss Qiao's coat is a pink, fluffy one. It couldn't possibly be her." Pei Yuan's mind erupted with realization. It is her, without a doubt. "Quick, let us pursue them." The Pei brothers and the Lin siblings wasted no time, swiftly boarding their cars and speeding away. Ji Yanchuan curled up on the sofa, his gaze dark as he watched the vehicles hastily depart. He still clutched his phone, which displayed a chilling message. The goods have been retrieved and are en route to the destination. A shiver coursed through him, yet he managed to force a smirk. Serves her right. That vile woman had humiliated him in front of so many people. Now, he would ensure she and her family experienced true humiliation. Qiao Chuchu was pulled from the box, receiving 2 sharp slaps. Dazed, she barely had time to resist before several burly men roughly subdued her, binding her to a rectangular table. Her hands were immobilized, but her legs remained free. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discerned that she was in a factory. The individuals who had abducted her were evidently well-trained, donning hoods and wielding equipment, pointing cameras directly at her. One man even wore a camera around his neck and swallowed a pill. What were they planning? Why all these cameras? Tension coursed through her body, rendering her muscles unresponsive. She had an inkling of what was unfolding, yet dared not dwell on it. She steadied herself and declared, "I don't care who sent you. I can offer you double, no, triple." Her eyes widened in desperation as she strained to maintain composure. 10 million. I will give you 10 million, just let me go. I promise I won't call the police. No one paid her any heed. In the vast factory, her voice echoed as the only sound, nearly a whimper of negotiation. The man with the camera around his neck approached her feet, attempting to pry her legs apart. Instinctively, she struggled, kicking at him. "Name your price. I'll pay. Just don't touch me. I can pay." His rough hand pressed down on her ankle, signaling to another person nearby. A woman approached her and delivered a harsh slap, catching Qiao Chuchu off guard and turning her face to the side. She felt no pain, only the relentless gaze of the cameras fixated upon her. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloped her. This ordeal was already sufficient to plunge her into hopelessness. Yet the multitude of cameras continued to capture her every moment. Once the filming was successfully completed, she was exposed as a manga artist, having published numerous works that established her reputation. A man loomed over her, striking her face with his belt, declaring, "You foolish woman. Do you still believe your virtue holds any value? I am here solely for you, and once I am done, my friends will partake as well. Your pleas are futile. Do you comprehend? So, do not resist. If you continue to struggle, I shall proceed without protection." The man arrogantly produced a contraceptive device from his pocket, taunting, "Do you wish to bear my child?" Her face turned ashen in an instant. "No." The man sneered, "If you do not desire it, then silence yourself." Clenching her teeth, the ache radiated from her molars to her jaw, and she ceased to speak. If her remaining 6 lives could enable her to survive and escape the clutches of these individuals, she would exact vengeance upon them. She would eliminate those who orchestrated their actions from behind the scenes. Chapter 48. Pei Fengnon, are your tears born from sorrow or fear? Qiao Chuchu gritted her teeth. her gaze fixed upon the man, resembling a predator poised to strike, scrutinizing every detail of his face, even the tattoos adorning his neck. As he attempted to unfasten her pants, he mocked, "What is this? No more fighting back? Have you learned your lesson?" She merely regarded him silently. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead like raindrops, her chest heaving from rapid breaths, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The man dismissed her, pulling down her pants, exclaiming, "Damn it, you're dressed quite thoroughly." Qiao Chuchu turned her head away, surveying the leering faces around her, including those of women who, despite sharing her gender, regarded her with derision. In despair, she closed her eyes, attempting to steady her emotions as she continued to watch the man poised to unleash violence upon her. Just then, the sound of an approaching engine broke through the tension. The man paused, exclaiming, "What is that noise?" A black SUV crashed through the rolling shutter door, causing a commotion among the crowd, who gasped in shock. "Someone has broken in." The vehicle barreled toward the throng, knocking several individuals aside before executing a skilled drift to a halt. The man atop Qiao Chuchu cursed as he rushed down, shouting, "Damn it." He charged towards the SUV, while simultaneously, another man emerged from it, wielding a baseball bat and swinging it fiercely at him. Qiao Chuchu's eyes widened in astonishment. Pei Fengnong. He had come to rescue her. In the dim light, Pei Fengnong's eyes glowed crimson, resembling a ferocious beast as he swung the bat mercilessly at the man's head. He exuded an aura of lethal intent, dispatching the throngs of attackers with each strike. Wherever he went, chaos ensued. A burly man brandishing a knife lunged at him. Pei Fengnong swiftly disarmed him, seizing the fallen knife and piercing it into the man's shoulder. The assailant froze, and Pei Fengnong deftly severed the tendons in his hands before delivering a brutal blow to his groin. The man howled in agony, collapsing unconscious. Pei Fengnong's expression remained stoic, his face smeared with blood, and since his arrival, he had uttered not a single sound. He numbly turned his gaze towards Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu lay on the table, unchanged, her pants pulled down halfway, while her thermal leggings remained untouched. Everyone else had collapsed. Only the camera beside her remained upright. Pei Fengnong said nothing as he smashed one camera lens after another, then crushed the camera focused on the man's neck, delivering a fierce kick to the man's groin. The man had begun to convulse. Ignoring him, Pei Fengnong hastily fastened Qiao Chuchu's pants and untied her hands. Qiao Chuchu seemed to still be in a dream. Slowly sitting up. "Brother?" Pei Fengnong gazed at her with concern. "Yes." She gradually regained her senses, her vision blurred, and cautiously called out, "Fourth brother?" Pei Fengnong's eyes darkened, a wave of heartache washing over him. Yet, he maintained a stern expression, his gaze unwavering as if it were an immovable wall. "It's me, Qiao Chuchu. I am your fourth brother. I'm late, I'm sorry." The tension in Qiao Chuchu's body shattered in an instant as she cried and threw herself into his embrace. Pei Fengnong staggered back slightly but unhesitatingly held her tightly. Qiao Chuchu cried out in despair, "I'm so scared. I'm so afraid. I fear they will torture me to death. They all want to touch me. I'm so scared, brother. I'm so afraid. I fear pain. I fear being abused. I don't know what I will endure." Pei Fengnong felt as though his heart were being squeezed, a lump forming in his throat. If he had been even a moment late, he dared not contemplate it, cradling the back of her head, forcing calmness into his voice. It's all right. You're safe now." Qiao Chuchu sobbed uncontrollably. "I don't know. I'm so flustered. I'm sorry, brother. Don't despise me. Just let me hold you for a moment." Pei Fengnong paused, tightening his embrace around her. Qiao Chuchu, lost in his arms, felt warmth on her neck. A drop of water fell. She was taken aback, wanting to look up, but Pei Fengnong grasped her head, firmly preventing her from lifting it. More warm droplets fell upon her neck. Were they Pei Fengnong's tears? Chapter 49. A vow is a vow. Promises must be fulfilled. Uncertain how much time had passed, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Qiao Chuchu, her eyes swollen from crying, turned towards the entrance, where a group of police officers and Pei Yuan rushed towards her. Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuan anxiously examined her from head to toe, then looked around. Noticing the cameras and a group of burly men moaning on the ground, instantly realizing the perilous situation that had nearly unfolded. Rage surged through him like a wildfire, burning fiercely in his chest, yet he quickly suppressed it, lifting her effortlessly. "Come, I'll take you to see a doctor." Pei Fengnong cast a hurried glance at her before turning away. At that moment, Pei Yuchuan approached Pei Fengnong, astonished. "No way, you're crying? It was one thing for Qiao Chuchu to cry from her injuries, but what reason did a grown man have to weep? Pei Fingnong's expression changed abruptly as he elbowed Pei Yuchuan sharply. Are you blind? I'm not crying at all.
Pei Yuchuan replied.
Your eyes are swollen. Pei Fingnong turned his back. Absolutely not. Qiao Chuchu hesitated for a moment before stepping out of Pei Yuan's arms. Wait a moment. She walked towards Pei Fingnong. Pei Yuchuan gazed at her in astonishment. Qiao Chuchu, how did you get here? You should go rest. Originally facing away from Qiao Chuchu, Pei Fingnong stiffened at the words, suddenly snatching the black-framed glasses from Pei Yuchuan's face and seamlessly donning them himself.
Pei Yuchuan queried, What are you doing?
Pei Fingnong delivered a swift elbow jab. Shut up.
Pei Yuchuan remained silent.
Qiao Chuchu chose to ignore the amusing antics of the two. With heartfelt gratitude, she expressed, Fourth brother, thank you for saving me. She retrieved a golden necklace from her pocket. Here, this is for you. Pei Fingnong hesitated for a moment, turning his head to look at her. Despite the glasses, he could not conceal the redness and swelling of his eyelids, nor the prominent blood vessels in his eyes. Qiao Chuchu felt a pang in her heart, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Thank you for lending me your talisman. It must have worked, allowing you to rush in at that critical moment. I truly appreciate it. Pei Fingnong was momentarily taken aback, a suspicious flush coloring his cheeks as he sternly snatched the necklace from her hand. It wasn't the talisman. He averted his gaze. It was your smartwatch's location tracking? You fool. Qiao Chuchu paused, her eyes glistening with tears as she nodded through her smile. All right. Regardless of what truly made the difference. The fourth brother who rushed in at that moment was indeed a hero. Pei Fingnong was momentarily speechless, lowering his head even further. Pei Yuan approached Qiao Chuchu from behind, draping his black coat over her with a worried tone. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital. She obediently nodded and entered the car with Pei Yuan. Pei Yuchuan, arms crossed, stood beside Pei Fingnong, teasingly elongated his tone. Did you hear that, fourth? You are her hero. Pei Fingnong tightly clutched the gold necklace, remaining silent. Pei Yuchuan, hiding a smirk, followed closely behind Qiao Chuchu. We should investigate who harbored such vile intentions towards Qiao Chuchu and deal with them severely. Pei Fingnong nodded, surveying the chaotic scene around them. He had given those individuals a thorough beating, yet his mood remained unrelieved, a heaviness lingering in his heart that refused to dissipate. Unless the mastermind was swiftly found, he would not find peace. 2 hours later, Pei Fingnong stood in the hospital corridor, toying with the freshly repaired gold necklace. His long fingers entwined with the golden chain. His gaze intensely focused on the patterns of the necklace, lost in thought. Pei Buxian loomed behind him like a ghost. Could you please stop fiddling with that wretched necklace? It was 10 o'clock at night. The corridor of the hospital was deserted, amplifying the eerie silence. In this tranquil environment, Pei Buxian, with his pale complexion and faint dark circles under his eyes, resembled a resentful specter, causing irritation to swell within Pei Fingnong. Rolling his eyes, Pei Fingnong sighed. He loved his brother, yet he also found him exasperating. Qiao Chuchu's incessant disturbances had driven their already fragile minds into further madness. Under Qiao Chuchu's relentless efforts, Pei Buxian had transformed from a minor eccentric into a full-fledged disturbed individual. Seeing Pei Buxian's unsettling demeanor made Pei Fingnong's head throb.
Spit it out if you have something to say.
Pei Buxian glowered at him. Those individuals claim the mastermind behind it all, asserting that their intent to kidnap arose from being captivated by Qiao Chuchu's beauty. The club's attire and room cards were pilfered, and no matter how the police attempted to extract information, our leads have run dry. Pei Fingnong felt his heart plummet. It came as no surprise to him. No matter the strained relations between Qiao Chuchu and them, she was still the eighth miss of the Pei family, well known within their circle. Only those daring enough to confront them would dare to harm Qiao Chuchu. Pei Fingnong narrowed his eyes, arriving at a potential suspect. I know who it is. Pei Buxian inquired. Is it Ji Yanchuan? He nodded in affirmation. Pei Buxian brandished a small knife, resolutely declaring, Very well, I shall kill him. Pei Fingnong responded incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Killing someone could land you in prison, and you might even face the death penalty. Pei Buxian, calmly gripping the knife, turned to leave. I am aware. Take care of my West Highland White Terrier. I'm going. Pei Fingnong seized him. Exasperated, no. You cannot go mad like this. Pei Buxian met his gaze impassively. I am not mad. I am serious. Pei Fingnong fell silent. Pei Buxian fixed him with an unwavering stare. Over a decade ago, when Qiao Chuchu was nearly assaulted by a group of boys in a warehouse, the 7 of us vowed together to never allow her to suffer harm again. Qiao Chuchu's poor treatment of us is her own affair. She owes us a debt that she must repay herself. However, our vow remains sacred. Pei Buxian's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes shimmered with an indomitable resolve. A vow must be honored. Pei Fengnong's eyes dimmed as he spoke gravely. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. How else can my grievances be resolved if not through my own actions? Furthermore, he may return. Pei Buxian's eyes widened, his voice barely above a whisper. Am I to wait until he records a video of my sister being violated to post online, where a horde of vile men will save and circulate it, dissecting her pain, while the video becomes as inescapable as cockroaches? Should I only then plunge the knife into him? Pei Fengnong, struck at a sensitive point, asserted firmly, we have other means. Pei Buxian scoffed. What other means exist besides hiring a killer? He hesitated, but why would he assist us? We are not on the same path. He engages in perilous business, while our family steers clear of such dealings. Pei Fengnong squinted thoughtfully. Did you not just mention that you feel Lu Tingshi might hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts? If this holds true, then Lu Tingshi is indeed on the same boat as us, sharing our goal. The more Pei Fengnong contemplated, the more convinced he became. As long as we ascertain that Lu Tingshi can hear her thoughts, we can negotiate with him. Without hesitation, Pei Buxian picked up his phone and dialed a number. Pei Fengnong questioned, who are you calling? Pei Fengnong, bewildered, exclaimed, what are you doing? Chapter 50. Lu Tingshi, can you hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts? He suggested testing Lu Tingshi, not directly exposing everything. Pei Buxian completely disregarded Pei Fengnong's shocked expression, calmly activating the speakerphone. Can you hear the innermost thoughts of Qiao Chuchu? As this question was posed, the other brothers of the Pei family and the Lin siblings emerged from Qiao Chuchu's hospital room. Pei Buxian pressed further. You and your son can hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts, correct? The individuals standing at the doorway of the hospital room collectively shuddered. Lu Tingshi, a seasoned veteran, had been tempered in the crucible of warfare. Even if there were doubts, to inquire directly was unwise. What if they misjudged the situation? How would they extricate themselves later? Just as they were at their wits' end contemplating how to navigate this predicament, a soft chuckle emanated from the other end of the phone. Indeed, you have discovered it. Pei Buxian. The crowd gasped. Pei Buxian's expression darkened, yet he remained unfazed. Since you are privy to the future forecasts that Qiao Chuchu brings, you must also be aware that this world is conspiring against her. She is in constant peril. To safeguard our own lives, we must protect Qiao Chuchu. Therefore, I implore you to assist me. Lu Tingshi's voice retained a hint of mirth. Pray, elaborate. Pei Buxian spoke plainly. Just moments ago, my sister was subjected to a kidnapping. The assailants attempted to strip her, assault her, and record illicit videos from multiple angles, employing heinous and professional methods. They have since been apprehended, yet they insist it was a crime of passion. Prior to my sister's abduction, she had an altercation with Ji Yanchuan. Of course, you are aware that my sister sacrificed 2 lives during the day to rescue a dog and Lu Yuejua. During her confrontation with Ji Yanchuan, he caused her death once, leading to her resurrection, after which she triumphed over him. However, following her victory, she was captured in the ladies' restroom of the club. At this juncture, Pei Buxian calmly inquired, do you possess the means to uncover the truth? There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of a spark igniting. It appeared that Lu Tingshi had lit a cigarette. The group in the corridor gradually approached Pei Buxian, holding their breath in anticipation. 30 minutes. Lu Tingshi's tone had grown noticeably colder. Await my call. The call was abruptly terminated. Pei Buxian lowered his phone and lifted his gaze to the others. Every person present wore a solemn expression, each harboring unspoken words. Indeed, there were others who could hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts. And this person was none other than the resolute Lu father and son, notorious for their ruthless dealings abroad. Despite their dangerous reputation, the Lu family was known for their integrity and trustworthiness within their circle. But who would be the next to hear these thoughts? Would more individuals join this unfolding narrative? And would those newcomers be benevolent or malevolent? An hour later, on the same floor as Qiao Chuchu, 2 nurses in the hospital ward quietly discussed the name on the medical record. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered someone with the surname Weisheng. Another nurse lowered her voice. She's quite the formidable woman. I overheard the head nurse mention that she has outlived 5 husbands. A steadfast matriarch, surrounded by a revolving door of admirers. Despite being over 40, she possesses an exquisite beauty that belies her age, resembling someone in their early 30s. Waves of handsome men and beautiful women come to visit her, often vying for her affection. The young nurse, filled with envy, remarked, "What an extraordinary life she leads. Wealthy, unattached. With a rare surname, stunning looks, and a multitude of suitors pursuing her." Just then, another nurse hurried past them, whispering a warning, "Stop talking. The formidable woman is approaching." The three nurses discreetly peered from behind the nurse station towards the end of the corridor. A woman sat in a wheelchair, being pushed by a handsome young man. Although she bore the pallor of illness, her striking beauty shone through, akin to a proud red rose languidly resting in her chair. The young man pushing her appeared reluctant, lost in troubled thoughts. Furrowing her brow, the woman admonished, "Are you daft? Haven't I made it clear that I dislike being called Sister Wei? You may call me Sister Yu Kenras. Wei Sheng. But Sister Wei is hardly an appropriate title." Li Jiahao quickly corrected himself. "I apologize, Sister Yu Can. Wei Sheng Yu Can closed her eyes, as per our agreement. Prepare accordingly, for tonight." Li Jiahao nodded, his complexion paling as he pushed Wei Sheng Yu Can down the hospital corridor. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu awoke from a nightmare, her heart racing as she anxiously examined herself, finally releasing a sigh of relief. She had dreamt that those people had succeeded, no matter how she struggled. She felt utterly helpless, her face suffused with terror. Shaking off her fear, she surveyed her surroundings. It appeared she was in a private room at Pei Chei's hospital. On the bedside table lay a note inscribed in Pei Chei's bold handwriting, "If you awaken, do not worry. We will be going to the police station. You are to stay here tonight, and I have arranged for specialized care. Ring the bell if you need anything." Setting the note aside, she rose from the bed, seeking a breath of fresh air. As she stepped out of the room, she encountered another patient. Simultaneously, Wei Sheng Yu Can lazily lifted her gaze and met her eyes. Initially gloomy, Qiao Chuchu's spirits lifted at the unexpected beauty before her. Wei Sheng Yu Can squinted, studying Qiao Chuchu's face for a moment before diverting her gaze. It was rare to see such a charming girl, even without makeup. Her smooth facial contours, cherubic cheeks, and non-threatening demeanor were captivating. Yet her fox-like eyes held an alluring charm. What a beautiful and sensual person. It feels as though she radiates light, Wei Sheng Yu Can thought, momentarily startled. As if a girl's voice echoed in her mind, vivid and clear. Lost in this reverie, she was jolted when Li Jiahao inadvertently locked eyes with Qiao Chuchu. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Qiao Chuchu!
Qiao Chuchu, Aqualishuka, Raplia, Li Jiao.
What are you doing here?" Li Jiahao's delicate features contorted with indignation as he swiftly reported, "Wei Sheng, oh no, I mean Sister Yu Can. This is the girl I mentioned who demanded compensation of hundreds of thousands from me, Qiao Chuchu." Wei Sheng Yu Can, unfazed and unhurried, turned her gaze towards Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu, utterly astonished, scrutinized her, and suddenly a spark of realization flickered in her mind. "Sister Yu Can? Wei Sheng Yu Can?" She gazed at the woman seated in the wheelchair, radiating an undeniable aura, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Is this the Wei Sheng Yu Can who was destroyed by Li Jiahao and Xia Xuechuan?" Wei Sheng Yu Can. Chapter 51. Wei Sheng Yu Can, the inherently heartless female mogul. Qiao Chuchu observed the woman's striking yet aloof features, igniting a storm of thoughts within her. Wei Sheng Yu Can, a person of national prominence, had been born at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. If the Pei family occupied the apex of this pyramid, then Wei Sheng Yu Can was the rare deity perched atop its very summit. The specifics of the Wei Sheng clan's endeavors were not explicitly detailed in the notes provided by the system, seemingly straddling both the legitimate and illicit realms. Wei Sheng Yu Can was the sole daughter in her family. With 2 elder brothers and 2 younger ones, the family held a pronounced preference for males, particularly her mother, who exemplified this bias most severely. Thus, Wei Sheng Yu Can endured a childhood marked by neglect, subjected to cold mockery from her mother for every endeavor. Nevertheless, she distinguished herself as the most exceptional heir among her siblings, achieving far more than her favored brothers. Yet, her exceptionalism was not a bid for familial validation. Rather, it stemmed from an innate desire to dominate others, relishing the sight of those around her groveling for her favor. Wei Sheng Yu Can attracted both male and female admirers, all of whom sought her indulgence, yearning for even the slightest affection to slip through her fingers. One could say she was devoid of empathy, with an ambiguous sexual orientation, reigning in her small realm like Wu Zetian. Following the demise of her last husband, she resolved never to remarry, opting instead for youthful and attractive boys to satisfy her physical desires. Consequently, upon encountering this character's persona, Qiao Chuchu was profoundly impressed, as such traits were typically associated with males. The uniqueness of Wei Sheng Yu Can captivated her at first sight. Alas, her life was cut short. Leaving a sense of regret, Qiao Chuchu bit her lower lip, suddenly realizing, Why is it that I am drawn to such twisted characters? Yet life is so mundane. It's not too much to fancy a few oddities. She quickly composed herself. Let me ponder how Wei Xingyu can met her demise step by step. She must have perished shortly after her introduction. Wei Xingyu perished right after her introduction? The catalyst was her infatuation with Li Jiahao, during which she bestowed upon him a substantial sum of money, demanding he surrender his virginity. Qiao Chuchu, exasperated, tugged at her hair. I must admit, I cannot fathom the taste of such a mogul. Li Jiahao, that neighborly boy, possesses no charm whatsoever. It seems that after indulging in lavish feasts, one develops a craving for something simple to cleanse the palate. Wei Xingyu can unconsciously nodded in agreement. Indeed, having grown tired of handsome men with defined abs and sweet tongues, and weary of powerful figures, she finds no interest in delicate little pups anymore.
Now,
she seeks to indulge in a sense of desperation. Over 20 years ago, she was simple and reserved, harboring affections for someone she dared not express. To secure financial stability, she compromised her integrity, finding herself beneath a pitiable pup, gasping for breath. The entanglement of regret, guilt, and self-disdain clashed with her body as honest reactions, and the mere thought of it intrigued her. Thus, she chose the hapless Li Jiahao, burdened with insurmountable debts. Was her choice misguided? Just as she was recovering from a fever, Li Jiahao wheeled her outside the hospital for fresh air, coincidentally encountering Qiao Chuchu, who was searching for her mother, thereby exposing the truth of her being supported by a wealthy woman. Infuriated by the revelation of his body being sold for monetary gain, Qiao Chuchu clashed with him on the street. Yu Can, feeling bored, uttered some unkind words intending to leave, but in the ensuing scuffle with Li Jiahao and Qiao Chuchu, her weakened state led to her being struck fatally by a vehicle. Yu Can pondered, what does it mean to be a supporting character? She wanted to investigate further, but then chuckled at the absurdity of her thoughts. Had her fever made her delusional? She imagined voices conversing within her mind. It seemed she needed to check her sanity, wondering if there was a tumor in her brain. Growing increasingly agitated, she demanded, take me outside for some fresh air. Li Jiahao hesitated, expressing, Sister Yu Can, Qiao Chuchu bullied me before. She is the reason I am in debt. His tone was laced with melancholy, evidently seeking her to speak ill of Qiao Chuchu. Oh no, now that Yu Can is in a relationship of patron and protege with Li Jiahao, wouldn't he be compelled to silence her if this little pup of his threw a tantrum? Yu Can mused, this hallucination is remarkably vivid, responding to the topic as if it were alive. Shaking her head in irritation, she directed at Li Jiahao, come closer. Li Jiahao, taken aback, approached her with curiosity. She struck him sharply. The sound echoed. Qiao Chuchu was astonished. Li Jiahao stood frozen in disbelief. Why would a mere dog attempt to command its master? Yu Can's expression was devoid of emotion, her voice steady and calm. Do you not consider your own worth? Although the name Qiao Chuchu was common within the affluent circles of Lan City, only one person bore that name, Pei family's treasured little princess. Li Jiahao was merely a stray dog she kept for amusement, audaciously inciting her to bully someone of such high status? What if she sought future collaboration with the Pei family? Would that not jeopardize her earnings? Her interest waned entirely. She commanded, apologize. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Li Jiahao. Li Jiahao, more shocked than Qiao Chuchu, stammered, you want me to apologize to Qiao Chuchu? Yu Can, equally astonished, countered. Are you suggesting I should apologize to her? Li Jiahao felt an inexplicable sense of injustice swell within him. Was he not the one being supported? Those who are nurtured are always cherished by the powerful, and no one dares to provoke them. Yet, why must he still apologize to Qiao Chuchu? He bowed his head in grievance, reluctant to speak, his gaze laced with reproach. Wei Xingyuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. What? After being treated like a pet for so long, you can't even speak human words?
Li Jiao.
Qiao Chuchu.
Ha ha ha. This is killing me.
Witnessing the big shot reprimanding the dog, Wei Xingyuan. To her astonishment, her illusion even began to laugh. She referred to her as a big shot? Closing her eyes in discomfort, she pondered if she was experiencing a mental breakdown. Developing affection for herself and crafting her own narrative, Yuzan grew increasingly impatient. Hurry up and apologize. Li Jiahao trembled, his face contorted in a pout of grievance, and, with reluctance, he leaned down to apologize to Qiao Chuchu. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Qiao Chuchu stifled her laughter. It's fine, I don't mind. After all, you didn't expect to seek help from me, only to find yourself at the receiving end of a good scolding, huh? She could no longer contain herself, laughing so hard she could hardly stand upright. Seeing her so joyfully amused brought a smile to Wei Sheng Yuzhan's lips. This girl, even in laughter, was a delightful sight. Truly captivating. In contrast, she cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiahao, who suddenly appeared rather lackluster. Chapter 52. You deserve better, not this inferior option. Yuzhan rolled her eyes languidly. Aren't you leaving yet? Li Jiahao's face flushed crimson, his resentful gaze flitting between the two, reluctantly ushering her towards the elevator. Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu came to her senses.
Wait.
This sister might soon be in mortal danger. I must intervene. Bravely, she stepped in front of Wei Sheng Yuzhan. Miss Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng Yuzhan. Strangely, this girl seemed to align perfectly with the illusion in her mind. Her illusion warned her of impending doom. And here stood the girl before her. Qiao Chuchu took a deep breath, pointing at Li Jiahao. This guy has a crush on someone, and he borrowed hundreds of thousands for her. As a kept man, he lacks loyalty.
Li Jiao?
Qiao Chuchu earnestly implored. Please, do not accompany him downstairs. Choose a handsome fellow instead. Call him whatever you wish, a male model or supermodel. You deserve better, not this inferior option.
Li Jiao?
Wei Sheng Yuzhan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. She laughed so hard she doubled over, clutching her belly. Ha ha. This is the first time someone has spoken to me like this. Qiao Chuchu, bewildered by the laughter, asked, You haven't laughed in over a decade. And I'm the first to make you laugh? That's a bit tragic. Wei Sheng Yuzhan laughed even more heartily. It was the first time she heard someone say, she deserved better, not this inferior choice. Those around her flattered her while harboring disdain, never speaking the truth. When she liked something subpar, they praised her unique taste. When she favored the ordinary, they lauded her discerning eye. Her 5 former husbands conspired with their families to orchestrate her untimely demise, aiming to seize her fortune, only to ultimately meet their own demise at her hands. Her mother, too, belittled her, declaring that she was only worthy of consorting with stray dogs on the street. This was the first, and indeed the sole, individual who sincerely urged her to reconsider her path. Having grasped the situation, Wei Xingyu's laughter was abundant. Once my sister has had her fill, she will move on to another. This statement left Qiao Chuchu utterly bewildered. Indeed, the great figures possess a broader perspective. Even the men they acquire must be savored before being discarded. She scratched her head thoughtfully. Very well, then, indulge yourself, but do ensure to switch partners afterward. Wei Xingyu's gaze softened gradually. Understood. She waved her hand, signaling Li Jiahao to push the wheelchair. Li Jiahao shot a fierce glare at Qiao Chuchu, seething with frustration. You will pay for this. Li Jiahao gritted his teeth as he turned his attention to Yuzhan. However, the time and place were eerily reminiscent of the moment Yuzhan met her end. She decided to pursue and investigate further. Xia Xuechuan sat despondently outside the hospital, waiting for her mother to finish work, her mind consumed by the recent turn of events. Fortune had certainly not favored her. After finally securing a decent job, she encountered her most loathed rival, who proceeded to ruin her prospects. Not only did Xia Xuechuan lose her position, but Aunt Wang also found herself similarly affected by Qi Xiaojia's machinations. Moreover, the Pei family had indeed followed through on their threats, annotating Aunt Wang's domestic records with her dark past. Prospective employers, upon discovering this blemish, promptly dismissed her. Currently, Aunt Wang struggled to find work. Relegated to positions that overlooked her history, yet such jobs came with meager pay and excessive demands. The tensions between Aunt Wang and her family escalated, resulting in numerous quarrels over Xia Xuechuan's entanglement with the Qi household. Overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, she fled the scene. Feeling aggrieved, Xia Xuechuan began to poke holes into the snow on the ground. The heavens seemed unjust. How could someone as earnest as herself find it impossible to secure employment, while those who merely drifted through life, with twisted personalities, trampled over her from birth? She gazed upward, troubled. Must I truly heed my mother's advice and seek a wealthy, exceptional individual to rise above the likes of Qiao Chuchu? Unintentionally, she glanced towards the hospital, just as Li Jiahao emerged, pushing Yuzhan, who leaned down in a servile manner. Sister Yuzhan, I. Yuzhan dismissed him curtly. Silence. Li Jiahao fell silent, awkwardly meeting Xia Xuechuan's gaze. In that moment, Qiao Chuchu, resembling a large frog crouched in the corner, exclaimed in surprise. The scene was ripe for drama. The classic confrontation between the first love, the ethereal white moonlight, and the affluent benefactor who aided in settling debts. If this were a television drama, the visuals would shift dramatically, accompanied by grandiose music. Yu Zhan lifted her head, only to realize Xia Xuechuan stood at the hospital entrance, dressed modestly, gazing at Li Jiahao with astonishment. Li Jiahao, equally taken aback, stared at Xia Xuechuan, his countenance paling. In an instant, Yu Zhan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Isn't this Li Jiahua's beloved? Yet, why does her mind echo with the voice of Qiao Chuchu? Has Qiao Chuchu installed a life navigation system within her thoughts? She glanced around and inadvertently caught sight of Qiao Chuchu's face. Upon meeting her gaze, Qiao Chuchu hastily ducked behind the wall, blissfully unaware that a rebellious lock of chestnut hair had perfectly betrayed her presence. Wei Xing Yuzhan thought, wait a moment. Can she actually hear this person's innermost thoughts? Does that mean the hallucination she just heard about her impending demise was all true? Her breath quickened, and she hurriedly organized her thoughts for a review. Suddenly, a youth peeked out from behind Qiao Chuchu's tousled hair. He was a silver-haired boy, exuding an innocent mischief. Wei Xing Yuzhan. Why is her brother here? And standing behind Qiao Chuchu. The silver-haired boy grinned mischievously and signed, that red-haired girl is stalking you. Yuzhan cautiously glanced at the two individuals beside her. Xia Xuechuan and Li Jiahua were still engrossed in their idle drama, oblivious to their surroundings. She quickly signed back, stay away from her, I need to confirm something. Do not let her notice you. The silver-haired boy nonchalantly replied, she's covering her face, and hasn't he noticed me? Qiao Chuchu cautiously peeked out, locking eyes with Yuzhan. Startled, she let out a small squeak, attempting to flee, and turned to dive into the silver-haired boy's embrace. Qiao Chuchu stumbled back like a frightened mouse, looking up in astonishment.
Wow.
Handsome. And why does this handsome boy resemble Yuzhan so much? Yuzhan was speechless, glaring reproachfully at the silver-haired boy. They have been discovered. However, the silver-haired boy was transfixed, staring at Qiao Chuchu as if he had seen a ghost. Qiao Chuchu quickly apologized, I'm sorry. I didn't realize someone was behind me. Oh my, I just turned and ran into a handsome guy's arms, how embarrassing. The silver-haired boy's eyes sparkled with surprise as he typed a few lines on his phone and handed it to Qiao Chuchu. I am deaf-mute. I cannot hear what you are saying. Chapter 53. Do you understand the significance of a deaf-mute being able to hear sounds? Qiao Chuchu suddenly comprehended and began to sign. I am very sorry for bumping into you. I didn't know you were behind me. The silver-haired boy. He beamed like the sun. You know sign language. Qiao Chuchu nodded. I know sign language and lip reading. Internally, she felt a rush of glee. Ha ha. I never expected the skill bestowed upon me by the system would come in handy one day. She had fully leveled up all the skills she could use. Yet they were all obscure, rarely applicable. She initially thought she would never utilize them in her lifetime. To her surprise, today, she succeeded in a race and even got to use sign language. All she needed now was a gun to showcase her impeccable marksmanship.
Wait.
How did she get off track? Right now, I should be concerned about the safety of my beloved Yuzhan. I must always be vigilant about whether she might be struck by a car. I have no time to chat with this handsome boy. Qiao Chuchu waved goodbye to the silver-haired boy. Farewell. The silver-haired gentleman's lips curled into an almost radiant smile, nearly reaching his temples, as he watched Qiao Chuchu depart. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes, akin to a predator fixating on its most delectable prey, his gaze unwavering upon her retreating figure. Subsequently, he cast a mischievous grin at Yukon sister. The silver-haired youth, whose skin was as porcelain, swiftly communicated in sign language. That woman's voice resonated within my mind. He resembled a boy encountering a superhero for the first time, brimming with excitement as if he might burst with energy. The most astonishing part is that it's the first time I've heard a voice, and I actually comprehend it. Yukon bewildered queried, what? Could her brother Huai Ling also hear it? She signed. What did you hear? Huai Ling, overjoyed, exclaimed, she said you were going to be hit by a car. Yukon responded, isn't that a bit too cheerful? Huai Ling, unfazed, was instead exhilarated. Can you all usually hear voices in your heads? Yukon frowned.
No.
That voice is her innermost thought. I just deduced it. Not everyone can hear it. For instance, these two beside me cannot. Huai Ling's eyes widened with excitement. So, will the only voice I can hear from now on be her innermost thought? If I tell her my name, can I even hear the pronunciation of my name? Yukon replied, the prerequisite is that she must remember you in her heart and mutter your name. Huai Ling beamed.
All right.
Without hesitation, he strode toward Qiao Chuchu. Yukon exclaimed, Huai Ling? Wei Sheng Huai Ling. Meanwhile, Li Jiahao and Xia Xuechuan, beside her, began to argue more loudly. Xia Xuechuan, tears streaming down her face, covered her face and departed. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. I truly believed you were the hardworking and ambitious Jiahao. You have disappointed me gravely. You are no different from those who covet wealth. Li Jiahao called after her. Xuechuan, gritting his teeth, he pushed Yukan and ran after her. Dizzy. Yukan grasped the arm of her wheelchair. What are you doing? Do you see me as a mere accelerant? If you're pursuing her, you might as well let go of me. Upon finishing her words, her brain lacked oxygen, and she felt faint again. Li Jiahao paid her no heed, chasing after Xia Xuechuan, shouting, Xuechuan,
Wait.
let me explain. Xia Xuechuan, weeping, dashed toward the road. I won't listen. You've changed. You are no longer my Jiahao. In the instant she stepped onto the street, a car sped toward her. Xia Xuechuan halted in her tracks. Li Jiahao forcefully pushed Yukan aside and raced towards Xia Xuechuan. Xuechuan. Yukan's wheelchair lurched forward, inadvertently tossing her onto the thoroughfare. In a moment of instinct, she leapt into action. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Qiao Chuchu's innermost voice was indeed real. She, Weixing Yukan, the fearsome woman of the circle, was on the verge of being obliterated by two fools. Suddenly, a powerful force seized her arm, pulling her into an embrace. She was slightly taller than this figure and instinctively wrapped her arms around them like a bear. Yukan was taken aback, gazing at the person she embraced. Qiao Chuchu, resembling a small hamster, lifted her head from Yukan's embrace. Are you all right, Sister Yukan? Weixing Yukan, in sheer astonishment, responded, Qiao Chuchu? Chuchu nodded obediently. Yes, it's me. Weixing Yu, with her mouth agape, suddenly became agitated. You, how could you? Chuchu calmly placed a hand on her shoulder and said in a low voice, Sister, I already told you earlier, Li Jiahao is out to get you. Fortunately, I anticipated this and hid on the roadside in advance. Otherwise, my beloved character would have met a tragic end. How unfortunate. Weixing Yu was in disbelief. Chuchu had altered her fate. Because Chuchu cherished this character, in stark contrast to Li Jiahao and Xia Xuechuan, who were the architects of her demise. She immediately glared at the foolish pair. Xia Xuechuan, buried in his embrace, wept bitterly. Jiahao, I truly feel helpless and scared. Weixing Yu's murderous intent surged, wanting to step forward. Chuchu restrained her. Wait. Chuchu removed her shoes. Leave it to me, sister. Weixing Yu, what? Chuchu leaped up and smacked Li Jiahao on the back of the head with her shoe. You nearly killed Sister Yuzhan. Xia Xuechuan instantly shielded Li Jiahao. Chuchu, I want to allow you to bully Jiahao. Chuchu promptly took off her socks, threatening fiercely. Xia Xuechuan, let me tell you. I'll use the sole of my shoe on Li Jiahao, and for you, I'll use pure cotton socks. Don't underestimate the socks. Whoever I strike will surely feel it. Xia Xuechuan. Pei Yuchuan and the other Pei brothers approached Chuchu, bewildered. Chuchu, what are you doing? The very vehicle that nearly collided with Weixing Yu belonged to them. As they braked, they witnessed Chuchu descend from the sky as if struck by lightning, rescuing a woman, and then began removing her shoes and socks. The Pei family, the Lin family, and Lu Tingxi all turned to look at the woman Chuchu had saved. Weixing Yu? Upon seeing them, Chuchu's eyes lit up. Pei Yuchuan, you've come at the right time. Take off your socks. Pei Yuchuan, why? Xia Xuechuan. Pei Yuchuan. Lin Qing smacked her lips. Oh no, this is taking a turn. Others looked at Pei Yuchuan. How bad must your feet smell? Pei Yuchuan gritted his teeth. I'm wearing deodorizing socks, and besides, it's winter. Chuchu raised a finger. Winter cannot diminish my brother's true prowess. Others, pfft. Pei Yuchuan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he stepped closer to Chuchu. So this is how you want to play it? Then I'm backing you up. He promptly removed his shoes. Third brother will provide you with 2 pairs of socks and 2 pairs of genuine leather marten boots. Who dares to bully my sister? He pointed at Li Jiahao, brandishing the shoes and socks. Was it you? Chapter 54. Pei Yuchuan, with a cold expression, washing his underwear. Li Jiahao stumbled back in terror, fearful of being tainted. Xia Xuechuan, frightened, hid directly behind Li Jiahao, staring at Pei Yuchuan in utter disbelief, as if witnessing a fool. Chuchu was delighted, moving closer to Pei Yuchuan and giving him a thumbs up. Third brother, it's all on you. This effect is fantastic. Chuchu fell silent. She solemnly grasped his shoulder. Put your socks and shoes back on, brother. It's freezing, and you don't want to catch a chill. It can lead to health issues. Pei Yuchuan narrowed his eyes. Health issues, you say? Qiao Chuchu's lips twitched, not out of mirth, but rather from a sense of despondency. Pei Yuchuan tossed his shoes onto the floor with a flourish, his smile radiant, like a blooming flower. "It's all right," he declared. "My heart may be heavy now, but I have faith that someone else will share in this sentiment. Can you guess who that person is?" Without hesitation, Qiao Chuchu replied, "Li Jiahao." Pei Yuchuan blinked in surprise, while Li Jiahao echoed his confusion. With a serious demeanor, she continued, "Li Jiahao has been bullying me." Pei Yuchuan's eyes darkened as he leaned closer, whispering a warning. "Qiao Chuchu, have you forgotten what our relationship is at present? My assistance stems from not wanting to let others mock our family, but I am no longer your elder brother who mindlessly rushes to your aid whenever you are wronged." Qiao Chuchu retorted, "But you just helped me take off Ji Yanchuan's clothes." Pei Yuchuan's expression turned grim. "That was done against my will." "Yet, you willingly removed your shoes just now," she countered. Pei Yuchuan maintained his stoic demeanor. "That too was done reluctantly." Qiao Chuchu pondered. "You make a valid point. But there is something about your cold expression that evokes a certain literary quality reminiscent of washing undergarments." Pei Yuchuan asked, "What does washing undergarments mean?" Pei Yuan lowered his voice to inquire, "What is meant by the term underwear literature?" Pei Buxian quietly explained, "It refers to a scenario where the husband is unfaithful. The wife is aware, yet she neither seeks divorce nor confronts him, but she no longer smiles while washing his underwear. It becomes a cold-faced task." Pei Yuan pondered. "Isn't she still washing underwear then?" The group considered this for a moment before looking at Pei Yuchuan, their smirks growing mischievous. There's a certain resonance to it. Pei Yuchuan felt a chill from their gaze. Lin Qing, crossing her arms, remarked, "What right do you all have to criticize Pei Yuchuan? Aren't the other 6 of you just as cold-faced while washing underwear?" Lu Tingxi burst into laughter. "Ha!" Pei Buxian, feeling provoked, retorted angrily, "What of it? Your brother wishes to wash underwear with a cold face, but has yet to find the opportunity." Lin Shen interjected. Lin Qing replied effortlessly, "It's fine. My brother has thick skin. He can smile while snatching your underwear for washing." She gave Lin Shen a firm pat on the back. "What are you dawdling for? Go for it. This is a golden opportunity." Pei Buxian, feeling anxious, warned, "Pei Yuchuan is on guard." Pei Ci egged them on. "Third brother is standing watch with a cold face. Protect the crystal." Pei Yuchuan thought to himself, "He knows. But could we refrain from using the term cold face again? It feels as though I am being portrayed as a love-struck fool clinging to a heartless woman." Pei Yuchuan blocked Lin Shen's path, asserting, "This is none of your business. Mind your own affairs." Lin Shen raised an eyebrow, effortlessly retorting, "Pei Yuchuan, are you struggling to distinguish priorities? We should be addressing the issues surrounding Qiao Chuchu right now. Besides," he gestured towards Qiao Chuchu and Wei Xingyuzan, "Chuchu and Miss Wei Sheng are waiting over there." Unbeknownst to them, Wei Xingyuzan had wheeled herself nearby, smiling amiably. "It's all right. You need not concern yourselves with me. I find your squabbles quite entertaining. Please continue." Lin Shen and Pei Yuchuan exchanged glances, bewildered. A few paces away, Qiao Chuchu wore a peculiar expression. "What have you all been whispering about since earlier?" Lin Shen circumvented Pei Yuchuan and approached her. "I am here to assist you, Chuchu." Pei Yuchuan stood like an impenetrable wall, towering over him. "I will handle my sister." Pei Che scoffed disdainfully. "How childish. Must you bicker over such trivial matters?" He strode directly towards Qiao Chuchu. Lin Qing positioned himself squarely in his path. "What is this? Are you resorting to underhanded tactics?" Pei Che replied, "I intend to help Qiao Chuchu." Lin Qing feigned a smile. "My brother has already gone." Pei Che coldly retorted, "Your brother has been intercepted." Lin Qing remained unconvinced. "You too have been hindered. Show some decorum. After all, you are 7 grown men. This is a game." Lu Tingxi chuckled. Clearly uninterested in engaging, it appears like a group of individuals fighting over a final trophy. This is becoming increasingly amusing. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu, isolated a few steps away, wondered, "What are they murmuring about? I can't catch a single word. Am I deaf or blind?" Now it seems they all desire to approach, yet none can. Xia Xuechuan observed with a smirk. "Qiao Chuchu, it appears that those around you harbor no fondness for you at all. They have no intention of assisting." Chu Chu picked up her shoe to strike at her. Xia Xuechuan recoiled in fright. Qiao Chuchu dismissed her with disdain. "I do not require their assistance. I am merely curious as to why they are convening behind." Xia Xuechuan retorted. "Oh really? Perhaps they are deliberating on how to abandon you." Qiao Chuchu mused. "What if they truly are plotting my abandonment? Regardless, even if it is true, it would simply be the outcome of my binding to the system. Nonetheless, I shall maintain my poise before my adversaries. The crowd halted, astonished, gazing at Qiao Chuchu's silhouette. She quickly regained her composure, hands on her hips, rebutting Xia Xuechuan. Let me tell you, even if this group were to forsake me, your Qiao Jie could easily assemble a matching ensemble, replicating them one-to-one. Do you know why? With a dramatic toss of her hair, her bare foot resting atop the other, she elegantly spread her arms. Because the charm of your Qiao Jie is irreplaceable. Xia Xuechuan gasped. Her voice was thunderous. Yet beside the bustling road, an eerie calm pervaded. Pei Yuchuan and Lin Shen stood, stunned, watching her. The others behind them stifled their laughter. Lin Shen was the first to recover, chuckling softly. Chuchu, it is not that we do not wish to help you. Rather, we all wish to assist, hence the competition. He smoothly attempted to approach Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuchuan halted him once more. Qiao Chuchu, I will handle this. Lin Shen. Their eyes locked, crackling with tension. Lin Shen. Pei Yuchuan. Chapter 55. The silver-haired boy, Misheng Huailing. Qiao Chuchu's gaze passed over Li Jiehua. Did you realize you nearly pushed Yukon into the street? Had I not reacted quickly, she could have been struck by a vehicle. Xia Xuechuan laughed, shielding Li Jiehua behind her. I knew it. You are attempting to swindle someone again. How much do you want this time? $1 million. Qiao Chuchu replied. What I discuss with Li Jiehua is none of your concern. I am stating facts. And it is not I who seeks money. Xia Xuechuan insisted. That matter concerning Jiahao and that lady is none of your business. Yukan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lady? This girl refers to her as a lady. Anger surged within her, yet Qiao Chuchu was even more incensed. Xia Xuechuan, open your eyes and see clearly. Sister Yu Kan is as enchanting as a succubus. How can you disrespect such a beautiful woman by calling her a lady? Is that polite? Yukan exclaimed, wow. Is she really a succubus? What a high compliment. Xia Xuechuan dismissed it nonchalantly. Jiahao said she is 42. I am 24. So, isn't it appropriate for me to call her a lady? This is merely courtesy. It seems that whatever we impoverished souls say is wrong. Qiao Chuchu sneered. Don't insult the poor. You're simply burying your emotional intelligence with your ancestors. Xia Xuechuan's expression darkened. She scooped up some snow from the roadside and splashed it on her face. Watch your mouth. Qiao Chuchu retorted. Are you playing games?
Fine.
She commanded. Pei Yuchuan. Slap her face with your sock. Pei Yuchuan rolled up his sleeves, no problem. At the moment he charged forward, a silver-haired youth suddenly sprang from the shadows, wielding 2 small buckets filled with snow, leaping up for a surprise dunk. Xia Xuechuan and Li Jiahao were instantly enveloped in the buckets, screaming in unison. Aw. Pei Yuchuan halted, astonished, gazing at the silver-haired boy. The youth was tall and slender, shining like a beacon in the winter snow, his silvery locks slightly obscuring his furious gaze. He turned to Qiao Chuchu, gesturing. Are you alright? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Why was it him? Xia Xuechuan, furious as she removed the bucket, was equally stunned. What a beautiful boy. Pei Yuchuan asked, who are you? Lin Shen, observing from his wheelchair, smiled calmly. This is my 5th brother, Weisheng Huaying, who is congenitally deaf. He cannot hear your words. She smiled confidently. He is here to assist Qiao Chuchu because she helped me. The Pei family was taken aback. Lin Qing sighed nearby, troubled. Another handsome boy. How am I supposed to stand here? Pei Buxian glared at her. Lin Qing, do you think Qiao Chuchu is a prized catch that everyone fancies? Weisheng Huaying is merely here to repay a kindness. Weisheng Huaying lowered his head, nearly leaning in to inspect Qiao Chuchu closely. Let me see if you're hurt. His gaze was as earnest and focused as a puppy's, yet his hands aggressively cradled her face. Qiao Chuchu was caught off guard, her cheeks flushed instantly. Pei Buxian questioned. What?
Lin King chuckled. Ah.
Truly a straightforward act of gratitude, devoid of any romantic undertones, as pure as snow. Huaying tilted his head, resembling a puzzled creature, signing. I'm sorry, I can't hear. He sought help from Qiao Chuchu. Is your brother angry with me? Huaying looked dejected, but his gaze is terrifying. It makes me a bit scared. Qiao Chuchu felt guilty. Turning to Pei Yuchuan. He came to help me. You frightened him. Be a little kinder. Pei Yuchuan retorted angrily. Are you two that familiar? Upon our initial encounter, your inappropriate advances were rather offensive. Do you not realize that? It is evident that there is something amiss. Qiao Chuchu rolled her eyes and retorted. What issue is there? In the past, whenever a male was present beside me, you all would claim he must be problematic. Now, Weisheng Huailing is Yukin's biological brother. He is mute and deaf, and he just came to assist me. Could you perhaps adopt a more amiable demeanor and at least muster a smile? Pei Yuchuan remained silent as Huailing gazed at him with a pitiable expression. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and extended his hand towards Huailing, saying, "Thank you for saving my sister." Pei Yuchuan then subtly mouthed a warning, "Stay away from my sister." Surely, a mute could comprehend lip reading. Huailing paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Pei Yuchuan felt a jolt of irritation. This individual was clearly provoking him, as he had suspected. The fellow was deliberately feigning innocence and vulnerability. His grip instinctively tightened, causing Huailing to wince in pain. Qiao Chuchu quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Brother, you're hurting him." Huailing cradled his reddened hand with a look of utmost vulnerability, approaching Qiao Chuchu with cautious, mincing steps, akin to a small puppy that had been kicked. Just then, a gust of cold wind tousled his silver hair, and his eyes, seemingly brimming with unshed tears, cast downward, exuding an aura of fragility. Pei Yuchuan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Min steps. How could such a large man resort to such diminutive strides? Infuriated, he yanked Qiao Chuchu behind him and provocatively glared at Weisheng Huailing. "Come on, take another tiny step. I'll send you flying into the wall with a single kick." A flicker of intrigue crossed Huailing's eyes as he remained silent. Suddenly, a multitude of figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, seizing Li Jiahao. Xia Xuechuan gasped in shock. "What are you doing?" Li Jiahao struggled momentarily before being forcefully restrained in a luxurious vehicle, crying out, "What are you doing?" In a state of panic, she glanced at Huailing, seeking assistance, but realizing their unwillingness to help would only waste time, she hastily commandeered an electric bike, weeping as she pursued, "Jiahao, let him go." Xia Xuechuan's cries for Jiahao faded into the distance, eventually disappearing from their sight. Qiao Chuchu inquired, "What is happening? How did they just take him away, without warning?" She exchanged bewildered glances with the others. "Should we not report this to the authorities?" Pei Yuchuan replied coolly, "Xia Xuechuan will undoubtedly call the police. We have no idle time to report anything while she is chasing after them in tears." Pei Buxian added, "Let us wish her good fortune." Qiao Chuchu, in disbelief, turned to Weisheng Yukin, who smiled gently. "Let us return to serious matters. Thank you, Qiao Chuchu, for saving my life. Had it not been for you, I would surely have been struck by a vehicle. Regardless of whether I would have perished, I would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. I am genuinely grateful for your timely intervention." Chapter 56. Lin Qing. I had my brother engage in a riddle, only to find that my brother was deeply empathetic. Qiao Chuchu quickly waved her hands dismissively. "It was nothing, merely a small effort on my part, do not dwell on it." Despite the system's insistence that this is the real world, she still felt as though her life and the lives of those around her were merely a narrative crafted to forge paths for others' romances. Were it not for my timely intervention, Weisheng Yukin would have met a tragic end. In the original narrative, her demise was indeed rather far-fetched. She collapsed on the road, her head struck the ground, and the wheels of a vehicle mercilessly crushed her skull. Merely contemplating such a gruesome fate is chilling. A beautiful protagonist meeting such a horrific end is nothing short of a narrative contrivance. Most notably, following Yukin's untimely death, the Weisheng clan inexplicably began to decline, ultimately falling into the hands of the male lead, Ji Yanchuan. It can be said that the once legendary Weisheng family was forced into a state of diminished intellect, willingly offering themselves to fate, as one by one they succumbed to the brilliance of Ji Yanchuan. Under the auspices of the Weisheng clan, the Pei family, the Lu family, and several other prominent figures, Ji Yanchuan ascended to become the richest person in the world, with Xia Xuechun as his cherished wife, renowned for her philanthropic endeavors, supporting numerous animals and impoverished communities, earning the illustrious title of spreading love across the globe, which made her a sensation online. Truly, the male and female leads are inherently inept, their prowess entirely reliant on the supporting characters. However, having saved Weisheng Yukin, I believe the trajectory of the Weisheng family's narrative should be secure, as I have preserved the life of their most formidable member, Sister Yukin. The Pei family members immediately grew vigilant. Could it be that Weisheng Yukin is also within the plot's confines? If so, she must be able to hear Qiao Chuchu's thoughts. They warily observed Yukin and her brother, Huailing Yukin maintained her usual demeanor, smiling warmly at Qiao Chuchu, while Huailing also looked at her with sincere admiration, showing no signs that they could hear thoughts.
Indeed.
You can use sign language to communicate with Huailing, This girl saved me. I was nearly hit by a car and she aided me. Huailing's eyes lit up, and he expressed his gratitude to Qiao Chuchu through sign language. Thank you for saving my sister. You are truly remarkable. Qiao Chuchu felt a hint of joy. Oh, it was nothing really. You can smiled. Chuchu, I sense a lovely connection between you two. How about you accompany my brother for a meal or a movie? Let him express my gratitude to you properly. Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. Can a deaf mute watch a movie? Can he hear the dialogue? You can gently rebut it. Is it forbidden for the deaf to watch films? Besides, as long as your sister can hear, it suffices. My brother's hearing is secondary, as he will merely accompany Qiao Chuchu on my behalf. She looked at Qiao Chuchu with anticipation. Right, Chuchu? Lu Tingxi cleared his throat and stepped forward from the crowd. Chuchu. My son is particularly shaken today. You know he barely escaped a car accident. He is eager to see you, and I just heard about your recent kidnapping ordeal. How about you come to my home tonight to stay with my son? Or I can send him to your house. He is quite a sound sleeper. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Stay with Lu Yuju? In a moment of serendipity, Wei Sheng Yuzan exclaimed, Oh, Chuchu, I almost forgot. At this hour, dining out and watching a film might be a tad too late. Why not come stay at my home? Do you have an affinity for small animals? I have both cats and dogs, a veritable menagerie, and it would be a splendid opportunity for us to become better acquainted. She gestured to Huailing. Invite Qiao Chuchu to our house. Don't you wish to spend time with her? Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, replied, Oh, there's no need for such courtesies. It's merely a small favor. But Yuzan's eyes sparkled with delight. What small favor? You are performing a heroic deed. Come to my home. My brother seldom has friends, and there are very few who can communicate with him in sign language. Lu Tingxi interjected with a sardonic tone. Does Wei Sheng Huailing lack friends? I'm certain that even those in good health could master sign language with ease. After all, who wouldn't want to curry favor with a prince? Yuzan's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing like a cat's as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Tingxi. Lu Tingxi, it's been quite a while since we last met. Yet your words are laced with barbs. Is there something about me that displeases you? With a chuckle, Lu Tingxi replied. I merely mentioned that my son is unwell and requires Chuchu's company. You, dear Yuzan, are eager to have her stay at your home, which appears to be a blatant attempt to poach her. Yuzan smiled alluringly. I apologize if my actions instill a sense of urgency in you, but no amount of your banter will deter my pursuit. Lu Tingxi's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening. Lin Qing, alert as a rabbit, perked up her ears. Why is everyone vying for her attention? She quickly interjected. Chuchu, after all you've endured today, you must be exhausted and likely to have nightmares tonight. Why not come to my house? I can keep you company while you sleep. It's always more comforting among friends. If you have nightmares, I can soothe you. With that, she playfully nudged Lin Shen. Speak up. If you don't, she might slip away. Prompted by his sister, Lin Shen stepped forward, visibly anxious.
Chuchu.
He began, taking several deep breaths. I deeply regret leaving you 3 years ago without affording you an explanation, or rather, without granting myself a chance. As he spoke, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. A sense of unease washed over Qiao Chuchu. Meanwhile, Lin Shen revealed his wallet, opening it to showcase a photograph of her. 3 years ago, I left merely to escape, yet throughout this time, you have remained in my thoughts. He locked eyes with her, sincerity radiating from him. I still have feelings for you. Would you consider granting me another opportunity to pursue your heart? Qiao Chuchu, Lin Qing, Lu Tingxi. Wei Sheng Huailing leaned closer to her sister, puzzled. What did he just say? I couldn't decipher his lip movements. Wei Sheng Yuzan clarified. He is confessing his feelings for Qiao Chuchu, expressing that he has liked her for 3 years and hopes she will give him another chance. Wei Sheng Huailing. Chapter 57. If given a second chance, would you love me again? In a scene of heartfelt confession audible to all, the atmosphere is so awkward that initiating the first word becomes a daunting challenge. The snow falls ever more heavily, swirling in a melancholic dance around them. If given the chance to start anew, would you love me? Echoes sorrowfully in the ears of everyone present. Love brings both joy and torment. Once, we traversed the fabled river of love together. Now submerged in my tears, it has transformed into a river of pain. Lin Shen stands before Qiao Chuchu, his brow furrowed, eyes brimming with deep emotion, resembling a singer pouring out their soul. Qiao Chuchu swallows hard, glancing at the delivery person nearby, who, after completing their task, swiftly disappears. Leaving behind the haunting question, if given the chance to start anew, would you love me? She feels so embarrassed that her toes dig into the ground, silently adding in her heart, no. If I could relive it, I would choose not to love anyone again. That feeling is too agonizing. Lin Shun's gaze dims instantly, his eyelashes falling, his dejection akin to that of a forlorn golden retriever. Yu Zhan quietly signs to Huai Ling. Her heart has rejected him. I can hear you. Huai Ling replies with a cunning smile while signing. Yu Zhan raises an eyebrow, looking between Qiao Chuchu and the knowingly amused Huai Ling, letting out a meaningful oh. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu is racking her brain, pondering how to refuse. Suddenly, Lin Shin speaks. Qiao Chuchu, you need not think any further. She looks at him in surprise. He smiles bitterly. I was too impulsive. My abrupt departure 3 years ago has caused significant harm to our relationship. I do not wish to coerce you. And pursuing you is my own endeavor. I do not require an answer from you immediately. I have time to wait. His dimmed eyes sparkled with fragmented light once more. 3 years ago, I left you, but not a single day has passed without you in my thoughts. I know the answer in my heart. Now I merely await yours. Qiao Chuchu's heart races as she gazes at him, lost in thought. Indeed, Senior Lin Shen is such a wonderful person, talented yet humble, respectful to all, embodying gentleness and persistence. It is precisely for these reasons that I once sincerely liked him. Lin Shun's eyes glimmer as his lips gradually curve into a smile. Lin Qing watches this scene in awe. How heartwarming. Yet, who remembers that her initial intention was to have Qiao Chuchu reside in her home. Now that Lin Shen's foolish confession has failed, doesn't that mean all hope is lost? Lin Qing snatches Qiao Chuchu's shoes, exclaiming, let me borrow these. Qiao Chuchu is perplexed. Lin Qing gives Lin Shen a playful shove on the shoulder. You are utterly disappointing. Lin Shen, bewildered, replies, what are you doing? Lin Qing, frustrated, scolds him while playfully hitting him. The timing was wrong. The place was wrong. And you strayed from the topic. Lin Shen stumbles back, admonishing her, Lin Qing, do not force me to take action against you. Lin Qing, infuriated, chases after him. I set you up for a clever game, and instead, you connected hearts. And failed at that. What am I supposed to do now? Qiao Chuchu gazed in astonishment at Lin Qing and asked Sister Lin, why are you so furious? Pei Yuchuan, reveling in her distress, replied, oh, it's nothing. Just a couple of days ago, her boyfriend betrayed her. She's been like a firecracker ever since. Keep your distance, or she might just bite. Lin Qing's voice echoed from afar. Pei Yuchuan, stop meddling. She hurried over to Qiao Chuchu, vehemently asserting, look at my serene expression. I am not angry at all. Qiao Chuchu remained silent. Lin Qing gritted her teeth and exclaimed, I should have realized all men are worthless. Grasping Qiao Chuchu's hand, she insisted, come stay at my place. I'll invite some charming male models to keep you company, performing seductive pole dances, exceedingly enticing. Qiao Chuchu was bewildered. Luo Tingsha approached ominously, casting a glance at Lin Qing. What is this? My son, Luo Yuejue, genuinely wishes for you, Qiao Chuchu, to assist him. He cries in his sleep. Lin Qing retorted. Your son handles a gun more steadily than I do. How can he be frightened by nightmares? Luo Tingsha chuckled. Miss Lin, that's merely jest. A gun cannot accompany one into dreams. Wei Xingyuzan stepped beside Qiao Chuchu, coaxing gently, Chuchu, my dear sister truly desires the opportunity to repay your kindness. Why not grant her a chance to host you tonight? Lin Qing tightened her grip on Qiao Chuchu's hand, fearing rejection. Male models are far more entertaining than your perpetually glum brothers. If you're not fond of men, I can arrange for women instead.
Just come sleep at my place.
Wei Xingyuzan added, come to my house. Tomorrow I'll have representatives from major brands bring the latest collections. You can keep whatever you fancy. Luo Tingsha sincerely invited, Chuchu. My son genuinely adores you as a sister. He has no mother, as you are aware. Please assist this father. Wei Xingyuzan scoffed, if he lacks a mother, why not remarry? Is it truly so difficult for you to find a wife? Moreover, as an older man, is it appropriate for you to invite a girl in her 20s to your home? Luo Tingsha chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Firstly, my son can visit Qiao Chuchu's home. I will not remarry. I have no interest in women.
Lin Qing laughed. Ah.
You don't like women yet father a child? Do you think everyone is oblivious to the ways of procreation? Luo Tingsha, with a smile concealing his intent, replied, my son is a test tube baby. Is there a problem with that? A silence fell over the group. Wei Xingyuzan, the Pei family and others exchanged knowing glances. The revelation that Luo Yuejue was a test tube baby implied that the 34-year-old Luo Tingsha remained The collective thought was palpable, and their lips pursed in contemplation. Luo Tingsher, teeth clenched, warned, regardless of what you are thinking, do not pursue that line of thought. Qiao Chuchu wore an expression of indifference. What could they possibly think? Other than the absurdity of Luo Tingsher having a son who is still a virgin? Luo Tingsher questioned what? Laughter erupted among the group. Lin Qing was doubled over with mirth, exclaiming, "This is outrageous."
Ha ha ha.
Pei Yuchuan was in stitches, laughing uncontrollably.
Ha ha ha.
Qiao Chuchu was left bewildered. What is so amusing? Is Lu Tingxi a virgin father? Is that peculiar? Lu Tingxi grimaced, biting down on his teeth, and smiled at Qiao Chuchu. "Miss Chuchu, I have a headache." Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, replied, "Why come to me for a headache? I can't cure illnesses." The others could no longer contain their laughter. Ha ha. Qiao Chuchu, in this world that mirrors the narrative precisely, it is hardly surprising for both men and women to be inexperienced in such matters. Even my 7 brothers have no romantic experiences. My eldest brother Pei Yuan probably still has his first kiss intact. The Pei family's 7 brothers suddenly fell silent. Chapter 58. Li Jiahao descends from the heavens. Lin Qing laughed so hard, she stomped her feet. "Oh my gosh, ha ha ha." She approached Pei Yuchuan. Her voice lowered, yet brimming with excitement. "Weren't you boasting about your prowess? Was that merely a figment of your imagination? No wonder you wouldn't let your sister date. Turns out you aren't seeking partners either." Pei Yuchuan, the other brothers' faces flushed crimson as they glared at Qiao Chuchu. They felt utterly humiliated. How could she possibly know about their private lives? Just because they had never had girlfriends? Qiao Chuchu remained lost in thought, but it doesn't matter. Every handsome man here is a hidden treasure of Xia Xuechuan. Even those not appearing in the script are likely inexperienced, their romantic histories as pristine as snow falling from the sky. The men grimaced in disdain.
Disgusting.
How could someone like Xia Xuechuan be worthy? Qiao Chuchu gazed into the distance, a mischievous grin creeping onto her lips. However, if the female lead weren't Xia Xuechuan, but instead a captivating character adored by a host of men, I would be utterly enthralled. I am an aficionado of fierce competition. Were it not for the stipulation barring the female lead from a harem, my comic protagonist would undoubtedly have a harem, with handsome men showering my daughters with affection, feeding my readers to their heart's content. A throng of handsome men vying for a single woman, employing cunning strategies, and harboring jealousy. Just the thought fills me with joy. Everyone's expressions shifted, casting glances at Qiao Chuchu's smirking face. Their eyes darted about, each harboring their own thoughts, capturing the sneaky smile of Qiao Chuchu in their gaze. She resembled a hamster hoarding delicacies, her eyes sparkling with dreams of such narratives. Lin Qing, witnessing the entire scene, laughed with deeper meaning. She had only read novels during her adolescence, yet she too enjoyed the type of stories Qiao Chuchu described. However, now, she relished the thought of an oblivious little rabbit ensnared in a whirlwind of competition. The men surrounding her were all formidable wolves, aggressive contenders in matters of the heart. If a wolf were to tear into the little rabbit, what tears might flow from those crescent-shaped eyes filled with laughter? Lin Qing swallowed hard. Unable to resist speaking, Qiao Chuchu, choose one. Lin Qing rubbed her hands together playfully. Select a home. Decide where you will reside. Lu Tingxi placed his hand over his heart. Chuchu, I am uncertain of your preferences. How about this? Spend a day with my son, and I shall gift you a motorcycle. You do race, don't you? I can provide you with a custom one. Lin Shen has begun to feel a sense of crisis. Chuchu, why not come stay at my home? I would like to observe the progress of your artistic skills. Wei Sheng, you can shot a glance at Wei Sheng Huailing, signaling her to close the door and let her brother in. Wei Sheng Huailing, with tears welling in her eyes, stood before Qiao Chuchu, pleading, Chuchu, could you stay at my house? Please grant us this opportunity as siblings. He then typed on his phone, which audibly conveyed, brothers, give me a chance. I want her. Qiao Chuchu, bewildered, questioned, what do you mean? Pei Yuchuan's temper flared. What gives you the right to want her? Lu Tingxi scoffed. Huailing, don't put on an act. I know you indulge in smoking and drinking privately. Lin Shen's anxiety heightened. Chuchu, come with me. Lu Tingxi firmly held Qiao Chuchu back, while Huailing grasped her arm and Lin Shen seized her other wrist. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, what on earth is happening? Why are you all vying for me? Just as she attempted to voice her thoughts, a deafening crash reverberated nearby.
Bang!
Everyone instinctively pulled Qiao Chuchu behind them, and she found herself wedged against a wall towering between 185 and 190. 90 meters in height. She was obscured from view. Could these tall individuals please respect her height? She squeezed between them, standing in their midst, and directed her gaze toward the source of the sound. Across 2 lanes of traffic lay a sedan, its body severely dented. Blood seeped from the vehicle, resembling tangled vines cascading down the windshield. A man lay sprawled atop the car, arms spread wide, contorted in position, with his head against the roof and eyes fixed in their direction. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Who had jumped? She reached for her phone, attempting to zoom in with the camera. Pei Yuan restrained her. Don't look, it will haunt your dreams. Qiao Chuchu felt dazed. But that figure looks like Li Jiahao. Lu Tingxi had already zoomed in on his phone, observing the lifeless form across the street, and calmly announced he has drawn his last breath. A deafening buzz filled Qiao Chuchu's ears. Li Jiahao? The very Li Jiahao who had just been so lively? The expressions of everyone shifted, glancing toward Wei Xingyuan. Both Wei Xingyuan and Huailing scrutinized their phones, confirming the grim reality of Li Jiahao's demise. Shaking their heads in regret. Such a pity. I helped him settle hundreds of thousands in debt, and he chose to end it all. My money went to waste. Wei Xingyuan tucked his phone away, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, filled with reflections on the tragedy. Wei Huailing maintained a stoic expression, her gaze piercing as she observed Li Jiahao's remains. The Pei brothers exchanged meaningful glances, brimming with unspoken understanding. Lin Qing and Lin Shen shared a concerned look, their expressions darkening. Lu Tingxi, seemingly unfazed, tucked his phone away while casting a sidelong glance at the Wei siblings. Qiao Chuchu stood before them all, watching as the police hastily arrived to remove Li Jiahao's body, covering it with a white sheet. Her mind was a blank slate.
Li Jiao.
A man who might have led an unremarkable life has met his end. Was it murder?
Or suicide?
Who are those individuals clad in black? Why has the plot shifted so dramatically? Those who are meant to survive have met their demise far too swiftly. Is it because I saved Wei Xingyuan that Li Jiahao has perished? Yet, this death occurred with astonishing rapidity. However, the system did mention that the supporting characters have acquired the power to alter their destinies. The supporting characters raised their brows, observing the gathering crowd across the street, their eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. The so-called power to alter destiny is none other than Qiao Chuchu herself. Wei Xing siblings and Lu Tingxi gazed at Qiao Chuchu, their eyes shining with ambition. Lin Qing and Lin Shen frowned, looking at Qiao Chuchu with a resolute determination in their expressions. The 7 brothers of the Pei family cautiously scanned the other families with sidelong glances, safeguarding their stronghold. A group of individuals, each with their own ulterior motives, directed their gazes toward Qiao Chuchu's silhouette. She stood in the light, positioned before them all, her figure adorned with a golden halo illuminated by their radiance. The light reflecting in her eyes, coupled with her flushed nose, created an illusion that she had been weeping. Chapter 59. The Wei Xing family. Apart from the Wei Xing family, the remaining 3 families resided in the same vicinity. Pei Yuan approached Lu Tingxi, directly inquiring, you previously stated that you would reveal who had kidnapped Qiao Chuchu only after meeting her. But our encounter with her was interrupted by members of the Wei Xing family. Are you now able to disclose the details? Other brothers of the Pei family gathered around to listen. Lu Tingxi, with his hands in his pockets, replied languidly, I have discovered some information, yet it remains inconclusive. It is indeed an organization specializing in such activities. I could not find any connection between Ji Yanchuan and them. He did not transfer money to them, nor did they receive any international remittances. It is highly probable that Ji Yanchuan is discreetly searching for someone, leaving no trace behind. As he said this, Lu Tingxi shrugged nonchalantly. In our circle, individuals typically do not engage directly in unsavory dealings. It is evident that Ji Yanchuan is wary of you all as well. Pei Yuan's gaze darkened. Provide me with the contact information of those scoundrels. I have already dispatched someone to handle it. Lu Tingxi grinned slyly. Such matters are my forte. Especially now that I have joined your ranks, I must demonstrate my sincerity. Pei Yuan narrowed his eyes. What if you were to go easy on them?
Ha!
Lu Tingxi laughed derisively. I will have evidence to prove that I acted diligently, and besides, Qiao Chuchu's life is far more significant. It is intertwined with the fates of my son and myself. Pei Yuan maintained a stern demeanor. Indeed, should you harm Qiao Chuchu, you would effectively be digging your own grave. He continued to inquire, was Li Jiahao's incident orchestrated by Wei Xingyuan? Lu Tingxi's gaze flickered momentarily. Yet he responded with a cheerful demeanor. The reports indicate that Li Jiahao committed suicide. He even called his family beforehand and left a note. Therefore, I suggest we refrain from suspicion. However, one thing is certain, I am convinced that the Weixing siblings can hear thoughts. Luo Tingxi, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked that the Weixing family was the most distinguished among their kin. The 5 members of this clan were resolute and ruthless, leaving no room for future troubles. Each one was a deity within their respective domains. They held disdain for each other's personalities and methodologies, exchanging barbs whenever they met, yet they presented a facade of unity before outsiders. Luo Tingxi's smile faded, turning frostier as he cautioned, "If they seek to seize Qiao Chuchu and discover our obstruction, it is entirely plausible that they might eliminate us. Therefore, I propose we refrain from direct confrontation and maintain a superficial relationship. Otherwise, we all risk annihilation, rendering this game devoid of meaning." Pei Yuan narrowed his eyes, incredulous. "Do they truly dare to kill you, given your influence?" With a sigh, Luo Tingxi replied, "To possess too much invites covetousness. Just as Qiao Chuchu holds the script of our lives, she possesses numerous narratives, and she is keenly aware of every character's intricacies. Our fates lie within her grasp." The more he spoke, the more intrigued he became, his tone rising in fervor. "Protecting her must be our foremost objective. We must exercise caution around the Weixing family. Their intentions are unpredictable." Pei Yuan's countenance darkened as he recalled Weixing Yuken's cunning demeanor and Weisheng Huailing's enigmatic smile, clenching his fists in worry. His greatest fears had swiftly materialized. There were indeed more individuals capable of hearing Qiao Chuchu's inner voice. And these individuals were elusive, their allegiances unknown. Weisheng Huailing stood by the window, engrossed in a comic book. Someone gently tapped his shoulder. Clad in tailored suits, each exuded an air of sophistication. He smiled, casually perched on the windowsill, waving the comic in his hand. Qiao Chuchu's comic is rather delightful. Wei Xingyu lifted his chin slightly. Addressing the 3 men beside him, "I have shared all the details with you. What are your plans?" The eldest brother's tone was icy. "I do not believe it." The second brother scoffed. "What era is this, resorting to superstitions? You do not intend to follow the 4th brother's example and turn to a life of piety, do you?" The 4th brother, twirling a string of prayer beads, taunted, "Third sister, you ought to lessen your entanglements with men. Romance is not to be trifled with. Look at you. Indulging in excess, your mind has become muddled, and you are hearing things. You can remain unfazed, I understand your skepticism. But both Xiao Wu and I can hear Qiao Chuchu's voice. Even Xiao Wu, who has never heard a voice before, comprehends her meaning when it reaches his mind. It is nothing short of a medical marvel." Huailing communicated in sign language, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Her voice is enchanting. I eagerly await her whispering my name in her thoughts." The eldest brother smirked coldly. "Let us conduct a small test. Bind her here and intimidate her." Yuken inquired. Perplexed, "How do we intimidate her?" The eldest brother replied with measured calmness. "We will ask her if she believes Li Jiahao's death is connected to us, coercing her to report us. This will serve to evaluate her character and ascertain whether her inner voice truly resonates with us supporting characters." Yukan's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he smirked. Huailing. Hualing had been reading their lips, gathering a semblance of their intentions. Yukan commanded, "Go do it." Hualing smiled and happily walked away. Qiao Chuchu awoke from her slumber, dazed to find herself seated in a chair. Something obscured her head. Was it a dream? She attempted to remove the black hood covering her, but her hands were bound by ropes. Qiao Chuchu froze, pulling at the restraints with all her might. It was futile. Panic surged within her as sleep dissipated from her mind. She tugged at her wrists with fervor. Her hands and feet found themselves in a precarious predicament. She was ensnared. Qiao Chuchu's breath quickened, recalling the harrowing incident from earlier that day. Could it be those men, intent on assaulting her once more? But they had been apprehended. Was this a retaliatory scheme orchestrated by their operatives? Qiao Chuchu opened her mouth. The man coldly interrupted her. "Do not inquire who we are or who sent us. Such foolish questions are unnecessary." Qiao Chuchu thought to herself, "What a dreadful fate I have. My day has been fraught with misfortune. Yet I have done nothing but good deeds." The man was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. What was this commotion? Wei Xingyu sat across from Qiao Chuchu, a smirk playing on his lips as he gestured to his astonished companions, signing, "You can hear her thoughts, can't you?" Hualing teased her brothers. The 3 burly men stared in astonishment at the tightly bound Qiao Chuchu. It was indeed true. They could hear her. The second brother cleared his throat, suppressing his surprise. "I ask you, was Li Jiahao killed by Wei Xingyu? Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, responded, "You cannot make such claims without evidence." The second brother, visibly irritated, retorted, "Am I not asking you?" Qiao Chuchu trembled in fear. That cannot be true. Reports stated he committed suicide, though the logic is dubious. I would never slander someone. Perhaps another is responsible for his death. A knife suddenly thrust towards her throat. The cold, sharp pain pierced her skin. The second brother menacingly threatened her. "Think carefully." Qiao Chuchu, feeling wronged, pleaded, "Good brother, I truly do not believe that. I am unaware of the details and would not hastily judge another. Sister, you can even provided him with money. Who would kill someone after paying them? She is no vengeful spirit. You can remain silent." Qiao Chuchu felt utterly drained. "I possess no evidence, nor do you. Yet I trust you are a good person. I implore you to release me. Is this person truly unhinged? I have stated I do not know, yet the questioning persists. Without evidence, how could I wrongfully accuse someone? Do they truly consider me a petty individual?" I long to leap up and smash the chair over his head, to kick him like a superhero. The second brother replied with confusion. Chapter 60. Wei Xingyu Can and her 4 ineffectual brothers. The second brother glared dangerously at Qiao Chuchu, narrowing his eyes. Throughout his life, he had never endured insults from others. He gripped the knife tightly, intent on inflicting a bloody wound. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows, deftly disarming him and securing the knife in its own grasp. The second man followed the dagger's direction and collided with Huailing's furious gaze. Huailing, in a fit of anger, communicated through sign language, "If you can't play, then leave." The second man was taken aback, then laughed in indignation. "She's insulting me. What's the insult?" Huailing retorted sarcastically, sizing him up. "Are you above reproach?" The fourth man, casually toying with the Buddhist beads in his hand, nonchalantly interjected, "Brother, the younger sibling has a point. How can you throw sand while playing? Such occurrences are quite commonplace. Some individuals may appear friendly while secretly plotting your demise. It is hardly surprising." He turned his attention to Qiao Chuchu with keen interest. "Isn't such transparent intent also a form of kindness?" He continued to sign. "Moreover, can you truly control the voice of another's heart? Can you assure that you do not harbor your own criticisms? Besides, she doesn't even know who you are. Had she known, she likely wouldn't have insulted you." The second man was swayed, but still felt a twinge of displeasure as he glanced at Wei Xingyukan and his elder brother. Wei Xingyukan laughed derisively. "You truly are pathetic. You can't even withstand such trivial matters. You've kidnapped her, and while she feigns compliance, she may very well be cursing you inwardly. What's wrong with that?" The second man retorted. "Did she insult you?" Yukin shook his head, a smug gleam in his eyes. "Her inner thoughts have always praised me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have saved me." The second man turned to Wei Xing Huailing. "Did she insult you?" Huailing's expression darkened. "She complimented my looks." The second man replied, "That must be the least valuable praise. None of us are unattractive." He glanced at his elder brother, who merely rolled his eyes in response. The second man conceded, "All right, I did get a bit carried away." Throughout his life, those around him had always shown him deference, never daring to raise their voices. It was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to confront him. He felt a pang of guilt and attempted to wipe away the red marks on Qiao Chuchu's neck left by the pressure. Qiao Chuchu flinched. "What the heck? What is this guy doing? Why is he suddenly touching me? Pervert, don't lay a finger on me." She felt exasperated. Whether threatened with a knife or touched with a hand, it was all intolerable. Her breath quickened, and despair settled in. "I never expected that in my 20-plus years of life, these past 2 days would feel like I've exhausted all my experiences of being kidnapped. A crowd has come to abduct me." She couldn't fathom, and who exactly brought me here without alerting my brother or the security at home? Could they be the legendary professional assassins? After all, this world does have such figures. Wei Xing Huailing smirked, playing with the small knife in his hand, casting an ambiguous smile towards Qiao Chuchu. Wei Xinglin suddenly had an epiphany. "You don't seriously have feelings for her, do you?" Both elder siblings regarded Wei Xing Huailing with intrigue. Huailing smiled, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "No." He moved behind Qiao Chuchu, placing a hand on her shoulder, feeling her body instinctively shudder. He grinned wickedly. "She is the only voice I can hear in this world. Her role in my life is merely that of a voice." With that, Huailing swiftly pressed a dagger against Qiao Chuchu's cheek. Qiao Chuchu gasped in shock. Huailing, like a serpent, slowly brushed against the other side of her face. Qiao Chuchu instinctively wanted to pull away, but the dagger at her neck compelled her to remain still. She was forced to turn toward the person nearby, who seemed to await her approach, pressing their cheek against hers. She longed to escape, Yet the cold blade held her face firmly in place, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could only suppress her nausea. Her face pressed against that of a stranger. Huai Ling pressed closer, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, continuing to wield the dagger with an iron grip. Qiao Chuchu trembled even more, inching closer to him. Wei Xingyuan observed. It was as if witnessing a python slowly cornering a little rabbit into a trap. Qiao Chuchu's heart was in turmoil, purely deranged. How lewd, forcing me to be so close to him. Fortunately, this person smells pleasant, with a delicate fragrance. At least he is a cleanly villain. If he had the odor of a disgusting brute, I would probably vomit right here. Perhaps I should just throw up now. Splattering him in the face. No one would emerge unscathed. Wei Huai Ling. Wei Xingyuan chuckled. Hurry up. While this guy hasn't decided to douse us with something vile, let us swiftly get to the point. Wei Xinlin nodded. Placing a foot on Qiao Chuchu's chair, I ask you, did you meet Wei Xingyuan today? Qiao Chuchu replied, somewhat perplexed. I did. Wei Xinlin sneered. And how is her demeanor towards you? Qiao Chuchu answered. Quite good. Why is he asking me these questions? Every query revolves around the Wei Xing family. Could they be arch rivals? Wei Xinlin chuckled softly. I know you saved Wei Xingyuan's life today. You are quite the warm-hearted individual. Qiao Chuchu's voice trembled in fear. Whether my heart is warm or not, I can no longer be certain. Especially since if you were to kill me, I would certainly become cold-hearted. I will not kill you, Wei Xinlin teased her. You saved Wei Xingyuan. She will surely wish to thank you sincerely, as she has no defenses against you. How about this? Assist me with a task, and I shall release you today, never to seek you out again. What do you say? Qiao Chuchu, skeptical, asked. What task? Wei Xinlin replied. Help me eliminate Wei Xingyuan. Qiao Chuchu gasped. What? I find that hard to accept. Why not send me to deal with Tang Sung and his disciples instead? Wei Xinlin countered. If I were to ask you to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples, would you even be able to locate Tang Sung? Qiao Chuchu responded without hesitation. I could. Release me now, and I will call Monkey King. Wei Xinlin, you can, Huai Ling. Wei Xinglin's mouth twitched in disbelief. I only require Wei Xingyuan's life. Will you assist or not? After a moment of hesitation, Qiao Chuchu tentatively inquired. If I agree, will you release me immediately? Wei Xinlin affirmed, of course. Without a moment's pause, Qiao Chuchu declared. Then I shall do it. Once I am safe, I will promptly notify Sister Yuzhan that someone intends to kill her.
For now,
preserving my own life is paramount. Even if I possess the opportunity for rebirth, I cannot squander it recklessly, especially since this world is still intent on erasing my existence. I must endure until the grand conclusion.
Oh.
The 5 individuals raised their eyebrows. She has a chance for rebirth? The world is still attempting to obliterate her? Wei Xinlin finally expressed interest. How can I be certain you are not merely deceiving me, waiting for the right moment to inform Wei Xingyuan? Qiao Chuchu replied with utmost sincerity. I would never divulge anything. You managed to capture me without a trace. You are undoubtedly professionals. If I were to speak, I would be inviting my own demise. Grandfather, I will drive directly to Yuzhan's home. I will inform her of your plans. I refuse to believe that with Sister Yuzhan's intelligence and cunning, she cannot apprehend you. At that time, I will play the Suona at your gravesite as a homage to the summer of Kukudero. Wei Xinlin, Sister Yuzhan's brilliance? Is Qiao Chuchu truly extolling her virtues? They silently glanced at Wei Xingyuan. Yuzhan placed her hands over her heart, proudly nodding to each person in acknowledgement. Indeed, she was the wise and formidable Sister Yuzhan in Qiao Chuchu's perception. Wei Xinlin chuckled in amusement, continuing to intimidate Qiao Chuchu. I will keep a close watch on your interactions with Wei Xingyuan. The moment you confide in her, we will be aware. Qiao Chuchu reassured. Oh, rest assured, I will not utter a word. This poses quite a dilemma. If my relationship with Sister Yuzhan is under surveillance, to whom can I turn? Although the Wei Xing family comprises 5 powerful figures, the most astute among them is Sister Yuzhan. The others are as feeble as dust. I question whether they can comprehend my words, and I might even be expelled. After all, it is Wei Xingyuan and 4 ineffectual brothers. Wei Xinlin, Wei Xinghuiling, the 4th brother, fiddling with his prayer beads. The eldest brother, observing coldly. Chapter 61 Wei Xinghuiling. I wish to hear Qiao Chuchu call my name in her heart. In unison, all the Yuzhans raised their cups of hot water in silent tribute to Qiao Chuchu. Oblivious, she wandered about like a dazed youth. It is not unfounded to accuse those 4. After Wei Xingyuan's demise, They seemed to have undergone a forced dimming of their intellect, each one obediently following Ji Yanchuan. The specifics were not clearly delineated in the narrative, merely summarized. Overall, it can be said that following Wei Xingyujian's death, the family began to create chaos one after another. First the fifth brother, then the fourth, the third, and finally the eldest. The eldest seemed to possess some merit, yet by that time, all his brothers had perished, leaving him as a solitary commander, driven to death by the male protagonist's provocations. The eldest brother, he was driven to death. The other brothers mocked him with glances, usually maintaining a cold and aloof demeanor that kept others at bay. It was unexpected that he could be so easily provoked to the point of demise. Ha 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 ha. Qiao Chuchu squinted. It seems that Lao Wu drove into Ji Yanchuan, only to be met with a fatal counterattack. Wei Sheng Huailing inquired, isn't he a top-tier mercenary? Isn't he supposed to accomplish every intricate task for his employer without a trace? How could he be countered while simply driving? Wei Sheng Huailing continued, it appears that Lao Si has developed feelings for Xia Xuechuan, intending to initiate a love affair through captivity, only to be discovered by Ji Yanchuan. They ended up fighting at the edge of a cliff, and Lao Si lost his footing, falling to his demise. A sudden joy illuminated Wei Sheng Huailing's face as he looked towards Lao Si, while the others mocked him. Aren't you the aloof monk? Aren't you the one who abstains from worldly desires? How could you fall for a woman coveted by Ji Yanchuan? Lao Si's lips twitched, his anger distorting his features. Am I truly that pathetic? To perish for love? Wei Shenglin interjected, causing the brothers' expressions to shift. It was quite reminiscent of the devoted Wei Shenglin's actions. Tragic indeed. They raised their thumbs in admiration. Wei Shenglin blushed, mumbling as he turned his head away. He deeply valued his family's honor. The eldest brother's countenance darkened further. In comparison, his fate seemed the most pitiful among them. Qiao Chuchu sensed the oppressive silence in the air, her heart swelling with indignation. Regardless of what transpires later, I will not harm the Wei Xing family. They are merely living their lives. Why should I inflict harm upon them? Moreover, Yukon Jie and Huailing are quite admirable. I would never engage in such ungrateful deeds. The others were taken aback, their gazes towards Qiao Chuchu brimming with an unspoken approval they had not anticipated. Wei Xingyu Can's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Did you hear that? We are merely stepping stones for Ji Yanchuan, destined for death. I refuse to relinquish my hard-earned efforts to him. Wei Shenglin scoffed. Why not simply eliminate the two culprits, Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan? Huailing shook her head. I sent someone to deal with Xia Xuechuan, but they returned injured. The group was puzzled. Yukon chuckled, her eyes flashing with fury. They are the protagonists. We, along with Qiao Chuchu, are mere supporting characters. Before the so-called grand finale arrives, they will survive, for the protagonists possess a halo of protection. This is precisely why, when you sought trouble with them, you ended up dead. Wei Shenglin laughed in frustration. After striving for so many years, I thought I was the prince. Now I am told I am merely a villainous supporting character in the protagonist's story. What, then, is the purpose of our existence?
Lao Si replied, sacrifice.
The others furrowed their brows. Lao Si, with an impassive expression, strung prayer beads through his fingers. Our family exists to sacrifice for Ji Yanchuan, to enable his growing strength. Their expressions darkened. The eldest brother's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight. Xia Xuechuan and Ji Yanchuan cannot be killed, at least not now. Qiao Chuchu is the key to controlling everything. Keeping her by our side ensures our safety. Yukon remarked, Qiao Chuchu's brothers, along with the siblings from the Lin family and the father-son duo from the Lu family, are quite attached to her. I suspect they can't hear her thoughts. Wei Shenglin was taken aback. Does that mean a multitude of individuals are vying for her affections? The eldest brother, with a stern expression, declared, then we shall eliminate them and seize Qiao Chuchu for ourselves. Wei Sheng Huailing suddenly became alert. No. Those are her family and friends. Yukon nodded in agreement. Rejecting the proposal, Qiao Chuchu saved my life. She would do the same for you. Shall we repay her kindness with malice? The eldest brother crossed his legs, lazily glancing at Qiao Chuchu with his phoenix eyes. Then we shall not harm her, but we must draw closer, for we need to know when trouble may arise. Wei Shenlin sighed. We do not have the luxury of time to approach her daily. I am utterly swamped. The fourth brother, resigned, suggested, let us devise a plan and address the matters as they come. Huailing nodded and approached Qiao Chuchu from behind, signing to the second brother. I wish to hear my name. Wei Shenlin responded with confusion, while Huailing blinked expectantly. Let her silently recite my name. Qiao Chuchu was nearly lulled to sleep amidst the profound silence. What is happening? Why is there no sign of life? If you intend to kill me, at least give me a warning. A pair of hands fell upon her shoulders once more. Startled, Qiao Chuchu tensed up. Wei Shenglin lowered his voice. Qiao Chuchu, do you know who Wei Shengyukin's brother is? Qiao Chuchu replied, I know. Wei Shenglin instructed, recite it in your heart, do not speak it aloud. Wei Sheng Huailing. Wei Sheng Huailing's eyes widened, an unnatural flush rising to his cheeks, the veins in his neck subtly visible, and even his fingertips trembled. It was his name. His name. He understood. The other brothers regarded him with disdain, perceiving that he had reached a peculiar peak of excitement. What a strange obsession. Wei Shenglin smirked mischievously and said to Qiao Chuchu, it is indeed that Wei Sheng Huailing. Remember to keep your distance from him. Wei Sheng Huailing exclaimed. He swiftly knocked Qiao Chuchu unconscious and angrily interrogated Wei Shenglin. What are you doing? Chapter 62. The pet of the bid shots officially takes office. Wei Shenglin appeared triumphant. Just teasing you too. Huailing grasped his collar tightly, glaring fiercely at Wei Shenglin, before freeing Qiao Chuchu and carrying her away. Wei Shenglin chuckled with delight. Look at him, it's as amusing as playing with a dog. You can retorted, stop picking on the youngest. Wei Shenglin shrugged. He is the smallest in our family and a boy. If I do not tease him, who shall I tease? The fourth brother remarked thoughtfully, on the surface. You bully your younger brother, but in reality, he will avenge us when we are gone. Wei Shenglin, you have a rather admirable character. The eldest brother smirked. Wei Shenglin's face flushed with embarrassment, muttering in indignation, that is because I possess more resilience than any of you. You wouldn't understand. Upon hearing the words, Yukin could not help but chuckle. After listening to Qiao Chuchu recount our fate, I suddenly realized that our family was still together, and that in itself was a form of happiness. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Yukin, deep in thought, remarked, if it were not for Qiao Chuchu, I would have perished today, and you all would face a similar fate in the future. However, it is precisely Qiao Chuchu, and it is fortunate that she is willing to assist me, which grants us the opportunity to reverse everything. I am grateful to her. Thus, I will not harm her family or friends, and neither should you. The other three individuals lowered their eyelashes, each lost in contemplation. Wei Shenglin was the first to express his thoughts. Rest assured, third sister, I too shall treat her well. When I have the chance to meet her, I shall get to know her anew, and will no longer be fierce toward her. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. The fourth sibling was the most surprised, exclaiming, wow. I never expected that even from Wei Shenglin's mouth, such refined words could emerge. Wei Shenglin responded with a look of confusion. Huailing gently placed Qiao Chuchu on the bed and applied a revitalizing ointment to her wrist. He switched on the bedside lamp and gestured towards her. Hello. My name is Wei Sheng Huailing, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. A smile graced his lips, filled with determination. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Qiao Chuchu nestled deeper into the blanket and fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke again, sitting up in bed, it was already morning. Still drowsy, Qiao Chuchu surveyed her surroundings and examined her hands. There were no signs of having been bound, and she was utterly alone. Could it be that last night's ordeal was merely a dream? She picked up her phone to check the outdoor surveillance footage from the previous night. No one had entered or exited, and she had not been abducted. It truly was a dream. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she relaxed. Thank goodness it wasn't real. Otherwise, she would have been utterly repulsed, especially considering the presence of a pervert so close to her. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed at the door, followed by the voice of Xiaoxia. Miss Qiao, are you awake? Xiaoxia entered, followed by a procession of elegantly dressed sales personnel, pushing several clothing racks into the room. Qiao Chuchu sat up in bed, bewildered, as she watched them stream in. The racks were adorned with the latest seasonal collections from various prestigious brands. Each sales representative greeted her with a smile. We apologize for the disturbance, Miss Qiao. We are here on behalf of Madame Wei Sheng to present you with the latest seasonal selections. Qiao Chuchu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Madame Wei Sheng? The sales representative smiled. Indeed, we have brought models with similar body types and skin tones to showcase the outfits for you. Qiao Chuchu, feeling flustered, clutched the blanket tightly as several girls of the same height as her entered, lining up before her. The sales personnel beamed brightly. Please make your selection, Miss Qiao. Qiao Chuchu replied, I don't need anything. The sales representative continued. Madame Wei Sheng stated that if you cannot choose, we shall gift them all to you. Should you find them unsatisfactory, you may give them away or discard them as you please. Furthermore, you must select at least 4 pieces, as pairs carry auspicious meanings. Qiao Chuchu thought to herself, so assertive. She glanced at the models, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Then I will take this one, this one, this one, and this one." The sales representative smiled. "Excellent choice." She clapped her hands, and a new batch of models entered. Qiao Chuchu could only stare in astonishment. "How many people are waiting at my home to see me?" She selected a heap of attire, and the sales staff finally departed. Just as one wave left, another wave arrived with bags. "Miss Qiao, these are the bags chosen by Mr. Wei Xinghuiling for your perusal." Qiao Chuchu surveyed the array before her. The site was dominated by crocodile leather. There were also several in the hues of Sahara. She noted a critical detail. "Wait, these bags were a gift from Wei Xinghui?" The staff member smiled. "Indeed, if there are no issues, we shall deliver these bags to your dressing room." Xiao Xia guided them into the dressing room. And after placing the bags, they exited, leaving Qiao Chuchu alone, sitting on her bed amidst the clutter. She first attended to her grooming, then walked into the dressing room. Now even more overwhelmed with beautiful crocodile skin bags in the already crammed space. Under the natural light filtering through the cabinet, they sparkled enticingly. Xiao Xia knocked on her door once more. "Miss Qiao, someone has sent you flowers." As Qiao Chuchu stepped out of the dressing room, she saw Xiao Xia approaching her with a bouquet of black and white flowers. Besides the plump, delicate white roses, there were several Chanel perfume boxes arranged amidst them. Adorned in a sophisticated black and yellow color scheme, she unfolded the card, revealing exquisite cursive writing. "On this new day, may my sister forget the unpleasantness and find joy every day. Forever supporting my sister, Lu Yuejua." Qiao Chuchu was astonished. Could it be that Lu Yuejua sent these flowers? Is he truly such a gentle soul? Xiao Xia recalled something. Oh, right. She set the bouquet aside and, with great effort, carried a pile of shoe boxes stacked high like a small mountain to her. "These are from Miss Lin Xin and Miss Lin Qing." Qiao Chuchu was even more shocked. "And shoes too? Clothes, bags, and flowers are enough. There are also shoes?" Xiao Xia nodded. "They were all purchased in your size. Miss Lin Qing and Mr. Lin Xin had them delivered early this morning." Xiao Xia chuckled. "But Miss Lin Qing mentioned that Mr. Lin Xin's gifts are all flats, while hers are high heels, so it's easy to distinguish." Qiao Chuchu took a box, opened it, and was greeted by a stunning pair of Valentino nude pink high heels. Xiao Xia exclaimed, "They are beautiful. You will look absolutely stunning in them." She was equally enamored and hurried to unwrap the second box, revealing Gucci platform loafers. Xiao Xia exclaimed with delight, "This must be a gift from Mr. Lin Xin. They mentioned they would be busy with work and might not have time to see you, so they hope these gifts bring you joy." Xiao Xia beamed for her. "Are you happy?" Qiao Chuchu. She gazed at the overflowing gifts, a sense of inexplicable dread enveloping her heart. "Can I admit that I am afraid?" Xiao Xia. Chapter 63. The Anxious Xiao Xia. Qiao Chuchu's fear stemmed from the fact that she should have already perished. The plot had entered its rightful course, and she, a mere ghost, should have had no part in it. Yet she was still alive. Her interference had thrown everything off track, and now a host of supporting characters, destined for a grim fate in the novel, were showering her with gifts. She truly felt like the beloved pet of the entire group. Beyond mere joy, a sense of dread enveloped her. Did she truly deserve the multitude of gifts bestowed upon her? Lost in contemplation, Qiao Chuchu quickly shook off her melancholic thoughts. Why burden oneself with such ponderings? As long as everyone treated her kindly, she would reciprocate with goodwill, striving to assist them in escaping their roles as mere supporting characters and to live fully, savoring life. Suddenly, the phone of her companion, Xiao Xia, chimed. Qiao Chuchu found it impossible to feign indifference. "Is something the matter?" Xiao Xia shook her head. "Mr. Pei-san has requested that I prepare his special dinner for tonight." Almost immediately, her own phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Xiao Xia realized it was a call she could not answer and promptly hung up. One of the rules at the Pei household dictated that employees were prohibited from answering calls in the presence of their employer, especially when there was work to be completed. Calls could only be attended to once the task was finished, and the employee was out of earshot. Yet, the phone continued to ring incessantly. Xiao Xia could only decline each call, but as soon as she hung up, it rang again within a minute, creating a distressing cycle. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she contemplated silencing the device, yet she feared Mr. Pei or others might call during that time, leading her to glance at the screen before hanging up once more. "Go ahead and answer it," Qiao Chuchu urged while unwrapping gifts. Xiao Xia, visibly anxious, shook her head. "No need, Mississippi. It's just a call from my family, it's nothing important." As she assisted Qiao Chuchu in unwrapping the boxes, her heart raced. stealing furtive glances at Qiao Chuchu, fearful of provoking her ire. It was fortunate that Qiao Chuchu was amiable. Had it been any other member of the Pei family, a mere glance could have led to her dismissal. Indeed, the Pei household offered generous salaries, yet their standards left no room for error. They were indifferent to the hardships of their employees, the workload at hand, or any personal matters, including illness. Should an employee fail to meet expectations, dismissal was swift. In essence, the gentlemen of the Pei family had little patience for trivial matters concerning strangers. Any time wasted could result in immediate termination. Xiao Xia was the only one from her cohort who had not been dismissed. With trepidation, she continued to tidy up the gifts. Soon, her phone vibrated once more. Picking it up, she saw her mother's name flashing on the cracked screen. You should answer it. What if it's something significant? Qiao Chuchu suggested. Shortly after stepping out, Xiao Xia returned, visibly shaken. Miss Qiao, I'm done. Let me assist you with the unwrapping. You can rest. Qiao Chuchu settled onto the sofa and noticed a portion of Xiao Xia's phone peeking from her pocket. What happened to your phone? How will your brother and the others send you messages if it's broken? It wasn't a critique. Rather, she was genuinely concerned, given her brother's often difficult demeanor. Admittedly, her family's compensation was substantial, yet the extra amount served as a form of psychological reimbursement for the domestic help. Each of the 7 family members possessed unique quirks and intolerances, and their expectations were decidedly rigorous. Xiao Xia looked at her nervously. It's fine, Miss Qiao. My phone is functioning properly. However, Xiao Xia's face gradually paled as she recalled the temperaments of the other 7 employers. If a phone were to be the cause of her dismissal, she would lose her esteemed job, and finding another would undoubtedly be a hassle. Xiao Xia anxiously tugged at the hem of her apron. Miss Qiao, it's just me and another housekeeper working at home right now. I truly cannot leave. As soon as I manage to find a moment, I will go by a phone. Please, don't tell Mr. Pei. The new year is approaching, and I cannot afford to lose my job. I assure you, I will not let my work suffer. I will definitely see any messages Mr. Pei sends. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a simple reminder would instill such fear in Xiao Xia. She clarified, I had no intention of informing my brother. Xiao Xia bit her lip, looking pitifully at her from her crouched position on the floor, still gripped by anxiety. Qiao Chuchu, feeling helpless, shifted the conversation. Your mother has been calling you incessantly. Is there something amiss? Xiao Xia fidgeted with her fingers. Today is my birthday. She wants me to have something nice to eat. Her tone was tinged with disappointment. So please, do not mention the broken phone to Mr. Pei. I promise I won't let my work be affected. I've already said I won't tell. Qiao Chuchu replied as she stood up, her voice indifferent. You handle it, I'm stepping out for a bit. She rolled her eyes, suspecting that someone might be watching her. She walked towards the cloakroom, casually changing into a simple outfit, and grabbed her bag. I'll have the driver take me, which means I've informed my brother. Don't worry. As Xiao Xia watched Qiao Chuchu walk away, she felt deflated, like a deflated ball. She labeled Qiao Chuchu's shoes and arranged them neatly in the cloakroom, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew little about Qiao Chuchu. The employer's profile contained nothing but blank spaces regarding her. However, after spending a few days together, she realized that Miss Qiao was quite amiable, though perhaps merely a facade. After all, the Pei family had 3 seemingly agreeable members, Pei Yuchuan, Pei Mu, and Pei Ci. They appeared gentle and kind, deceiving many, only for their true, ruthless natures to emerge later. The Pei family belonged to high society, and it was implausible for a pampered young lady raised in such an environment to be devoid of eccentricities. Completing her tasks, she took out her broken phone, snapped photos of the discarded shoeboxes, and typed vigorously on the screen. The worst part is, while I was tidying up the 8th Mrs. Shoes, my mother kept calling me. I cannot take personal calls during work, and even after hanging up, she continued to call. I felt like the 8th Miss was getting annoyed. I'm so scared the 8th Miss will dismiss me. What will I do if I lose my job? Chapter 64. A Prayer for Xiao Xia. Hoping the 8th Miss does not let her go. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Xia sent the message. Soon, the comment section was flooded with responses. Go buy one. You can have it delivered. I don't quite understand. If you're dismissed, just move on. Is it really that hard to find work? Didn't you graduate from university? Why bow down to others for a job? Isn't that akin to servitude? Why not seek a more respectable position? Do you know how many years it has been since the Qing dynasty fell? It's not like we're kneeling to serve or engaging in illicit activities. They earn their living honestly. Why must you equate it with servitude? I toil day in and day out, feeling as if I am on the brink of collapse. Yet the blogger seems to earn more than I do. With mortgage payments, car loans, daily expenses, and even medical bills, where does one not encounter the burden of finances? To speak of resigning with such nonchalance is truly a lighthearted affair. Do you even comprehend the blogger's family circumstances? Here you are, perched high and mighty, judging the worth of work based on its prestige. Blogger, let me put it this way. If you find yourself without a job, send me your address, and I shall take your place. Rest assured, I will also support you. I am raising my 7 young masters alongside a beautiful young lady. Let us refrain from provoking the blogger further. She has shared that she comes from a single-parent household, having lost her father to an unfortunate accident in her childhood. Her grandmother took the compensation money and cast her and her mother out, so she was raised solely by her mother, who lacks formal education and has worked tirelessly to provide for her.
Now,
Her mother is unable to undertake laborious tasks and can only earn a meager income by working in a kitchen, bringing home a few thousand yuan. They have no home of their own and rely solely on the blogger to support the family. Indeed, the blogger is exceptionally filial. She has previously mentioned that she chose this domestic work for its financial stability, allowing her to earn money without having to struggle for recognition. She aspires to save enough to buy a home for her mother, wishing to alleviate the burden of renting and the constant hustle of life. But what now? The blogger's performance has faltered, and the young lady is surely displeased. Has the young lady explicitly stated that she intends to dismiss you? Is there no way to plead for mercy? It is evident that you are a new follower. The blogger has documented instances in the past where someone faced dismissal and pleaded for compassion, even to the point of tears, yet it was futile. The one who decided her fate was the second young master, who has neither the time nor the inclination to entertain the sorrowful tales of the less fortunate. Pleading is, in fact, a grave misstep, for one would be better off leaving with dignity. Is it not said that the young lady is exceptionally beautiful and amiable? Surely, there can be no harm in asking for leniency. However, it feels somewhat daunting. From our perspective, the daily lives of the affluent young masters may seem fascinating. Yet from their standpoint, the blogger is merely a diligent mouse laboring away. If the mouse fails to perform well, it can simply be replaced. They could hardly care for the fate of a mouse. Xiao Xie stifled her sobs, afraid to cry aloud, burying her head in her hands. If she were truly dismissed, where would she find a similar job? The housing prices in Lon City are exorbitant, and she still lacks hundreds of thousands to afford a decent down payment. What am I to do? Qiao Chuchu entered the room holding a white paper bag. Xiao Xie. But Xiao Xie was no longer in her room. She dialed Xiao Xie's number. It's me. Please come to my room. Xiao Xie mumbled a response, and Qiao Chuchu hung up, placing her newly bought phone on the table. Just moments ago, she had urgently instructed the driver to take her to a mall to purchase a new phone for Xiao Xie, along with a stylish case and a dust-proof screen protector. Consider it a birthday gift for Xiao Xie. In the lounge, Xiao Xie ended the call, her breath quickening. With tears in her eyes, she sent another message. The young lady has now summoned me. Wish me luck. A throng of onlookers swiftly gathered beneath the post. I am so anxious. I've begun to feel nervous for the blogger. Please don't let my dear Miss Yun fall from grace. I was drawn in by Miss 8. I have no fondness for detestable men. Sob sob. I beseech you, Miss 8, do not let my idol fall. Wait, if the blogger truly faces dismissal, will I no longer be able to see my beloved young masters? Miss 8, I implore you, do not let this happen. Help. A sister reminded me. And I just realized if the blogger is indeed dismissed, I will lose sight of my 7 husbands. Miss 8, please show mercy. I am your unseen sister-in-law.
I,
too, am a sister-in-law. Miss 8, spare the blog. Or perhaps exchange the blogger for me. Help. Miss 8, please grant mercy upon the blogger. Do not hinder my cloud nurturing of my 7 sons. I shall perform a ritual in the comments to drive away evil spirits and offer blessings for the blogger. Xiao Xie took a deep breath, her heart heavy with trepidation as she entered Qiao Chuchu's room. The fragrant aroma enveloped her, causing her nose to tingle. Miss 8.
you sought me.
Approaching her, Xiao Xie sniffled. Should Miss Qiao wish for her departure, she would earnestly plead for leniency, even accepting a salary reduction. Lost in her thoughts, a white bag was suddenly presented to her. Open it and see. Xiao Xie hesitated momentarily before obediently retrieving the contents. It was an Apple phone. She stared in astonishment at Qiao Chuchu. What is this? Qiao Chuchu smiled at her. A birthday gift for you. Xiao Xie. Qiao Chuchu continued. The latest model. The Apple 15. Unsure of your color preference, I chose white. Knowing you might have many matters to attend to, I opted for the 1 terabyte version. Additionally, should the screen ever break, you can replace it at the official store for just a few hundred. Go on, take a look. Her voice trembled. Is this truly a gift for me? Qiao Chuchu appeared even more astonished. Really? Why are you crying? Xiao Xia pouted, tears flowing uncontrollably. I never expected to receive such an expensive gift from you, my lady. I've never purchased a phone costing over 4,000. She lowered her head, extracting a phone case from the paper bag, sobbing. The phone case is so festive. It even says strike it rich. As she opened the phone box and removed the icy new device, it fogged slightly from the warmth of her hands. It's still emitting cold vapor. Qiao Chuchu chuckled in disbelief. That's just because it's winter. It won't do that in summer. I also bought you a dustproof phone film, so you can apply it yourself. Xiao Xia's face crumpled in joy. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. Thank you, my lady. Qiao Chuchu smiled contentedly. I'm glad you like it. I absolutely adore it. Xiao Xia cried, cradling the phone. Qiao Chuchu, amused by her exuberance, couldn't he help but smile. Xiao Xia's reaction exceeded all her expectations. She had anticipated mere surprise, not this outpouring of tears and joy. She smiled and said, I just called the housekeeper to inquire about you. Xiao Xia exclaimed, so, does this mean we have to let her go? Is this phone the last warmth? Chapter 65. The eighth young lady's entrance is simply irresistible. Qiao Chuchu spoke calmly. The housekeeper mentioned that although your time here has been brief, you have become well acquainted with my brother's temperaments and personalities. Your quick reflexes and adaptability are truly remarkable. Xiao Xia looked bewildered. Qiao Chuchu smiled gently. After Aunt Wang's departure, the position of deputy housekeeper is still vacant. I believe your adaptability will make this role manageable. The monthly salary will be raised from 30,000 to 50,000, though the responsibilities will be considerably more demanding. Would you be interested? Xiao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she sat up straight. Really? Her heart raced with excitement. Qiao Chuchu was so generous. Just as she began to comprehend this, she worried. But will Mr. Pei agree? After all, the eighth young lady's relationship with the Pei brothers is rather complicated. She feared it might all be in vain. Qiao Chuchu pondered for a moment and found her concern somewhat valid. She had not yet made any household decisions after her fallout with her brother and was unsure if her words would hold any weight. Without hesitation, she dialed Pei Yuan's number. I believe I can make this small decision, but if you're uncertain, we'll just have to find out together. After a considerable wait, the call connected and Pei Yuan's serious voice resonated. I'm in a meeting. What is it? Qiao Chuchu pressed the speakerphone button. I wish to promote Xiao Xia to deputy housekeeper. She is diligent and takes her work seriously. I believe she is qualified. What do you think? Pei Yuan replied. Xiao Xia held her breath in nervous anticipation. Pei Yuan took a deep breath, his tone laced with irritation. Qiao Chuchu, I stepped out of a meeting to take your call, and you bring me such trivial matters? Can't you decide for yourself? Qiao Chuchu shrugged helplessly. You know my position in the Pei family. What if my words carry no weight? Pei Yuan's displeasure deepened. If someone doesn't heed your words, you simply let her go. Hang up. The call was abruptly terminated. Qiao Chuchu triumphantly shook her phone. Congratulations, you've succeeded. I'll inform the head housekeeper that you are the deputy housekeeper starting today. Xiao Xia gasped, tears welling in her eyes, once more. Mother, I've been promoted. This sudden wealth felt overwhelming. She leaped into Qiao Chuchu's arms, giving her an exuberant hug. Thank you, Miss Qiao. Xiao Xia nodded through tears, suppressing the urge to kiss Qiao Chuchu, and happily walked away, clutching her phone. Upon returning to the lounge, she switched her phone back on and joyfully logged into her account, only to discover that her last post had gone viral. It even made the trending list. Help! Our entire dormitory is anxiously awaiting the eighth young lady's follow-up. There were even comments initiating a poll if you think the blogger should be fired like this post. If you believe the blogger should not be fired like this post. The likes for being fired outnumbered those for not being fired. She excitedly snapped a picture of her phone case, her hands trembling as she typed. Let me share some wonderful news with everyone. I have been promoted. Not only that, but the young lady also gifted me a new phone for my birthday. An iPhone 15, no less. She even purchased a protective case and a dust-proof screen protector to ensure its safety. Initially, I was quite anxious, spending time in the lounge in tears, fearing that Miss 8 would dismiss me. However, upon entering the room, she handed me a bag to open, and to my astonishment, there lay a phone inside. With a smile, she declared it my birthday gift. Who understands the depth of my emotions, dear friends? At that moment, it felt as though I had encountered an angel. Subsequently, Miss 8 praised my diligent work ethic and my ability to adapt to the eccentricities of her and her brothers, proposing that I be elevated to the position of deputy butler. And so, I became the deputy butler. Moreover, Miss 8 even called the eldest young master to seek his approval, only to be met with his reprimand for consulting him over trivial matters.
Oh,
How I have never before used such an extravagant phone. She has not only promoted me but also increased my salary. How could there be such a wonderful young lady? I shall forever be her devoted admirer. The comments section erupted with excitement.
what?
She actually promoted and raised your salary? Didn't he, the blogger, mention that the deputy butler earns $50,000 a month? So now, aren't you earning that too? And with benefits? I am utterly green with envy. As the new year approaches, I wish everyone a prosperous year ahead, except for the smiling blogger.
Ah,
I also want to be Miss 8's devoted servant.
who understands?
Previously, the blogger shared tales of dashing young masters' quirky antics, but the moment Miss 8 arrived, everything became delightful. Indeed, girls are inherently gentle. I just finished reading the blogger's earlier posts, which felt like a gathering of charming young men devoid of allure. And then Miss 8 appeared, captivating my heart. I was worried about things going awry, but henceforth, I shall be her devoted admirer. I have decided to abandon the 7th young master and instead cherish Miss 8 from afar. She shall be my beloved daughter. I am the one who adores my daughter most. The moment Miss 8 appeared, I fell for her. My little mermaid. Oh dear. Oh no. I intended to support a relatively obscure Miss 8, but the moment she stepped into the spotlight, she instantly trended, destined for fame. Xiao Xia. Trending. She opened Weibo in shock, seeing familiar words gracing the trending list. Who could possess such an adorable lady? Someone had compiled her story into a collection. The daily lives of her 7 brothers visibly became warmer after Miss 8's arrival. The popularity only continued to rise. The top comment read, "Regardless of the truth, dear author, I implore you to release another chapter. I feel like I cannot bear it any longer. I swear I will never engage with such things again. I simply cannot endure it." Below, numerous individuals are engaged in the act of copying and pasting. Little Xia, it appears that the story of the 7 young masters and 8 young ladies she penned has gone viral. Notably, it seems that the spotlight is primarily on the 8 young lady. Inside a luxurious vehicle, a man unlocks his phone, where a notification draws his attention. Who, pray tell, is this affluent family's 8 young lady? His cold gaze flickers with intrigue as he rarely engages with such notifications. He casually browses through a few lines, and the playful, buoyant voice of Qiao Chuchu echoes in his mind. He delicately traces the 3 characters of 8 young lady with his fingertip, murmuring, Zhang Jun. The man peruses a series of brief narratives. Someone is tasked with delivering an invitation to the Pei family, urging the 8 young lady to join a voyage on a luxurious cruise ship, stressing that it is not merely my suggestion. The secretary nods affirmatively. Understood. Chapter 66. The luxurious cruise journey of Qiao Chuchu and Pei Yuchuan. Qiao Chuchu, have you ever experienced the grandest and most opulent cruise liner in the world? It is set to embark from Lan City soon, an opportunity not to be missed. Imagine skydiving from the deck, surfing, even rock climbing. An array of exhilarating entertainment awaits. Bars, cinemas, everything you desire is at your fingertips. A 3-day journey, indulging in a life of seclusion at sea. I have arranged a suite for you. You may invite your brothers to share the presidential suite, accommodating all 8 of you siblings without issue.
What?
Your brother is unavailable? Then surely it would be no problem for you, a young lady, to go alone. Hurry and pack your suitcase for an adventure. Qiao Chuchu stands bewildered in the VIP waiting area, gazing at the magnificent cruise ship that looms not far away. 3 days prior, Aunt Zhao approached her, expressing gratitude for her earlier intervention during the banquet that saved the elderly gentleman, presenting her with a ticket for the entire family's luxurious cruise, insisting she must partake in the experience. With the new year fast approaching, when else would one find time to unwind? I know you have tried various cruises, but trust me, this luxurious liner is teeming with distinguished individuals. Perhaps you might encounter your destined partner?
Aunt Zhao beams. Yuchuan has free time today. Pei Yuchuan nods.
Settling beside Qiao Chuchu, I recently completed my work ahead of schedule and took a few days off, allowing me the perfect opportunity to accompany Chuchu on this adventure. Qiao Chuchu glances at him sideways, suspecting he is merely there to monitor her. Aunt Zhao, now animated, exclaims, Chuchu just mentioned that none of you have time, yet here comes one. Are you willing to embark on the luxurious cruise? You may bring your friends along. This ticket accommodates a total of 8 individuals, including a presidential suite, though if you bring friends, they must reserve their own rooms. Pei Yuchuan smiles. That sounds wonderful.
Thank you, Aunt Zhao. It will be just Chuchu and me.
Aunt Zhao's eyes twinkle. I will send you the link. You need only fill in your details online and bring your identification when the time comes. She winks at Qiao Chuchu. There will be many eligible bachelors aboard. Perhaps you might find a companion to enjoy the voyage with. Pei Yuchuan's gaze, cold and ghostly, lingers on Qiao Chuchu's profile. Qiao Chuchu responds earnestly to Aunt Zhao's suggestion. Yes, Aunt Zhao, I will certainly give it a thorough look. Aunt Zhao gently patted her cheeks and reminded Pei Yuchuan, be sure to help your sister choose wisely. With your parents no longer in this world, this matter deserves careful consideration. Pei Yuchuan smiled, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. Rest assured, Aunt Zhao. He tucked a stray lock of hair behind Qiao Chuchu's ear and said tenderly, unbeknownst to us, my little sister has grown into an age where she is ready to date. As her older brother, it is my duty to assist her in making the right choice. Though it was winter, their time spent outdoors was fleeting, hardly exceeding 5 minutes, so Pei Yuchuan was dressed lightly. He wore a simple, loose black coat paired with pure white and deep blue denim straight-leg trousers, his hair styled casually in a tousled wolf tail. A black headphone set hung around his neck, exuding a laid-back, carefree vibe, reminiscent of someone on vacation. She pouted slightly with envy, thinking, indeed, good-looking people can make even a burlap sack look appealing. Pei Yuchuan, glancing sideways at Qiao Chuchu, noticed her gaze was fixated on him. He raised an eyebrow, donned his headphones, and feigned interest in a short video. Qiao Chuchu, consumed by jealousy, thought, even the way he puts on headphones is captivating. I fail to understand why, despite being human like the rest of us, he can be so striking and charming. Clearing his throat, Pei Yuchuan casually raised his legs. Do my long legs look good? He mused. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, wow, those long legs. Leaning back against the sofa, Pei Yuchuan intentionally tilted his head slightly, showcasing his jawline. I could use that jawline for some knife-cut noodles, she quipped. A smile crept onto Pei Yuchuan's lips, and Qiao Chuchu continued, even when he's looking at his phone, he looks good. Pei Yuchuan pressed his lips together, feeling a slight flush on his ears. It dawned on him that Qiao Chuchu often secretly praised him in her mind when they were together. With a sigh, she lamented, what a pity, such a beautiful exterior, yet the soul within is so foolish. Just then, a handsome young man approached Qiao Chuchu nervously and asked hello. Can I have a WeChat? Taken aback, she hesitated to refuse and instead took out her phone to scan for him. The young man grinned, secretly glancing at her.
I've actually noticed you for quite some time.
She was pleasantly surprised. Thank you. This seems to be the first time someone has asked for my WeChat. As she prepared to share her QR code, a large hand suddenly covered her phone. Pei Yuchuan loomed beside her like a mountain that had drifted into place. One hand pressing down on her QR code, while the other rested in his pocket, silently observing the young man. The young man, bewildered, looked up at Pei Yuchuan, who towered over him, casting a shadow of silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Feeling increasingly flustered, the young man stammered, excuse me, and hastily departed. Qiao Chuchu stared in disbelief. Did that duck fly away just as it was about to be caught? She turned to Pei Yuchuan, bewildered. What was that for? Pei Yuchuan shot her a disdainful look. You really are insatiable. You'd accept anything that approaches. Qiao Chuchu responded with a puzzled expression. He reclined on the sofa, languidly draping his legs. He was so frail that even the slightest disturbance could send him soaring 3,000 meters. How could he ever embrace you? Qiao Chuchu mused. It seems to rhyme, doesn't he it? She sighed. To be honest, I'm not really looking to add anyone on WeChat. I merely wish to experience what it feels like to be added. Qiao Chuchu lamented softly, grinding her foot against the floor. After all, I've never even received a love letter in my life. Countless people have praised my beauty, yet during my adolescent years, there wasn't even a shy boy to notice me. It's a bit regretful. Pei Yuchuan popped a piece of gum into his mouth, chewing it slowly. Who said she had no admirers? During his school days, he held the key to Qiao Chuchu's locker, and love letters piled up like offerings of paper money. Among them were numerous persistent suitors. A simple conversation would often deter them from pursuing her. After all, none of the men who liked her possessed any courage. Once he graduated, he passed the locker key to the next younger brother. Pei Buxian, a classmate of Qiao Chuchu, had fixated on her until graduation. Pei Yuchuan scoffed lightly, but then recalled something that extinguished his earlier delight. Brothers from other families would never behave in such a manner. At most, they would exhibit a hint of jealousy. They would act in this way, and each one would do so with remarkable finesse, requiring no words.
Why?
Even now, after resolutely turning away, upon realizing that Qiao Chuchu had not intended to cause them harm, they would approach her with longing, coldly washing their dirty linen in public.
Why was that?
The more Pei Yuchuan pondered, the more his irritation grew, and he began to poke at his phone.
Yuchuan.
A voice filled with surprise rang out, and he looked up to see a familiar face. The man smiled brightly at him. You're here to have fun too. Pei Yuchuan felt the heaviness in his heart dissipate instantly and invited, what a coincidence, Song Mingjin. Let us grab a drink tonight, my treat. Song Mingjin nodded. His girlfriend in tow, I'll bring my girlfriend along. How about you? How many people are you bringing? Pei Yuchuan hesitated, glancing at Qiao Chuchu, who stood beside him with her head lowered. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. I'm a person who doesn't enjoy drinking parties.
Please don't take me.
Pei Yuchuan replied, I'll go alone. Qiao Chuchu let out a sigh of relief. A hint of glee creeping in. Tonight, I can peacefully sit in the presidential suite, gazing at the sea while drawing comics. Wonderful. It's perfect. Today's plot doesn't require my involvement, so I can unwind. Pei Yuchuan cast a sidelong glance at her. Her expression of delight shifted to seriousness as she feigned sorrow, gazing out the window. Pei Yuchuan can't stand to see me happy. Whenever I'm joyful, he likes to tease me. I mustn't let him know I wish for him to leave, or he'll drag me to drink. Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and snorted softly. Did she think she understood him? How naive. Chapter 67. Some thoughts are too profound to articulate and too intricate to decipher. With such musings, Pei Yuchuan's gaze became as profound as an endless night sky, enveloping the unsuspecting Qiao Chuchu within its depths. Completely disregarding the presence of Song Mingjin and others, Song Mingjin's girlfriend raised her little gossip radar and whispered, Is he the third young master of the Pei family? With a sigh, Song Mingjin replied, Indeed, he now heads a popular mobile gaming company. Wealthy, capable, and handsome. One cannot help but admire him. His girlfriend's eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed Pei Yuchuan's gaze towards Qiao Chuchu. So, is that girl his? The eighth sister adopted by the Pei family? Song Mingjin glanced at Qiao Chuchu and remarked, Don't look at her. She seems a bit off, obsessed with some peculiar interests. She's quite mad. Really? His girlfriend responded, astonished. She doesn't seem like it. Pei Yuchuan continued to observe Qiao Chuchu, who, in turn, was preoccupied with the scenery, her phone, and everything else except the people around her. With a mischievous grin, his girlfriend said, Aren't they a couple? Certainly not, Song Mingjin retorted. Pei Yuchuan is a staunch believer in remaining unmarried. Her excitement only grew. So, is he keeping himself pure? Her voice rose, startling both Qiao Chuchu and Pei Yuchuan, who turned to look at her. Song Mingjin, taken aback, quickly covered his girlfriend's mouth. I told you to stop reading those romantic novels, he urged. Let's go. With her eyes still gleaming, his girlfriend was dragged away, leaving Qiao Chuchu to watch them depart. Suddenly, she felt a burning gaze beside her. Turning her head, she met Pei Yuchuan's cold, piercing eyes. What are you staring at? Qiao Chuchu challenged. Without a flicker of emotion, Pei Yuchuan replied, What does it matter? Taken aback, Qiao Chuchu, realizing she couldn't hold her ground against him, fell silent. What do you mean, what does it matter? You should be congratulating yourself for provoking the most spoiled person in this world. Provoking me is like provoking no one at all. Pei Yuchuan paused and then chuckled. You don't need to wait for me to drink tonight. Rolling her eyes, she replied, Sure. Who else waiting for you? I'm not that idle. I want to wait for you. I'll just take a couple of sleeping pills and pass out. Even if you come to rave in my dreams, I won't pay you any attention. Pei Yuchuan was left speechless. His annoyance deepened, and the weight of his dark mood clung to him. As night fell, the ship sailed across the ocean. Inside the private room, Pei Yuchuan transformed his tumultuous emotions into drinks, sharing bottle after bottle with a group of men. Raising his glass, he swayed slightly as he toasted, Cheers. Song Mingjin, his tongue thick from drinking, pressed down on Pei Yuchuan's hand, perplexed. I'm curious. Why are you still single? So many girls adore you. Why don't you take a look? He gestured towards a short-skirted beauty singing nearby. Don't you like her? Pei Yuchuan didn't even glance up. Not interested. Song Mingjin was at a loss for words. How can you know without looking? Sing a duet with her and you might just find yourself smitten. Trust me.
Pei Yuchuan,
Growing impatient, snapped. Are you playing matchmaker? Can a guy just not want a date? Song Mingjin, unfazed, turned Pei Youchuan's face toward the girl. Look closely. I refuse to believe you're completely indifferent. The girl, microphone in hand, caught their gaze and smiled shyly. Isn't she lovely? Song Mingjin shouted. Pei Youchuan stared blankly. Still indifferent? Song Mingjin bellowed. Pei Youchuan fixed his gaze upon the young lady's eyes and shook his head, uttering a resolute no. His voice was swallowed by the ambient sounds. Not everything is meant to be grasped. Some things, akin to ice cubes, melt away upon mere contact. Song Mingjin beckoned the young lady with a gesture, prompting her to rush over, her face alight with joy as she looked at Pei Youchuan. Suddenly, Pei Youchuan rose to his feet, towering before her like a great mountain. The young lady, flustered, clutched the microphone nervously. Pei Youchuan extended his hand toward her. Her cheeks flushed with anticipation. With a swift motion, he snatched the microphone from her grasp, bringing it to his lips, declaring, "Let me hear a song from Phoenix legend, All is Love." The young lady and Song Mingjin exchanged incredulous glances. Soon, Song Mingjin recovered, suggesting, "Perfect. A duet for the two of you." Pei Youchuan swayed as he stepped onto the stage, insisting, "No need. I can sing the female parts with a falsetto." A short while later, Qiao Chuchu, deeply engrossed in her drawing, received a call from the hotel front desk. To her surprise, it was not a staff member, but Song Mingjin's girlfriend. After introducing herself, the girlfriend apologetically inquired, "Miss Qiao, am I disturbing your rest?" Qiao Chuchu shook her head. "Not at all. What is the matter?" The voice on the other end sounded flustered. "Well, your brother has everyone utterly inebriated and refuses to let anyone leave, insisting my boyfriend sing old love songs with him." Qiao Chuchu's lips twitched. "Singing love songs?" The girlfriend sighed. "Yes, my boyfriend is sprawled on the floor, with no one to duet with. He insists on singing alone, claiming he can sing the female parts. Could you possibly lend a hand? None of us can reason with him," the girlfriend pleaded.
Qiao Chuchu, momentarily speechless, acquiesced, fine.
She hurried over, pondering why Pei Youchuan, typically only drinking when unhappy, was in such high spirits on a luxurious cruise. Upon reaching the private room, she found a group of girlfriends anxiously waiting at the door to retrieve their boyfriends. Their faces lit up upon her arrival. "Miss Qiao, you finally made it." Qiao Chuchu felt as if she were a dormitory manager with a key to let a group of college students in. Stealing her resolve, she approached the door, about to push it open when Song Mingjin's girlfriend handed her a microphone. "Please buy us some time as we try to drag our boyfriends away." "Can't we reason with Pei Youchuan?" Qiao Chuchu asked. The girlfriend's eyes widened in disbelief. "You think you can reason with a drunken person?"
Qiao Chuchu conceded, "No."
"I suppose not." She pushed the door open. Pei Youchuan, unaware of her entrance, continued to face away from her, selecting a song. "I'd like to hear Charming Danger." Song Mingjin, sprawled on the floor and dazed, murmured, "Whether it's charming or not, I can certainly say it's dangerous right now." Unfazed, Pei Youchuan sang passionately from the stage. "Why is the most charming also the most dangerous? Why does love render one incomplete?" Qiao Chuchu stood to the side, microphone in hand, her expression akin to that of a student awaiting feedback during a thesis defense, signaling to the other young ladies to hasten and retrieve their companions. Pei Youchuan, when inebriated, revels in his drunken antics, displaying an obstinacy that even 10 stubborn donkeys could not budge. It is imperative that we act swiftly. Chapter 68. Not all questions have answers. Song Mingjin sat up, squinting at Qiao Chuchu. "Am I dreaming? Is that Miss Qiao I see?" His girlfriend leaned down to tug at him. "Miss Qiao has come to your rescue. She will sing a love song in your stead. Hurry." Song Mingjin furrowed his brow in consternation. She is an overprotective sister. Can she sing well? If she sings poorly, Pei Youchuan will be irate. Unbeknownst to them, Pei Youchuan sat on a high stool, eyes closed, lost in reverie as he sang, "My heart has waited for you for many years. Love unsaid threatens to drown me. It is an inexplicable, convoluted knot." He pointed at Song Mingjin. "Sing for me." A melodious female voice resonated. "To claim ignorance is to deceive." Pei Youchuan froze, astonished as he turned toward the source. In the dim light, Qiao Chuchu appeared in simple loungewear, draped in a loose, soft, pale yellow cardigan. Her hair casually pinned with a pencil. Strands of hair lazily framed her cheeks as she sang, "I am sorry for blurring the lines between trust and love." Both Song Mingjin and his girlfriend were left speechless. "Wow, she really sings beautifully." Pei Youchuan set down the microphone, captivated by her voice. Qiao Chuchu stepped closer, treading softly in the light. "Why is the most alluring also the most perilous? Why does love render us incomplete? Pei Yuchuan tilted his head slightly, perplexed. It was strange that Qiao Chuchu was the one approaching him, yet he felt himself drawn into the essence of her song. Standing before him, Qiao Chuchu continued, "In my eyes, you are truly special, but alas, you do not dwell in my dreams. Love is inexplicable, a convoluted knot." Pei Yuchuan, in a daze, picked up the microphone and harmonized with her on the final line. Love is inexplicable, convoluted, a knot. He squinted, extending his hand to caress her face. I feel as though I have seen Qiao Chuchu. Breathless, Qiao Chuchu gazed at him with mild reproach. She had rushed over to avoid any trouble for Sangge. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Pei Yuchuan's eyes glaze over, his head drooping into her embrace. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, "Just moments ago, you were lively. Now you play dead upon seeing me." This fool was drenched in liquor. Grabbing a pair of scissors, she aimed at Pei Yuchuan's chest, preparing to cut away the source of the alcohol. With swift precision, she made her move. Suddenly, a hand clutched her wrist tightly. Startled, Qiao Chuchu looked up to meet Pei Yuchuan's deep, cold gaze. "What are you doing?" Qiao Chuchu replied, "Aren't you asleep?" Pei Yuchuan's eyes were sharp and clear. "Your scissors are pressing into my flesh." Qiao Chuchu fell silent, noticing a small spot of blood blooming. She tapped her head. "I wondered why the sensation fell off. I thought you were wearing a push-up bra." Pei Yuchuan. He dazedly scanned the surroundings. "Do you wish to take advantage of me?" Pei Yuchuan, slightly bewildered, became aware that it was indeed her who had sung just moments ago. Not a mere figment of his intoxicated imagination. Suddenly, his grip on her wrist tightened. Pei Yuchuan lay on the bed in a rather disheveled manner, insisting, "Do not leave." He beckoned her closer with a playful smile. "Come here, I have a secret to share." Qiao Chuchu paused, feeling a sense of intrigue. It is often said that the truth comes out after a few drinks. Perhaps Pei Yuchuan was about to divulge some juicy gossip. With a cheerful disposition, she leaned in closer to his ear and asked, "What secret?" In a deep, raspy voice, Pei Yuchuan whispered, "Actually, Xia Xuechuan resembles you quite a bit. All of us fellows believe so, but no one has mentioned it to you." Qiao Chuchu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, exclaiming, "Have you all lost your sight?" "No, I assure you, I haven't." Pei Yuchuan shook his head, "Though you two may not look alike. When she gets that stubborn look on her face, it's as if you are standing there in a daze. But when you are compared side by side, Xia Xuechuan pales in comparison to you." He placed a hand over his heart and continued earnestly, "Only you possess that delightful blend of mischief and charm when you are being obstinate." Qiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, and a question slipped from her lips. "If I were to die, how would you feel upon seeing Xia Xuechuan?" Pei Yuchuan froze, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "I cannot fathom how I would react. All I know is that I would be engulfed in sorrow, filled with regret, and desperate to make amends." His tears fell like shooting stars, landing heavily on the pillow beside him. "Moreover, I have another secret. I was the one who disposed of your love letters." Qiao Chuchu blinked in confusion. "What love letters?" Pei Yuchuan propped himself up, gazing at her through tear-filled eyes. "Back in school, you received many love letters and I didn't like them, so I burned them all." Qiao Chuchu's eyes widened in shock. "You burned them? Why would you do that?" Pei Yuchuan trembled at her outburst, pouting like a child as he began to cry, "Why are you so fierce?" But a whole pile of love letters was incinerated, and she was completely unaware. Pei Yuchuan fell silent. He wiped his tears, then, with a serious expression, removed his shirt, revealing a chiseled physique before Qiao Chuchu. A strikingly handsome man, seemingly weakened by intoxication. However, Qiao Chuchu had no time to admire him. "Did the others also agree with your actions?" she inquired. "Yes." Pei Yuchuan tossed his shirt aside, his tone growing increasingly irritable. "I was not the only one who burned those letters. After I graduated, Pei Fengnom took over, then it was Pei Si and Pei Mu. And finally, Pei Buxian." Qiao Chuchu asked, "Why?" Pei Yuchuan raised his gaze to meet hers, a commanding look settling on his features. "There is no reason. We simply desired to do so, and no one could stop us, brothers." Just like this. In a swift motion, he grasped her hand, and amidst the chaos, suddenly pinned Qiao Chuchu beneath him. Qiao Chuchu gasped in surprise. Pei Yuchuan straddled her waist, brushing aside her stray hair, his robust form fully revealed from this angle. His eyes were dark and deep, akin to the waves of a midnight sea, swirling with an enigmatic intensity as he threatened her. "Qiao Chuchu, I warn you. I will not be adding you as a friend on WeChat, so don't even think about it." Do you understand? With a pair of scissors clutched for self-defense, Qiao Chuchu questioned, how do we suddenly transition from love letters to WeChat friends? Pei Yuchuan smirked, his gaze lingering on her lips for a brief 3 seconds. Then, he reached out and pinched her face with force. Qiao Chuchu winced in pain. Ouch. Pei Yuchuan, seemingly delighting in some twisted amusement, rubbed her face until it turned crimson. Then grinned, revealing a small canine tooth. See you tomorrow, 8th sister. Chapter 69, Pei Yuchuan. Drunken shenanigans, the nature of character. A throbbing headache plagued him, akin to a gold miner burrowing within his skull. Pei Yuchuan uncomfortably propped himself up on the bed, glancing around. This must be Qiao Chuchu's room. How did he end up in this space? As he pondered, his expression shifted, and he meticulously examined his body. His trousers were still intact, but where was his shirt? Stumbling, he leapt from the bed. Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu, seated on the sofa drawing, heard footsteps thundering toward her like an elephant. Before she could raise her head, her chin was seized. Pei Yuchuan gripped her chin tightly, scrutinizing her neck as if searching for something.
Annoyed,
She broke free. Are you still drunk? Pei Yuchuan took a few steps back, staring at her intently. Where's my shirt? Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, replied. It's on the floor in your room. He turned and rummaged through the room, indeed finding it on the ground. He hastily donned the garment and approached Qiao Chuchu. Panic etched on his face. Why is my shirt on the floor? Qiao Chuchu, at a loss for words, retorted. What do you think? If it's on the floor, you must have taken it off yourself. Pei Yuchuan, bewildered, wrapped his arms around himself, fear almost palpable on his face. Then why did I take my clothes off? Qiao Chuchu replied with exasperation. How would I know why you chose to undress? She disdainfully sipped her hot water. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of undressing. He had straddled me like a weirdo and commanded me not to add anyone else on WeChat. And he cried first, clearly upset and venting his frustrations on me. Pei Yuchuan. Memories finally surged back, 10 minutes delayed and densely packed. In truth, Xia Xuechen resembles you quite a bit. Something our group of brothers all agree upon, though none have mentioned it to you. Back in school, you received numerous love letters. I disliked them, so I burned them all. There was no particular reason. We simply chose to do as we pleased, and no one could stop us brothers. He flipped over, pinning Qiao Chuchu beneath him, straddling her waist, looking down from a position of power. Under the dim light of the lamp, Qiao Chuchu's flustered eyes shimmered with emotion. In that moment, he yearned to make her cry, longing to see those watery eyes shed tears, calling out to him as third brother. He fought against this impulse for a while, then glared at her with malevolent intent. Qiao Chuchu, I warn you, I will not add you on WeChat. And do not even think about adding me, understood? Qiao Chuchu held her teacup and scoffed. Just drunk antics, pulling your girlfriend into singing love songs. And you claim you can sing a woman's part. Pei Yuchuan. His memory pressed the rewind button again, recalling the moment Qiao Chuchu held the microphone, singing alongside him. Upon seeing her, he thought he was dreaming and reached out to touch her face. Damn. Pei Yuchuan suddenly let out a wail, grasping his hair and exclaiming, Ah,
just kill me already.
as he approached the door. He did not forget to warn Qiao Chuchu, forget about what happened last night. No one is allowed to speak of it. Qiao Chuchu regarded him with the same look one might give a monkey that had escaped from the zoo. I have already forgotten. Pei Yuchuan sighed in relief and turned to leave. However, after speaking, he slammed the door shut. Seated on the sofa, Qiao Chuchu contemplated. Her 7 brothers were teetering on the brink of darkness, yet it was only Pei Buxian and Pei Che whose hidden transformations were conspicuously apparent. Pei Yuchuan did not seem to be darkened. Rather, he resembled a beast, jumping about like a seagull that slaps tourists in the face. In truth, he was not as sinister in the original narrative. He was a vibrant character in the presence of Xia Xuechen. He had taken her on roller coasters, skydiving, and indulged in ice cream. When Xia Xuechen was feeling down, he even rented a helicopter to show her the cityscape at night, setting off the most splendid fireworks that nearly filled the sky. Wait, what? Qiao Chuchu let out a perplexed hiss. It dawned on her that the gestures Pei Yuchuan had extended to Xia Xuechen were precisely the same as those he had once offered her before their fallout. It was Pei Yuchuan who had taken her to view the night scenery when she was feeling low, who had secretly taken her on roller coasters that their elder brother would never permit, who had shared ice cream with her, and who had illuminated the sky with fireworks in her honor. After her demise, Pei Yuchuan had unwittingly replicated every experience they had shared for Xia Xuechen. Indeed, She had merely been a tool for cultivating a devoted admirer, transforming a group of handsome supporting characters into ideal companions for Qiao Chuchu. With a heavy heart, Qiao Chuchu picked up a mirror to inspect herself. Alas, aside from my wealth, beauty, extraordinary wisdom, and shameless spirit, I possess nothing. She chuckled mischievously, joyfully bounding out the door. Off to have some fun. Wei Wenjuan's secretary dutifully followed him, holding a tablet in hand. Mr. Wei, as per your request, Miss Qiao and her family have been arranged in suites on the same floor as you. Wei Wenjuan nodded. He was aware that Qiao Chuchu was aboard this vessel. Yet he had been preoccupied. Today was the first time he could approach her. He ascended the spiral staircase. Qiao Chuchu, gripping the railing, descended the stairs and inadvertently glanced at Wei Wenjuan. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Sensing her gaze, he met her eyes, raising an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. They were bound to encounter one another. Wei Wenjuan narrowed his eyes, resembling a wolf, his gaze unwavering as he walked, maintaining eye contact with her. Qiao Chuchu stood rooted in place, gazing at the approaching figure. The man's skin was as pale as snow, clad in a crisp, unwrinkled black suit, with an impeccable physique. He wore an expensive watch, and every movement exuded the air of a formidable presence that overshadowed the mundane. He was strikingly handsome, with fox-like elongated eyes and lips that bore a crimson smile that seemed to beckon. A man akin to a wolf king. Truly, a man reminiscent of a wolf king. She felt almost suffocated by the oppressive aura, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon his face. As they brushed past each other, Wei Wenjuan averted his eyes with a cool indifference, while Qiao Chuchu lingered on his profile, watching him depart. Wei Wenjuan's secretary, feeling a chill at the sight, murmured softly, "Why does Miss Qiao keep staring at you?" Unfazed, Wei Wenjuan replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Many have gazed intently at my face." Qiao Chuchu stood there, dazed, her eyes tracing his retreating figure, before she pulled out her phone and opened her comic. The cover featured a strikingly handsome man with an air of aloof disdain, embodying the very essence of her artistic creation, the dashing protagonist of her comic, which had garnered immense popularity, even collaborating with several dining brands. To her astonishment, the man she had just seen resembled her character perfectly, as if he had stepped right out of her imagination. Overwhelmed with excitement, she felt tears welling up, exclaiming, "My son." Wei Wenjuan, perplexed, responded with a simple, Chapter 70. As the creator, all one needs is to observe from a distance the happiness of their paper children. "Ah, my son is looking at me. It's me, your mother, the one who brought you together with Man-Man." She glanced around, asking, "Where is my Man-Man? Is she with you?" Wei Wenjuan, bewildered, thought, "What son? What Man-Man? Where did this Man-Man come from?" Growing slightly irritated, he turned to enter the building, quietly instructing, "Hand me Qiao Chuchu's files." The secretary complied, offering the documents while explaining softly, "Her ID name is Qiao Chu, but few know her true name. Everyone calls her Qiao Chuchu." Wei Wenjuan inquired, "An unusual affection?" The secretary cautiously nodded. In simple terms, she is infatuated with her brothers, 7 of them, to be precise. She often resorts to threats, coercing them into submission. Currently, she has overdosed on sleeping pills 3 times and suffered alcohol poisoning twice. Wei Wenjuan sighed, glancing at the secretly trailing Qiao Chuchu. He had thought her an innocuous peach, but instead discovered a peculiar obsession. What a pity. He sighed again, perusing Qiao Chuchu's records on his tablet. The secretary, puzzled, asked, "What is so regrettable?" Wei Wenjuan replied, "She is rather foolish. If she were a product of our family's upbringing, we would have constructed an exquisite cage to confine those 7 brothers, starving them until they could no longer resist, then feeding them ourselves. After a year or so, wouldn't they come to adore her? Besides, does affection truly matter? It is only the physical presence that endures." His fingers glided gently across the screen, landing on Qiao Chuchu's professional work. Among the images, one comic caught his eye. The protagonist bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, cradling a sultry, golden-haired woman in his arms. They appeared as an extravagantly glamorous couple, exuding a quintessential Mary Sue charm. His brows furrowed as he cast a glance at Qiao Chuchu seated opposite him. This was indeed a place for enjoying a buffet breakfast. Qiao Chuchu stealthily sought a convenient vantage point to observe him, taking in the scenery while sipping her soy milk, and casually glancing his way. She seemed to believe her disguise was quite effective. In truth, she was as furtive as a little hamster plotting an escape, filled with trepidation. Suddenly, He comprehended the significance of the term son. Wei Shengwenjian's expression darkened as he directly seated himself at the table opposite Qiao Chuchu. Their tables were closely aligned, allowing Qiao Chuchu to see Wei Shengwenjian with a mere glance upwards. Likewise, her subtle movements did not escape his notice. As she covertly observed him while drinking her soy milk, the corners of her mouth nearly reached her temples. Just look at that nose, those brows, that visage, that physique. That demeanor. He is the spitting image of my son. This seemingly austere and resolute figure harbors an impassioned soul that cannot thrive without my daughter. He appears indifferent, yet his heart is fervent. It is unfathomable how stunning my daughter must be when she stands before me.
Oh.
I must sincerely thank Aunt Zhao for the tickets she sent, allowing the mere figments of my imagination to manifest before my very eyes. I desperately wish to approach him and strike up a conversation, but perhaps it is best to refrain. Qiao Chuchu bit her lower lip, contemplating seriously. I am myself. My son is my son, and my daughter is my daughter. We are independent beings. I must not intrude upon their lives, for they do not know me. I am merely the creator of their existence. Wei Shengwenjian. That made an unsettling amount of sense. He almost believed he was a character conjured by Qiao Chuchu rather than a human born of her. Suddenly, Qiao Chuchu erupted into a lewd chuckle. As long as I can observe him and my daughter in happiness from afar, that suffices. He. Wei Shengwenjian. At that moment, a young lady approached him. May I add you on WeChat? Qiao Chuchu tensed immediately. Oh no, do not add WeChat in my presence. Otherwise, my son will become tainted in my heart.
Wei Shengwenjian unhesitatingly declined. I'm sorry.
The young lady nodded in disappointment and turned away. Wenjian cast a cold glance towards Qiao Chuchu. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my son remains my son. Wei Shengwenjian. He had never even considered adding her. He never conversed with insignificant individuals. Yet, Qiao Chuchu, pale-faced, stood up, her fragile spirit teetering. I think we should leave. If this handsome gentleman happens to have a girlfriend or a wife, and he bears no resemblance to my daughter, I might faint right here. She lowered her head to depart. Yet, a familiar male voice rang out from across the table. Mr. Wei Shen? Qiao Chuchu looked up in astonishment. Ji Yanchuan stood beside Wei Shengwenjian, smiling gracefully. What a coincidence. Are you here for fun as well? As Wei Shengwenjian recognized him, a fleeting glimmer of menace crossed his eyes, and a slow smile crept upon his lips. Young Master Ji, is that so? Ji Yanchuan beamed widely. I've been feeling a bit down lately, so I thought I'd take a stroll. As he spoke, he casually glanced at Qiao Chuchu, his gaze suddenly locking onto her. Crazy woman? Qiao Chuchu ignored Ji Yanchuan and instead fixed her gaze directly on Wei Shengwenjian. Are you a member of the Wei Sheng family?
Yanhun scoffed.
Was this madwoman really initiating a conversation with someone from the notoriously haughty Wei Sheng clan? Did she not realize that they were known for their disdainful arrogance? She would soon find herself at a loss. However, in the next moment, Wei Shengwenjian stood up and extended his hand to Qiao Chuchu. Yes, I am the eldest brother of the Wei Sheng family, Wei Shengwenjian. Ji Yanchuan. Qiao Chuchu. Struck as if by lightning, she fell back. Wenjian, quick on his feet, caught her in his arms. Are you alright? Qiao Chuchu, pale as death, leaned against his shoulder and shook her head. I'm fine. I just recalled something sorrowful.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. I thought it was fate that allowed my son to pass through my world, but this person who bears an uncanny resemblance to him is none other than the unfortunate Wei Shengwenjian, who was driven to death by anger. Wei Shengwenjian. Qiao Chuchu, overwhelmed with grief, grasped his hand. Have you ever had an electrocardiogram? Wei Shengwenjian. Qiao Chuchu, with a face full of sorrow, continued. Have you had a cardiac ultrasound? An arterial imaging? A brain scan? Wei Shengwenjian's complexion began to pale, struggling to suppress the urge to pull away.
No.
Qiao Chuchu pressed his arm. You should go get one done. With a motherly concern, she added, don't let something happen that you can't withstand, like a brain hemorrhage or heart disease. That would be tragic. Wei Shengwenjian raised the corners of his mouth, gritting his teeth in a smile. I am indeed angry at the moment, but whether it can kill me is another matter. Chapter 71. Wei Shengwenjian. Indifferent to the sweetness of melons. Qiao Chuchu straightened up, concern etched on her face. It's all right. I know why you're angry. Wei Shengwenjian, intrigued, replied, Oh? Qiao Chuchu bypassed him, standing defiantly before Ji Yanchuan. Keep your distance from my son, sir. Wei Shengwenjian. Ji Yanchuan, taken aback, looked absurdly at Wei Xingwenjian. Mr. Wei, are you really going to let this madwoman act out in front of you? Her mental state is precarious. She might lash out at any moment. Qiao Chuchu scoffed. Rest assured, your grandfather's shoe sole will always stick to you. Ji Yanchuan's expression darkened. Madwoman, don't push your luck. Yanfun. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had initially intended to let Qiao Chuchu off the hook after failing to have her dealt with, but now she was provoking him right before his eyes. Was she seeking her own demise? Originally, I had no intention of interacting with the other members of the Weixing family, as they are known for their ruthless nature. However, now that this man, who looks just like my son, is the very Wei Xingwenjian who was driven to death by anger, can I remain indifferent? Can I allow my daughter to live as a widow? I cannot. Furthermore, Ji Yanchuan, who appears so composed now, I still vividly remember how he caused my son's demise. Ji Yanchuan showed Wei Xingwenjian the photographs of the 4 deceased members of the Weixing family, detailing how his brother and sister met their ends in an effort to provoke him. Wei Xingwenjian had taken over the responsibilities of his deceased siblings, enduring 7 consecutive days of relentless work with scarcely a moment to rest, teetering on the brink of collapse.
Provoked Billionaire thoughts.
He was driven to the edge of exasperation. A profound intensity flickered in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Ji Yanchuan. How intriguing! He had presumed Ji Yanchuan to be merely an arrogant fool, yet it appeared he was adept at striking at vulnerabilities. Engaging with such nefarious characters was, after all, to his liking. In the midst of his contemplation, Qiao Chuchu suddenly beckoned him with a delicate gesture. Could you lean in a bit closer? When Jean furrowed his brows slightly, he had never been summoned in such a manner. Nevertheless, he tempered his impatience and leaned down to listen. With an air of mystery, Qiao Chuchu warned, Mr. Wei Sheng, keep your distance from Ji Yanchuan. Do not engage in business or even converse with him, merely maintain a facade of politeness. He harbors ill intentions and possesses a dubious character, as do his family members, driven by self-interest. They are quite wicked. Moreover, he brings misfortune upon you, undermining your financial prospects. When John raised an eyebrow, bemused. Was this her method of persuasion?
How amusing.
He inquired with genuine interest. So, you possess the gift of divination? Qiao Chuchu nodded earnestly. I have some understanding. I can read faces. Have you heard about Sister Yukin's accident? That was foretold in my readings, which is why I was able to save her. With a lazy smirk, Wei Xingwenjian prodded, and what does my visage reveal? Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Chuchu replied, you look like a man on the brink of death. Excuse me? No, I mean you possess an allure that is simply irresistible. She thought to herself, it must remain a secret that he will infuriate Ji Yanchuan next year, otherwise his current year would be utterly ruined. When John mused silently, it is already quite dismal. Ji Yanchuan stood opposite them, observing the peculiar pairing. Despite Wei Xingwenjian's age, he bore no signs of it. His skin was taut and devoid of wrinkles, resembling a pale, vampiric figure risen from a coffin, exuding the aura of a mature man. Standing at nearly 6'3", clad in a sharply tailored suit, he leaned slightly to hear Qiao Chuchu speak. The height disparity forced her to rise on her toes to draw closer, creating an image of 2 individuals, one seasoned by the trials of life, the other a naive young lady, sharing trivial secrets as if they were royalty accustomed to the tumult of the world. Ji Yanchuan grew increasingly irked and suggested, Mr. Wei Sheng, let us share a breakfast together. He shot a glance at Qiao Chuchu, adding, just the 2 of us. I have some business matters I wish to discuss with you. Nervously, Qiao Chuchu turned to Wei Xingwenjian, whispering urgently, he is here at the behest of his family. Trust me, this project will yield no favorable outcome. It is a trap. Of course, whether you believe me is up to you, but I implore you to weigh my words carefully. Trust me.
He means to do you harm.
Though he may not succeed now, he and his family will conspire to lead you into a pitfall step by step. He carries the aura of a protagonist. Once you engage, your defeat is inevitable. Qiao Chuchu prepared to leave, saying, I'm off. Wait a moment. Wei Xingwenjian opened his phone and handed her the WeChat QR code. Let us exchange contact information. Ji Yanchuan was taken aback. Was Wei Xingwenjian actually taking the initiative to exchange contact details? What charm did this madwoman possess? He glared at Qiao Chuchu with displeasure. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily startled and felt a twinge of regret. No, thank you. Wei Xingwenjian was perplexed. Ji Yanchuan was utterly bewildered. Did she not realize how rare it was for Wei Xingwenjian to request WeChat? And she had the audacity to refuse? A flicker of annoyance crossed Wei Shengwen's dark eyes. No one had ever turned him down before. Qiao Chuchu offered an apologetic smile. What was the point of adding him if they wouldn't converse? Regrettably, while she could scold, she struggled to flatter, and she didn't know how to decline gracefully. Feeling slightly awkward, she waved goodbye, stating, "I'll take my leave now. I don't want to be overly entangled. I merely wish to draw nearer to my son's life, while keeping a distance from his everyday existence." Ji Yanchuan mocked as he stared at her retreating figure. How utterly oblivious. "Where are you off to, Mr. Wei Sheng?" As Qiao Chuchu walked a few steps away, she suddenly sensed a broad figure approaching from behind. Instinctively, she recoiled, and her phone was snatched away. Wei Shengwen stepped in front of her, aimed her phone at her face, and unlocked it. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. He opened WeChat on her phone, scanned the QR code, added her as a friend, and handed the phone back to her. "Thank you." Qiao Chuchu was speechless. Wei Shengwen briskly brushed past her. She stood in shock, gazing at his retreating form, then glanced at her WeChat. To be forced into adding someone against my will? Is this the legendary Wei family, who always gets what they desire? Is a forcibly acquired fruit still worth tasting? He cared little whether the fruit was sweet or not. He simply wanted it by his side. Despite having endured 30 minutes of being called son, he remained silent. Yet when it came to adding him on WeChat, she had turned him down. How frustrating. Qiao Chuchu, exasperated, tucked her phone away and turned, only to collide with Pei Yuchuan's icy gaze. He stood at the entrance of the restaurant, accompanied by several male friends, seemingly having observed for quite some time. Chapter 72. Wenjian. Do you know that Qiao Chuchu is a brother complex? Pei Yuchuan's gaze cut through the noisy crowd like a silver-tipped spear, directly aimed at Qiao Chuchu. If this were a fantastical realm, she felt as though her protective barrier was beginning to shatter. Qiao Chuchu thought to herself. Pei Yuchuan had just admonished her against adding anyone else on WeChat, and now he had witnessed her doing precisely that. What bad luck truly was. This was the epitome of misfortune. Anxiety crept into her heart as she contemplated the potential repercussions. Pei Yuchuan was a shrewd individual who would never allow her to add someone on WeChat only to delete them later. However, he was certainly capable of orchestrating some minor mischief. Although the two of us had agreed not to add outsiders on WeChat, this peculiar situation is beyond my control, as I may inevitably have to encounter members of the Weisheng family in the future. Qiao Chuchu scratched her head and pondered. But what kind of status must I possess to face the Weisheng family without feeling intimidated? Each of them is an exceptionally renowned figure. Just then, Pei Yuchuan exchanged a few words with those around him before parting ways and striding towards Wei Shengwen. Wei Shengwen and Ji Yanchen were currently situated in the VIP lounge. The lavish cruise ship's buffet breakfast is divided into 3 tiers. Those who can access this breakfast hall are either affluent or of high social standing, while only a rare few are permitted in the VIP area. This section exclusively caters to guests of the presidential and deluxe suites, and entry is regulated by facial recognition. Only those residing in the designated rooms are allowed to enter. The services offered here are superior to those in other breakfast halls, and throughout the entire luxurious vessel, only 10 families are qualified to enjoy this exclusive area, yet, coincidentally, only 2 families are present at this moment. Pei Yuchuan passed through the automatically opening door and took a seat parallel to Wei Shengwen. Sensing something amiss, Qiao Chuchu peered through the frosted glass at Pei Yuchuan's silhouette. Wei Shengwen cast a subtle glance in his direction. Qiao Chuchu initially thought he hadn't called for her and surveyed the surroundings. Pei Yuchuan's expression briefly flickered with irritation as he pointed at her, silently mouthing, "It's you." With a sense of bewilderment, Qiao Chuchu entered the VIP area, and the moment she stepped inside, the cacophony of children's cries and the chatter of others were entirely muffled, enveloping her in an unsettling silence. She obediently settled into a booth. Pei Yuchuan wore a casually relaxed smile. "You haven't tea at breakfast, have you?" Qiao Chuchu shot him a perplexed glance. "No. Brother. Just a moment ago, you were squawking like a seagull in front of me, and now you suddenly adopt this congenial demeanor. It truly leaves me feeling disoriented." Pei Yuchuan remained silent. Wei Shengwen's lips curled into a slight smirk, addressing Ji Yanchen. "Young Master Ji." Ji Yanchen, who had been speaking animatedly, responded, Wei Shengwen maintained a distant smile. "Let us eat." Ji Yanchen, taken aback, replied, "But I haven't finished my story." He subtly furrowed his brow, implying that his words were dismissed.
He smiled lightly. "All right."
Ji Yanchen cast a sidelong glare at Qiao Chuchu.
"What?"
Was it not enough that this fellow spoke ill of him to Wei Shengwen? Now he had to intrude during his business discussions? He glanced at the quietly eating Weisheng Wenjian, then at Qiao Chuchu, who seemed oddly restless. Since there were only the four of them, he decided to speak freely. With a cheerful demeanor, he began, "Back in my school days, I heard some amusing tales." Weisheng Wenjian looked up at him. Ji Yanchen picked up his black coffee. Smiling meaningfully, "I heard that the 8th young lady of the Pei family is pursuing her 7 brothers." Qiao Chuchu, sipping hot water, choked. Pei Yuchuan shot Ji Yanchen a cold glare. "Try spreading another rumor, if you dare." Ji Yanchen chuckled. "Pei Yuchuan, you needn't resort to such comments to defend your sister's honor. This isn't mere gossip. It's a well-known secret among many in our circle." He smiled amiably at Weisheng Wenjian and inquired, "Mr. Weisheng, have you ever heard of such occurrences?" Weisheng Wenjian, with a cryptic smile gracing his lips, turned his keen interest towards Qiao Chuchu and replied, "No." Qiao Chuchu wiped the water stains off the table, feeling the intense gazes of the two men upon her, which made her increasingly restless. Seasoned gossipmonger Ji Yanchuan, do you truly consider yourself the male lead? I perceive you more as a village busybody discussing the private affairs of others. Ji Yanchuan chuckled. "I am genuinely curious. Qiao Chuchu, what motivates you to pursue your 7 brothers who have painstakingly raised you? Do you not find your actions repugnant?" Pei Yuchuan slammed the table in indignation. Qiao Chuchu stood her ground defiantly, "Because I enjoy traversing the boundaries set by humanity." Pei Yuchuan. Weisheng Wenjian. Yanhun? She reclined gracefully on the sofa, hands delicately intertwined, and continued, "They are all handsome, treat me well, and care for me diligently when I am unwell. They have memorized my likes and dislikes, showering me with affection and indulgence, making it exceedingly difficult not to fall in love with them. When I lacked funds and fell ill, they would sacrifice their lives to gather money for me. When they had wealth, they were anxious that their offerings were insufficient, buying me houses, cars, and clothes. When I desire something, a mere glance and a lift of my chin renders it mine." Qiao Chuchu smiled alluringly, languidly crossing her legs. "But the mere thought of them eventually leaving me to seek others, whether men or women, infuriates me, for it would mean sharing my affection. Hence, I acted." With a sigh, she expressed her regret. "I had anticipated witnessing my brother's struggle in a state of moral conflict, lost yet restrained, loving me yet unable to voice it, ultimately yearning to consume me whole. Yet, they remain indifferent, rendering my efforts futile." Pei Yuchuan gazed deeply at Qiao Chuchu, his Adam's apple rolling. Weisheng Wenjian rested his chin on his hand, intrigued by Pei Yuchuan's reaction. Only Ji Yanchuan appeared foolish, mocking Qiao Chuchu, who boldly admitted to her pursuits, making him seem like an instigator. Qiao Chuchu rose and approached Ji Yanchuan, stating, "My plans have failed, and I have apologized to my brothers. If you seek to provoke my sense of morality or induce shame, I regret to inform you that I possess no moral compass, nor do I feel embarrassed." With a smile concealing a blade, she added, "If I had morals, I would not pursue my own brothers. I am a pervert. I desire 7 handsome men more, not fewer." She leaned forward, hands planted firmly on the table. "Do you have anything further to say?" Chapter 73. On the surface, they are brothers. In secrecy, they are men. Ji Yanchuan's lips twitched, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You are indeed candid." The expression on Ji Yanchuan's face gradually faded. Qiao Chuchu's eyes sparkled with mockery. "You, a clear product of moral decay, dare to ridicule others for lacking ethical boundaries?" Ji Yanchuan raised his hand to attack her. Qiao Chuchu slammed his hand onto the table, creating a resounding clatter that startled the waitstaff. Towering over Ji Yanchuan, she spoke leisurely. "Your father is nothing but a promiscuous cucumber, and here you are, entangled with other women even during your engagement. You are merely a reserve of that same disgrace." Ji Yanchuan's breath quickened, resembling a furiously agitated cat, left speechless by her words. She smirked, looked around at the others present. "Who else among us is a product of an affair? With your background, do you really think you have the right to mock me? Wake up. Given your father's conduct, had you been a girl, you wouldn't even be here." Straightening her posture, she scoffed, "I'm leaving." Her silhouette exuded pride as her inner thoughts screamed, "I am the alluring and enigmatic one, the reborn antagonist destined to cultivate the male lead. Indeed, the facade one presents to the world is self-crafted. I am undeniably stunning. If you wish to mock me for being twisted, then I shall embrace that twistedness. As long as I disregard morality, you shall not ensnare me." This verbal exchange, I have undoubtedly triumphed. I suspect Ji Yanchuan will be awake in the dead of night, weeping in fury. And as for me? Ha! I have never been blocked in my life. I'm off. She strode confidently through the censor door, her hair flowing elegantly behind her. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xingwenjian exchanged glances, surprised by the depth of Qiao Chuchu's inner monologue revealed in such a brief moment. Pei Yuchuan watched her retreating figure with a twinge of regret. Simultaneously, both turned their attention to Ji Yanchuan, whose expression was a portrait of distress. Mr. Wei Sheng, I've lost my appetite. I'll take my leave, he announced, rising to depart. Pei Yuchuan felt a pang of anxiety as he peered out the window. Surely, Ji Yanchuan wouldn't pursue Qiao Chuchu for trouble? He still had matters to attend to. With urgency, Pei Yuchuan retrieved a pair of binoculars, fixing his gaze on Qiao Chuchu as she walked to the left, while Ji Yanchuan veered to the right. It was evident Ji Yanchuan had no intention of confronting her. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decisively stood to leave, only to collide with Wei Xingwenjian's penetrating gaze. Relaxing comfortably on the sofa, with his legs crossed, Wei Xingwenjian, hands in pockets, looked at him with a smile. Monitoring your sister with binoculars, are we? Quite the thorough setup. The urgency in Pei Yuchuan's eyes was quickly drowned by a wave of indignation, leaving him motionless. Wei Xingwenjian broke the silence first. Do you have something to say to me? Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why do you ask? I noticed you when I added Qiao Chuchu on WeChat. Wei Xingwenjian replied, taking a delicate sip from his coffee cup. You were glaring at me back then. Pei Yuchuan's eyelid twitched, his breath stabilizing as he replied nonchalantly. What can I say? My sister is beautiful and comes from a good family. In this day and age, there are too many ill-intentioned people. As her brother, it is my duty to scrutinize every male who approaches her. If my gaze offended you earlier, I apologize. He flashed a grin. That was intentional. Wei Xingwenjian chuckled along. Pei Yuchuan from Beta Company, your mobile gaming enterprise boasts impressive achievements, ranking high both domestically and internationally. One could say you are quite the promising talent. His eyes crinkled in a relaxed demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance. But have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Pei Yuchuan replied otherwise. His laughter was lighthearted. I was merely referring to your sister. In a swift motion, Pei Yuchuan seized him by the neck, pinning him to the sofa. Do not entertain any thoughts about my sister. Pei Yuchuan, like a fierce leopard, tightened his grip on his throat. She is not someone you can lay a hand on. A waiter rushed forward to intervene but hesitated, intimidated by the VIP status. Sir, please refrain from such behavior. Let us keep this friendly. Pei Yuchuan forcefully released his grip, yanking Wei Xingwenjian's collar and growled. Wei Xingwenjian, I care not who you are, we are both men, and I see it clearly. You are 20 years her senior. Keep your distance from her. Unfazed, Wei Xingwenjian smirked. Why the rush? I wasn't referring to myself. I wouldn't squander time on romantic pursuits. I'm merely facilitating an introduction for my brother. Pei Yuchuan paused. Taken aback, Wei Xingwenjian blinked innocently. Wei Xinghuiling is even a year younger than Qiao Chuchu. His smile was self-assured. My brother has fallen head over heels for Qiao Chuchu and desires to marry her. Pei Yuchuan felt a surge of agitation. I will not consent. Wei Xingwenjian calmly countered. Is your refusal based on my brother being deaf and not entirely whole, or would you reject any capable man? Pei Yuchuan remained speechless. Wei Xingwenjian propped himself up, his gaze sharp and mocking. Qiao Chuchu just mentioned that the mere thought of you being with someone else infuriates her. Yet her demeanor suggests otherwise. If she were truly angry, she would exhibit emotions akin to yours. Pei Yuchuan's murderous intent flickered, his fingers clenched tightly, as if poised to eliminate him. Wei Xingwenjian laughed heartily, his tone filled with amusement. On the surface, you scrutinize men approaching your sister, yet deep down, you wish to expel any intruders. The tug-of-war between rationality and desire is simply a spice in the mundane fabric of life. I now understand the intriguing point Qiao Chuchu mentioned earlier. Wei Xingwenjian gazed at him openly. On the exterior, you are a brother, in secret a man. Pei Yuchuan's face drained of color, yet he gritted his teeth, resembling a lion defending its territory. Spare me your nonsense. If you dare harm her, I will ensure we meet our end together. It matters not if you are Wei Xingwenjian. We each possess but one life. Wei Xingwenjian feigned confusion. Why do you insist that I would harm her? Qiao Chuchu privately refers to him as her son, and he has never expressed a single complaint. I have already indulged her enough. Pei Yuchuan retorted with a cold laugh. Anyone who does not meet your family's approval has vanished. Do I need to elaborate further? Wei Xingwenjian's smile faded abruptly as he surveyed the surrounding waitstaff. They promptly dispersed, pretending not to have heard. Wei Xingwenjian sighed. Pondering the peculiar situation, You mention the Pei family as grandeur, yet from so many, only you few remain. How curious. He smiled amicably, adding, rest assured. I harbor no ill intentions towards Qiao Chuchu. She holds considerable significance for me. Pei Yuchuan, taken aback, grasped the fork on the table. Wei Sheng Wenjian raised an eyebrow, unfazed. With such possessiveness, one ought to uphold their responsibilities. Were I in your position, I would have already claimed my destined place. Pei Yuchuan's eyelids twitched, disdain evident in his tone. Do not presume our family is as twisted as yours. Unperturbed, Wei Sheng Wenjian retorted. Would you care to know what true perversity is? Suddenly, he lunged. Pei Yuchuan prepared to retaliate, but was met with Wei Sheng Wenjian's hand sliding forcefully over his fork, blood splattering across their faces. Stumbling back in shock, Pei Yuchuan gazed at Wei Sheng Wenjian, who was now clutching his hand, blood gushing from a severed artery. Without a hint of concern, Wei Sheng Wenjian initiated a video call to Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuchuan's expression shifted. He lunged to snatch the phone, exclaiming, "Do not call." Just then, Qiao Chuchu answered. What is it, Mr. Wei Sheng? Wei Sheng Wenjian held the phone aloft, a drop of blood trailing down his cheek. Raising his hand to reveal the wound on his wrist, Qiao Chuchu gasped, her eyes darting away, only to catch sight of Pei Yuchuan behind him, holding a blood-stained fork. Looking utterly helpless, Qiao Chuchu was left speechless. Chapter 74. Wei Sheng, behold my intricate schemes. Qiao Chuchu, intricate? Where is the intricacy? 10 minutes later, Qiao Chuchu stood at the infirmary door, leaping to deliver a sharp slap to Pei Yuchuan's nape. Have you lost your mind? Pei Yuchuan, stunned, bowed his head in silence. Qiao Chuchu, furious, rained blows upon him. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Pei Yuchuan endured the onslaught, his defiance evident as he glared back at her. Trembling with rage, Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, I merely stepped away for a moment, and you managed to injure someone. Are you a nuclear bomb? Even if it were merely Wei Sheng Wenjian inside, or even a dog, you cannot harm anyone. Pei Yuchuan protested. He threw himself at me. He came with the intent to sever his own artery. His intentions were foul, deliberately trying to allure you while feigning vulnerability. Qiao Chuchu's head spun. He tried to allure me? Pei Yuchuan nodded vigorously. Qiao Chuchu stared at him incredulously. In your mind, which man does not seek to allure me? Aside from you, does every man in the world wish to woo me? Am I a celestial being? Pei Yuchuan fell silent, his eyes suddenly reddening as he blurted. How could I allure you? Our family is not just the two of us. We have 6 other brothers. Upon uttering this, Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened, sealing his lips tightly. Qiao Chuchu, puzzled, responded, I am well aware of my 7 brothers, and among them, you are the most impatient. Pei Yuchuan smirked coldly. Indeed, I am impatient. I am at fault, while Wei Sheng Wenjian is perfect. Just look at him. Qiao Chuchu retorted incredulously. How can you possibly compare the two of you? What a fool you are. You are my 3rd brother. The demise of Wei Sheng Wenjian is of little concern to me. My true fear lies in the potential repercussions you may face from him. His family is portrayed as merciless villains devoid of any moral compass. I am already deeply troubled by the possibility that Pei Yuchuan may meet a tragic fate in the narrative, and now he dares to offend the formidable figures of the Wei Sheng clan? What if unforeseen complications arise? Must I attend his funeral in tears? I fail to comprehend the depths of my own heart, yet I am unjustly slandered. What madness! Pei Yuchuan, his anger dissipated in an instant, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at her. Qiao Chuchu suddenly regained her composure. Oh, but wait, Wei Sheng Wenjian cannot perish. He is akin to the male protagonist in my comic, my son in spirit, a living embodiment of my creation. His life must be preserved.
Pei Yuchuan, son?
Wei Sheng Wenjian is her son in the comic. At that moment, a secretary emerged from the infirmary announcing, Miss Qiao, President Wei is well and wishes to see you. Qiao Chuchu nodded and stepped inside, with Pei Yuchuan closely following. The secretary barred his entry. President Wei will only meet with Miss Qiao. I have saved Wei Sheng Yuchuan's life. Surely I can assist Pei Yuchuan in this instance. Pei Yuchuan, damn it. He finds himself indebted to the Wei Sheng family yet again. And now he owes Qiao Chuchu a favor. Why can't he learn from his mistakes? The agile Wei Sheng Huiling certainly has a brother who excels at evoking sympathy. Qiao Chuchu pushed the door open. President Wei? My dear son, let your mother take a look at you. Upon hearing the term my dear son, Wei Sheng Wenjian's lips twitched imperceptibly. He gestured for her to sit beside him. Please have a seat. Qiao Chuchu waved her hand awkwardly. I prefer to stand. Firstly, you are a powerful figure, and my brother has wronged you, so I must help him apologize. Secondly, you bear an uncanny resemblance to the male lead from my comic, and I cannot bear to sit next to you. Wei Sheng Wenjuan's gaze deepened. If you wish to apologize, it would be better to sit beside me so we may converse properly. Taken aback, Qiao Chuchu noticed he seemed earnest and, with a steely resolve, sat next to him. As for my brother, I do not intend to pursue the matter regarding him. Wei Sheng Wenjuan calmly placed his hand beside her. You need not think of leveraging Wei Sheng Yuchan's favor on my behalf. She is her own person, and I am mine. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Goodness, truly a formidable figure. How does he know exactly what I am thinking? Does he possess mind-reading abilities? But he desires neither this nor that. What on earth does he want? She glanced at the hand Wei Sheng Wenjuan had placed next to her leg, inhaling sharply. Does he want me? No, no, no. I cannot even bear to hear such words. One utterance, and my reputation would crumble. How would I continue to sign books for my readers? Frantically, she fidgeted. But Wei Sheng Wenjuan is not my son. He merely resembles him. He is a living, breathing individual, and I cannot project my thoughts onto his character. Yet, I find myself unable to resist. Help! I finally comprehend what it means to be utterly enamored. Wei Sheng Wenjuan, how noisy. With a single utterance, Qiao Chuchu's inner musings poured forth like a floodgate unleashed. He pinched the bridge of his nose and lamented, my hand is injured, and I require someone to care for me temporarily and assist with minor tasks as my secretary is overwhelmed. Wei Sheng Wenjuan nodded, feigning ignorance. Indeed. What else would you expect? Qiao Chuchu exhaled in relief. You should have mentioned that sooner. You nearly frightened me into thinking. Her words trailed off as she shifted the conversation. Just wait a moment. Without hesitation, Qiao Chuchu pulled the apprehensive Pei Yuchuan inside from outside. Brother, the esteemed Wenjuan has decided to forgive you. As long as you tend to his daily needs, all will be forgiven. Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow. Huh? Wei Sheng Wenjuan added, I was referring to you. Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, questioned why me? I wasn't the one who hurt you. Wei Sheng Wenjuan replied, if you wish for me to forgive your brother, you must take care of me. Qiao Chuchu, bewildered, exclaimed, on what grounds? You can't expect me to cater to you simply because I am a woman, can you? Her expression shifted to one of distaste. You wouldn't be one of those despicable men, would you? Wei Sheng Wenjuan responded, of course not. Why would I subject myself to such misery? The secretary interjected, Miss Qiao. It is because our Mr. Wei believes you graduated from a prestigious university, and he happens to admire your alma mater. Thus he feels there is common ground. Qiao Chuchu retorted, but my degree was purchased. The secretary's lips twitched, yet it is from a well-renowned institution. Qiao Chuchu replied earnestly, yes, quite renowned, and thus very expensive. I donated a whole building. The secretary's eyes widened. So your academic performance was exemplary? Also bought. Qiao Chuchu stated flatly, a leopard cannot change its spots. I am indeed a poor student, do not doubt it. The secretary stammered. But Qiao Chuchu pushed Pei Yuchuan forward. My brother's credentials are genuine. He graduated with a master's from MIT. A true academic prodigy. With pride, she placed her hands on her hips and looked at Wei Sheng Wenjuan. How about that? Hard to resist, isn't it? Wei Sheng Wenjuan replied impassively, I also graduated from MIT. Qiao Chuchu's eyes sparkled. Then you both have even more in common. Double happiness. Wei Sheng Wenjuan and Pei Yuchuan exchanged glances of disbelief, while the secretary remained silent. In Chapter 75, Wei Sheng Wenjuan expressed his displeasure. Today, I experienced what it feels like to have a duck fly away just when it was within my grasp. He was unhappy. He wanted Qiao Chuchu by his side. Not Pei Yuchuan. Taking a deep breath, he carefully proposed to Qiao Chuchu. How about this? Since your brother is the one responsible for my injury, he is likely to lose his temper in my presence. Therefore, to prevent any unfortunate incidents, you must stand by when your brother is caring for me. Pei Yuchuan retorted. My sister, Qiao Chuchu, is not suited to caregiving. She can't even pour a glass of water. What purpose would it serve for her to linger by your side? To inflate your presence? Qiao Chuchu interjected. Brother, I can pour water. Pei Yuchuan shot her a disapproving glare. You cannot. Wei Sheng Wenjuan chuckled calmly. Could it be possible that when you two stand beside me, I am the one providing you with added presence? His reluctance morphed into a willingness. He negotiated. Only I may be present. My sister still has her art to pursue and cannot be by your side every day. Qiao Chuchu was astonished. Wow. You even know I have a job. She thought about how he was aware of her artistic pursuits, always playful, and how he had insisted she fetch drinks, leaving her with a cut on her wrist that caused Wei Wenjuan to receive a tetanus shot. She had heard that tetanus shots were quite painful, and she wondered if Wei Sheng felt any fear about it. Wei Wenjuan merely raised an eyebrow. Pei Yuchuan, initially displaying a frown, suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. By the way, President Wei, I heard that tetanus shots are quite painful. I wonder how painful they truly are. Qiao Chuchu thought. Pei Yuchuan is just as gossipy as I am. Pei Yuchuan beamed with pride, but Wei Wenjuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. You can find out for yourself. In a swift motion, he seized a fork previously used by Pei Yuchuan and stabbed it into the back of his hand with the speed of a striking leopard. Pei Yuchuan was caught off guard, and blood gushed from his wound. The injury was longer and deeper than Wei Wenjuan's, covering the entirety of his hand's surface. Wei Wenjuan smirked. Go get your tetanus shot, Pei Yuchuan. Then you'll know just how painful it is. He looked at Qiao Chuchu with a leisurely demeanor. Remember to hold your brother still. We wouldn't want him jumping at the sight of the needle. Qiao Chuchu stood there, flabbergasted. But if that is the case, you two would be even since he poked you and you poked him back, one on the palm, the other on the wrist. Your wound didn't hit any major arteries. Just like my brother S. It merely looks terrifying. Wei Wenjuan raised an eyebrow, and Pei Yuchuan stared wide-eyed. Wei Wenjuan chuckled. Qiao Chuchu, are you really trying to deny it? Qiao Chuchu flinched slightly, feeling both timid and rational. I'm sorry, but I genuinely believe you two are even. However, let my brother cover the cost of his tetanus shot, since it was his own reckless words that started this. Pei Yuchuan was at a loss for words. She lowered her eyelashes and glanced at Wei Wenjuan from the corner of her eye. If you are unsatisfied with this compensation, we can discuss it further. After all, my brother initiated this, and you could just have him continue to serve you. Wei Wenjuan narrowed his eyes, his deep-set gaze filled with inscrutable intent. The secretary beside him, holding a tablet, shivered. Oh no! President Wei is angry. Unaware of the tension, Qiao Chuchu kept her head down, feeling shy about looking at Wei Wenjuan. Suddenly, a pale hand grasped her chin, forcing her to look up. The pain made her eyes meet Wei Wenjuan's dangerously intense gaze. Pei Yuchuan rushed forward. Wei Wenjuan, let her go. The secretary quickly intervened. President Wei, I can probably hold him off for a minute and a half. Please hurry. Qiao Chuchu was utterly confused. Wei Wenjuan held her face firmly, leaning closer. A faint, sweet scent of peach wafted towards her. She found herself momentarily distracted, glancing at the table beside her, where an empty packet of peach-flavored gummy candies lay. Had he eaten the entire pack? The ache in her cheek returned, and she met his piercing gaze again. His presence was overwhelming as he scrutinized her, his tone laden with meaning. The ducks that come to my lips never fly away. Today, however, it seems this one has grown legs. Qiao Chuchu pouted her lips, a hint of confusion in her voice as she mumbled, Am I a duck in the third pot?
No.
Wei Wenjuan chuckled, his gaze becoming increasingly perilous. The food has its own taker, and you are the first to leave empty-handed. Yet it is not a matter of the food. Wei Wenjuan fixed his eyes upon hers and spoke slowly. It is my lack of caution that allowed a flaw, permitting the food to seize the opportunity. Qiao Chuchu remained perplexed. Who on earth is he referring to? Could it be that he has an interest in my brother? Her eyes widened like saucers. No way, my comic is precious. Wei Wenjuan's lips curled upwards as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Rest assured. I harbor no interest in your brother. You need not indulge in wild thoughts. I merely wish to remind you that you have displeased me, albeit this is my fault. Qiao Chuchu suggested, Would you like to watch some funny videos with me? Wei Wenjuan raised an eyebrow in response. She earnestly pulled out her phone. I just came across several hilarious videos. Why not let me share them with you? Wei Wenjuan appeared puzzled. He chuckled lightly, an ambiguous smile gracing his face. I am already amused. Qiao Chuchu thought, what a conundrum. One moment he is delighted, and the next he is not. Is he akin to a pufferfish? Inflating when angry, yet deflating when calm. With a cryptic smile, Wei Wenjuan patted her head. You are correct, Qiao Chuchu. The matter concerning your brother is indeed my issue. And we are even now. He brushed past her, leaving behind a trace of crisp fragrance mingled with the sweetness of peaches. Qiao Chuchu stood in a daze. Wait a moment. Wenjuan turned to face her. She pointed at the peach-flavored gummy candy on the table. Do you enjoy peach gummies? Please say you do. My son in the comic adores peach. This is an adorable trait I set for him. Wei Wenjuan tilted his chin, looking down at her. They are for my consumption. Qiao Chuchu's face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What a delightful coincidence. Wei Sheng Wenjuan cocked his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Do you enjoy them as well? She nodded vigorously. Wenjuan, comfortably resting his hands in his pockets, stood at the door and spoke softly. I relish biting through the soft outer shell of the gummy, savoring the tender, flowing center within. The exterior is already delightfully chewy, while the interior is utterly soft, evoking a sense of playfulness with the candy that brings me great relaxation. Qiao Chuchu thought. No wonder he is such a remarkable figure. From Yu Sanjia, who tires of men to switch to Li Jiahao, to Wei Sheng Wenjuan, who relishes peach gummies. Wei Sheng Wenjuan's smile grew brighter. I must take my leave now, Miss Qiao. Will you not bid me farewell? Chapter 76. Qiao Chuchu, you have changed. You no longer feel pain. Wenjuan let out a light chuckle, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before he decisively turned and departed. The secretary quickly released Pei Yuchuan and hurried after Wei Sheng Wenjuan. Qiao Chuchu rushed to Pei Yuchuan's side. You should tend to your wound.
You still need a tetanus shot.
Blood continued to drip from Pei Yuchuan's hand, and he ignored her, casting a sinister glance at Wei Sheng Wenjuan's retreating figure. Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened as he smoothly draped his arm over Qiao Chuchu's shoulder. I feel dizzy. Qiao Chuchu quickly supported him. Is it just from losing this little blood? You don't look like a delicate flower. Pei Yuchuan asked, lowering his head to come closer, unwilling to let it go. Did you not like me very much before? When I got hurt, you would bandage my wounds with a plaster, blow on them, and even shed tears. Why are you so indifferent now that your brother is injured? Wei Sheng Wenjuan raised an eyebrow and stepped into the transparent elevator, staring intently at the two of them at the end of the corridor. Qiao Chuchu furrowed her brow. I have already said that I am not the same as I was in the past. I was confused then. I will not continue to engage in immoral actions now. Pei Yuchuan's face darkened, his tone icy. Do you consider it immoral to help me bandage my wounds after I've been injured? She sighed. Not at all. The immorality stems from my intentions behind the bandaging. Back then, I bandaged with ulterior motives, but that is no longer necessary. She continued, moreover. We are already in the infirmary. If I need help with bandaging, I can simply call someone in. I cannot possibly be more professional than the staff here. Pei Yuchuan gazed at her. A year ago, when he had sustained an injury during sports, Qiao Chuchu sat opposite him, holding his hand delicately with her fair fingers. She meticulously sanitized his wound with tweezers, asking, Does it hurt? He remained silent, resisting the urge to respond. Qiao Chuchu brought his hand to her lips, gazing at him with watery eyes, gently blowing on it. The pain was somewhat alleviated by the breeze. She unabashedly teased him, her eyes shimmering with an alluring light, tears falling like rain. I feel for you, third brother. Let me hold your hand until the bleeding stops. He said nothing that day, nor did he refuse. He simply watched her quietly until the wound ceased to bleed. Qiao Chuchu, with a bare face and dressed in a loose t-shirt and wide-leg pants for comfort, appeared starkly different from the exquisiteness of that day in his memory, bearing his expression as if shouldering a lifeless body. His gaze became somewhat hazy, suddenly alert as he looked toward the transparent elevator across the way. Wei Sheng Wenjuan stood inside the elevator, his eyes sharp and menacing. Pei Yuchuan suddenly smirked, lowered himself, and pulled Qiao Chuchu into the room. Wenjuan? The door to the infirmary slammed shut with a resounding thud. The man's strength was evident, clearly indicating he wished to avoid any interruption. The secretary also witnessed the scene and reported, Mr. Wei? Wei Sheng Wenjuan frowned. Leave. The secretary nodded and finally released the button he had been pressing to keep the elevator door open. The elevator ascended slowly, and the temperature in the infirmary rose abruptly. Qiao Chuchu found herself pinned beneath Pei Yuchuan, staring at him in shock. Pei Yuchuan repeated his earlier actions, straddling her, brushing his blood-stained hand through his hair. I didn't mean to. I felt dizzy just now. Qiao Chuchu replied. Then why don't you get off? I think he did it on purpose. Who falls onto a bed so smoothly? Yet, she reasoned, however, he usually behaves justly like a scoundrel, so he probably wouldn't intentionally do something like this to me. I shouldn't think the worst of him. After all, if he were truly interested in me, he would have succumbed when I previously flirted with him. Pei Yuchuan looked down at her with an air of righteous confidence, declaring himself dizzy and unable to move. Qiao Chuchu, with a sudden burst of determination, seized his waist and tossed him onto the bed. Ha! Pei Yuchuan responded with a bewildered expression. Chuchu, her head held high in triumph, retorted. Though I may not be able to defeat you, I can certainly catch you off guard. Are you still dizzy now? Pei Yuchuan raised an elegant brow. comfortably reclining on the bed, his fox-like eyes sparkling with mischief. I'm no longer dizzy, but with you leaning over me like this, I sense you're attempting to compel my submission. Qiao Chuchu froze, realizing her position atop Pei Yuchuan. She quickly rolled off the bed, her demeanor radiating both resistance and innocence.
Don't misunderstand me.
I've already given up on the pervert. I have no feelings for any of you. I'll wait outside for you to get your shot. Pei Yuchuan sighed in annoyance, placing a hand on the back of his head.
How irritating.
Nevertheless, the memory of Wei Wenjuan's pale face brought a smirk to his lips. Never mind, I've won anyway, so let it be. Qiao Chuchu summoned a doctor to tend to Pei Yuchuan's wounds and then waited in the corridor. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Wei Wenjuan, there's a ball on the top floor tonight. May I invite you to be my dance partner? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Do I need to attend a ball just for being here? She politely declined, stating, I don't have an evening gown, so let's forget it. Wei Wenjuan replied, I will buy one for you. Qiao Chuchu questioned, do you know my size? Wei Wenjuan assured her, I will find out. Her mind raced with confusion. Wei Wenjuan continued, tonight's banquet will be filled with many of my acquaintances. Your brother has injured my hand, and I truly have no one else to dance with. I cannot let my partner feel disregarded, and I believe you will understand. Qiao Chuchu hesitated. She was reluctant, wishing to maintain her distance from Wei Wenjuan. But this was indeed Pei Yuchuan's predicament. Family always supports one another. She pondered, let me discuss it with my brother. If he agrees, I will go. But I cannot guarantee it. Wei Wenjuan remained silent for a moment. If your brother does not agree, that is also acceptable. Even if you could accompany me for just one dance, I hope your brother can forgive my impertinence. Qiao Chuchu felt anxious. No, absolutely not. My brother won't be angry. Your request is perfectly reasonable. Please do not think otherwise. It is he who has been rude and caused you trouble. Wei Wenjuan remarked, your brother harbors a strong dislike for me. I suspect he will refuse, even though he was the one who injured me. However, it is perfectly fine if I do not dance, even though it may give the host of the ball the impression that I am not supportive. Qiao Chuchu closed her eyes briefly. I agree to your request. She pondered. How did she feel as if he were methodically ensnaring her? Yet, one of life's greatest illusions is the notion that he might harbor feelings for her. Perhaps it was best not to indulge in such narcissism. A feminine voice echoed beside her. Qiao Chuchu, taken aback, lifted her gaze to find a young lady clad in an exquisite ensemble standing across from her. Surveying her with a smile, is that really you? What on earth are you wearing here? I barely recognized you at first. In an instant, Qiao Chuchu's pleasant mood plummeted. The girl before her, named Xiao Yu, sported a mane of voluminous chestnut curls, her complexion radiating the trendy, dewy glow that made her appear as if she had been polished under the lights, to the extent that even a fly landing on her face might slip and slide. Xiao Yu was the eldest daughter of her father's younger brother, and thus her cousin. Presently, she raised her high cheekbones, scrutinizing Qiao Chuchu's wide-legged trousers and loose-fitting top. Her laughter laden with insinuation. It was evident that Xiao Yu deemed her attire shabby and unappealing, relishing her own superior appearance. Chapter 77. Pei Yuchuan. How could I possibly have such a clever yet simple-minded sister? Qiao Chuchu. She held a profound aversion towards the Qiao family, as they harbored disdain for her mother. When her parents wed, it was under the pretense of her father having pilfered the household register, a clandestine act that allowed their union. Shortly after, he swiftly relocated the register, liberating himself from the Qiao family's grasp. The reason for her grandmother's disfavor towards her mother was straightforward. Her mother was vibrant, independent, and a renowned artist, yet possessed a tempestuous temperament, akin to a cherry bomb from Plants vs. Zombies. Her grandmother attempted to suppress her, asserting that she was unworthy of being the wife of a wealthy man due to her lack of parental support. In a fierce rebuttal, her mother silenced her grandmother and even left her father momentarily. Nevertheless, her father, enamored, relentlessly pursued her mother, ultimately winning her heart, and they hastily married, giving birth to her. Upon the tragic passing of her parents in a car accident, her grandmother, engulfed in grief, sought to disturb her mother's grave, claiming that her mother had caused her father's demise. At that moment, having just traversed into this world, Qiao Chuchu's fury ignited and she retaliated, biting a piece of flesh from the elderly woman's hand. In that instant of her assault, the scene was captured in the eyes of Pei's mother and her brothers. This marked the commencement of her life saga. Although she bore the surname Qiao, the Qiao family had become her lifelong adversaries. Despite having a grandmother and a grandfather, she could not openly be entrusted to Pei's mother for adoption. Thus, she was informally raised by the Pei family, who, wary of regrets, ensured that Pei's mother strategically invested in the Qiao family business, becoming its largest shareholder, wielding significant influence, and perpetually using wealth and commerce to threaten the Qiao family. Pei's mother had unequivocally warned them that regardless of Qiao Chuchu's fortunes, they were not to lay a finger on her. At present, the largest shareholder of the Qiao company was Pei Yuan, followed by Pei Che. The eldest and second brothers inherited Pei's mother's legacy, subtly intimidating the Qiao family. Yet this did not deter the Qiao family from attempting to ingratiate themselves with her, particularly Qiao Yu. Although Qiao Yu was of the same age, she was born a few months later, thus positioning her as Qiao Chuchu's younger sister. From a young age, she had harbored jealousy towards her cousin, envious of her life within the Pei household, surrounded by handsome brothers and living a life of affluence and adoration, akin to that of a princess. In her youthful ignorance, Qiao Yu once uttered a poignant remark: "Why aren't my parents the ones who have passed? If they had died, I could stand in your place." Upon delivering this statement, she was met with a scathing retort from her mother, who derided, "Sweetheart, even if your parents were to perish, I would never want you." With a smug smile, Pei's mother added, "If my dear Chuchu's parents were still alive, she would be my future daughter-in-law. I have 7 sons to choose from. She can pick as many as she desires. You, on the other hand, stand no chance." From that moment on, Qiao Yu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards both her and Pei's mother. She even began to think it bordered on the pathological, as she had spent her entire life emulating her. Qiao Yu was undeniably beautiful, with an exquisite bone structure and striking features that could easily overshadow Pei. Yet, she chose to pursue an infantile appearance, oblivious to the need for moderation. She underwent cosmetic procedures to the point of excess, even dyeing her hair to match Pei's. This left Qiao Chuchu with a pained expression. She had previously advised Qiao Yu to embrace her natural beauty, but Qiao Yu interpreted this as jealousy, believing that Chuchu feared losing her brother to her. Consequently, Chuchu ceased her attempts to counsel her. With a hint of sarcasm, Chuchu inquired, "Are you joining the fun?" Qiao Yu, with a gleam in her eye, replied, "Yes, I came with my parents. We are staying on the 3rd floor. What about you?" "The higher the floor, the more luxurious the accommodation," Chuchu retorted. "I reside on the top floor." With a cold smile, she added, "Let me reiterate, my earnings allow me to occupy the penthouse." The distinction in their incomes was stark. She earned 200,000 a month, while her brothers could effortlessly earn that amount in the blink of an eye. However, this did not diminish her self-worth. She took pride in her own accomplishments. Qiao Yu chuckled softly, clearly skeptical. "You claim that, but your brothers buy you the stars and the moon, and even your prestigious education was purchased. What is there to hide about staying in a presidential suite?" Chuchu, momentarily speechless, replied, "You constantly bring up my education simply because you wish to attend that university too. Yet, your grades were insufficient, and your father lacked the funds for donations. Hence, every time you see me, you have to bring it up. Change your tune. I've memorized your script." Qiao Yu's smile abruptly vanished, her teeth clenched as she spat. "You little... still resorting to such pleasantries?" Chuchu mocked, her hands in her pockets. "It's evident that excessive cosmetic procedures alter one's ability to insult. Do you recall how to curse in Huaxia?" She stepped closer. "Your current visage is so thick that even a needle wouldn't penetrated overnight." Qiao Yu gasped. Chuchu, irritated, turned her head away. "There are no men here who desire you. Only Qiao Jie, who wishes to tease you. So keep your distance, or I shall yank out those freshly applied eyelashes and stuff them in your ears." Fuming, Qiao Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, her words faltering. "Why you wait? I will come find you again." She stomped away, her heels echoing behind her. Chuchu stood there, rendered speechless. How vexing. I initially intended to take a moment to relax during this lull in the main plot, only to unexpectedly encounter the Qiao family. Exasperated, she turned around and collided with Pei Youchuan's roguish gaze. He opened the door just a crack, grinning like an eager puppy. "Well, Qiao Chuchu, it's been years since we last met, yet your verbal prowess remains undiminished, if not enhanced. I purposely refrained from interrupting you to observe your performance, which appears quite steady." He approached her, affectionately pinching her cheeks and playfully kneading her face, his deep voice slightly cracking. "How fortunate I am, Pei Youchuan, to have such a clever sister. Third brother is truly proud of you." Qiao Chuchu's face was contorted, and she mumbled indistinctly, "Tonight, Wei Shengwenjian is hosting a ball and has invited me to attend." I accepted. The smile on Pei Youchuan's face abruptly vanished, and he bellowed. Have you lost your mind? Qiao Chuchu paused, picking up her phone. I had no choice, he insisted. Pei Yuchuan snatched the device from her and furiously scrolled through their chat history. The more he read, the shakier his hands became. Every word from that dog of a man was meticulously calculated. He sneered, fine, I shall attend as well. Qiao Chuchu was perplexed. What do you intend to do? Wasn't he capable of enduring a mere dance? Pei Yuchuan thrust the phone back into her hands. I will drag you onto the dance floor until the ball concludes. It won't matter if he can see through it. He must abandon hope and understand that you are mine. Qiao Chuchu gazed at him in confusion. What are you saying? Pei Yuchuan grasped her arm, limping as they made their way outside. While you're busy with that nonsense, someone else will seize the opportunity. You are not to wear any of the miserable dresses he purchased. I shall buy you a whole new wardrobe. I will shower you with gifts to overshadow him. Chapter 78. The three of us making the most of the new year is more important than anything else. Qiao Chuchu sat before the makeup mirror, observing as the stylist transformed her into a picture of elegance. The makeup artist proclaimed, All done, Miss Qiao. Are you satisfied? The artist skillfully accentuated her most striking features, particularly her beautiful eyes and lips, creating a misty, ethereal aura with the black matte gown that was both delicate and alluring. Qiao Chuchu stood, lifting her skirt with satisfaction. Thank you. You've done a splendid job. She retrieved a cash envelope she had prepared in advance. This includes not only the styling fee, but also a little extra. Thank you for your hard work. And Happy New Year. The makeup artist was taken aback, visibly surprised by the generous amount. This young lady truly had a grand spirit. She accepted the envelope with both hands, exclaiming with delight, It wasn't too difficult at all. Your eyes are like precious gems. So rare and beautiful that it made my task quite effortless. Please be careful. Allow me to assist you. The makeup artist dutifully accompanied her, guiding her to the door of the makeup room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Xiaoyu, clad in a form-fitting black evening gown, stormed in with great fervor. I've been waiting in line for ages. It must be my turn soon. Her eyes flickered and landed on Qiao Chuchu, a look of astonishment crossing her displeased expression. Qiao Chuchu, what are you doing here? Are you attending the ball tonight as well? As she closed the door, she distinctly heard Qiao Yu's irate command to the makeup artist. Hey, the stylist, you must make me look even more stunning than that woman just now, do you understand? Meanwhile, in the penthouse suite, Weisheng Wenjian and Pei Yuchuan emerged from their respective rooms, both clad in impeccably tailored, crisply ironed black suits. Pei Yuchuan's black shirt served as a base, while the peak lapels of his suit accentuated his already striking demeanor. In contrast, Weisheng Wenjian donned a white shirt layered with a vest, creating a three-piece ensemble. Despite their similar heights, their auras were distinctly different. One exuded a calm yet commanding presence, while the other, though clad in black, struggled to conceal an air of rebellion. They both arrived at the elevator and came to a halt. Weisheng Wenjian glanced behind Pei Yuchuan but saw no sign of Qiao Chuchu and chose not to inquire further.
Pei Yuchuan,
with his hands in his pockets and gaze fixed ahead, remarked, My sister didn't wear the evening gown you provided her. Weisheng Wenjian responded without surprise. Is it that she chose not to wear it, or did she simply not see it? She didn't see it, Pei Yuchuan retorted with a cold laugh. With a halter neck and an open back, the slit nearly revealing her backside, I tore it to shreds without a second thought, not considering whether you would be upset. Send me the receipt for the dress. I will compensate you. Weisheng Wenjian chuckled nonchalantly. It's merely a dress. No need for reimbursement.
Pei Yuchuan smirked,
his tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, a dress of little value, but at your age to gift a young lady such revealing attire is not a gesture of kindness. It is tantamount to sexual harassment. Weisheng Wenjian remained unperturbed, his tone calm. I appreciate your concern. The dress was chosen by my third sister, who has a penchant for the sensual style. The fabric was selected with minimalism in mind, and it was my secretary who procured it. I did not scrutinize the design, and if it made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. That was never my intention. Yet, with an intriguing smile, Weisheng Wenjian posed a thought-provoking question. Does an elder brother have a possessive inclination towards the skin exposed by a sister? Pei Yuchuan, taken aback, replied, What? Weisheng Wenjian, gazing ahead with a knowing smile, continued, You can often favors wearing quite revealing clothing, yet no matter how much she shows, in my eyes, she remains simply a family member with whom I grew up. I would never feel anger over her attire. I generally respect her preferences. He turned to Pei Yuchuan, gently advising, Your excessive concern may reveal more than you intend. Remember to exercise restraint. Pei Yuchuan, maintaining an outwardly calm fa, clenched his fists tightly in his pockets, the veins on his forehead subtly protruding.
Ding.
The elevator arrived. Qiao Chuchu, holding the gown, prepared to exit when she unexpectedly collided with the two men. You two are together. Both men turned to her, momentarily stunned. Qiao Chuchu lifted the hem of her gown and twirled joyfully. What do you think? Do I look good? Wei Sheng Wenjian, with a feline laziness, squinted and responded. Not bad. She beamed with delight and turned to Pei Yuchuan. What about you? Clearing his throat, he maintained a stoic expression, unimpressed, mediocre. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, Are you blind? I'm stunning, okay. As Wei Sheng Wenjian stepped into the elevator, he calmly reassured her, Indeed, your brother's taste is rather poor. You are undeniably beautiful. She grinned widely. President Wei truly has an eye for talent. Pei Yuchuan, visibly displeased, stepped into the elevator, tugging Qiao Chuchu closer to him. Do not stand so near President Wei. It would be unfortunate to catch a whiff of your perfume. Wenjian, unconcerned, replied, It matters not. After all, I intend to spend the day with Miss Qiao. It's entirely natural to absorb the fragrance of one's companion. Pei Yuchuan scoffed. No. Qiao Chuchu is my companion. You are permitted only the duration of a dance. Though, in truth, he had no intention of granting her even that. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Wenjian's eyes as he leaned closer to Qiao Chuchu, softly inquiring. I recall our agreement that you would accompany me throughout. Are you truly considering breaking your word? Qiao Chuchu suddenly felt an oppressive weight descend upon her. Goosebumps prickled her skin. No, it's merely my brother's unilateral disapproval. Once I've made a promise, it stands. Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Wenjian chuckled and extended his arm. Then might I request the honor of your company? Sensing Pei Yuchuan's gaze upon her, Qiao Chuchu reluctantly looped her arm through Wenjian's. Pei Yuchuan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Qiao Chuchu stood her ground, acutely aware of Wenjian's unwavering gaze upon her. When she dared to look up, she found herself locked in the depths of his profound eyes. Despite their mutual gaze, Wenjian's eyes did not flinch, enveloping her with an odd intensity, one of affection akin to that of a person gazing upon their most cherished delicacy. Qiao Chuchu felt a sense of bewilderment. A chill coursed through her. Indeed, the Wei family possesses an unusual disposition. Though he bears a striking resemblance to my son, his temperament is perplexing. And isn't he supposed to be expressionless? Why does he smile so often at me? Please spare me your smiles. They frighten me. Pei Yuchuan observed all of this with keen interest. He shut his eyes in frustration, rubbing his forehead. As Lu Tingxi had suggested, the Wei family indeed seemed capable of hearing unspoken thoughts. In her mind, Qiao Chuchu repeatedly referred to Wenjian as son, and he bore it with remarkable composure. Even finding the time to keep her spinning in confusion, Pei Yuchuan felt vexed. Had he known, he would have invited Pei Che and Pei Buxian. Either of them could have engaged with Wenjian effortlessly. Suddenly, his sleeve was tugged. Qiao Chuchu, adorned with black lace gloves, grasped the corner of his sleeve. Gazing up at him and mouthing, Are you angry? Pei Yuchuan remained silent, casting a glance at her other arm, which was entwined with Wenjian's. His expression darkened as he decisively seized her free hand and wrapped it around his arm. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Huh? Wenjian mirrored her confusion. Pei Yuchuan exuded an aura of determination, and under their puzzled stares, he declared impassively, It is paramount that the three of us enjoy the new year together. Qiao Chuchu. Wenjian. Chapter 79. Two chopsticks grasp a single black dumpling. Qiao Chuchu contemplated releasing her grip. However, Pei Yuchuan firmly held her wrist. This felt peculiar to her, and instinctively, she attempted to retract her hold on Wenjian's arm. Yet, Wenjian held her hand firmly. His smile a warning. You shall not depart. Qiao Chuchu. As the elevator doors slid open, she was flanked on either side by a handsome man, while she herself stood in the middle, a look of bewilderment adorning her face as she stepped out of the elevator, instantly capturing the gaze of numerous onlookers.
Hey.
Look over here. She got two dashing gentlemen by her side. What fortune has this lady amassed? What are you saying? This charming young lady is indeed lovely. And I believe she stands between them with equal grace. Can someone enlighten me about the relationship between these three? One boyfriend, and the other boyfriend, I suppose. At last, the world has taken on the shape I desired. Where can I find my handsome man? The height disparity resembles a pair of chopsticks holding a black dumpling. creating a rather comical sight. Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu's expression turned ashen. Enough already. Everyone is discussing the three of us. You too may lack shame, but I still have some dignity. Wei Sheng Wenjian remained unfazed. We agreed that if anyone were to let go, it would be him. Pei Yuchuan smirked. My apologies, President Wei. I was losing blood earlier and still feel dizzy. I must have someone to support me. Wei Sheng Wenjian replied coolly. I can have my secretary assist you. Pei Yuchuan expressed his regret. That won't do. I'm allergic to strangers. Wei Sheng Wenjian's gaze was sharp as he smiled. Very well, then it shall be as such. Pei Yuchuan forced a smile. Indeed, just like that. With a gust of energy beneath their feet, the two men strode purposefully towards the ballroom, leaving Qiao Chuchu sandwiched in between, her little legs struggling to keep up. Hey, slow down, I can't keep up. Ignoring her pleas, the two men hoisted her up, lifting her off the ground, and she floated along in midair. Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Yu and the Qiao family were waiting at the entrance of the ball. Qiao Mama meticulously inspected Qiao Yu. When you see Mr. A later, be sure not to appear too eager. You must maintain a delicate distance to catch his attention. After all, many are vying for his favor. It must seem completely natural. Qiao father nodded in agreement. Yes, if Wei Sheng doesn't notice you. Divert your attention towards Pei Yuchuan. Among the 7 individuals in the Pei family, he is the most straightforward and should be easier to handle. Qiao Yu confidently nodded. I understand, Mom and Dad. Just then, a row of imposing figures swept past, entering the ballroom without hesitation. The Qiao family? What just rushed past? A secretary hurriedly followed, reaching the check-in desk. Wei Sheng Wenjian, Qiao Chuchu, and Pei Yuchuan have arrived. Qiao Yu's parents. Did that peculiar group that just rushed past include Wei Sheng Wenjian and Pei Yuchuan? In disbelief, Qiao Yu hurried after them, finally catching sight of the woman sandwiched in between. Qiao Chuchu was comfortably seated, with the two men flanking her like sentinels. Yet, it was evident that these sentinels were not pleased, as they glared at each other after releasing Qiao Chuchu from their grasp. Qiao Mama caught up, astonished. That girl is Qiao Chuchu? Qiao father's facial muscles twitched. How is Qiao Chuchu with Wei Sheng Wenjian? They seem to have a rather close relationship. Qiao Yu gritted her teeth, fists clenched tightly. She is the 8th young lady of the Pei family. It is only natural for her to know Wei Sheng Wenjian given her status. What is truly abnormal is how overly familiar Wei Sheng is with her. Qiao Chuchu felt an itch on her cheek and pointed to it, saying, I always feel like there's hair on my face, is there? I petted a cat for a while doing my makeup. Wei Sheng Wenjian leaned closer to her, scrutinizing her face. Qiao Chuchu thought so close. Wei Sheng Wenjian raised his eyebrows slightly, feigning ignorance as he continued searching. Pei Yuchuan pushed him aside, saying, Are you even looking properly? He cradled Qiao Chuchu's face and leaned in for a closer inspection. Yes, don't move. Qiao Chuchu distinctly felt the cat hair being removed, blinking her eyes as she met Pei Yuchuan's gaze. After he finished, their eyes locked. When he caught sight of her eyes, he paused noticeably, his gaze drifting down to her lips, unconsciously biting his own before stepping back decisively. Wei Sheng Wenjian stood nearby, mocking Pei Yuchuan with a grin. Pei Yuchuan thought, this combination is simply too conspicuous. Sitting on the sofa, Qiao Chuchu was flanked by 2 accomplished young men, making it impossible not to notice. Qiao Yu's expression turned sour. 15 minutes later, the ball commenced. As the melodious strains of the violin filled the air, Wei Sheng Wenjian extended his hand to Qiao Chuchu, saying, May I have the pleasure of dancing with you? Enchanted by his smile for a fleeting moment, Qiao Chuchu grasped his hand, and they made their way to the dance floor. With a warm, firm grasp around her slender waist, Wei Sheng Wenjian generously complimented her. You look stunning tonight. Caught off guard, Qiao Chuchu lowered her eyes shyly, replying, Thank you for the compliment. Wei Sheng Wenjian raised an eyebrow, gazing into her sparkling eyes. I suddenly comprehend your brother's feelings. Confused, Qiao Chuchu spun around, asking what feelings. Pei Yuchuan, clutching a glass of red wine, fixed his gaze on the dancing pair and gulped down the wine in one swift motion. A nearby young woman, filled with jealousy, gritted her teeth. What kind of sin have I committed to witness my idol dancing with another girl during the new year? He never dances. Pei Yuchuan looked at her in bewilderment. Another girl beside the jealous beauty chimed in. Exactly. Who doesn't he know that those from the Wei family never dance? This is the first time I've seen Wei Zong dance. Pei Yuchuan thought, Wei Sheng Wenjian rarely dances? Then why did he say it would be embarrassing to have no partner? That it would seem disrespectful? As he observed the conspicuous duo on the dance floor, Pei Yuchuan crushed his wine glass in his hand. That scoundrel has calculated every step. As soon as the music ceased, Pei Yuchuan hurried toward Wei Xingwenjian. His tone menacing. Qiao Chuchu, why don't you go play somewhere else? I need to speak with Wei Zong. Qiao Chuchu felt a sense of unease and looked toward Wei Xingwenjian. He nodded at her. Go on, Chuchu, have some champagne. With a hint of concern, Qiao Chuchu asked, will you two avoid arguing? Pei Yuchuan snapped no. Wei Xingwenjian chuckled softly. No, don't worry. However, the tension between them suggested they wouldn't converse unless she left. Ultimately, Qiao Chuchu departed, filled with a myriad of questions. Chapter 80. Qiao Chuchu thought. I never anticipated someone would attempt to kill me. Pei Yuchuan confronted him directly. Wei Xingwenjian, you approached Qiao Chuchu intentionally, didn't you? Because you can hear her innermost thoughts. As Wei Xingwen's gaze deepened, he naturally lifted his glass of red wine and remarked, what heart's voice? I cannot comprehend. Pei Yuchuan's eyes darkened. I have discerned your true nature, Wei Xingwen. Cease your pretense. You can indeed hear Qiao Chuchu's innermost thoughts. Wei Xingwen chuckled derisively, shaking his head. I apologize, but I fail to grasp what you are insinuating. Standing upon the deck, Qiao Chuchu felt the sea breeze caress her eyes fixed on the moonlit horizon. Though the air was chilly, it imbued her spirit with an expansive freedom, as if all her worries had vanished. In truth, she had transformed, devoid of the system. She was now a free soul, determined to live fully and relish her life. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the absence of others. Addressing the moon softly, she declared, in the coming year, I shall strive diligently. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted, a powerful force hurling her into the abyss. Qiao Chuchu gasped in disbelief as she plunged into the icy waters. Instinctively, she surfaced, her body reacting to the shock. Who cast me away? The railing was deserted. Yet the ship continued its voyage. Like a solitary boat, she swam with all her might towards the vessel, crying out, help! Help me! The ship receded into the distance, the frigid water numbing her limbs, rendering her nearly immobile. Desperation surged within her. The cold was unbearable. The relentless waves pushed her further from safety, and she fought against the current, shouting, help! I've fallen into the sea. As the ship grew more distant, pain suddenly seized her legs. Qiao Chuchu succumbed to the water, a mouthful of salt water choking her. She attempted to alleviate the cramp in her calf, but her heavy skirt thwarted her efforts. With survival instincts kicking in, she struggled against the dark, desolate sea, fully aware of her dire predicament. It was evident she was destined to perish. Uttering these thoughts, she resigned herself, closing her eyes as she sank into the cold, flowing depths. The water was frigid to the bone, and as oxygen deprivation took hold, her limbs ceased their movement, her body becoming still as she descended to the ocean floor. Abruptly, Qiao Chuchu bolted upright, gasping for air, remnants of her near-drowning pain lingering. Coughing, she surveyed her surroundings and found not the sea, but the system floating before her. Still shaken, she wrapped her arms around herself, her limbs feeling icy. I was killed. Realization dawned upon Qiao Chuchu, and she trembled. I didn't even see what my assailant looked like or what they wore. The system replied with exasperation. Host. The means of your demise certainly entails someone seeking your life. You ought to be more vigilant. Qiao Chuchu, bewildered, retorted. Why did you not warn me sooner that someone wished to kill me? With a heavy heart, she reflected. I must have far too many enemies. On this very vessel, there exists Qiao Yu, her parents, and Ji Yanchuan. She inquires, can you not see who has set their sights on me? The scenery surrounding Qiao Chuchu gradually shifts. Returning to the entrance of the ball, the digits before her morph from 6 to 5. Holding a glass of champagne, she appears somewhat dazed as she surveys her surroundings. She finds herself at the entrance of the ball, poised as if to step outside. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xingwenjian are conversing at a nearby table, with Pei Yuchuan casting a glare filled with hostility. In an instant, Qiao Chuchu comprehends a moment. It is the time just after she finished dancing with Wei Xingwenjian, when Pei Yuchuan instructed her to leave. Subsequently, she stepped outside and was cast into the sea. This signifies that the perpetrator has been watching her all along. With determination, Qiao Chuchu downs the champagne in one go and, lifting her skirt, proceeds through the ballroom in search of suspicious individuals. Pei Yuchuan continues to interrogate Wei Xingwenjian from across the room. I figured it out, Wei Xingwenjian. Stop pretending. You can hear Qiao Chuchu's innermost thoughts. Wei Xingwenjian responds with a casual smile. I'm afraid I don't understand what you're talking about. Who just killed me? Both men shudder in unison. Turning toward the source of the voice, Qiao Chuchu strides confidently among the guests, her gaze as tranquil as still water, and her beauty compelling enough to captivate all. Her eyes, sharp as blades, fixate on the smiling faces around her. I went out to the deck to gaze at the moon, and that treacherous scoundrel threw me into the water. Do you take me for a javelin? Had it not been for my chance at rebirth, I would have become a water ghost. Pei Yuchuan. Wei Xingwenjian. They exchange a glance, their expressions darkening as they make their way toward Qiao Chuchu. However, she lifts her skirt and walks toward the corridor, declaring, to draw out the murderer, I must reclaim this spot and await their arrival, at which point I shall strike them down decisively. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xingwenjian exchange another glance, anxiety flickering across their brows. This strategy carries immense risk. After all, she is but a delicate girl. Qiao Chuchu first heads to the lounge, where decorative golf clubs are displayed. She picks one up, weighing it in her hand before discreetly tucking it into her low-cut evening gown. Pei Yuchuan. Wei Xingwenjian. Continuing with her skirt in hand, she approaches a security guard, asking, Do you have a gun? May I borrow it? The black security guard hesitates for a moment as he studies her face, then produces a stun gun. Aware that she is a customer, he complies without much resistance. Qiao Chuchu accepts it with gratitude. Thank you. She strides toward the deck, quietly rallying herself with encouragement. I am the queen. Pei Yuchuan. Wei Xingwenjian. Your sister is actually quite foolish, isn't she? Pei Yuchuan. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, unnoticed by anyone, a silver-haired youth stealthily peeks out, clad in a gray service uniform, his piercing gaze fixated on Qiao Chuchu as she lifts her skirt. A glint of murderous intent flashes in Mei Xinghuiling's eyes. No one shall think to harm her voice. Chapter 81. Qiao Chuchu is an individual of formidable mental fortitude. She seldom shows vulnerability. She ascends the deck, lifting her skirt as she gazes out at the shimmering sea. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xingwenjian stealthily climb to the upper deck, finding a corner from which they can observe Qiao Chuchu. Wei Xinghui, agile in his movements, scales the railing and adopts a position from which he can offer support, remaining vigilant as he surveys the surroundings. He has just completed a sweep of the area and, aside from his elder brother stealthily trailing Qiao Chuchu and Pei Yuchuan, he finds no one else present. His reason for being here is to ascertain his brother's intentions, suspecting he may attempt to usurp Qiao Chuchu. Upon his arrival on the vessel, he overhears Qiao Chuchu declare that someone intends to kill her. Fortuitously, he is here. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xingwenjian lean against one another, furtively observing Qiao Chuchu's silhouette. Suddenly, Pei Yuchuan recalls something and glances sideways at Wenjian. Did you not claim you could not hear her inner thoughts? Wei Xingwenjian, maintaining his composure, responds, At this juncture, there is no need for deceit. However, had I not overheard the threat against Qiao Chuchu, I would not have admitted to it. Pei Yuchuan remarks, Your honesty is quite refreshing. Wei Xingwenjian snorts softly, turning his gaze towards Qiao Chuchu. I am surprised by her apparent fragility. In times of crisis, she exhibits remarkable emotional stability. I had presumed that after being coddled by you for so many years, she would instinctively resort to tears and seek your aid. Pei Yuchuan remained silent, his eyes fixed on Qiao Chuchu, who stands on the deck, her expression grave as if preparing for battle. A sudden heaviness envelopes his heart. Qiao Chuchu has always possessed an exceptionally strong spirit. She tends to manage many matters independently, as if accustomed to it. Wei Xingwenjian, observing the young woman illuminated by moonlight, struggles to comprehend. For instance, Pei Yuchuan's eyes glimmer with a pain and affection he himself is unaware of. After my parents passed, our family faced relentless bullying from the school. Even dogs seemed to take pleasure in tormenting us. Although we resisted, it was of little effect. Can you guess what Qiao Chuchu did? Wei Xingwenjian inquires. What did she do? She collected a substantial amount of dog excrement, mixed it with dirt, and filled an entire backpack, which she then hurled at the faces of our tormentors. Pei Yuchuan recounts the tale with vivid detail. Unable to suppress his amusement at the memory, when the principal scolded her, she pulled out a handful of the mixture and splattered it across his face. When the disciplinary director approached to reprimand her, she produced a small water gun filled with filthy water and sprayed him. Wei Xingwenjian's eyes widen, stifling a laugh. Did that prove effective? A smirk plays on his lips. Did she not find it repulsive? The thought amuses Wei Xingwenjian. You must have held her in high regard during those times. Pei Yuchuan replies, More than mere affection. Life after our parents' demise was shrouded in darkness. We fell from grace, and all our household staff were dismissed. We were utterly helpless. teach them to cook, to care for themselves in times of illness, and to chase bullies with a handful of wriggling earthworms or toss cockroaches into a bully's clothing. Qiao Chuchu is their son. Before outsiders, she sheds not a single tear, yet in arguments with them, she is rendered tearfully vulnerable. Her most fragile side is eternally visible to them. Pei Yuchuan felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. He surprisingly began to feel remorse for Qiao Chuchu. Was it not merely her desire to take a step forward? Did she not cause him embarrassment before clients, resulting in the loss of billions? Was it not her insatiable greed, wanting not only one man but also 7 brothers to be by her side? How could such wounds overshadow the time they once depended on each other? Pei Yuchuan's expression grew more solemn as he gazed at Qiao Chuchu's sorrowful profile. She sighed softly. What a beautiful scene. Internally, she lamented, the sea, luxurious cruise ships, haute couture dresses, the sea breeze. If this were a film, I would be waiting for my leading man. But instead, I await a murder. Wei Sheng Wenjian narrowed his eyes. This is quite different from your earlier description. She now seems very melancholic. Pei Yuchuan, with a tinge of sorrow, murmured, perhaps it's due to the traumas she has endured over the years that render her so despondent. Wei Sheng Wenjian nodded in agreement. After all, she is still a young girl. Fear is quite natural. Pei Yuchuan's tone darkened. I am the strongest of the Pei family, and I will be the first to protect her. Meanwhile, Wei Sheng Huailing gazed at Qiao Chuchu's silhouette, yearning to convey her heartfelt sentiments. Qiao Chuchu, you need not fear. I will rush to protect you. 3 pairs of eyes hid in the shadows, gazing at Qiao Chuchu bathed in moonlight. Yet, Qiao Chuchu pulled a golf club from her chest and grinned menacingly. But it matters not. Whoever comes, be it a leading man, I can share my innermost thoughts with him, and if it's a murderer, I shall knock him out with one swing. Ha ha ha. Pei Yuchuan, Wei Sheng Wenjian, Wei Sheng Huailing. With the golf club in hand, Qiao Chuchu perked up her ears to listen. A faint sound of a door creaking caught her attention. Her heart tightened as she gripped the handle. Here they come. The 3 men suddenly tensed. Very light footsteps approached from afar, drawing near to Qiao Chuchu. A man stumbled and fell. As he attempted to rise. Qiao Chuchu swiftly aimed a stun gun at him. The man collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Qiao Chuchu leaped onto him, effortlessly hoisting him up. The man cried out, What are you doing? Qiao Chuchu charged toward the railing and hurled him over. Hola. The man splashed into the water. All movements flowed seamlessly. Wei Sheng Huailing, Pei Yuchuan on the verge of stepping out. Wei Sheng Wenjian, checking the time. Wow, it didn't even take a minute. They all stood frozen in place, watching as Qiao Chuchu leaned against the railing, smiling down like a queen. Come, rise from the sea, and let me see what sort of creature you are. The man in the sea struggled to surface, his face pale with frost. Help! Help! Qiao Chuchu focused her gaze and was taken aback. Qiao Qihong? Qiao Qihong was the father of Qiao Yu. The very man who sought to harm her was indeed Qiao Yu's father? She nimbly turned and perched upon the railing, somewhat surprised. So it's you. I thought it was Ji Yanchuan who intended to kill me. Qiao Qihong floundered in the water, gasping. I'm going to die. Help, it's too cold. She remained unfazed, casually remarking from her perch, No worries, in a bit, you'll cramp up and drown, and no one will ever know you perished. He was already beginning to choke. Help. Help. I can't, my legs are cramping. Qiao Chuchu looked at him with delight, smiling. When one contemplates murder, one ought to first experience the sensation of being killed, don't you think, Qiao Qihong? Feel the helplessness of being unable to save oneself, grasping at nothing. The searing pain in your lungs, the cold and fear intertwining, dragging your cumbersome body to the depths of the sea. Chapter 82. Wei Sheng Huailing, returning from overtime. Seeking Chuchu to hear her heart's voice. Qiao Qihong bobbed in the water. I never intended to kill. Gurgle. I meant to kill you. Gurgle. Qiao Chuchu, with her hands on the railing, sat lightly upon it, smiling gently. Suddenly, Qiao Yu and her mother burst forth from the cabin. Father. Qiao Yu tossed a life ring into the sea. Catch this, father. The yellow life ring streaked through the air like a meteor, and Qiao Qihong, summoning all his strength, grasped it and secured it around himself. Qiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao's mother, engulfed in fury, strode towards Qiao Chuchu, raising her hand to push her off the railing. Qiao Chuchu flipped off the railing, delivering a swift kick to her face. Qiao's mother fell to the ground. Ouch. Blood streamed from her nose. Seeing her mother injured, Qiao Yu swung her hand at Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu dodged gracefully. seizing her hair and smashing her head against the railing, then flinging her into the sea. Qiao Yu. Ah. Qiao's mother, daughter. Qiao Chuchu. Agile as a wild creature of the mountains. Don't just stand there. You should join her. She lifted Qiao's mother and hurled her into the water. Both fell unexpectedly with a splash, crying out in terror, "Help! Help!" Pei Yuchuan was left dumbfounded. He knew Qiao Chuchu was one to repay grievances, but he had never imagined her vengeance would be this fierce. Weisheng Wenjian and Weisheng Huiling raised their brows with keen interest, their eyes glimmering with avarice. Weisheng Wenjian chuckled. Ah, now this is entertaining. Weisheng Huiling observed Qiao Chuchu as silhouette. Not only could he hear her thoughts, but her temperament also suited his taste. Truly exceptional. Standing beneath the moonlight, the sea breeze caressed her skirt, endowing her with an unexpected elegance. She leisurely grabbed 2 spare life rings from the deck and tossed them into the water. Qiao Yu and her mother swam towards the life rings, struggling for quite some time before managing to secure them. Qiao Yu screamed hoarsely. "Have you lost your mind, Qiao Chuchu? Are you trying to kill someone?" With her hands resting on the railing, Qiao Chuchu exuded an air of superiority. "You wish to take my life, hence you have incited Qiao Qihong to act against me. Once I succumb to the depths, my brother Pei Yuchuan will be unable to find me, and there will be no evidence to implicate you in my demise." The Qiao family stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of guilt passing across their faces. Qiao Qihong was the first to protest. "Do not tarnish the reputation of the innocent. I merely happened to be passing by. It was you who suddenly lost your sanity." Qiao Chuchu, resting her chin on her hand, cast a downward glance at the 3 of them. "Is that so? I advise you to speak the truth. Though you possess life jackets, in the frigid waters of winter, hypothermia will claim your lives." Qiao's mother, in a panic, exclaimed, "No, you cannot do this. There are cameras monitoring us." Qiao Chuchu scoffed. "Did you not disable the surveillance? It hasn't he even illuminated a red light. Wasn't he this scheme orchestrated by you? Have you forgotten?" A tightening sensation gripped the hearts of the Qiao family. How could she have uncovered this? Pei Yuchuan glanced at the camera, and indeed, the red was absent. He suddenly found Qiao Chuchu to be somewhat unfamiliar. After 7 years apart, she had become more astute and perceptive than before. Weisheng Wenjian observed with interest, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. While Weisheng Huiling remained in silence, unable to comprehend a single word, nor could she read their lips. The Qiao family trembled in the water, their words faltering. We truly did not intend to kill you. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent." Qiao Yu's face had turned a ghastly pale. "Shouldn't you hurry and summon someone to rescue us? While I am eager to inquire why they wish to end my life, the answer is ultimately inconsequential. What truly matters is how I can ensure that they abandon any thoughts of my assassination. Otherwise, I risk falling victim once more. Accidental death is largely unavoidable. But should anyone covertly attempt to take my life again, my existence would be forfeit." Lost in thought, a patrolling individual appeared, astonished to find the trio submerged. "Oh, dear. How did you end up in the water?" The 3 looked at the patrolman in surprise. Qiao Chuchu remained unfazed. They fell into the water. "I saved them." She turned to Qiao Qihong with a smile. "Isn't that right?" Qiao Qihong trembled, rendered speechless. Qiao Chuchu's gaze turned frosty. "Isn't it?" Breath hitching. He clenched his teeth. Yes. They could not afford to offend Qiao Chuchu, at least not openly. Should this escalate and draw the Pei family's attention, they would find themselves in an untenable position, and the very thought of his murderous intentions could reach the Pei family. Qiao Chuchu flashed a radiant smile as she passed the patrolman, her expression abruptly turning somber. "I am determined to avoid being killed once more." Entering the cabin, her demeanor grew grave. In her previous life, while at work, she had witnessed a murder firsthand. A dispute between 2 restaurants across the street escalated, and within months, one proprietor had annihilated the entire family of the other. It was not an act of rage, but a premeditated scheme. There have been countless premeditated murders. If Qiao Qihong had been capable of attempting to kill her once, he could certainly do so again. She must devise a way to safeguard herself. Pun, remaining outside, wore a solemn expression as he picked up his phone to message Pun. Qiao Chch was killed by Qiao Qing just now. Pun. W ishing WNZH and observed Piochun's inscrutable demeanor and also took out his phone to notify the group. Someone is intent on killing Qiao. And they have succeeded once. She has 5 lives left, and once they are exhausted, she will no longer resurrect.
W-Ishing-GLN.
W-Ishing YCN. W-Ishing Huai-Elling. He won't have another chance. W-Ishing WNZHN furrowed his brow. W-Ishing Huai-Elling replied, I am right across from you. WNZHN was taken aback and turned to look. Under the silvery moonlight, W-Ishing Huai-Elling, with his hands in his pockets, coldly regarded the three members of the Qiao family, who had just been pulled from the water. His chilling gaze was fixed upon Qiao Chuchu, his eyes coiling around the latter's neck like a serpent. Sensing the frosty stare, Qiao Chuchu lifted his head to meet W-Ishing Huai-Elling's gaze, shivering slightly, and snapped irritably.
What are you looking at?
Huai-Elling tilted his head slightly, and just then, the sea breeze stirred, revealing his fair forehead and his androgynous, exquisite visage. He offered an enigmatic smile before turning to leave. The terror of being killed lingered in her mind. She had experienced many forms of death, but being intentionally murdered was a first. The dread of her life being beyond her control, coupled with the constant sensation of being watched, pressed upon her psyche like a vehicle crushing a small finger. What should I do?
Kill him?
No, I cannot. I can fight, but murder is beyond me. Unless it's self-defense. Should I tell my brother? Forget it, they don't like me anyway. Even if I told them, they might think I'm just causing trouble. But I could entice Qiao Chuchu into committing a crime. As long as I have irrefutable evidence, I should be able to bring them to justice. Qiao Chuchu's palms were slick with cold sweat, unyielding no matter how much she rubbed them, and she irritably leaned against the wardrobe. This is maddening. W-Ishing Huai-Elling was startled. Sitting within Qiao Chuchu's wardrobe, he caught a delightful whiff of her shampoo through the gap. He leaned in closer, savoring the scent with a pleased smile. Indeed, his decision to rush here after work was the right one. He had heard so much of her voice. Such a rewarding endeavor. Chapter 83. Humans are far more terrifying than ghosts. W-Ishing WNZHN raised his hand, resting it against the gap of the wardrobe. Only a thin barrier separated them, yet it felt warm. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door of Qiao Chuchu's room. She furrowed her brow, glancing toward the entrance. Qiao Chuchu's deep voice resonated. Aren't you asleep? She was momentarily taken aback, her anxious feelings somewhat alleviated. Why is Qiao Chuchu here? But it's a welcome visit. My mind is too chaotic right now. I can't even sleep in the same room. I constantly feel as though someone is watching me from behind. Huai-Elling. She is rather perceptive. Qiao Chuchu sat on her bed, perfectly aligned with the wardrobe's gap. Come in. Qiao Chuchu entered, gazing at Qiao Chuchu, who sat dejectedly on the bed. It was already midnight. He feigned ignorance, asking, What's wrong? Are you troubled? Qiao Chuchu glanced at him helplessly and asked, How do you know I haven't slept? She sighed, No matter. I can't fall asleep anyway. Pei Yuchuan settled beside her and suggested, Why don't you tell me why you can't sleep? Huai Ling furrowed her brows. He seemed capable of deciphering their conversation. However, he had investigated and found significant rifts in the siblings' relationship, having not lived together for several years. This Pei Yuchuan appeared to defy the indifference portrayed in the documents regarding Qiao Chuchu. He seemed genuinely concerned for her. Huai Ling pressed her lips together warily. If those around her cared for her, he would need to exert double the effort to stand out. He glanced anxiously at Qiao Chuchu, while Pei Yuchuan also regarded her with a hint of nervousness. Chuchu felt despondent and was reluctant to speak. What should I say? She wondered. Should I mention that someone wants to kill me? But I can't even produce a shred of evidence. Surely, I can't say that I have returned from the dead to discover that the entire Qiao Chihong family wishes to see me gone. Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened further as he urged, Qiao Chuchu, if you have something to say, you can confide in me. I will believe you. She paused, meeting his gaze. His beautiful eyes were fixed on her, as if anticipating her words. She opened her mouth, only for another thought to flit through her mind. If Pei Yuchuan harbored secrets, he certainly wouldn't share them with me. After all, I have caused him distress for many years. He has been hurt by me more than once. A bitter smile crossed her lips. I was merely frightened by a horror film. You know I am terrified of ghosts. Pei Yuchuan's eyes instantly dimmed with melancholy.
Is that so?
His tone turned frosty. Then you should sleep. I will keep watch over you. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Pei Yuchuan ignored her protests, turned off the main light, and switched on the bedside lamp. In the soft, warm glow, he sat at her bedside and said, Sleep. She was perplexed.
Why?
Pei Yuchuan replied with a tone of unwavering resolve, to lull you to sleep, just like when we were children. Qiao Chuchu was bewildered as he unceremoniously pushed her down onto the bed.
Hey.
Pei Yuchuan nestled beside her, half reclining on the bed, his voice commanding, "Close your eyes." Confused, Qiao Chuchu blinked, and the fear that had lingered in her heart dissipated in an instant. "I don't want if you don't. I won't be able to sleep either," he insisted, furrowing his brow. "Don't you know I suffer from insomnia? I wake up at the slightest noise outside." Qiao Chuchu was astonished. "You, the one who can fall asleep anywhere, are suffering from insomnia? I recall your alarm clock waking the entire family while you slept like a log." Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened, displeasure evident. "Quickly close your eyes. Don't make me impatient. Otherwise, I will put on a horror film to scare you." Chuchu choked on her words and reluctantly shut her eyes. Time is indeed unforgiving. Even Pei Yuchuan, who could sleep anywhere without a care, has succumbed to insomnia. Pei Yuchuan, however, remained silent. His warm hand rested on her hand, gently patting as he hummed a tune. The black boat flickers with gauzy lights. On the rock the blue stone whispers of new patterns. In the murmuring drizzle, the returning swallows linger not for anyone. She heard the low, soothing melody and instinctively leaned closer to him. Pei Yuchuan's warm hand softly patted her hand. Gradually, she felt herself relax, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. "So warm, just like in my childhood." Pei Yuchuan's heart trembled slightly as he lowered his gaze to Qiao Chuchu. She appeared unchanged, having grown in perfect proportion. When she was 6, Qiao Chuchu was frightened by a particularly terrifying ghost picture due to a prank by Pei Mu and Pei Ci, leading her to knock on his door in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, clutching her blanket. "Brother, can you sleep with me? I'm so scared," she promised. "I won't touch you, I swear." At that time, he found it inexplicable. "Why me?" The little girl looked at him with pleading eyes. "You are strong and sturdy. Your yang energy is abundant. It seems the ghosts wouldn't dare to approach you." Thus, Qiao Chuchu lay beside him, covered with her purple blanket. He fell asleep almost instantly. Qiao Chuchu poked him awake again. "Brother, I still can't sleep. Can you make some noise? If nothing else, snore a little. I keep feeling like there's someone under the bed and in the closet, and you turned into a ghost." He was irritated, frustrated with Pei Ci and Pei Mu. He helplessly patted Qiao Chuchu's hand. "When Mom puts me to sleep, she pats me like this. Let me sing for you. Will that help you sleep?" Qiao Chuchu's eyes sparkled. "Thank you, brother. I'll listen to you all day tomorrow." He snorted, patting her hand and singing. Qiao Chuchu flattered him. "You're the best singer among my brothers." "Thank you, third brother. You've worked hard." He scoffed. "What difference does it make if you thank me? Am I not going to take care of you anyway?" The little girl smiled at him sweetly. "I'm just afraid you might find me bothersome, hee." He snorted again. "I'm your brother. As long as you say a word, I must help." Pei Yuchuan snapped back to reality, gazing at the already sleeping Qiao Chuchu. Back then, her hand was so small that he could cover it entirely with one hand. Now her hand, though still small, remained completely enveloped by his palm. He became lost in thought. "You used to rely on me the most, claiming I was strong and provided a sense of security. Whenever you were scared, I was the first person you thought of. I need not listen to your heart's voice, for you would openly share your fears with me. Now, you have experienced things far more terrifying than ghosts, yet you no longer confide in me. I can only glean your fears and anxieties from the silence between us." Pei Yuchuan sat in silence for an hour, ensuring Qiao Chuchu was sound asleep before turning off the bedside lamp and dejectedly rising to leave. Huailing silently emerged from the wardrobe, approached Qiao Chuchu, and took out a disinfecting wipe from his pocket, gently wiping her hand. Satisfied, he patted it. "Clean." Huailing quietly retrieved a necklace from his pocket, its pendant a teardrop-shaped blue paraiba. He gracefully adorned the neck of Qiao Chuchu, the moonlight illuminating the moment. Indeed, it suited her splendidly. With utmost care, he placed the note he had meticulously prepared into her hand. Gesturing in sign language, "My sister advised that when pursuing a girl of interest, one must present a gift. This is the paraiba I selected with great thought, purchased with my newly earned salary." Wei Sheng Huailing smiled, saying, "I hope the gem and a new day bring you joy, for your voice always brings me happiness." Exiting Qiao Chuchu's suite, he turned and unexpectedly collided with Wei Sheng Wenjian, who was clad in pajamas. Wenjian regarded him with an inscrutable gaze, as if already aware of his presence in Qiao Chuchu's room, and signed. "What are you doing?" he replied, delivering a necklace to Qiao Chuchu. Wenjian inquired, "Has she awakened?" Huailing shook his head. Wenjian pressed on, "Did you give it to her while she was asleep? Do you realize how frightening that is? No one would appreciate such actions." Maintaining a distant smile, Huailing signed, "You should keep your distance from her, brother." Wenjuan responded with a questioning look. Huailing stepped closer, gazing at him innocently with a smile. "I disapprove of your unsolicited approach towards her, hence my hurried arrival. Please refrain from such actions in the future." With tearful eyes, Huailing added, "Her matters are for my sister and me to handle." Wenjuan narrowed his eyes. "Do you doubt my taste? Do you think I would be attracted to someone like Qiao Chuchu?" Huailing smiled. "I believe in you. I merely wish to remind you." "Fine." Wenjuan feigned a smile. "Then you are mistaken." Huailing was taken aback. A hint of scorn flickered in Wenjuan's eyes. Such a delightful experience, as listening to one's heart should not be monopolized by you, especially when you are unaware of my significance to her. Huailing's expression grew solemn. Wenjuan mockingly continued, "She drew a comic based on me, and she is quite pleased with my appearance. I hold far more importance than you. Perhaps when you achieve the same recognition in a comic, we can compare." Huailing staggered back, his expression akin to being struck by lightning. Wenjuan turned away with a flourish, his smile deepening. This was quite amusing. Teasing Huailing was as effortless as teasing Pei Yuchuan. Huailing remained in shock. "Paraiba?" Wenjuan nodded, smiling enigmatically. "Then I shall gift something even more extravagant." Huailing. Chapter 84. Pei Yuchuan's Fury, who delivered jewelry to Qiao Chuchu in the middle of the night. Qiao Chuchu was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Outside, two women's high-pitched screams pierced the air. "Don't stop me. I must ask. Don't hold us back." She felt as if she were still dreaming until the increasingly vivid sounds of the commotion outside broke through her reverie, making her realize that a quarrel was indeed taking place. Rising from her bed, Qiao Chuchu opened her bedroom door, only to come face to face with Pei Yuchuan, who was hastily dressing as he walked. He sported a tousled mane of curls, casually draping a sweater over his torso, concealing his bare upper body, while his impeccably toned black abdominal muscles flickered before her eyes. Suddenly, she was jolted to attention. Goodness, such exquisite abs belong to my brother. What a waste of beauty. Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow in disbelief as he swiftly emerged from the confines of his sweater, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. Qiao Chuchu quickly transformed her expression. "I slept remarkably well last night." "Thank you, third brother." Pei Yuchuan let out a cold chuckle. "So, when trouble arises, you seek out your brother, do you? How do you perceive him?" She gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Extremely handsome." Pei Yuchuan arched an eyebrow. "And what of his physique?" Without hesitation, Qiao Chuchu replied, "Superb." Pei Yuchuan smiled. "Does he possess any flaws?" "None whatsoever," she declared. Pei Yuchuan felt a flicker of joy. "And what of his temperament?" "Particularly irksome," she retorted. Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. Their gazes locked. His expression gradually soured as he approached and firmly grasped her face. "You are the most irritating of all." Qiao Chuchu winced, her words muffled. "Whoa." Out of the corner of his eye, Pei Yuchuan noticed a dazzling Paraiba gem adorning her neck. Her naturally fair skin was illuminated by the silver chain, accentuating the gem's vibrant blue hue. Curiously, it had not been there when she went to bed the previous night. Pei Yuchuan grasped the gem. "Did you acquire this?" Qiao Chuchu appeared momentarily bewildered. "When did I put this on? I certainly did not buy it, nor have I ever worn it." After uttering this, she began to doubt her own memory. "I shouldn't have worn it, right? Perhaps the sleepless nights have muddled my thoughts." She recalled, "Last night, to complement my black dress, I wore a red diamond, which I've placed in my jewelry box." Suddenly struck by a thought, she hurried to her vanity and opened her jewelry box. The red diamond, valued at over 100 million, was a gift from Pei Yuan for her 18th birthday. Losing it would be catastrophic. She exhaled in relief. "It's fine. My red diamond is safe." Pei Yuchuan, both amused and exasperated, responded, "Do you think this is merely about your red diamond not being lost?" He glanced at her bedside table, where a gem certificate and a gift box lay, alongside a note on the bed. Pei Yuchuan narrowed his eyes and instructed Qiao Chuchu, "Go to the door and see what they're arguing about." Nodding, she walked toward the entrance, while he swiftly snatched the note from the bed. "As long as I am here, you need never worry about your safety, for I am your guardian angel." He let out an absurd laugh, snapping a photo of the note and sending it to the group chat. "Who sent this?" "After just one night, Qiao Chuchu has acquired a Paraiba gem. When I soothed her to sleep at midnight, it was not there. Now she awakens to find both a Paraiba and a note. Who is responsible for this?" His hands trembled in fury. That scoundrel had infiltrated his room, like a pervert, and adorned Qiao Chuchu with a necklace. What else had he done? What did this person do while Qiao Chuchu was asleep? Pei Che. Who sent this? Pei Fingrong. Did Pei Mu and Pei Ci play another prank? Pei Mu. We are too old for pranks. It wasn't us. Pei Ci. Exactly, it wasn't us. Perhaps it was Pei Buxian? He enjoys such eerie antics. Pei Buxian, come forth and explain. Pei Buxian, it wasn't me. Pei Yuchuan, irate. Then what about Pei Yuan?
Did he send it?
Pei Che. Pei Yuan was hospitalized yesterday for viral meningitis. He just recovered from a high fever last night and is still weak. Likely too occupied to check his phone. Lin Qing. Am I the only one who noticed Pei Yuchuan soothing Qiao Chuchu to sleep? Pei Yuchuan. That's not the main point. The crux of the matter is this necklace that appeared out of nowhere. Lin Qing. Lin Shen, did you send it, brother? Are you indulging in some twisted game? Lin Shen. Sneaking aboard a luxury cruise ship to stealthily adorn Qiao Chuchu with a necklace? Do you think your brother is a secret agent? I suspect Lu Tingxi more. Pei Fingrong, Lu Tingxi. Pei Che, Lu Tingxi. Pei Mu and Pei Ci, Lu Tingxi. Pei Buxian in a frenzy. Lu Tingxi, come out and explain. Lu Tingxi. I am honored to be suspected, but I assure you, I am not that perverse. Why would I sneak a gift? It's not like I'm eliminating a rival. A moment of silence enveloped the group, followed by a cacophony of voices. Then who is it? Pei Mu and Pei Ci, just admit it. You two always do such things. It truly wasn't us. It must be Pei Buxian. He has strayed further down the path of abnormality. Pei Buxian sent a voice message. Horse, I have stated it isn't me. Who on earth did this? Lin Qing. I feel as if I've fallen into a lunatic asylum. But my heart aches more for Qiao Chuchu, who is at the center of this madness. Lin Shen. Perhaps Pei Buxian should check his mental stability. Pei Buxian right now. I just want to know who infiltrated Qiao Chuchu's room and delivered the necklace. Lu Tingxi. Could it be Wei Sheng Huailing? A flurry of question marks swiftly appeared. Lu Tingxi. Wei Sheng Huailing is a mercenary, a lone wolf of exceptional prowess. I've heard he can enter the most secure places without anyone noticing. Lin Qing. You mean that deaf mute who resembles a fresh face from the entertainment industry? Lu Tingxi. Wei Sheng Huailing may have a youthful visage, but beneath his clothes lie muscles and scars. He has a particular fondness for gems. I send him jewelry every year. He once told me that since he cannot hear, he enjoys seeing rare, dazzling things. The group fell into a profound silence until Lin Qing broke it. So, he gifted the dazzling jewels to Qiao Chuchu? A symbol of him giving his favorite things to his most cherished person? Ling Ping, I can ship this. I can ship this. The group fell silent for a moment before erupting in an uproar. A chorus of voices assailed Lin Qing. If you fancy Wei Sheng Huailing, why not just take him away? Lin Qing replied, he must be willing too, you know. It's evident he's enamored with Qiao Chuchu, and besides, my tastes have evolved. I now prefer charming and gentle young men. I find such aggressive individuals quite unappealing. Lin Shen interjected, are you actually shipping Qiao Chuchu and Wei Sheng Huailing? What about me? Lin Qing candidly responded, brother, I must be honest. Qiao Chuchu is indeed quite endearing, much like a glutinous rice dumpling. She is surrounded by assertive men, and your gentle demeanor lacks the thrill. Lin Shen retorted, I was once someone Qiao Chuchu liked. Pei Buxian chimed in, yes, she did like you. Pei Mu echoed, indeed, she liked you. Pei Ci added, yes, she liked you. Pei Feng Nong remarked, that is true. Pei Che confirmed, indeed, she liked you. Lin Qing concluded, yes, she did. Lu Tingxi commented, she did. Lin Shen remained silent. Chapter 85, Pei Yuchuan, fooling around on a devious path. Pei Yuchuan was rendered speechless with anger. He should have anticipated that it was Wei Sheng Huailing, just as Wei Sheng Wenjian could hear thoughts. So too could Wei Sheng Huailing. Wei Sheng Wenjian had explicitly mentioned that his brother had a crush on Qiao Chuchu and wished to set them up. Yet, it was utterly shocking that Wei Sheng Huailing had infiltrated Qiao Chuchu's room. Pei Yuchuan glanced at Qiao Chuchu, who was eavesdropping at the door. Her eyes darted around as her fingers unconsciously fiddled with a gemstone necklace, straining to catch the sounds outside. It seemed that Qiao Qihong had vanished. Qiao Chuchu whispered to him, Qiao Mama and Qiao, you suspect I am behind this. They are currently making a ruckus at the door. She furrowed her brow. Do you think they're intentionally trying to extort me, playing the disappearing act? As long as I am here, you need never worry for your safety. For I am your guardian angel. He let out a ridiculous laugh, approaching Qiao Chuchu and unfastening her necklace. This necklace was meant for you. I intended it merely for you to try on to see if it suited a client, but I forgot to take it off. Qiao Chuchu, without much suspicion, allowed him to take it. She took a few steps back. Pei Yuchuan opened the door just in time to see Qiao Yu and Qiao Mama barreling toward it. Upon seeing him, they lunged at Qiao Chuchu like ferocious creatures. Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuchuan swiftly pushed them aside. Qiao Yu and Qiao Mama stumbled back, astonished at Pei Yuchuan's presence. He towered over them, his gaze cold and menacing. Leave. Qiao Yu trembled in fear, defiantly saying, "My father has gone missing. It must be your doing." Pei Yuchuan remained unfazed. Produce evidence, or you are merely slandering us. Qiao Yu and Qiao Mama were left speechless, their eyes wide as they turned to look at Qiao Chuchu standing behind Pei Yuchuan. He blocked their view. "Did you not hear me telling you to leave?" Qiao Yu pouted, intimidated by Pei Yuchuan, tears welling in her eyes. "Your family is filled with scoundrels." She covered her face and ran away in tears. Mother Qiao, in a state of helplessness, uttered a stern remark before departing. "You shall wait. We will uncover the evidence of your wrongdoing." The staff repeatedly apologized to Pei Yuchuan, saying, "We are truly sorry. We tried to intervene, but there was nothing we could do." Qiao Chuchu peeked out from behind Pei Yuchuan, expressing her concern. "Her father won't really disappear, will he?" Pei Yuchuan, with his hands in his pockets, quietly observed the departing figures, disregarding the staff's apologies, a shadow of gloom settling in his eyes. 10 minutes later, he found Wei Sheng Huailing running in the gym. With silver hair adorned by a sporty headband and clad in a simple white tank top, he momentarily resembled a star from the entertainment industry. However, the numerous intersecting scars on his arms were conspicuously visible as he remained focused on his workout. A throng of girls gathered around, captivated by the muscular definition of Wei Sheng Huailing's arms and the striking beauty of his face. Pei Yuchuan produced a gift box and tossed it towards Huailing's profile. In a swift motion, Wei Sheng Huailing caught the box, startling the girls who turned to look at Pei Yuchuan. A chorus of gasps erupted. "Oh, another handsome one." The girls' eyes sparkled as they surveyed the two. Pei Yuchuan approached Wei Sheng Huailing directly, stating, "Shall we converse?" Huailing stepped off the treadmill and flashed a smile at him. Pei Yuchuan led him to a corner, asking, "What is your price? How much do you want?" Wei Sheng Huailing raised an eyebrow, seemingly incredulous, and typed on his phone, "Do you think I lack money?" Pei Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, asserting, "I will not allow you to get close to my sister." Wei Sheng Huailing blinked and smiled more charmingly, responding, "Do you believe you can stop me?" Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. Wei Sheng Huailing typed, "If you return the necklace to me, I will still give it to her. I did nothing last night except put the necklace on her. Rest assured, I hold my own values dear. I would not easily offer my first kiss. A kiss must be something I genuinely desire. So, if you return the necklace, I will present it to her." Wei Sheng Huailing cheerfully lifted his phone, "But if I were to give it again, it would not merely be a gaze. It would be a kiss." Pei Yuchuan swung a punch. Huailing adeptly dodged, leaving Pei Yuchuan's fist swinging at air, even managing to type while evading and with a backflip. He nimbly ascended a platform to show his phone to Pei Yuchuan. "I have come to join this family, not to destroy it. Why can you not accept me?" He tilted his head, asking, "Do you not fancy a capable brother-in-law like me?" Pei Yuchuan gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You are nothing." Wei Sheng Huailing shrugged in resignation, stating, "Your disapproval is futile. You cannot hinder me, just like those heavily guarded tycoons. Despite their security, I still managed to collect my employer's payment." He cheerfully mused, "Do you think my job is undesirable? That's fine. I can cease this work. Whatever Chuchu likes, I shall pursue. I will treat her exceptionally well." Pei Yuchuan, both angry and amused, retorted, "You care for her? You have only met her once." Wei Sheng Huailing effortlessly perched herself upon the horizontal bar, a sly smile gracing her lips as she mused, "I cherish her innermost thoughts and adore the way she calls my name. I wish to hear her say it for a lifetime." Pei Yuchuan, visibly agitated, interjected, "A living collection." "Qiao Chuchu is your living collection?" His temper flared. "You're asking for a beating." He lunged forward, aiming to strike Huailing. In a swift motion, Huailing noticed Qiao Chuchu and Wei Sheng Wenjian approaching. With a glimmer of inspiration, she leapt from the bar, intercepting Pei Yuchuan's incoming fist. The blow landed squarely on her shoulder, causing her to stumble back and land on the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. Pei Yuchuan, bewildered, questioned, "How did he manage to hit her? Isn't he supposed to be agile?" "Wait. Something's amiss." As Qiao Chuchu caught sight of the commotion, she hurried towards them. alarmed by Huailing's seated figure on the ground. Pei Yuchuan glanced at Huailing, who sat tearfully, biting her lip, looking up at him with innocent eyes. His frustration turned into a wry smile. "So you wish to play dirty?" he thought. Without hesitation, he charged at the horizontal bar, colliding with a resounding thud. He collapsed, stars dancing before his eyes. Qiao Chuchu rushed to his side, concerned by the rapidly swelling bump on his head, bewildered as she turned to Huailing. Huailing, still glistening with tears, stood frozen, her mouth agape in shock. "Is Pei Yuchuan trying to play tricks on me?" A flicker of anger crossed her face as she frantically shook her head at Qiao Chuchu, using sign language to convey, "I don't know why he suddenly crashed into me. It has nothing to do with me." Pei Yuchuan lay on the ground, dazed and nauseous. Yet seizing the opportunity, he thought, "This cunning man won to outsmart me." He grasped Qiao Chuchu's hand weakly, murmuring, "Please don't blame Huailing. He is innocent. It wasn't he intentional." Huailing, bewildered, pondered. What a performance. Pei Yuchuan, with a physique as robust as a bear, how can he feign such vulnerability? Despite her thoughts, she anxiously glanced at Qiao Chuchu, fearing a misunderstanding. Yet, Qiao Chuchu appeared utterly confused. "How strange. I distinctly saw Pei Yuchuan collide with the pillar, as if propelled by some force. Is he mentally unhinged? Why is he asking me not to blame Huailing?" Huailing sighed quietly in relief, a sweet smile blossoming upon her face. "Ah, the clumsy fool. It seems his ruse has backfired." Pei Yuchuan, realizing he had merely dashed into the bar foolishly, was suddenly met with a gentle touch on the throbbing spot on his head. He looked up in surprise, meeting Qiao Chuchu's concerned gaze. Qiao Chuchu did not look at him, her focus solely on the large bump on his head. "It's quite sizable. It must hurt." Her eyes were filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Pei Yuchuan blushed slightly. "No, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." Qiao Chuchu sighed. "Is it because my tasks have strained them that they are feeling unwell, leading to such self-destructive tendencies?" She reached out to support him.
Call me.
"Let me help you to see a doctor." Pei Yuchuan, taken aback by her kindness, obediently allowed her to assist him. Qiao Chuchu wrapped her arm around his waist. Pei Yuchuan's entire body stiffened. "Just lean on me a bit, it's all right, but you can't put all your weight on me, or I might get crushed," she said with concern. Pei Yuchuan's cheeks burned, and he nodded. The tips of his ears were crimson. Hualing suddenly realized, stepping in front of Qiao Chuchu with a wary expression, "Aren't you going to join me for a meal? We just met." Qiao Chuchu furrowed her brow, feeling a bit helpless. "I'm sorry, Hualing. My brother is injured, and I need to take him to the hospital." Hualing pouted, his hands gesturing animatedly. "He collided on purpose. You must have seen it." Qiao Chuchu remained unfazed. "So, what if it was deliberate?" Hualing was taken aback. Qiao Chuchu signed. "I don't care whether it was intentional. What matters is that he is hurt, and moreover, he is not in a stable state." Hualing laughed, growing increasingly irritated. "As if I am in a stable state." Qiao Chuchu pondered. Why does Hualing seem so peculiar today? Has he always been this odd? Hualing's expression darkened. "I specifically flew here to see you, Qiao Chuchu." He sounded somewhat aggrieved. "I missed you." Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, exclaiming, "You missed me?" Hualing understood her lips' movements and nodded sincerely. Qiao Chuchu Hualing. Was she planning to return the bag to him? He thought that by gifting her a plethora of exquisite crocodile leather bags, she would develop feelings for him, or at least think of him from time to time. Had he been deluding himself all along? Pei Yuchuan scoffed quietly. Did he truly believe that mere gifts could win Qiao Chuchu's heart? She was worldly. She lacked neither money nor luxury items. Such trivial favors could hardly captivate her. How naive. Pei Yuchuan chuckled with satisfaction. Hualing noticed the look in his eyes. Veins throbbing at his temples, a palpable sense of hostility emerging. Wei Xinghuan had been spectating quietly. As Pei Yuchuan grew angry, Hualing's irritation flared. It was amusing to witness the rivalry between these clingy individuals. Hualing's face turned slightly pale, reluctantly casting a glance at Qiao Chuchu. He thought that such thoughtful gifts would at least earn him a fleeting thought from her. Yet, she didn't even consider him. Very well. He would purchase more. Better ones. To make her crave them. To ensure that she couldn't live without him. Hualing's eyes reddened with anger, stepping aside. "Let us go." He lowered his gaze, avoiding Qiao Chuchu's eyes. "Your brother is more important than I am." Chuchu blinked in surprise. "Indeed, that is true, after all. He is my brother." Wei Sheng Huailing smiled foolishly, no longer feeling the ache in his head. However, Qiao Chuchu suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right." She took out her phone and said, Let's add each other on WeChat. Huai Ling's gaze darkened, but he did not refuse. He picked up his phone and added her as a friend. Yet, what difference would adding WeChat make? He sensed that she was not thinking of him. Her actions were merely a facade of human nicety. Suddenly, he received an image from Qiao Chuchu. It was a beautifully crafted portrait. The boy depicted had silver hair, donned a white coat, and wore a red scarf, standing in the snow, cradling an adorable little snowman while smiling at him. Wei Sheng Huai Ling blinked in astonishment. Was this painting of him? He looked at Qiao Chuchu in surprise. She smiled shyly. I think you have the vibe of a comic book protagonist, so I spent the last couple of days drawing your portrait along with your sister's, though I haven't finished hers yet. She poked the cheek of the boy in the portrait, but I only just noticed you have a dimple today. It's not in this drawing, so I'll add it later. Her eyes sparkled with a delightful gleam to make the painted version of you even more perfect. Huai Ling was momentarily stunned, holding his phone with great affection. How long did it take you to draw this? Qiao Chuchu pondered for a moment. 2 days.
No.
Huai Ling scrutinized the painting of himself. It should be just like this. He genuinely praised, this is your first impression of me. So, its imperfections are a form of perfection. Wei Sheng Wenjian glanced at the phone screen, furrowing his brow. The artwork was indeed beautiful. But what was so remarkable about it? Just a painting. Wei Sheng Huai Ling had encountered numerous storms in life. Could a mere painting bring him such joy? Qiao Chuchu, surprised by Huai Ling's delight, felt a bit bashful. You've given me so many precious bags. I hope you don't mind this inexpensive drawing. Of course. I wouldn't mind. I absolutely adore it. Huai Ling's eyes sparkled like stars as he scooped Qiao Chuchu up and spun her around joyfully. Qiao Chuchu.
Pei Yuchuan.
Wei Sheng Wenjian. Huai Ling happily set her down, gleefully signing, I hope you miss me, because ever since I met you, I have been missing you. Your painting proves that you think of me just as I think of you. Wei Sheng Huai Ling's eyes shone brightly. Can you silently chant my name in your heart? Can you remember me? Qiao Chuchu, puzzled, asked. Why use inner voice?
Yet.
She obediently complied. Wei Sheng Huai Ling? Huai Ling froze momentarily, his breath quickening. Seeing his excitement, Qiao Chuchu felt it was peculiar. Wei Sheng Huai Ling? Wei Sheng Huai Ling? Wei Sheng Huai Ling? Wei Sheng Huai Ling seemed revitalized, immediately lifting Pei Yuchuan and declaring, I'll take you to the doctor. He grinned broadly, carrying Pei Yuchuan as joyfully as Zhu Beiji carrying his wife, and dashed away. What a windfall. I've heard his name 4 times now.
Ha ha ha.
Chapter 87. Cold before me, a lovesick fool before Xia Xuechuan. Throughout the entire day, Wei Sheng Huai Ling diligently hovered around Qiao Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu felt he bore no resemblance to the emotionless assassin depicted in the script. I even find Wei Sheng Huai Ling rather endearing. Subsequently, Wei Sheng Huai Ling spent the entire day grinning foolishly. He chased after Pei Yuchuan and Wenjian, asking, What's wrong, brothers? Ever since I arrived, you both have stopped laughing. Wei Sheng Wenjian. Pei Yuchuan. Wei Sheng Huai Ling persisted in following Qiao Chuchu until they disembarked, where Pei Yuchuan seized her collar and escorted her to the car. Wei Sheng Huai Ling chased after them. Just as he was about to catch up, Pei Yuchuan pressed the accelerator and sped away. Qiao Chuchu sensed a palpable tension in the air and clutched her seatbelt tightly. Attempting to strike up a conversation, the Wei Sheng family doesn't seem as difficult to get along with as the rumors suggest. In fact, Wei Sheng Huai Ling is even more optimistic than I imagined, don't you think? Pei Yuchuan let out a cold laugh. Indeed. You must have praised him in your heart countless times for being adorable, which must surely please him. Qiao Chuchu. What does my internal admiration for him have to do with anything? He can't hear it anyway. The two fell silent as Pei Yuchuan drove swiftly into the Pei family courtyard. Qiao Chuchu awkwardly disembarked. Aren't you coming out? Pei Yuchuan slammed the car door shut. Qiao Chuchu. What's his problem? Acting angry as if I'm begging him to stay. It's so annoying. Inside the car, Pei Yuchuan glanced at her. Behind the tinted windows, his expression was indistinct, yet vaguely sharp. Qiao Chuchu, uninterested in engaging, grabbed her suitcase and walked away. Pei Yuchuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression stormy, lowering the window. I have to go to work. Pei Yuchuan leaned out of the window. Furious. Say goodbye to me. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily stunned, a surge of unnameable anger rising. Goodbye, my foot. Stop acting crazy here and get lost. She slammed the door and stormed into the house. Pei Yuchuan laughed in anger, muttering as he drove away, calling others little cuties, yet here I am, getting a get lost. Incredible. Qiao Chuchu entered the Pei household, feeling irritable, handing her luggage to Xiao Xia. I'm in a bad mood. You needn't worry about me. Xiao Xia's smile faltered as he took the luggage. Is it because of Mr. Pei Yuan? Qiao Chuchu flopped onto the sofa like a dead fish. It's not because of my eldest brother. It's my third brother. Xiao Xia nodded. I thought you were upset about Mr. Pei Yuan's illness. Qiao Chuchu. Illness? She sat up. My brother is ill? Xiao Xia affirmed. Yes. He is hospitalized with viral meningitis at Mr. Pei Che's hospital. He has been in for 2 days. Qiao Chuchu froze, suddenly recalling something. Oh no! The plot. The narrative of Pei Che and Pei Yuan has commenced. She hurriedly exclaimed, Xiao Xia, please prepare a portion of chicken soup for me. A generous serving sufficient for 2. I intend to take it to the hospital to see my brother. Pei Yuan sat feebly on the bed, listening to the voice messages sent by Pei Yuchuan. Pei Yuchuan spoke incessantly. For 3 entire days, I've been by her side, caring for her, concerned about her diet. Fearful she might suffer from indigestion, controlling her meals, and even keeping her company while sleeping when she was frightened. And what does she do? The moment Wei Sheng Huiling arrives, she tosses me aside, and just a moment ago, she accused me of being unwell. She even said if I were her boyfriend, she would have broken up with me countless times by now. What has happened to Qiao Chuchu's taste? She doesn't appreciate a man like me, but rather prefers those delicate, effeminate young men. How can I possibly compete with that insufferable green tea? Wei Sheng Huiling. Pei Yuan felt a headache coming on from the commotion and remarked, So, if Qiao Chuchu likes you, you should be pleased. Are you envious of Wei Sheng Huiling? Pei Yuchuan fell silent for a moment before erupting in frustration, sending a flurry of voice messages. Pei Yuan, disinterested, tossed his phone aside, muttering irritably, Just because I'm your brother? Do you think I will generously help you with your troubles? He leaned weakly against the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Is this not the ward of my elder brother? I must not have taken a wrong turn, he thought. Pei Yuan opened his eyes in surprise, gazing at the door that had been slightly ajar. Qiao Chuchu, clad in a cream-colored fur short coat, with her hair half-styled in a princess-like manner, peered in quietly. Elder brother? Pei Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of unexpected delight and astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Qiao Chuchu entered cautiously, holding a thermos. How are you? Are you feeling better? It's been quite a while since I've had a moment alone with my elder brother, and seeing him makes my heart flutter, she mused. He was once my greatest reliance, akin to a mother in my eyes, and I would always gravitate towards him. In moments of nervousness, merely seeing him would bring me comfort. Yet now, I find myself anxious in his presence. Pei Yuan's faint glimmer of light gradually dimmed, his tone turning unfriendly. What brings you here? Qiao Chuchu steadied her nerves and sat beside the hospital bed. I came to check on you. And to see if you've developed feelings for Xia Xuechuan.
Pei Yuan replied, What?
Qiao Chuchu warily surveyed the entire ward. No flowers from home, safe. No plastic bead bracelets,
Safe.
No heartfelt quotes penned by Xia Xuechuan, safe. Pei Yuan questioned, Do you think I would receive such foolish gifts if I were infatuated with Xia Xuechuan? Qiao Chuchu ensured there were no traces of Xia Xuechuan in the ward and smiled broadly. How do you feel? Pei Yuan's countenance darkened. I feel nauseated. Qiao Chuchu asked.
What?
Pei Yuan, unsympathetic, scowled at her. You've seen me. I'm not dead, so you may leave now. Qiao Chuchu quickly pushed the thermos forward. Wait. I brought chicken soup for you. Do try it, it's lunchtime. Pei Yuan's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Chicken soup?
Did you make it?
His tone lifted slightly. Is it your creation? Qiao Chuchu grinned. I had Xiao Xia prepare it. Pei Yuan gazed at her with an impassive expression. She bared her teeth at him. Pei Yuan said, You may leave. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback and felt displeased. Why are you always trying to send me away? Just because there is a rift between us. We have quarreled. I pursued you, and I have shared your bed. You refuse to spend time alone with me? She continued. Moreover, why do I have to face such disdain upon my arrival? I haven't even removed my clothes, and I am not dressed in anything alluring. In fact, I am wearing thermal leggings beneath my outfit, all in festive crimson for the new year. Chapter 88. Life has become unbearable. I shall endure until the conclusion, and then flee abroad. The more she pondered, the more forlorn she felt. Fine. Remember to drink. I will take my leave. I will find a place to hide. At the very least, I must stay here for a day. This moment is the most perilous, as Pei Yuan will undoubtedly encounter Xia Xuechuan. She pouted inwardly, her tone tinged with sarcasm, for in Pei Yuan's vulnerable moments, Xia Xuechuan shines like a little sun, bringing her love, her heart, and her radiant smile to soothe the wounds I have inflicted upon Pei Yuan's shattered spirit. However, according to the original timeline, by now, my mourning period should have passed, and Pei Yuan, consumed by urgency, would have ended up in the hospital, where he would meet Xia Xuechuan, who was working as a cleaner in place of her mother. Qiao Chuchu, fuming, reached the door, but still remembered to close it gently. With her airs, Xia Xuechuan can make him lose all sense of direction with just a smile. He is utterly love-struck. Pei Yuan. Love-struck? He laughed in disbelief. The Pei family, with its 8 members, had a keen sense of perception. Pei Yuchuan had one less, and Qiao Chuchu too. There was no way he could be the one love-struck. He mused, Qiao Chuchu came to see me and made me chicken soup. I am off to eat. Pei Yuchuan. He sent a sticker. Suddenly, Pei Yuan's mood brightened, and he took the thermos to seek out Qiao Chuchu. Chuchu sat dejectedly in the recuperation greenhouse, an indoor garden within the Pei family hospital, designed for patients unable to venture outside during winter, to enjoy the scenery and restore their spirits. She sighed, feeling utterly miserable. Despite leading a life seemingly replete with everything, I have ended up despised by the entire family. I have shared both joys and hardships. We have weathered every calamity together as a family. Just when we have finally endured it all, I am forced to unravel this delicate tapestry, leaving the mess for me to bear, making me loathed by all. She wearily closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair. Pei Yuan stood behind her, holding the thermos, his brow slightly furrowed in melancholy. He was aware that Qiao Chuchu was compelled into this situation, yet he found it difficult to accept her so readily. Meanwhile, Pei Che, clad in a white lab coat, passed by the greenhouse garden. His phone buzzed. Chairman, Miss Qiao has arrived at the hospital. I just saw her sitting alone in the greenhouse garden, likely here to see Mr. Pei Yuan. Pei Che pondered. Isn't her relationship with them strained? How curious that she is so concerned for my elder brother, making a special trip. He tucked his phone away and casually glanced to the side, narrowing his eyes. Is that Qiao Chuchu and Pei Yuan? Qiao Chuchu, feeling rather bored, surveyed her surroundings until her gaze landed on a particular scene. An elderly lady, clad in a cheongsam and sporting white hair, was cheerfully conversing with a familiar figure. Xia Xuechuan, dressed in a khaki cleaning uniform with a playful ponytail and a fresh face, was smiling as she handed the old lady a thermos. Grandma Zhang. This chicken soup is made by me, simmered for 4 hours. Do try it. It's excellent for replenishing energy and blood. Grandma Zhang's eyes crinkled with delight as she affectionately patted Xia Xuechuan's cheek. Xuechuan, you are truly wonderful. I adore girls like you. If only my 5 sons hadn't already had children, I would certainly want you to marry into our family. Xia Xuechuan blushed, exclaiming, Grandma, what are you saying? Qiao Chuchu chuckled dismissively. An old lady praises your cooking and hopes to marry you off not out of affection for you, but rather for your culinary skills. Your ability to prepare meals for her, her sons, and the entire family. Xia Xuechuan, sensing Qiao Chuchu's presence, turned her head in surprise. Qiao Chuchu? Mrs. Zhang followed her gaze, and her smile instantly faded. Qiao Chuchu nonchalantly crossed her ankle over her knee, exuding an air of indifference as she greeted them. Hi. Xia Xuechuan, unperturbed, retorted. Are you here to find your brother? Where is he? Ignoring you again? Qiao Chuchu, maintaining a straight face, quipped, No. I'm here to accompany my husband for a vasectomy. Xia Xuechuan was taken aback, while Pei Yuan and Pei Che exchanged glances. Mrs. Zhang chuckled. Qiao Chuchu. It has been quite a while since we last met, and you have not changed at all. Still so rude. Xia Xuechuan, astonished, asked, Do you know Qiao Chuchu? Mrs. Zhang nodded. Yes, she lives downstairs from me. We have met a few times. Her tone took on a meaningful inflection. I have also seen her brothers. Pei Yuan pondered. This elderly lady must be referring to the apartment where Qiao Chuchu has resided for the past few years. Given their estrangement during this time, delivering items was left to the driver, so neither he nor his brothers had visited Qiao Chuchu. He regarded her back with skepticism, wondering where her brothers could be in that apartment.
Qiao Chuchu, unabashedly brazen, exclaim,
Just when I had a belly full of anger with no outlet, you two bumping into me is akin to hitting the jackpot. She raised her chin toward the old lady. My elder brother sends his regards for the new year. How have you been? Grandma Zhang furrowed her brow, about to respond when Qiao Chuchu interrupted. I suppose you haven't been well, otherwise. You wouldn't be conversing with a stranger like Xia Xuechuan, but rather with your own sons and grandchildren. Xia Xuechuan, frowning in anger, rose to her feet. Qiao Chuchu. Do not insult Grandma Zhang. She is a good person. A good person? Qiao Chuchu smiled intriguingly. She has 5 sons, 5 daughters-in-law, 3 of whom are divorced, leaving only 2 daughters-in-law in the household. One has a son and is wealthy, while the other has a daughter from a modest background. Guess who is on their knees scrubbing the floors? Grandma Zhang, defiantly, retorted, that is her duty as my daughter-in-law. What concern is it of yours? Qiao Chuchu chuckled effortlessly. Xia Xuechuan, did you see that? Arriving at her home, devoid of wealth, influence, and sons, your fate is to kneel and scrub the floor. Not merely that, but also to prepare chicken soup and wash her feet. Xia Xuechuan remarked, I can do that. Qiao Chuchu thought she misheard. You can? What about your mother? Xia Xuechuan, with a sardonic smile, replied, Qiao Chuchu, honoring the elderly is an obligation. As a daughter-in-law, it is my duty. Can you not do the same? Besides, I have a preference for boys. While I do not subscribe to the notion of valuing sons over daughters, I find boys to be more vivacious. I only wish to bear sons. Liking boys is not a fault, is it? Your family is filled with brothers, after all. Xia Xuechuan was momentarily silenced. Qiao Chuchu, with disdain, rolled her eyes. Who are you to speak of my mother? Pei Che smirked as he approached Qiao Chuchu, followed by Pei Yuan. Preoccupied with her vexation, Qiao Chuchu failed to notice them sitting beside her. Chapter 89. Qiao Chuchu, no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you have 7 husbands. Old Lady Zhang, linking her arm with Xia Xuechuan, gestured for her to sit. Gently patting her hand, she spoke intimately, do not heed this individual. You are the epitome of the perfect daughter-in-law in my eyes. A girl should embody qualities like yours, culinary skills and the ability to care for others. This signifies independence and grace. The elderly lady smiled warmly, casting a glance toward Qiao Chuchu. Do not be like certain individuals who have never cooked a meal and have been overly pampered. How shall they navigate the world? Qiao Chuchu retorted, I believe a girl's independence should not be defined by a single criterion. Culinary skills signify independence, but they are certainly not the sole measure. For instance, earning money to hire a maid is also a form of independence, and tossing slippers disdainfully at an elderly lady's face is yet another form of independence. Old Lady Zhang, taken aback, glared at Pei Yuan and Pei Che. Her tone sharp and caustic. Ah, so you are independent. Which of these 2 is the husband you intend to sterilize? Pei Yuan. Peike? Qiao Chuchu. Only then did she realize Pei Che was on her left and Pei Yuan on her right. Xia Xuechuan, momentarily stunned, began to explain, Grandma Zhang, they are not. Pei Yuan interjected, I am. Pei Che added, I am. Qiao Chuchu. Xia Xuechuan. Old Lady Zhang. Pei Yuan and Pei Che exchanged glances, pointing at each other. He is not, only I am. He is not, only I am. Qiao Chuchu. Xia Xuechuan. Old Lady Zhang. Which of you is it then? Pei Yuan and Pei Che, now visibly irritated, averted their gazes and in unison declared, we both are. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Xia Xuechuan was equally astonished. Pei Che, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, he has passed away. Old Lady Zhang turned to Pei Yuan, and you? Pei Yuan, expressionless, replied, he and I are biological brothers. Old Lady Zhang exclaimed, brothers from the same family? She gazed at Qiao Chuchu in astonishment. How did you manage that? Without needing to consult my wife, Pei Che, with crossed legs and a relaxed demeanor, remarked, given your status, you must understand that in our circle, as long as both parties are willing, a man may have numerous women. Likewise, a woman can have many partners. Qiao Chuchu felt as if struck by lightning. Women can, but I am uncertain if I can. If I say you can, then you certainly can, he replied. Pei Che's gloomy gaze rested upon her face. Could you show a little ambition, my dear? Pei Yuan remained silent, casually resting his arm on the chair behind Qiao Chuchu, calmly observing the elderly lady. Qiao Chuchu thought to herself, despite the bravado displayed before others, she felt as though she was suffocating. She struggled to accept the situation and lower her voice. What are you 2 doing? Pei Yuan, with an expression devoid of emotion, whispered back, playing the role of your sterilized husband. Pei Che remained silent, indicating his agreement. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed in disbelief, this is not an act to be taken lightly. Summer Xuechuan is right across from us. Summer Xuechuan turned pale. So Pei Yuan and Pei Che had this kind of relationship with Qiao Chuchu. They willingly chose sterilization to avoid bearing a sinful child? It suddenly made sense why none of the 7 young masters of the Pei family had partners, yet treated Qiao Chuchu with such kindness. Summer Xuechuan's mind was in a state of chaos, her eyes wide with shock, unable to utter a word. Qiao Chuchu, sweating profusely, pressed the heads of the 2 men closer together. With you two saying this, Summer Xuechuan must think there's something wrong with the 3 of us. Just look at her. She's frozen. Pei Yuan nonchalantly glanced at Summer Xuechuan. Why don't you get along with this old lady? Qiao Chuchu cleared her throat and leaned in closer to his ear. This old lady is my former upstairs neighbor. Pei Yuan's breath hitched. Her proximity caused warmth to envelop his ear, tightening his body instinctively. His pale hand clenched the hospital gown, and he felt his throat involuntarily bob. Then why is your relationship not very good? Qiao Chuchu whispered into his ear. Her grandson runs around stomping above me every day, and I find it quite noisy, affecting my work. I politely approached her several times, but they ignored me. Eventually, the old lady scolded me, calling me pretentious and accusing me of wronging them. Remembering that incident, Qiao Chuchu felt displeased. So, I enlisted 5 shirtless, tattooed gangsters to impersonate my brother, standing at the old lady's door, eating hot pot and sleeping on the floor. That made her behave. Pei Che was astounded. Shirtless tattooed gangsters impersonating your brother? The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. Why didn't you come to us? Aren't we like brothers to you? Qiao Chuchu shrugged. Our relationship hasn't reached the point where you would help me solve troubles. Besides, you're all just good-looking. Where's the intimidation factor compared to a tattooed gangster? She added, moreover, given how I've treated you, I can't just seek you out when I need help. I'll handle my own matters and clean up my own mess. Pei Che's brows knitted together, and he murmured softly, in your heart, am I still not your brother? Qiao Chuchu didn't hear him, leaning closer to Pei Che's ear. So, I must win this verbal battle on my own. Second brother. You and elder brother should stay out of it, all right? Her voice was gentle, like rippling water floating into Pei Che's ear, resonating within his heart and causing a stir deep within. Pei Che blinked in confusion, his body beneath the white coat taut with tension, and his breathing became increasingly erratic. By the time Qiao Chuchu departed, his expression had returned to normal, yet the tips of his ears remained as red as ripe tomatoes. Xia Xuechuan, with keen eyes, remarked, Qiao Chuchu, did you bring chicken soup as well? Did you make it yourself? The elderly lady interjected with a sardonic tone. You heard that, right? She's quite delicate. There's no way she could do anything herself. This chicken soup must have nothing to do with her. Qiao Chuchu shifted her legs, adopting a more comfortable posture. I killed the chicken. The elderly lady. Xia Xuechuan? Qiao Chuchu glanced at her translucent pink nails and elaborated. First, I bled it. Then plucked the feathers, eviscerated it, and removed all its organs until it was left utterly hollow. The elderly lady. Xia Xuechuan.
Pei Yuan.
Holding the chicken soup, remarked, so you really did kill the chicken. Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuan savored a sip. It tastes very fresh. Pei Che extended his hand. Let me try. His elder brother Pei Yuan handed him a bottle cap. Pei Che took a sip, nodding. It is indeed fresh. It seems Qiao Chuchu's prowess in chicken slaughtering remains as formidable as ever. Qiao Chuchu. They actually believe her. A familiar male voice interrupted. What are you 3 doing here? Zhang Laotai's mouth hung slightly open, struggling to comprehend, as she looked at Qiao Chuchu in astonishment. You actually have more? Qiao Chuchu's lips twitched. Pei Buxian, puzzled, asked, what do you mean more? Zhang Laotai trembled as she raised her hand, pointing at Pei Yuan. He is the eldest. She then pointed at Pei Che. He is the second. Finally, she pointed at Pei Buxian. And you? What number are you? Pei Buxian frowned. I am the 7th. Zhang Laotai's blood pressure spiked. Qiao Chuchu. No wonder you are so impressive. It turns out you have 7. Pei Buxian.
Pei Ke.
Pei Yuan. Qiao Chuchu. Chapter 90. If she wished to live such a life, it would only be possible if Qiao Chuchu were to perish. In the suffocating silence, Zhang Laotai's gaze toward Qiao Chuchu was laden with myriad meanings. Several times she seemed on the verge of speaking, only to hesitate and pull back. A tangle of emotions, including admiration and disdain, intertwined in her expression, rendering it exceedingly complex. With a face ashen as death, Qiao Chuchu thought to herself, I should leave quickly. I cannot endure even a moment longer in this world. Steeling herself, she rose. Let us go. I'm tired of sitting here and need to rest. Pei Yuan and Pei Che rose simultaneously, flanking Qiao Chuchu on either side. Pei Buxian clutched his laptop like an attendant. Zhang Laodai waited until Qiao Chuchu was out of her line of sight before speaking. That girl, with 7 men, would need at least 7 hands to manage them. That's not true. Xia Xuechuan glared discontentedly at Qiao Chuchu's retreating figure. Those are her 7 brothers. Zhang Laodai seemed to hear thunder. What? Then why say they are 7 husbands? Xia Xuechuan's face fell long. They are just spewing nonsense to provoke you. How could 7 men willingly be with 1 woman? Qiao Chuchu is no celestial being. Zhang Laodai gradually grasped the situation and laughed dismissively. Huh. These young people today truly are. Madame Zhang uttered something further. Yet Xia Xuechuan was entirely oblivious to her words. Her gaze remained fixated on the retreating figures of Qiao Chuchu and the 3 accompanying individuals. Dressed in a pale blue hospital gown, Pei Yuan stood to the left of Qiao Chuchu, while Pei Che, clad in a white lab coat, occupied her right side. The 2 strolled leisurely, flanking the petite Qiao Chuchu between them, akin to 2 dashing sentinels safeguarding their beloved sister, compelling passers-by to linger their gazes upon the trio. Pei Buxian hastened a few steps to displace Pei Che, insisting on standing alongside Qiao Chuchu. Pei Che cast a frosty glance at his younger brother before diverting his attention back to Qiao Chuchu momentarily. The scene exuded warmth and harmony, especially upon the realization that this grand hospital belonged to the Pei family and Qiao Chuchu's monthly earnings could reach 20. The tableau evoked a sense of blissful detachment from worldly woes, where their only concern was the tribulations of affection. Xia Xuechuan felt a pang of bittersweetness surge within her. Her tone heavy. Grandma Zhang, I shall attend to my duties. Grandma Zhang, puzzled, inquired, why has your complexion suddenly taken on such a dismal hue? Is it Qiao Chuchu who has displeased you? Not at all. She rubbed her palms together, murmuring to herself, I am merely a tad melancholic. After the demise of brother Jiahao, she had experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream. In it, Qiao Chuchu had perished, and she found herself beside the 7 brothers of the Pei family, soothing their shattered hearts, cradled in their hands, much like Qiao Chuchu herself. Furthermore, in her dream, the 7th brother, Pei Buxian, choked back tears as he remarked, You possess the same indomitable spirit as my sister. Whenever I see you, I am reminded of her. The dream felt hauntingly real. Upon awakening, she remained in a daze for quite some time, unable to shake off the tender images from her slumber, which made her smile involuntarily. Yet, the events of that dream were impossibilities, for Qiao Chuchu could never die. Xia Xuechuan gazed sorrowfully at Qiao Chuchu's silhouette, grappling with the notion, once again. If she wished to lead such a life, it would necessitate Qiao Chuchu's demise. With considerable effort, Qiao Chuchu extricated herself from the embrace of her 3 brothers. In her attempts to liberate herself, she employed all her wiles and spoke extensively until her lips felt as though they might burst. At that moment, Pei Yuan's time for the 4 drip had arrived. Pei Che was occupied with work reports from his subordinates. Pei Buxian suddenly found inspiration and thus remained in Pei Yuan's hospital room to type away. Although their decision to release her had nothing to do with her, she felt a sense of relief, for the primary plotline concerning Xia Xuechuan had yet to unfold. Hastily, Qiao Chuchu made her way to the locale where Xia Xuechuan's narrative would commence. Pei Buxian stealthily trailed behind, clutching his phone. He had long discerned that Qiao Chuchu had something on her mind, so he seized upon an excuse of inspiration to grant her a stage for her free expression. Pei Buxian typed in the group chat, Pei Yuan and Pei Che, I am currently following Qiao Chuchu. Lin Qing, is there a plot developing? Pei Phone Long, let us initiate a video call, so everyone can hear her innermost thoughts. Without hesitation, Pei Buxian commenced a group video call, donned his headphones, and assumed the demeanor of a spy. Those available eagerly joined the unfolding drama. Lin Qing's radiant face first appeared on the screen. Can Qiao Chuchu's heartfelt thoughts still be conveyed through the video? If not, I might as well leave directly. Lin Xin furrowed his brows in concern. Pei Yuan leaned against the bedside table, coldly scrutinizing the screen. Pei Buxian aimed the camera at Qiao Chuchu. We shall soon find out. Oblivious, Qiao Chuchu continued her calculations as she walked. In the original storyline, due to Xia Xuechuan being our temporary housekeeper, she had already met my 7 brothers. She had taken a few days off to substitute for my mother at work. And my brothers, though reserved in their affections, felt an instant connection with her without overtly expressing it. Hence, each individual story, with Xia Xuechuan served as a means for them to deepen their feelings. At this juncture, Xia Xuechuan should have already developed some emotional rapport with my eldest brother, Pei Yuan, having just navigated through the initial stages of their narrative. Lin Qing was taken aback. Wow, I can distinctly hear the heartfelt thoughts resonating in my mind. It's truly uncanny. You all heard that too, right? Those in the video nodded in agreement. Unable to contain her laughter, Lin Qing remarked, "Brother Pei Yuan, considering that the original you has already formed a bond with Xia Xuechuan, how do you feel upon hearing this news?" Pei Yuan shot her a glance. "It feels nauseating." Lin Qing burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuchu pondered earnestly ahead. Eldest brother Pei Yuan, after interacting with Xia Xuechuan at the hospital, gradually developed more affection for her, receiving several handcrafted art pieces made by Xia Xuechuan herself. Currently, since Pei Yuan has not received any handcrafted items, it seems his feelings for Xia Xuechuan have not yet reached a threshold, evidently indicating that the narrative has not commenced. For now, it can be deemed safe. However, the story must progress, and next up should be Pei Chei's narrative segment. Lin Shen inquired curiously, "Why hasn't Pei Chei joined the video call?" Pei Buxian replied, "Second brother has work. He has gone to sign documents and couldn't join the video call, but he should arrive shortly." Unbeknownst to them, Qiao Chuchu was still deep in thought ahead, due to her role as a cleaner when Xia Xuechuan encountered Pei Chei. It occurred during a conflict with another cleaner while she was tidying the stairs, leading to an unfortunate tumble down the staircase. Lin Qing, stifling her laughter, turned to Pei Yuan. "Brother Pei Yuan, it seems you appear gentle, yet in private, your jealousy runs quite deep. You were displeased to see second brother Pei Chei kneeling to apply medicine to Xia Xuechuan, weren't you?" Pei Yuan. Pei Feng, with a playful smirk, lounged in his office chair. Indeed, eldest brother has quite a strong sense of jealousy. Pei Yuan. Pei Feng. Pei Yuan. Pei Buxian. Lin Qing. "Brother, if you lack the cunning, refrain from speaking the blunt truth. It risks you being ousted from the group. So, I advise you to remain silent." Lin Shen. Chapter 91. Xia Xuechuan. "You all are bullying me." Pei Buxian, feeling displeased, averted his gaze.
Suddenly noticing Qiao Chuchu's absence.
"Where's Qiao Chuchu?" Qiao Chuchu had already arrived at the Human Resources Department, knocking on the manager's office door. The manager, puzzled, asked, "May I help you?" Qiao Chuchu confidently replied, "I would like to work as a temporary cleaner for a few hours." The manager gazed at her in confusion. "We do not lack cleaning staff, let alone temporary cleaners." "I am aware," Qiao Chuchu replied as she approached him. "I have a small matter to attend to." "That makes it even less likely that I can agree," the manager said, perplexed.
Who are you?
"You simply declare your intention to become a cleaner?" Qiao Chuchu retrieved a prepared envelope of cash from her pocket and presented it to him. "I am but a humble individual, the 8th sister of Chairman Pei Chei. You may call me Miss Pei." She then produced a photograph and placed it alongside the envelope. Pushing it towards the manager, "I merely wish to borrow the identity of a temporary cleaner." The manager paused, first glancing at the money. 1,000 yuan. Then he looked at the photograph, which depicted a family portrait from 7 years ago. In the center, Qiao Chuchu sat demurely in a qipao, flanked by Pei Chei on her left and Pei Yuan on her right, with several brothers standing behind them. It was evident that Qiao Chuchu was the individual in the photograph, her appearance having evolved from youthful innocence to graceful maturity. 10 minutes later, Qiao Chuchu donned a cleaning uniform, holding a mop as she stood at the staircase. Lin Qing. Lin Shen. Pei Fengrong. Pei Yuan. Pei Buxian. Qiao Chuchu tied her hair back and donned a prepared mask. To understand how events transpired, one must immerse oneself in this environment. If Xia Xuechuan is indeed being bullied, then the employee who torments her must be removed to prevent further harassment of others. The perpetrator of the bullying cannot remain. The romantic subplot between Xia Xuechuan and Pei Chei must not commence. In the video conference, Lin Qing expressed skepticism. The plan is quite sound, but can Qiao Chuchu actually perform the work? Qiao Chuchu lifted the mop and began to clean earnestly. This area was the employee passage, equipped with both elevators and stairs, and she and Xia Xuechuan were responsible for the staircase here. A passing cleaner complimented her. "Are you new? You clean very well." Qiao Chuchu scraped away stubborn grime from the floor, her smile brightening. "I have done this work before, so I am quite adept at it. In my previous life, I could be considered a jack of all trades, a delivery person, a temporary cleaner, a cashier, a waitress. I have done it all, and making the floor shine is certainly within my capabilities." The participants in the video meeting fell silent, their moods suddenly dampened. Qiao Chuchu continued her work in quietude until she heard a reprimand echoing from upstairs. "Look at what you have done to this staircase. How can others descend now? Here comes the drama." She hurried upstairs, peering around the corner of the staircase. It was Qiao Chuchu arguing with the aforementioned cleaning lady. A large puddle of water covered the marble stairs, dripping down and even reaching Qiao Chuchu's feet. The cleaning lady pointed angrily at the puddle. Many employees have rushed down the stairs to save time. With all this water, what if someone slips and falls? What then? Qiao Chuchu stood defiantly beneath the cleaning lady, her neck arched as she retorted, "We are all adults. How could anyone slip? Moreover, I am here to offer reminders. I simply prefer to wet the stairs before mopping the floor." The cleaning lady, infuriated, exclaimed, "Not in our establishment. You must clean one step at a time. You've drenched this area in water. If the supervisor sees it, they will blame me for not instructing you. I am responsible for this section, do you understand?" Qiao Chuchu scoffed dismissively, "So you are just abusing your authority, taking advantage of the fact that I am new here." The cleaning lady stared at her in disbelief. Her eyes wide. "How can you be so unreasonable? You've made such a mess, and as the team leader, am I not allowed to say something?" Qiao Chuchu coldly huffed, "Instead of blaming me, why not let me finish the task? Once I am done, it won't be wet anymore. Otherwise, if someone does fall later, it would be your fault for delaying the work." The cleaning lady's face turned ashen with anger. "I merely warned you that what you are doing is dangerous, and yet you retorted that you would do as you please." Frustrated, she shook her head repeatedly. "I won't argue with you any longer." Turning to ascend the stairs, she suddenly slipped, her body leaning back. Qiao Chuchu was jolted by the impact, losing her footing and tumbling down. Qiao Chuchu, quick as lightning, caught Qiao Chuchu in her arms. Qiao Chuchu screamed, pressing against her in shock. Qiao Chuchu, drenched in cold sweat, clutched Qiao Chuchu's arms tightly. "Are you all right?" Qiao Chuchu's face turned pale as she slowly straightened up. I'm fine." Qiao Chuchu sighed in relief. "I thought the cleaning lady was bullying you, but it turns out you were the one causing trouble. Thankfully, you avoided injury. Does this mark the end of this little episode?" Relaxing, she stated, "It's good that you both are unharmed. I shall take my leave now." Qiao Chuchu turned to her. "Wait, Qiao Chuchu." Qiao Chuchu's voice suddenly rose in surprise, realizing her savior was Qiao Chuchu. Pei Buxian and the others immediately became alert. Qiao Chuchu, puzzled, turned to the astonished Qiao Chuchu. "What is it?" Qiao Chuchu scrutinized her from head to toe, her expression shifting to one of understanding. "No wonder that old lady bullied me. It turns out you conspired with her." "Cleaning lady?" "Qiao Chuchu, what do you mean by conspired? You made a mistake and now you're trying to shift the blame onto me?" Qiao Chuchu laughed heartily, defending herself. "I made a mistake? Is it wrong for me to mop the stairs and wet them? Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Qiao Chuchu pouted. "So your intention is for me to suffer in silence?" The cleaning lady, struggling for breath, retorted, "Why are you so unreasonable? Who said you should suffer in silence? You did something wrong, and as the team leader, am I not allowed to offer a reminder? Do you think I'm foolish? Is this a reminder?" Qiao Chuchu, unyielding, looked at Qiao Chuchu. "You're doing this on purpose, commanding the cleaning lady to bully me. Haven't you bullied me enough at home? Now you come here to torment me." Chapter 92. Qiao Chuchu held Pei Chei's hand. "Brother, you are injured." In a sudden surge of anger, Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, "If I were to bully you, I would let you fall. Why would I help you?" Qiao Chuchu relentlessly retorted, "With your immense strength, who is to say you wouldn't toss me down the stairs? You harbor ill intentions." She forcefully shoved Qiao Chuchu away. Staggering back in irritation, Qiao Chuchu rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Oh, so you want to push me? Then I shall gouge out your eyes." She lunged forward, aiming a finger at Qiao Chuchu's eye. Qiao Chuchu shielded her eyes, crying out, You would actually poke my eyes out. Then I'll pull your hair." Qiao Chuchu felt her hair being yanked, her temper flaring as she exclaimed, "I just had a hair treatment, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey." She tackled Qiao Chuchu. The staircase echoed with their screams. The cleaning lady stood by, flustered, pleading, "Please stop fighting. It's the new year. I beg you both to cease this." Pei Buxian hurriedly dashed up the stairs, exclaiming, "Let go of my sister." However, he slipped on the wet steps, his phone flying out of his grasp. "My phone!" Pei Buxian exclaimed in shock. Qiao Chuchu, sensing something flying towards her, instinctively caught it and placed the phone against the wall before continuing to wrestle Qiao Chuchu. Witnessing the chaos were Lin Qing, Lin Shen, Pei Fengrong, and Pei Yuan, all taken aback. Pei Buxian, sprawled on the stairs like a large toad, gazed at Qiao Chuchu with admiration. Such a deft maneuver. It's as if my fictional character has leaped into reality. The manager, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the stairway, startled and nearly leaping in fright. Oh, dear. How did this fight break out? Miss Pei. As she descended the stairs, she suddenly slipped, tumbling down step by step. She managed to stop at the bottom, her face paling instantly, which fool spilled water on the stairs. Pei Che, puzzled, emerged from his office, only to find the staircase in disarray. Qiao Chuchu and Xia Xuechuan were grappling, pulling hair and poking eyes, creating a cacophony of shrieks. Upon recognizing Qiao Chuchu, Pei Che's gaze sharpened, and he rushed down the stairs. The manager and the cleaning lady gasped in shock. Chairman, do not come down. Yet, Pei Che slipped, hurtling forward. The manager let out a piercing scream. Chairman? Qiao Chuchu looked up and was taken aback to see Pei Che soaring towards her like a rocket. Instinctively, she reached out to catch him. Pei Che descended with force, tightly embracing Qiao Chuchu and shielding her head. They crashed against the wall, leaving Qiao Chuchu trapped within his embrace. The impact left her dazed. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Pei Buxian's eyes widened in disbelief, while the manager and cleaning lady cowered in a corner. Xia Xuechuan, unsteadily rising, gazed at the two pressed against the wall. Pei Che protected Qiao Chuchu's head with one hand while the other braced against the wall, his eyes wide with shock. To her astonishment, his lips met Qiao Chuchu's cheek, the force of the kiss so intense that her face contorted. Pei Che recoiled, a trickle of blood escaping from his lip, having bitten himself in the process. Helplessly, he licked his lip. Qiao Chuchu grimaced as she rubbed her face, unable to suppress her complaints. Second brother. Your mouth is rather tough. I thought you were going to punch me. She glanced down at the janitor's uniform, feeling a bit frustrated. Isn't it all to integrate into Xia Xuechuan's work, to investigate the unfolding events, and to help you avoid the storyline of falling for her? I was also curious if the mean team leader was bullying colleagues, yet it unexpectedly developed into this. Pei Che was taken aback. Was her behavior a result of his storyline? Xia Xuechuan, exasperated, pointed accusingly at her. Qiao Chuchu, I warn you. Just because your brother is here doesn't mean you can play the victim. Let me be clear, this is your fault. You're trying to bully me? Using your influence. Qiao Chuchu glared at Xia Xuechuan, feeling both angered and wronged. Am I bullying you? I was merely trying to integrate into her life, to observe the situation regarding those who bully Xia Xuechuan. If they are truly morally corrupt, I certainly wouldn't let my brother tolerate them. Yet, not only is the janitor not a villain, but Xia Xuechuan also dares to slander me.
Fine.
Qiao Chuchu sat cross-legged on the ground. You say I'm using my influence? Then let me show you just how I can wield it. She boldly draped her arm around Pei Che's. Pei Che was taken aback, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Pei Buxian and the others in the video were equally stunned. Qiao Chuchu defiantly raised her chin. Second brother, let go of Xia Xuechuan and her mother. Xia Xuechuan's complexion changed. What does this have to do with my mother? Qiao Chuchu retorted. Your mother doesn't come to work, but sends you instead. Your lack of professionalism has led to so many injuries. Of course, it's related. She clung to Pei Che's arm. Brother, let her go. Pei Che stared at her arm wrapped around his expression filled with shock and discomfort. Qiao Chuchu pouted, urging him. Hurry up. Xia Xuechuan, stunned, exclaimed. Chairman, are you really going to indulge your sister like this? Or is it you that I should indulge? Pei Che shot her a fierce glare. You've caused every person here to slip. I haven't even held you accountable yet. He shot a knowing glance at the manager. The manager instantly understood. All right, Xia Xuechuan, you and your mother need not come here anymore. Have your mother find another job. Xia Xuechuan was struck as if by lightning. You can dismiss me, but you cannot dismiss my mother. She loves this job. You are being too cruel. She cast a dissatisfied look at Qiao Chuchu. Xia Xuechuan's face darkened. I will not apologize to you. Qiao Chuchu retorted. Suit yourself. After all, Xia Xuechuan's mother is just like her, aware of her daughter's schemes and supporting her pursuit of love, even orchestrating to exclude Lin Qing and deliberately tripping her, causing Lin Qing to lose a front tooth. She's not innocent either. In the video, Lin Qing was shocked. Her mother caused me to lose my tooth? How infuriating. Qiao Chuchu rose from the ground. Pei Che also stood, grimacing in pain. Ouch. He had twisted his wrist. Qiao Chuchu was astonished. Are you hurt? Pei Che paused, his deep-set eyes swirling with unreadable emotions as he nodded. Qiao Chuchu earnestly supported him. Be careful. At that moment, Pei Buxian, still at the staircase, suddenly reacted and grabbed his phone, chasing after them. Pei Che and Qiao Chuchu entered the office. Qiao Chuchu stepped in first, while Pei Che closed the door, inadvertently colliding with Pei Buxian, who was rushing over. Pei Buxian raised his hand, signaling to wait. Pei Che's gaze darkened as he decisively shut the door with a click. The door was locked. He turned to face Qiao Chuchu, his profound eyes resembling a tumultuous sea under the night sky. Shall we begin? Chapter 93. You were once my dearest second brother. I know it, and you know it too. Qiao Chuchu and Pei Che sat facing each other. She meticulously examined Pei Che's wrist, gently assessing the bones. Fortunately, it's not dislocated. It seems you've merely strained it. Pei Che felt a sharp pain akin to needles pricking his wrist, his brows slightly furrowing. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. Without lifting her gaze, Qiao Chuchu replied, Yes. I have studied it. In my past life, I explored various professions suitable for me, hoping to earn some quick money. My intention was to save up 100,000 to buy a tablet and a computer for drawing, but alas, just as I saved that amount, I perished before I could make the purchase. Upon arriving in this world, even my savings were consumed by the system.
Pei frowned.
Realizing that her previous life had been arduous, Qiao Chuchu looked at Pei Che. Do you have any bruise ointment? I can help you with a massage. Pei Che's gaze deepened. It's in my first drawer. Qiao Chuchu approached and rummaged through the drawer, revealing a bottle of used bruise ointment alongside a picture frame. It was a selfie of her embracing Pei Che, where she stood in the forefront, holding a handbag, radiantly smiling while resting her shoulder against him. Pei Che leaned comfortably against her cheek, his expression relaxed, slightly raising the corners of his mouth for the camera. In that instant, the warmth of past moments washed over her. Qiao Chuchu blinked in astonishment, meeting Pei Che's cold gaze. Haven't you found it yet? Flustered, she picked up the bruise ointment. I found it. Pei Che stood coldly beside her, shutting the drawer. He lazily seated himself across from her, extending his hand. Pei Che's hands were exquisite. Although all 7 brothers of the Pei family possessed long fingers, Pei Che's hands were the most captivating, not only in shape but also in tone. Qiao Chuchu couldn't help but exclaim, seeing Pei Che's hands, I suddenly understand the allure of hand fetishism. Such beautiful hands make me want to hold them and play with them. Pei Che's eyes dimmed as he adjusted to a more comfortable position, looking down at Qiao Chuchu as she held his hand. She was sincerely massaging his wrist. The pain was present, yet it felt soothing. He reclined on the sofa, squinting, his long fingers curling slightly, brushing against Qiao Chuchu's fingers. Qiao Chuchu's hands were also beautiful, delicate and slender, not particularly petite, yet in his grasp, she could be enveloped effortlessly. Her fair fingers kneaded his wrist repeatedly. Pei Che grew increasingly restless, his throat tightening, his gaze deeply fixated on Qiao Chuchu's face. Qiao Chuchu gently pressed on his injured area. Does it hurt? Pei Che lightly pressed his lips together, tasting the metallic sweetness at the corner of his mouth. His breathing became erratic. Does your face still hurt? Qiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, just as she was about to raise her head. Pei Che suddenly cradled her face in his hands. Leaning in closer, he gently touched the red mark on her cheek. Does this hurt? He inquired, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Qiao Chuchu shrugged her shoulders. Pei Che's breath brushed against her face, prompting her to shyly avert her gaze. It doesn't hurt, it's nothing, she replied. Pei Che licked his lips, his voice resonating deeply in her ear. I didn't mean to kiss you. Qiao Chuchu recoiled slightly, evading his breath. I understand. It's no big deal. I don't mind, and besides, it was just a brush against my face, not a kiss on the lips. Feeling a bit flustered, Qiao Chuchu was at a loss for words. Initially, there had been a considerable distance between their faces, but now, as Pei Che gazed into her eyes, the proximity was such that a slight lean would bring their lips almost together. His eyes were like an unfathomable ocean, captivating enough to drown one in their depths. Overwhelmed by his intense gaze, she hurriedly sought to change the subject. Why are you wearing a white coat? Pei Che replied nonchalantly, though I can't perform surgeries. I can certainly attend outpatient consultations. As it happens, I have a morning shift today. Qiao Chuchu nodded with curiosity. This is the first time I've seen you in that outfit. It suits you well. Pei Che glanced down at himself. You like me in this attire? Qiao Chuchu shook her head. Not quite. It's just that seeing you in your work attire conveys a different aura, an impressive demeanor in your field of expertise. Pei Che raised an eyebrow, perplexed. As Qiao Chuchu fidgeted, she suddenly felt something amiss and turned Pei Che's wrist over. There were deep and shallow scars crisscrossing his wrist. Her heart ached at the sight, and she rubbed the scars gently. Brother. Pei Che raised an eyebrow. She pressed her hands against his wounds. her voice heavy with sorrow. Brother, please don't do that again. I can keep my distance and I won't bully you anymore. But promise me you won't hurt yourself again, okay? Pei Che furrowed his brow, keenly catching a point. You want to keep your distance from me? Qiao Chuchu nodded solemnly, yes. Don't you dislike me clinging to you? I won't cling to you anymore and I won't hurt you in that way again. She grasped his hand tightly, her tone earnest. I'm truly afraid that one day you might die really. Pei Che was momentarily stunned. Qiao Chuchu lowered her head, overwhelmed with guilt. If one day Pei Che were to take his own life, and I could never see him again, I would be a sinner. A shadow loomed over Qiao Chuchu. She jolted, and before she could comprehend, Pei Che's warm lips pressed against her forehead. Like a startled kitten being patted on the head, she instinctively shrank her neck, her eyes widening in astonishment. Pei Che, with his eyes closed, bestowed a deep kiss on her forehead, akin to a devout believer, his posture infused with an indescribable emotion. Qiao Chuchu was left bewildered. She looked up to meet Pei Che's gaze, which bore a heavy intensity. In the past, whenever you made requests of me, I accepted them unconditionally. You need not deliberately distance yourself from me. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, recalling the photograph Pei Che had kept in his drawer. The origin of that photograph lies in her sneaky attempt to startle Pei Che from behind.
Ha!
Pei Che flinched, swiftly grabbing her nose and pulling her into his embrace. Is that how you scare me? She winced in pain, rolling off the sofa and onto his lap, quickly pleading for mercy. Second brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Pei Che nonchalantly released her, and she settled beside him, smiling sweetly. Brother, I recently came across a beautiful handbag. Pei Che, feigning prior knowledge, handed her a card. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at her sideways. Why not ask eldest brother for help? Qiao Chuchu chuckled, because I know second brother has connections. And you can definitely get it. She wrapped her arms around his. I beg you, help me get it. Everyone at school is watching me, laughing behind my back, saying that even though I am the 8th miss, I still can't buy that bag. Pei Che raised an eyebrow. So, you are purchasing that bag out of vanity? Qiao Chuchu boldly confessed, yes. I am vain. If you help me acquire that bag, I can't even imagine how cheerful I would be. A day later, she discovered the limited edition handbag resting in a box on the coffee table. Pei Che sat on the sofa, observing her with a smile. She exclaimed like a kettle boiling, unable to contain her excitement as she picked up the bag. Ah, you really managed to get it for me. Pei Che replied with indifference. As soon as you mentioned it yesterday, I inquired and secured it with 5 million worth of goods. It was delivered from abroad this morning, and the items are already in your room. You can gift them to whomever you wish. Qiao Chuchu, overwhelmed with gratitude, cradled the bag in her arms. Second brother, she felt tears welling up. You are so kind to me. Pei Che raised an eyebrow and smiled. So, are you not going to express your gratitude? She leapt to his side, planting a kiss on his cheek, and embraced him tightly. Thank you, second brother. Pei Che was momentarily stunned, touching his cheek, perplexed yet amused as he hugged her back. Are you this happy? Yes, she replied, sitting next to him. My friends usually don't like me, always competing with me. This bag has been a source of mockery for several days, and I want them to know that I, Qiao Chuchu, can have it. Yet, a hint of insecurity crept in. Brother, is it bad to be this vain? Pei Che responded calmly. It is quite normal to crave vanity. As long as it is not illegal, I shall fulfill your wishes. She pouted. What if you can't fulfill them? Pei Che chuckled lightly. If I cannot, it is my inadequacy, not your concern. Her heart melted as she cuddled closer, playfully saying, then I will post on social media later, declaring my love for the best second brother in the world. Pei Che smirked, intrigued. Will it be visible to everyone? You wouldn't want your other brothers to miss it, would you? She frowned. Of course it will be visible to everyone. We still need to take a photo together. Pei Che, satisfied, curled his lips into a smile. That's good. After all, I too have my own sense of vanity when it comes to gifting you. She beamed, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. Great. I will boast to all my friends about my amazing second brother. Chapter 94. Where did the ring come from? After all I have done, how can I expect you to unconditionally grant all my requests?
Bake it?
As Qiao Chuchu lowered her head, nervously picking at her fingers, she remained oblivious to Pei Che's piercing gaze directed her way. Pei Che narrowed his eyes dangerously and inquired, Qiao Chuchu, have you ever considered living abroad? Have you thought about embracing a new environment for a fresh start? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. No, I haven't. How does he know I've been contemplating going abroad? Indeed, Pei Che has always been perceptive, his gaze sharp. No fleeting thought of mine escapes his notice. In a daze, Qiao Chuchu stammered, "Ah? Why do you say that?" Pei Che gazed down at her, and she sat upright on the sofa, feeling a twinge of defiance. "Your words make me feel quite uncomfortable. Given our current relationship, it feels as though I am not a person, but a caged bird." Pei Che raised an eyebrow, leaning closer, his hand braced against the back of the sofa. As he moved in, Qiao Chuchu found herself gradually meeting his gaze. Pei Che's expression was devoid of emotion, his voice chillingly calm. "What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve regarding your pride?" His beautiful, almond-shaped eyes were as impassive as a cliff in the deep sea, concealing unknown horrors and a chilling aura. Gripping the edge of the sofa in fear, Qiao Chuchu said, "I feel that in our current relationship." "What relationship do we have?" Pei Che replied, his face inscrutable. Qiao Chuchu bit her lip, her back pressed firmly against the sofa. Pei Che leaned closer, his tone icy. "I ask you, what is our relationship now?" Feeling suffocated, she murmured weakly, "Siblings." "And who raised you?" Pei Che continued to press. Qiao Chuchu pursed her lips. "You all." Pei Che scoffed. "And who are we to you?" She clutched her clothing nervously. "Brother." Pei Che appeared satisfied, his gaze settling on her glistening eyes, his tone softening slightly as he said, "Didn't I mention before that I dislike when you talk about leaving? You may say what you wish in front of other brothers, but with your second brother, perhaps you should exercise some restraint." Qiao Chuchu nodded, feeling utterly defeated. "Wait, I don't think I ever said I wanted to go abroad." He merely guessed. "How is he so certain that I intend to leave the country?" With a bewildered expression, Qiao Chuchu looked at Pei Che. He picked up his phone and said, "You've worked hard today. I'll transfer you 100,000. Go buy something nice." She was momentarily stunned, shaking off her confusion. "No, you don't have to, brother." Pei Che's expression suddenly turned cold. "Take it." Qiao Chuchu hesitated. "All right, I'll take it." Accepting the transfer, she stood up. "Then I will take my leave." However, Pei Che grabbed her arm, saying, "Wait." Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Pei Che retrieved a jewelry box from his pocket, revealing an exquisite square pink diamond ring. He slid it onto her middle finger, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I was right. It truly suits you." Qiao Chuchu was astonished. "It's beautiful. This must be very expensive, right?" Pei Che shrugged nonchalantly. "Over 100 million. While out socializing with friends, I noticed his girlfriend desired this ring, and I thought it would be perfect for you, so I bought it." Qiao Chuchu asked, "So you bought it because someone else's girlfriend wanted it?" Qiao Chuchu approached him, adorned with a ring, and inquired with surprise, "Do you not find it expensive?" Pei Che opened a document, replying nonchalantly, "Not at all." Qiao Chuchu's thoughts echoed loudly in her mind. "Isn't 100 million quite costly?" Pei Che, taken aback by her unspoken words, looked up at her and said, "You may leave now, shortly. I will have someone bring half of the chicken soup meant for my brother for you to drink." Qiao Chuchu stood there, momentarily stunned. "But I haven't bought you a New Year gift yet, and I cannot afford something so extravagant," she admitted, contemplating the possibility of utilizing the 35 billion they had provided her. Pei Che paused briefly, his tone laced with indifference. "If you wish to purchase gifts, feel free to spend the money you earn from your comic illustrations. The amount is of no concern to me." She was taken aback, speechless, and departed with a heart full of astonishment. Yet Pei Che called out to her, "Chuchu." Behind his desk, he donned gold-rimmed glasses and adjusted them delicately. "You must heed my words." His voice was gentle, almost seductive. "As long as you remain at home, cease your antics and do not leave me. I shall procure whatever you desire." Upon her exit, she collided with the irate Pei Buxian. Clutching his laptop, his disheveled hair gave away his agitation, and the piercing gaze beneath his unruly bangs fixated on her face. "What were you two up to?" Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, but before she could respond, Pei Buxian grasped her hand tightly. "Did he give you that ring?" Qiao Chuchu did not deny it. "Yes." Pei Buxian tightened his grip. "When I saw that ring, I specifically asked him if it was for you, and he denied it, claiming it was a purchase for someone else. Yet here it is, in your possession. How cunning of him to deceive me." Qiao Chuchu asked, "Why are you so angry?" Concerned, she added, "You aren't going to confront him, are you?" Pei Buxian brushed past her, exclaiming in frustration, "Do I appear to be the sort to quarrel?" He stormed into Pei Che's office and slammed the door shut, bellowing, "Pei Che, you are exceedingly sly." Qiao Chuchu thought to herself, perhaps she should indeed purchase them gifts. Pei Yuan, in the hospital room, was simultaneously receiving a drip and attending a meeting. He lazily glanced at her, his gaze suddenly fixating on her middle finger. Narrowing his eyes with suspicion, he muted his microphone, Where did that ring come from? Qiao Chuchu pondered. Why is everyone so observant about my ring? Chapter 95. We have changed, yet we remain silent. Perhaps simply wishing to muddle through life. Qiao Chuchu replied, it was a gift from my second brother. He said it suited me. Pei Yuan's expression darkened. Did he mention how much it cost? She scratched her head. Over 100 million. I'm not sure of the exact amount. Pei Yuan's face fell instantly. Someone in the video conference called out, President Pei? President Pei? With a grim countenance, he recognized the room full of attendees awaiting his words. He took a deep breath and said to Qiao Chuchu, come by again this evening. My room has a caregiver's bed, and you may stay here. Qiao Chuchu thought she misheard. Do you want me to keep you company? Pei Yuan's eyes darkened, and he weakly coughed. You used to accompany me when I was ill. Do you no longer wish to do so this time? Qiao Chuchu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Stop talking, I will accompany you. She turned and walked away. You attend the meeting first. I will come in after it concludes. Pei Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Qiao Chuchu's retreating figure as he deactivated the mute function on his phone, his tone now icy and severe.
Continue.
With his other hand, he composed a message to Pei Che. That day, I noticed you made several calls, asking someone to bring this ring back from abroad. I thought it was for someone special, but it turns out it was for Qiao Chuchu. Oh, is that so? Pei Yuan scoffed. Then kindly inform Pei Buxian that he can throw things around as he pleases. I shall cover the costs. Pei Che replied, brother, when did you become so possessive? Pei Yuan retorted, and when did my second brother start keeping secrets from me? We have never hidden gifts for Qiao Chuchu from anyone.
Pei que responded.
I did not hide anything. I presented it openly, so you all saw it, did you not? Pei Yuan. After finishing her call with the driver in the corridor, Qiao Chuchu scratched her head, hoping she wasn't being overly sensitive. Suddenly, old lady Zhang appeared from nowhere and confronted her. Qiao Chuchu, aren't you ashamed to have your brother impersonate your husband? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback, exclaiming, what are you doing here? Old lady Zhang pointed mockingly to the other end of the corridor. My hospital room is right here. Upon recognizing the room, Qiao Chuchu was not surprised. Her flat was in an upscale neighborhood, and old lady Zhang lived in the apartment above hers, indicating she was quite affluent. However, the Zhang family's moral standing was rather disreputable. Her eldest son was involved in a conglomerate, with numerous mistresses covertly causing trouble, even going so far as to confront the legitimate wife, who was furious and ready to divorce him right there, pulling his hair and berating him. Old lady Zhang defended her son, claiming that wealth granted him the right to indulge. Naturally, Qiao Chuchu held no fondness for the entire Zhang family and replied curtly, you can leave now that we have finished speaking. However, the old lady refused to depart, disdainfully snorting. Impersonating your husband with your brother in front of an elder like me. Does your mother know you are so shameless? Qiao Chuchu's expression darkened. Dare you speak of my mother again? Old lady Zhang scrutinized her mockingly. I did not mention your mother. I referred to your lack of shame, your upbringing, and how you dare to raise your voice at your elder. Qiao Chuchu opened her mouth to retort when unexpectedly, Pei Yuan emerged from the hospital room and seized her hand. Confused, she looked at him. What are you doing? Pei Yuan calmly addressed old lady Zhang. I recognize you. You are the mother of President Zhang from Feiyang Group, are you not? Old lady Zhang proudly smiled. Indeed, you have sharp eyes. My eldest son is the president of Feiyang Group. Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, asked, what of it? Is her son a business partner of ours? Pei Yuan chuckled as he held her hand. No, he is not worthy. Qiao Chuchu. Old lady Zhang. Pei Yuan turned to old lady Zhang. Your eldest son was just here, eloquently detailing his new plans for a full hour, hoping I would sponsor him. I have conducted an investigation and found that his company is struggling with poor revenue and cash flow, urgently in need of funds for immediate relief. The elderly lady twitched her lips and rolled her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, you must be joking. How could my son possibly seek help from someone as young as you? My surname is Pei. Pei Yuan's smile turned frosty, a subtle aura of authority emanating from him, in the elite circles of Lan City. Only my brothers and I bear the surname Pei. If you have not heard of me, perhaps you ought to reconsider your standing. Madame Zhang was taken aback, her brows furrowing in growing apprehension, yet she remained unaware of who the Pei family was. She still felt there was a hint of boastfulness in his words. Pei Yuan calmly remarked, your son is indeed remarkable. He drank to the point of gastric bleeding with my subsidiary's employees just to meet me and request my investment. He even presented me with a piece of collectible jade, yet it is regrettable. Madame Zhang stammered. What do you mean? Her complexion shifted, a flicker of fear crossing her features. What are you planning to do? Pei Yuan chuckled coldly and promptly dialed a number. Mr. Zhang, this is Pei Yuan. Regarding the proposal you previously mentioned, I find it unfeasible. The other parties seemed to urgently inquire further. Pei Yuan replied with a nonchalant tone. Your mother has insulted my sister, claiming she was born but not raised, and has the audacity to step over her as if she were an elder. He narrowed his eyes, speaking with a significant undertone. In all of Lan City, few families can claim to be our Pei family's elders. It appears yours is a prestigious lineage I have yet to encounter, thus you require no assistance from us. I will gladly inform all my partners of this delightful news, and I eagerly anticipate the day your Zhang family stands above us. Without waiting for a response, Pei Yuan decisively ended the call, casting a slight smile towards Madame Zhang. Suddenly, her phone rang, leaving her bewildered. Upon answering, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Have you lost your mind? You dare offend the Pei family? You have ruined all my efforts. Are you trying to drive me to despair? I nearly drank myself to death just to meet him, and now it's all ruined. Madame Zhang's face drained of color as she trembled and glanced at Pei Yuan. Qiao Chuchu obediently followed him, hands clasped over her heart, her eyes sparkling with admiration. My brother is so cool. Chapter 96. In my eyes, my brother is a remarkably pure person. Qiao Chuchu trailed behind Pei Yuan, her gaze entirely starry-eyed. When my brother gets fierce, he is truly impressive. So handsome that I can hardly look away. I should draw inspiration from him and depict him as the male lead. She seemed to possess an eye for talent. With sparkling eyes, Qiao Chuchu grinned at him. The allure of a male mother figure. That's what we need. Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is he a male mother? Qiao Chuchu lowered her gaze, her eyes mischievously darting about. A male mother should be portrayed as a modest gentleman in front of outsiders, yet possess a passionate fervor beneath, deeply affectionate yet unspoken. Cooking for the female lead and drying her hair, attempting to win her heart through culinary delights. In her eyes, he is an exceptionally gentle man. Such contrasts are truly fascinating. Qiao Chuchu pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. Unfortunately, my brother is quite different. Although he is decisive in his work, he is genuinely gentle, almost maternal, and has no ulterior motives in front of family. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the ring. I do have such concerns. Pei Yuan smiled softly and said, then hand the ring to me. I shall keep it safe. In the safe. Pei Yuan smiled as he took it. I shall never take it out again. Qiao Chuchu replied. Am I not allowed to wear it for a lifetime? Pei Yuan maintained his smile. I will have someone make you another pink diamond. Qiao Chuchu questioned. But if I wear my second brother's, wouldn't there be no difference from wearing the one you gifted? Pei Yuan opened his notebook. Of course, there is a distinction. Your second brother works hard for his earnings. We should cherish the gifts he has given you. Qiao Chuchu conceded. That makes some sense. She sat at the edge of the bed, smiling at Aunt Pei Yuan. Eldest brother is so good to second brother. Whatever second brother gifts me, eldest brother always insists on keeping it safe. Pei Yuan also smiled, turning the notebook around. What do you think of this ring? Presented before her was a striking photograph of a pink diamond ring, larger and clearer than the one Pei Che had given her. Although she was not particularly fond of jewelry, she was pleasantly surprised. This is beautiful too. Pei Yuan nodded knowingly. Indeed, let us go with this one. Qiao Chuchu grew cautious. But this clearly appears more valuable than the one second brother gifted me. It looks more precious and should rightfully be kept in the safe. Pei Yuan picked up his phone to message his secretary. No, that is merely your misconception. Qiao Chuchu asked, huh? Suddenly, she thought of something. Is there still a chance for old lady Zhang's son to collaborate with you? Pei Yuan did not lift his gaze, no. Qiao Chuchu scratched her head. If his proposal is decent, you should consider it. Don't let it delay your earnings. Pei Yuan glanced at her indifferently. His proposal is merely acceptable, not particularly outstanding. I have several excellent ones on hand. Initially, I thought to give him a hand since he was so desperate to meet me, but now I believe it is best to let it go. His family is unworthy. As he spoke, Qiao Chuchu received a transfer from Pei Yuan. She did not linger, turning to leave. Perfect timing. I shall see what New Year gifts I can buy for everyone. Pei Yuan paused his typing, watching Qiao Chuchu's retreating figure, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Lin Qing parked the car in the open lot and happened to see Qiao Chuchu emerging from the hospital. She waved. Chuchu. Qiao Chuchu did not hear but spotted Xia Xuechuan speaking to a child. A little boy was crying in front of Xia Xuechuan. She crouched before him, smiling as she comforted him. It's all right. Your sister will find your mother soon, okay? Following Qiao Chuchu's gaze, Lin Qing also saw Xia Xuechuan. rolling her eyes in exasperation as she approached Qiao Chuchu. Why do I feel like the scene between Xia Xuechuan and that boy seems increasingly familiar? Oh, right. It's one of the plot lines. That boy is the illegitimate child of Lin Qing's father. Lin Qing. Chapter 97. The Villain's Mindset. Lin Qing and Qiao Chuchu observed Xia Xuechuan and the little boy. Xia Xuechuan gently took the boy's hand and led him to the front desk. Shortly thereafter, a elegantly dressed woman in high heels rushed over, embracing the crying child and repeatedly thanking Xia Xuechuan. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Xia Xuechuan smiled warmly. It's nothing. The little one was just frightened. Remember to take him for ice cream. He mentioned wanting some earlier. The woman extended an invitation. Shall we go eat together? Xia Xuechuan's eyes widened in surprise. Is that all right? The woman smiled. Yes. Let me treat you to Identities, shall we? Qiao Chuchu, lurking in the shadows, wore a dark expression. This child is the late-life offspring of Lin's father. Lin Qing's mother has passed away, and her father, being single, is entitled to seek companionship. Yet I believe he should not have another child. Lin Qing is already in her 20s, while this child is merely 5. Lin Qing has a 5-year-old half-brother, who even has a claim to inheritance. Doesn't that seem absurd? From Lin Qing's perspective, her father suddenly has a girlfriend of a similar age to her and a love child competing for family assets. The most disgusting aspect is that this is a subtle undercurrent. Lin Qing and Lin Shen only discover the existence of this brother later on, by which time Lin's father has already brought the mother and child into the home. Before Lin Qing and Lin Shen learned of it, Xia Xuechuan had already established a good rapport with Lin's father's girlfriend, even supporting their relationship, praising it as true love, and conspiring with Ji Yanchuan to conceal the existence of the illegitimate child. Upon discovering her father's infidelity, Lin Qing was furious and wanted the mother and child to leave, but by then, Xia Xuechuan was already Ji Yanchuan's official girlfriend, fiercely protecting them and their love. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the mother and child should have a bright future. Although the Lin family faced bankruptcy later, their connection with Xia Xuechuan ensured their safety. She let out a cold laugh. So Xia Xuechuan and that woman were colluding at this very moment. Lin Qing stood behind Qiao Chuchu, curiously watching her. Qiao Chuchu continued to gaze at Xia Xuechuan and the woman, her eyes filled with malice. The old man cannot cease his procreation, and there will always be those eager to make a quick fortune. Such individuals are beyond my judgment, but Lin Qing must be informed. She clenched her fists tightly and exclaimed, I will tell Lin Qing right away. A feminine voice echoed from behind her. Tell me what? Startled, Qiao Chuchu turned around, her eyes widening. Lin Qing? Lin Qing lazily smiled at her. Are you about to inform me that my father has an illegitimate child? Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. When did you find out? Lin Qing smiled slightly, her expression enigmatic. Just now. Qiao Chuchu was perplexed. Just now? That doesn't align with the timeline. Lin Qing beamed brightly, pulling her towards the parking lot. The woman and Xia Xuechuan entered a Maybach. Lin Qing pointed at the car and said, This car belongs to my father. The moment I saw that woman getting out of it, I understood everything. Qiao Chuchu sighed in relief. I see. So the discovery came early. I thought I had accidentally let something slip just now. Lin Qing smiled knowingly, lowering her gaze. It was indeed she who had let it slip, and she should thank him for it. Otherwise, when that little brat arrived at her home, it would have been difficult to handle. Lin Qing playfully winked at her. Chuchu, would you like to follow them and see what they discuss? Chuchu's interest piqued instantly. Absolutely. Lin Qing swiftly draped her arm over Chuchu's shoulder. Let us go. Chapter 98. Lin Qing. Chuchu, you are as delightful as a puppy. Qiao Chuchu and Lin Qing trailed behind the 3 individuals to a Haagen-Dazs store. Through the conversation between Xia Xuechuan and the woman, they gathered that this woman genuinely adored Lin Qing's father, who was over 50 and was willingly having a child with him. The woman embraced her son, beaming with happiness. In truth, age and money do not matter to me. Although he gifted me a villa and a Maybach, I still believe our love is devoid of any material entanglement. Lin Qing poked at the ice cream in her bowl, scoffing, My dad has a beer belly, athlete's foot, and age spots on his face. Would she truly fall for him if he were penniless?
Qiao Chuchu shrugged.
I cannot ascertain the truth, but I do know that after the Lin family went bankrupt, this woman has been living happily with her child. Lin Qing ground her molars. After chatting a while longer, the woman exchanged contact information with Xia Xuechuan. Xuechuan, rest assured, I will help your mother find a new job. If not, she can come and clean at my home. Xia Xuechuan expressed her gratitude. Receiving the business card with both hands, that's wonderful. Now I can give my mother a satisfactory answer. Qiao Chuchu pouted. The original storyline was not like this. It seems that by altering the plot, I inadvertently facilitated the bond between Xia Xuechuan's mother and this woman. Lin Qing coldly observed the scene while eating her ice cream. Once Xia Xuechuan and the woman parted ways, Lin Qing and Qiao Chuchu continued to follow them. The car trailed the woman all the way to a villa area. The woman, holding her son's hand, stepped out of the car just as a rotund man emerged from the villa. Qiao Chuchu, seated in the passenger seat, straightened up upon seeing the man. This portly man was none other than Lin Qing's father. Mr. Lin approached the woman, wrapped his arms around her waist, and affectionately kissed her. He then squatted down to lift the boy, spinning him in the air. Whose precious son is this? The little boy laughed heartily in midair. I am Daddy's precious son. The woman watched with a face full of bliss. The three of them stood in the sunlight, disregarding looks or temperament, but instead creating a warm atmosphere of happiness, like a painting that, while not conventionally beautiful, radiated warmth. Imperfect yet filled with affection. Qiao Chuchu averted her gaze in disgust. It's truly an eyesore, like a family of 3 generations, such a repugnant sight. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You know, he has never treated me and my brother like that. Qiao Chuchu was momentarily taken aback as she grasped Lin Qing's hand, asserting that such a father was unworthy of her sorrow. Lin Qing's smile faltered, and she looked at her in surprise. Qiao Chuchu, at a loss for words to comfort her, remarked, I understand you may think I lack insight, but I must say, the affections of such a person hold no value. I would find them repugnant even if offered freely. I truly find it distasteful. Had it been ancient times, I might have coldly eliminated him and his illegitimate child. The woman is inconsequential, but the child must be dealt with to prevent disputes over inheritance, and the old man must be severed to eradicate his lineage. Lin Qing, astonished, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Qiao Chuchu, perplexed, inquired, What are you laughing about all of a sudden? Lin Qing shook her head. It's nothing. I just feel you are fortunate in your family. You have 7 brothers who love you dearly. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since married. And you would have acquired 7 sisters-in-law by now. They would prioritize their girlfriends, their families, and their children, leaving you to feel overshadowed and redundant. Qiao Chuchu contemplated this for a moment, feeling a sense of suffocation. It is indeed distressing, but I can accept it. I cannot expect my brother to remain single forever. Lin Qing chuckled lightly. You need not accept it. Your brothers will not marry. They love you, and only you. If they were capable of loving others, they would have left long ago, not waited for you all these years. Qiao Chuchu was left speechless, questions bubbling within her. Yet Lin Qing swiftly shifted the subject. My childhood with my brother was not pleasant. Our parents hailed from affluent families, a powerful union. My mother adored my father, but he did not reciprocate her affections and secretly maintained a beloved mistress, leading to frequent quarrels. Qiao Chuchu was instantly captivated by the new topic. Then why didn't your father marry his beloved mistress outright? Isn't that a waste of your mother's time? Lin Qing replied flippantly. The mistress came from a family of slightly lesser means. While wealthy, she did not meet the standards to become my father's wife. Qiao Chuchu inquired. Where is the mistress now? Did the mistress perish during her 10th skydive? Lin Qing smiled, her lips curling playfully. Quite unfortunate. Isn't it? Qiao Chuchu sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. She scratched her head. So this one enjoys skydiving as well? No, Lin Qing responded, perusing documents sent to her. This one is a singer. Qiao Chuchu blurted out, then it seems she can't have an accident while skydiving. Lin Qing paused, surprised, and laughed. Your 3rd brother always tells me you are an innocent little baby, but you seem to understand everything. Qiao Chuchu thought to herself. How did I inadvertently reveal such a stark truth? Lin Qing, in fits of laughter, affectionately wrapped her arm around Qiao Chuchu's shoulders and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed, Hey. Lin Qing retrieved a piece of white chocolate from her bag and tossed it into her mouth, then forcefully placed another piece into Qiao Chuchu's mouth, disregarding her reluctance. She was compelled to consume the chocolate, casting a glance at Lin Qing, who wore an enigmatic smile. Lin Qing reclined languidly in the car seat, propping her temple with her hand, her gaze fixed upon her. Unlike the charming red roses that adorned Wei Xingyu's presence, Lin Qing exuded a more chilling elegance. Her eyes were strikingly shaped like phoenixes, complemented by sharply defined brows, her skin luminous and pale, and the contours of her face inclined downwards. Thus, When she refrained from smiling, she enveloped herself in an aura reminiscent of the hazy cold of a winter morning transitioning into spring, a beauty that was both obscured and ethereal. Qiao Chuchu found herself lost in thought. A partner is a sensation, rather than a mere gender. I perceive Lin Qing as quite partner-like. She is undoubtedly a gem in the realm of femininity. Lin Qing smiled softly. Qiao Chuchu, do you know? You possess a remarkable kindness. In our circle, your personality is particularly endearing. Chuchu, taken aback, replied, Is that so? Lin Qing gently pinched her cheek. You have an enchanting ability that compels others to want to rely on and protect you. Those around you instinctively take care of you, growing sharp thorns to shield you. Qiao Chuchu. So, complimenting her like a dog truly is a form of praise. Chapter 99. What to do if Lin Qing is kidnapped. Qiao Chuchu glanced at the villa. Are you planning to inform Senior Lin Shen about this matter? I am quite different. She retrieved a cigarette from her pocket. I take after my father, ruthless and cunning. Lin Qing lit the cigarette, enveloping herself in a cloud of smoke, falling silent. Her eyes were clouded with resentment and worry as she stared coldly at the villa, lost in contemplation. Once the cigarette was consumed, Lin Qing suddenly inquired, Do you have Wei Xinghuai's WeChat? Qiao Chuchu nodded. Lin Qing reached for her phone. Send it to me. Without hesitation, Chuchu forwarded Wei Xinghuai's contact information to Lin Qing, also messaging him, Sister Lin Qing wishes to add you. I've sent you a WeChat. Please accept it. In the following moments, Lin Qing, cigarette in mouth, engaged in conversation with Wei Xinghuai. The content of their exchange remained unknown, but shortly after, Lin Qing discarded the cigarette into the ashtray, ignited the engine, and drove away. Qiao Chuchu, bewildered, asked, What is happening? Aren't we staying? Lin Qing, with a cryptic smile, replied, I'll take you shopping to lighten your mood. She added, Can you keep this a secret for me? My brother must not know about today's events. Qiao Chuchu nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I am particularly tight-lipped. Lin Qing smiled, ruffling her hair. I understand. I know you are very discreet. As they exited the villa area and ventured onto a more secluded road, several jeeps suddenly approached, encircling their vehicle. Qiao Chuchu's expression shifted. Oh no. Are they here for us? Lin Qing swerved the car in an attempt to flee. Yet, their vehicle was swiftly cornered from behind. Several burly men clad in black and wearing sunglasses descended from the vehicles. Qiao Chuchu grabbed her phone to call the police. But the window beside her was shattered violently by a glass hammer. The sound of breaking glass mingled with the rough hands of the men surged towards them. In an instant, her phone was snatched away and a gun was pressed against her temple. Get out of the car. Qiao Chuchu gasped, their SA gun. She turned to Lin Qing, who was also confronted by a shattered window, a firearm aimed at her temple. Lin Qing's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. It was evident that fear gripped her, yet she maintained her composure and gently reassured, Don't be afraid, Chuchu. I'm here. Nothing will happen. A warmth enveloped Qiao Chuchu's heart as she nodded, attempting to remain calm. Lin Qing couldn't help but smile faintly as she exited the vehicle. With trepidation, Qiao Chuchu raised her hands and stepped out of the car. They were escorted to the front of the vehicle. A man from behind constricted her neck, pressing the gun against her temple, preventing any movement. Lin Qing, feeling the gun at the back of her head, irritably inquired, How much do you want? I can pay. Just name your price. The assailant holding Lin Qing let out a chilling smile. We don't want money, Miss Lin. We desire you. Cooperate well. And you won't suffer. Your friend will remain unharmed. Lin Qing questioned, You want me? Qiao Chuchu stood nearby, her mind racing. Oh no. I recall now. Lin Qing had been kidnapped once before, but that occurred much later in the story. During that ordeal, she was subjected to continuous abuse, which severely impacted her mental state, leading her to act erratically against Xia Xuechuan afterward. Qiao Chuchu's breath quickened. But that was in the later stages. We are still in the early plot, where the relationship between the protagonists has yet to develop. Why has the storyline advanced prematurely? Moreover, while reading the novel sent by the system, I initially suspected that the men in black were sent by Ji Yanchuan, as Lin Qing's erratic behavior negatively affected his business and family, prompting him to deal with her. But now, it appears I was mistaken. The individuals kidnapping Lin Qing are not sent by Ji Yanchuan. Who are they? Who ordered harm against Lin Qing yet spare her life? Qiao Chuchu gazed at Lin Qing in astonishment. Lin Qing's face had turned ghostly pale, her body trembling under the grip of the man. Was she to be assaulted? More than once? Would she be left exposed and vulnerable? Lin Qing glanced at the men threatening her with guns, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea rise within her. These men do not aim for me. They might knock me unconscious and abandon me by the roadside. But if I lose consciousness, it would be over. To save Lin Qing, I must first feign vulnerability, giving them the impression that I pose no threat, then follow them discreetly to call for help. That is my only chance. Lin Qing's heart tightened as she looked at Qiao Chuchu in shock. No, that was far too perilous. Calling the police for help would suffice. She must not intervene. It was already fortunate that these men had not targeted Qiao Chuchu. If she fell into their hands, she would share Lin Qing's fate. Yet, before Lin Qing could convey a warning glance, Qiao Chuchu fainted. The man coercing Qiao Chuchu felt her weight shift, turning her face towards him. Boss, this one has fainted. The boss, feeling irritable, cast a glance at Qiao Chuchu. Throw her on the ground, let me see. Qiao Chuchu was like a discarded garbage bag, cast aside on the floor. The boss stepped forward, firmly pressing his foot down on her fingers, grinding with force. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed in agony. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts. Lin Qing's face drained of color, her heart twisted in distress. She watched as the man mercilessly crushed Qiao Chuchu's fingers. Yet Qiao Chuchu did not even furrow her brow, silently cursing in her heart.
Damn you.
Lin Qing suddenly felt an urge to laugh. If she hadn't been able to hear her thoughts, she might have genuinely believed Qiao Chuchu had fainted from fear. The man, having confirmed his dominance, taunted. Oh, this little girl is truly scared stiff. His subordinates jeered. Spoiled and pampered. Not wetting her pants is already quite courageous. Laughter erupted among the group. The man further mocked as he dragged Lin Qing toward the car. Let us go, brothers. We're off to play with the rich girl. Lin Qing was roughly pulled up, yet she maintained her composure as she was led away. If her fate was already sealed, she could bear it. They merely wished to trample upon her body, to drive her to madness. She would not succumb. Nothing was more significant than her own life. However, if she were to suffer alone, that would be one matter, but she could not allow Qiao Chuchu to be harmed. A delicate, pampered girl like Chuchu would not withstand any severe blow. How could she face the Pei family then, let alone Pei Yuchuan? Lin Qing refrained from struggling and called out loudly, Qiao Chuchu, when you wake up, protect yourself, don't come to save me. Lying on the ground, Qiao Chuchu's fingertips trembled. Lin Qing was forcefully pinned in the car, shouting hoarsely to Qiao Chuchu, take care of yourself. Nothing is more important than your own safety. Whatever I endure, I can withstand.
Do you hear me?
I, Lin Qing, will never be afraid. I will live well. You must also take care of yourself. Don't come to rescue me. Chapter 100. Qiao Chuchu, give me 10 minutes to save Lin Qing. I'm not joking. A man swiftly covered Lin Qing's mouth and, using tape, bound her lips shut, rendering her unable to speak. The driver, wary, glanced at Qiao Chuchu through the rear-view mirror. Qiao Chuchu lay motionless on the ground. The vehicle gradually receded, her form shrinking into a small, disappearing from the rear-view mirror. With a sudden burst of energy, Qiao Chuchu sprang to her feet, scanning her surroundings until she spotted her discarded phone. She hurriedly crawled over, decisively calling the police. She informed them of her current location, the direction the vehicle was heading, and the likely destination, then swiftly hung up and jumped into Lin Qing's car. Although the windshield was shattered, the car was still operable. Qiao Chuchu started the engine and, guided by her memory, pursued after them. According to the book, the vehicle would continue down the road and eventually stop at an old house near Lon City. She drove straight ahead, opened WeChat, entered the family group she hadn't accessed in ages, and swiftly added Lin Xin, sending several voice messages in quick succession. Sister Lin Qing was just kidnapped. She is currently in grave danger. I have already contacted the authorities. I do not care who among you is available. I implore everyone to assist in finding more people to rescue Lin Qing. By the way, those individuals are armed. Pei Yuan immediately initiated a video call. Qiao Chuchu placed her phone on the car mount and connected. Pei Yuan's face was etched with anxiety. Qiao Chuchu, where are you? I told you to go shopping. How could you be with Lin Qing and end up kidnapped? Qiao Chuchu, driving fervently, replied urgently, I was chasing the car. If I hadn't pretended to faint, they would have knocked me out. If I had truly lost consciousness, I wouldn't have been able to save anyone. Lin Xin joined the video call. Running as he spoke, Chuchu, I'm coming over right now. Don't go. It's too dangerous. Pei Buxian also joined the call, immediately chastising her. Qiao Chuchu, you must not go. Didn't you call the police? We are on our way to save her. You stay put, and do not complicate matters. Pei Che entered the video call but remained silent, frowning at Qiao Chuchu without uttering a word. Qiao Chuchu, preoccupied with the unfolding situation, attempted to track the vehicle based on her memories. I have already alerted the police. But they need time, and so do you. I am the only one close enough. If I do not save Lin Qing, who will? Pei Yuan's expression darkened as he removed the foredrip and descended from the hospital bed. How do you intend to save her? With mere words? Do you comprehend the kind of individuals you are dealing with? They are armed. What will happen if you perish? Qiao Chuchu, exasperated, retorted, if I die, so be it. I have 5 chances to revive. What do I have to fear? I cannot allow Lin Qing to be violated. Pei Yuan. Her palms were slick with sweat as she focused ahead. She is in the clutches of those scoundrels. Every minute she remains with them is a minute filled with danger and torment. The more Qiao Chuchu pondered, the angrier she became, pounding the steering wheel. Why? Why must violence always manifest as sexual assault when it comes to harming female characters? Her frustration mounted. When a man faces adversity, he speaks of his company collapsing, his substantial debts, or his broken family. However, when it comes to a woman, it always relates to sexual violence. I nearly faced such a fate, and so did Lin Qing. Pei Yuan had already entered the car, his mind reeling. What do you possess to save anyone? Is it merely your years of martial arts training? The others looked on with trepidation. In the video, Qiao Chuchu's expression was resolute as she gazed ahead, spotting the jeep that had abducted Lin Qing. I have arrived. I will send you the location. Give me 10 minutes, and I will rescue her. Wait for me. Pei Yuan.
Pei Ke?
Pei Buxian. Pei Fenglong. Lin Shen. 10 minutes? Qiao Chuchu decisively hung up the call. Indeed. 10 minutes. Years ago, when the system granted her this skill, it had probably informed her. Host. This reward will automatically detect the least probable events that may occur in your life and enhance your abilities based on your minimum probabilities. If we enhance your skills in your area of expertise, you would undoubtedly excel throughout your life, but that would disrupt the balance. Hence, it is advisable to improve in fields that you do not frequently engage in. Of course, should you utilize the abilities we provide to earn money, your skills may gradually regress to their original state. I recommend against this. Employing these skills occasionally during events is perfectly acceptable.
Today,
I impart upon you the skill of stealth. However, be forewarned, while you remain undetected by your adversaries, you are invincible. Once they discover your presence, your emergency capabilities will significantly diminish, placing you in peril. She had never anticipated that stealth would one day be of use. She had assumed this skill was solely applicable for pilfering snacks from the kitchen. A warm surge coursed through her body, and a torrent of power erupted from her fingertips. Qiao Chuchu felt a surge of inspiration, seamlessly concealing herself behind a jeep. This was a modest rural abode comprising 3 rooms. The courtyard was guarded by 2 burly men, while the remaining individuals were crammed into one of the rooms. Silently, she circumvented the 2 men and approached the back of the kitchen, skillfully prying open the lock of the rear door and slipping inside. Upon entering the kitchen, she cheerfully exclaimed to the occupants, I must say, it's the first time I've seen someone hire us to play the role of a rich girl. It feels rather delightful. Taking advantage of the man's distraction, Qiao Chuchu seized him from behind, twisting his neck with a swift motion. With a crack, he collapsed into her arms. She quickly secured his silenced pistol tucked at his waist and covered him with a bundle of cornstalks used for heating the house. After accomplishing all this, she couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. I am quite marvelous, performing so elegantly in one fluid motion. I can hardly imagine how exuberant such a display of my prowess would appear on video. Lying on the bed like a lifeless husk, Lin Qing suddenly perked up her ears. Had Qiao Chuchu entered? Her heart raced uncontrollably. How had she managed to come in? She had explicitly stated not to rescue her, as it was far too dangerous. The gang leader approached Lin Qing, pinching her face with a lewd grin, his tone dripping with sleaze. You're truly beautiful. Resembling a celebrity. Lin Qing regarded him with cold disdain. The leader leered, come on, let's take a photo to prove you've been kidnapped, and then we can begin. He raised his phone, snapping pictures from an unflattering angle, capturing every detail from above, even her feet. Lin Qing suppressed her nausea, her mind racing. How had Qiao Chuchu ended up here? Wasn't he this perilous for her? Chapter 101. Even while in hiding, do remember to praise yourself beautifully. I am truly impressive. If this were a film, my theme music would already be playing. Alas, such a striking figure of mine remains unseen by anyone. Only I can savor it in detail. Pei Yuan sat within the vehicle, driving alongside Pei Che towards Qiao Chuchu's designated location. His palms were slick with sweat as he composed himself to dial Lu Tingxi's number. Lu Tingxi, do you have a moment? The phone emitted clattering noises, evidently amidst a barrage of gunfire. The incessant sound of gunfire echoed through the air, while the amplified voice of Lu Tingshi resonated from the other end of the line. Mr. Pei, what is happening? Pei Yuan responded, why is it so noisy? Are you on the battlefield? Lu Tingshi, hiding behind cover, dodged bullets whizzing past, his tone laced with irritation. I was just conducting a deal, but the other side is attempting a double cross. I'm countering their move. If you have something to say,
Just say it.
Pei Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Qiao Chuchu has been kidnapped. I wish to know if you can uncover any information about her captors. Anything will do. But I suspect you might be unable to address this matter right now. It seemed he was struggling to ensure his own safety. On the line, Lu Tingshi shouted hoarsely. It's fine. Call my son. I'll send you his number. Pei Yuan asked, your son? Isn't he only 10 years old? Lu Tingshi, crouched behind cover, sent a message.
Send it. Call him. He can handle it.
As he spoke, a bullet grazed his cover. Lu Tingshi cursed, damn. I'll take you all down. After uttering this, he decisively hung up. Pei Yuan sat silently. The driver, Pei Che, glanced at him. What did Lu Tingshi say? Pei Yuan, his mind in turmoil, replied. Lu Tingshi said to contact his son. He's currently preoccupied with a gunfight and cannot attend to these matters. Uncertain, Pei Yuan leaned back in his seat, feeling a fever approaching, and forced himself to call Lu Yuejue. What kind of people are surrounding Xiaoba? They are all peculiar. Only we appear to be normal. As he spoke, Pei Buxian drove past in his white car. He rolled down the window, revealing the heads of Doberman pinschers and Rottweilers within. A vehicle full of ferocious dogs. Pei Yuan exclaimed, what? Pei Che echoed the sentiment. Pei Buxian, while driving, roared at them. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and save Xiaoba. By the time you arrive, her body will be decomposing. After his outburst, he broke down in tears. If anything happens to my Xiaoba, I couldn't bear to live. As he raised the window, he drove away sobbing. Pei Yuan remained speechless. Pei Che, emotionless, continued driving. From a medical perspective, I believe our family isn't exactly normal either, so perhaps we shouldn't mock others. Pei Yuan's lips twitched as he resignedly continued to wait for Lu Yuejue to answer the call. Once connected, he got straight to the point. Lu Yuejue. This is Pei Yuan. I need to discuss something with you. Lu Yuejue's voice was listless on the other end. First, I dislike being called little friend. Second, if you have something to discuss, don't refer to yourself as uncle. I called Qiao Chuchu sister. So you are merely big brother. Spare me the generational titles and just get to the point. Pei Yuan thought to himself that had he known he was cultivating a brother for dirty work, he wouldn't be begging the Lu family for assistance. He stated bluntly, your sister has been captured. I want to know her current situation. Lu Yuejue sprang up from the sofa. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Yuejue opened his notebook and activated the speakerphone. Send me the address. Pei Yuan took a deep breath and resignedly forwarded the address. What can you find out? Everything. Luo Yuejue replied, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. If they have surveillance, I could even hack into their system and view the footage. Pei Yuan and Pei Che exchanged incredulous glances. Pei Yuan couldn't help but inquire, are you really that skilled? Luo Yuejue shrugged. That's just a basic skill in the realm of novels. After all, I'm the backup admirer of Xia Xuechuan. Isn't it normal for me to possess hacking skills? His eyes lit up. Found it. I'll send the video link to our group. You can click it to see their surveillance footage. Pei Yuan quickly opened the link. Luo Yuejue spotted Qiao Chuchu. Sister Qiao Chuchu is hiding in the kitchen. Pei Yuan's breath caught in his throat, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. In the footage, Qiao Chuchu crouched behind the door, her eyes darting around. Pei Yuan's grip on his phone tightened, his body trembling instinctively. This was perilous. As Qiao Chuchu concealed herself, a voice from within called out, Old Ten, why the hell are you taking so long in the kitchen? Are you dead in there? As the man entered the kitchen, Qiao Chuchu's body instinctively shifted into combat mode. The moment he appeared, she lunged from behind and twisted his neck with a swift motion. The man collapsed into her arms. She quickly covered him with firewood, executing the movement seamlessly. Luo Yuejue exclaimed, What? Pei Yuan felt his heart leap into his throat. Pei Yuchuan commented in the group, Has Qiao Chuchu given up being a comic artist to become an actress? Did I just see her break a man's neck? Pei Buxian sent a voice message laden with expletives. Your sister has been kidnapped. You big fool. Go film your grandmother's drama. Pei Yuchuan.
Oh,
Pei Mu.
Basie?
Pei Fenglong glanced at the surveillance footage and drove toward the location. Everyone available in the group focused their attention on the screen. Qiao Chuchu took a deep breath and picked up another gun. There's only one room left, and stealth is futile. I must take the initiative. The system claims my aim is impeccable. If I wield 2 guns, it doubles my accuracy. If I shoot them in the shoulder, victory is assured. Summoning her courage, she grabbed her phone and opened a music app. She needed something to bolster her confidence. Inside the room, the man had Lin Qing pinned down, recording video. It's begun. Suddenly, an electrifying dance track erupted from the other room. Sister is the queen. Confidence radiates. If you love me, come forth. If not, cease your pretentiousness and save your sweet nothings for the innocent. Sister is the queen. Confidence radiates. The leader. Other men.
Pei Yuan. Pei Ke.
Luo Yuejua. Pei Buxian. Pei Fenglong.
Pei Yuchuan. Pei Mu.
Pei Ci. Lin Shen. Chapter 102. The abandoned child. Lin Qing's lips twitched, subtly rising at the corners. The leader appeared irked. Damn it. I was about to enjoy myself. Why play such a dull song? Tell them to stop. It ruins the atmosphere. His subordinate nodded irritably and stepped outside. The boss commands you. Suddenly, 2 henchmen collapsed with a thud. The expressions of the other men in the room shifted dramatically as they drew their weapons and rushed out.
Bang, bang, bang,
bang. The men were swept away like debris in a flood, the force of the bullets knocking them down one after another, piling up like a stack of dominoes. Their cries of anguish filling the air. Each had been shot precisely in the left and right shoulders. Some fainted instantly, while others groaned in a daze. Completely devoid of any fighting spirit. The leader's face changed abruptly as he drew his gun, aiming at the entrance.
Bang!
His firearm was knocked from his grip. Qiao Chuchu strode in, dual smoking guns in hand, her demeanor icy. Don't move. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Woohoo. The leader's complexion drained of color. Disbelief etched on his face. It's you? It is I. Qiao Chuchu raised a brow, advancing steadily. Didn't he expect it, did you? I am a merciless assassin. The leader? Lin Qing's spirit soared. Before her stood Qiao Chuchu, her fluffy hair held up by a stick scavenged from who knows where, a few strands cascading down. Though petite, her stance with the twin guns was strikingly impressive, exuding an extraordinary aura. Pei Buxian's eyes widened in delight. The Qiao Chuchu from his novel had come to life. It was a 1-to-1 match with the Qiao Chuchu in reality. The leader gritted his teeth, wishing he could peel a layer of skin off Qiao Chuchu with his glare. You little girl, quite capable, daring to ambush me? Qiao Chuchu smirked. The barrel of her gun pressed against his forehead. Who sent you?
Speak.
The man's pupils dilated, his chest heaving violently. I don't know. She aimed the other gun directly at his groin. The man's face paled, hastily raising his hands in surrender. I truly don't know. The person who placed the order sent us, through an intermediary. The employer demanded we humiliate the rich girl, insisting on making her suffer, preferably to the point of suicide. Lin Qing. Qiao Chuchu narrowed her eyes. Where's the evidence? The man fumbled to produce his phone, hands trembling as he offered it to her. Here. It's all here. The phone password is 9527. She took the phone and fired a shot at his groin. The man cried out, Ah! Why are you still shooting me? Qiao Chuchu replied nonchalantly, I never said I would spare you. You're the one overthinking it. Don't blame me. The man stared, eyes wide, gazing at his bleeding body, then rolled his eyes and fainted. She hurriedly untied Lin Qing. Let us go, Sister Lin Qing. I bragged to my brother that I would rescue you in 10 minutes, and now only 2 minutes are left. Lin Qing nodded and followed her out.
Pei Yuan,
holding the phone, stood in shock. Did she truly resolve it in 10 minutes? Lu Yu let out a laugh. Ha. Sister really did save Sister Lin Qing in 10 minutes. Impressive, sister? The brothers breathed a sigh of relief, quickly adjusting the surveillance angle to watch Qiao Chuchu and Lin Qing exit the building. They could finally rest easy. Lin Qing tightly grasped Qiao Chuchu's hand, overwhelmed with gratitude for having survived, her voice choked with emotion. Chuchu, I truly do not know how to express my appreciation. I am so afraid that you might get hurt for my sake. Are you all right? I am fine, Qiao Chuchu reassured her, steadying her stance.
Let us not dwell on that now.
We will discuss it once we are completely safe. I parked the car over there and have already called the police. Lin Shen and my brother are probably on their way here. We should hurry. We might encounter them, and then we will be safe. Lin Qing nodded fervently. All right. I will follow your lead completely. Qiao Chuchu guided her towards the vehicle, but suddenly, as a Maybach approached, she tensed up, instinctively shielding Lin Qing. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qing's voice rose in excitement. It's my father. Chuchu was taken aback, releasing her protective hold on Lin Qing.
How could your father be here?
Lin Qing's father emerged from the car, flanked by two burly bodyguards. His expression darkened as he strode towards Lin Qing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. What are you doing here? With joy, Lin Qing clutched her chest, struggling to articulate her excitement upon seeing her father. After a moment, she managed to say, I was just kidnapped and nearly assaulted by those men. Fortunately, Chuchu arrived just in time to save me. Lin Qing's father furrowed his brow, casting a sharp glance at Qiao Chuchu. This little girl saved you? Qiao Chuchu retorted. Who are you calling little? Look at your own receding hairline. Lin Qing chuckled, standing proudly in front of her father, boasting, Chuchu is incredible. She never misses her mark.
She.
Suddenly, Lin Qing shuddered violently. A deep crimson stain inexplicably spread across her black cashmere coat. She looked down in disbelief at the wound in her chest, her face frozen in shock as her body toppled backward, lifeless. Qiao Chuchu was stunned. In that moment, she caught sight of Lin Qing's father wielding a firearm. In the biting cold of winter, the silenced gun in his hand still emitted smoke, his face smeared with Lin Qing's blood. His already ghastly visage appeared even more sinister as he calmly raised his gaze to meet Qiao Chuchu's. Chuchu instinctively drew her weapon. Bang! She was thrown to the ground, a gaping wound suddenly appearing on her shoulder. The pain was excruciating, as if her shoulder were being torn from her body. Qiao Chuchu emitted a sound of indescribable anguish, writhing on the ground in agony. It hurts so much. He stood beside Lin Qing, disdainfully placing his foot on her face, sneering, You are just like your mother, a ticking time bomb beside me, capable of exploding at any moment. Please try to understand. Child, how can one live with a bomb? Qiao Chuchu could not believe it. He was the assassin. He was the murderer. Trembling, she raised her gun toward Lin's father. You wretched scoundrel. Lin's father dismissed her with a scoff, raising his own firearm. Qiao Chuchu attempted to pull the trigger but lacked the strength, faintly hearing the heart-wrenching cries from the surveillance feed. Do not shoot. Bang. Qiao Chuchu jolted upright, gasping for breath. The system swirled before her. Come on, host. While emotions still run high, let us do it again. Charge. Before she could react, she suddenly stood behind Lin Qing. Lin Qing was joyfully running towards her father, exclaiming, Dad. In a moment of alarm, Qiao Chuchu leaped forward to seize Lin Qing, urging, Hurry. Your father is the mastermind behind these hired thugs.